I, who only wanted to play football, became the Hollywood heartthrob. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351, The Reverse Effect of the Hidden Lottery. System, you are more attractive to Victoria. Without waiting for Guran to express his opinion, Coach Adkins quickly added, "This month's schedule is too tight. The next game is the knockout match of the League Cup. We will challenge our real rival Portsmouth away. That game is our most important game this month. I have to let you save your energy. Moreover, replacing you in advance can also prevent you from getting injured. It can also be regarded as giving Plymouth Club a little face." Guran smiled. "Okay coach, I will follow your arrangements. It is already very enjoyable to play half of this game. For long-term considerations, there is no need to consume all the energy in the remaining garbage time. What's more, Guran has been prepared in his heart. He has completed the progress of today's 10 pickups in advance. Many basic skills, such as fast short passes, midfield interspersed running coordination, and short pass coordination, have been maximumed out to +4. In addition, he also got the basic skills of reverse dribbling +1 and back pass +1 for free. Although there are no star level skills, these basic skills are still very practical. Seeing Guran agreed so readily, Coach Adkins patted Guran on the shoulder with satisfaction. "Great. Gu, you should relax and have a good rest in the second half." "Okay coach." Lalana came up quickly. "Gu, you still owe me an assist. Don't forget it." Guran said unhappily. "Lalana, are you Zyangling Seo?" Luke Shaw next to him also came up. "Who? What sister-in-law? Where is she?" Vice Captain Walton also came over. "Let me tell you, Guran, you must have an affair with a bee. A bee is Galeo's woman. In terms of status, she is indeed our sister-in-law." Captain Davis frowned and said, "Gu, I'm not saying anything bad about you. You really make us envious." Lalana said persistently, "Gu, don't worry about your sister-in-law for now, or you can take a small notebook and write it down. You still owe me an assist." Guran, the 15-minute break at halftime is over, and the players from both sides return to the court and change sides to fight again. At the beginning of the second half, Plymouth was still in a state of confusion. Guran was not polite. After getting the ball, he broke through on the left side, used his speed and body to pass 5 players, and directly knocked the ball back to Lalana near the penalty area. Lalana volleyed with his left foot. Unfortunately, the ball went over the crossbar and hit the plane. Lalana immediately covered his face in annoyance. This cake was too beautiful, but unfortunately he couldn't hold it down. Lalana got up from the grass, turned around and raised an index finger to Guran, reminding Guran that he still needed one assist. Seeing this, Adkins quickly replaced Guran with Ryan Dixon. 2 minutes later, Guran would have scored again. Seeing Guran being replaced, the Southampton fans at the scene were a little disappointed, but in addition to being disappointed, they could also understand what Coach Adkins meant. This game has been won, and the next League Cup knockout match with the arch-rival Portsmouth is the most critical. We must preserve our strength. Southampton fans stood up and gave Guran thunderous applause. Plymouth players breathed a sigh of relief. The cruel butcher finally left. At this moment, the live broadcast room was also filled with barrages. No. It's so cool to watch. Why did you replace Guran? Damn it, I still want to see Guran get married with 5 sons. I still want to see Guran have 6 good lucks. I still want to see Guran have 7 stars shining brightly. I still want to see Guran have 8 immortals crossing the sea. I still want to see Guran have 9 dragons flying into the sky. I still want to see Guran be perfect. I took off my pants. Will the head coach of Southampton be able to be the head coach? What are you arguing about? The coach doesn't know any better than you. The second half is obviously garbage time. Keeping Guran on the court is just a meaningless waste of physical energy, and it is easy for the opponent to deliberately target him and cause injury. This is a protective substitution. Yes, Guran is still young, and he must be protected. I was worried that the head coach of Southampton would deliberately use Guran to death in order to create a meaningless big score. Now that I see him replace Guran, I feel relieved. That's right. Damn. What's the point of saying that? I came to the live broadcast room just to watch Guran score a goal. Now that Guran has left the field, what am I still watching? Don't be so vulgar. We are here to watch the game, not the bird. Yes, yes. Everyone, watch the game in a civilized manner. In any case, after Guran left the field, the number of online people in the live broadcast room dropped significantly. After all, most domestic fans have no feelings for the Southampton team and do not regard Southampton as the home team. The live broadcast room immediately announced the jersey lottery will be held after the live broadcast. Please be patient. The number of people in the live broadcast room stabilized at 150,000. Although it has dropped from the peak, such premiere data has far exceeded the psychological expectations of entrepreneurs. The game on the field continued, and Southampton continued to press Plymouth with the residual heat of Guran, but Southampton's offensive was obviously not so fierce, and Plymouth gradually stabilized its position. The two sides played back and forth, but the scene became more and more dull, with almost no highlights. In the 65th minute of the second half, Coach Adkins made another substitution, replacing two main players, Lallana and Lambert, at once to protect their physical strength and body. This signal was also very obvious, that is, to let the water go. The Plymouth team recovered their breath and took the opportunity to play several waves of decent short passes and strong attacks. The Southampton team cautiously retreated their formation and practiced defensive tactics. In the end, Plymouth team scored a goal with a header by Roy Fallon before the end of the game and finally saved a little face. The referee blew the whistle for the full game, and the score on the big screen finally stopped at Plymouth 1:6 Southampton. As soon as the game ended, Plymouth's head coach Peter Reid took the initiative to shake hands with Coach Adkins. Although Plymouth suffered a crushing defeat, if Coach Adkins had not stopped, Coach Peter Reid would have become the fastest coach to be fired in the English League One. In this game, Guran made 2 assists and 4 shots. Even if he only played half the game, this data is enough to surpass the data of all players in the first round of the English League One. Guran was also named the best player of the game by the English League One officials. However, the English League One is not as grand as the Premier League, and there is no on-site award ceremony and interview for the best player. Guran also had some free time. After returning to the locker room, Guran received physical therapy while concentrating his mind. It's time to get the growth reward and hidden reward. Today's game was only played for a little more than half a game. I wonder if the reward will be reduced. A clear system prompt sounded in Guran's mind. Congratulations to the host. Since the host has perfectly integrated the results of more than 100 hours of special training in the professional competition, the corresponding attribute points have grown. Your physical attribute, strong, grew from 77 points to 78 points. Your physical attribute, balanced, grew from 64 points to 65 points. Your technical attribute, free kick, grew from 67 points to 68 points. Your mental attribute, anticipation, grew from 78 points to 79 points. Not bad. There are actually 4 more attributes that have grown. Especially the shortcoming of the balance attribute, which has finally grown. The higher the balance attribute, the less likely it is to be pulled down and tripped by the opponent during running and confrontation. In the English League One arena dominated by rough confrontation, this sub-attribute still needs to be improved as soon as possible. It seems that, although only half a game was played today, although the opponent is a purely weak team, as long as we suppress and abuse them, the growth rate will not be low. I wonder if I can get the SS level hidden reward for this performance? Light. Another system prompt sounded in Guran's mind. This game is the host's first English League One game. The host completed 3 key clearances and 1 fatal clearance within a limited time and made 2 passes and 4 shots, completing the first Big 4 in his career, and was evaluated by the system as SS level performance. Oh, got it. It's SS level again. Don't worry about not getting hidden rewards when playing against weak teams. As long as you play hard and exciting enough. Good. Draw first. I hope I can draw a useful football skill this time. Durand secretly took a breath and said to himself, let's start. Last time I used a metaphysical mentality, but the result was that I drew equestrian proficiency, which has nothing to do with football. Although equestrian proficiency can also be used, it is not as good as football skills after all. This time, Durand didn't think about anything in his mind. Yes, nothing. Sometimes, the more thoughts you have, the less you can get. Being pure and abstinent may have a reverse effect. Stop. The lottery disc slowly stopped. Congratulations to the host. The skill drawn in this random lottery for the hidden system reward is Charming Smile. Your charming smile has been increased from +1 to +4, effective immediately. Durand's mouth twitched. What the hell? What kind of pure heart and few desires? What kind of reverse effect? I only want to play football, and the system gives me this? What do I need charming smile for? System, are you planning to let me debut right where I am? I'm handsome, cool, and attractive. I can charm a lot of people with just a smile. Now charming smile is +4. Isn't this going to kill millions of girls? It's okay to meet ordinary little fans, but what if I meet Victoria Beckham in the future? Exclamation mark. Charming smile is originally a double bonus for Victoria Beckham. +4 doubled is +8, and I'm afraid that a foreign boy like me will make her heart beat faster than her husband Beckham. Calm down. First of all, the world is so big that I may not meet Victoria Beckham. Secondly, even if I really run into Victoria Beckham in the future, with my style as a serious person, nothing will happen, right? The most important thing is that the SS level hidden rewards can be reorganized and reset. Although the effect of the enhanced charming smile will be more severe after the reset, at least 4 general talent points can be reset. Not a loss. Durand took a deep breath, and then reset, and reorganized the newly upgraded charming smile +4 skill. The system prompt sounded immediately. Host will reallocate the charming smile +4 skill. Are you sure? Confirmed. Suddenly, Durand felt that his mind was clear. Charming smile +4 is upgraded to enhanced charming smile +1. There is also a line of system small words under the newly upgraded charming smile skill. You feel that you are more attractive to Victoria Beckham. Durand, forget it. Don't worry about it. Just allocate the 4 general talent points first. It's better to make up for the shortcomings first. Durand thought quickly, and then allocated all these 4 talent points to the ball control sub-attribute. In this way, the ball control attribute was raised from 71 points to 75 points. Another sub-attribute reached the 75 point standard. Now there are 10 sub-attributes that have reached the standard, and they are one step closer to reaching the A-level rating. Half an hour later, the Southampton team left the home park stadium by bus. After returning to the Staplewood training base, Coach Adkins called the players together and held a brief post-match summary meeting, focusing on praising Durand's performance, and then announced a day off tomorrow. Coach Adkins asked all the players to return on August 9th. During the holiday, no one was allowed to drink and go to bars, and no strenuous exercise was allowed. The Southampton players also agreed with a solemn face, and no one dared to have any dissatisfaction. After all, the next game, which is 3 days later on Tuesday, the 10th at 7:45 p.m, will be the first round of the League Cup knockout match, and Southampton will challenge their real rival Portsmouth away. For the Southampton club, any game can be lost, but the game with the scab Portsmouth team must not be lost. Portsmouth is a championship level team, and is in the middle of the championship. From the previous data, Portsmouth is much stronger than Southampton. In the first round of the League Cup, we met our mortal enemy. This game will definitely be very hot. Both teams will definitely fight to the death, and will not give the opponent any room. Therefore, we must be fully prepared before the tough battle. Before the team was disbanded, Coach Adkins emphasized, if we win the first round of the League Cup, our team can get an official promotion bonus of £22,000. Of course, this bonus is not much for everyone to share. After all, it is only the first round, but the club's top management has already said that, if we can beat our mortal enemy Portsmouth, then the club will take out an additional £200,000 as a club reward. Oh yeah. The players applauded excitedly. In fact, the £200,000 winning bonus is not high when divided equally, but for Southampton, which was in financial difficulties before and almost closed down the club, it is definitely the first time in recent years that it can take out £200,000 to give out knockout winning bonuses. This also shows that Southampton club's financial revenue has a good surplus. The players disbanded and went home, while Guran stayed in the player restaurant to eat Loina's customized dinner. Personal affairs assistant Rick found Guran with a large stack of documents. "Hi, Gu. Congratulations, you performed very well today." Guran smiled and said, "Hi, Rick, thank you. Is there anything?" Rick immediately said, "Oh, nothing big, just as a personal affairs assistant, I need to report some data to you. First of all, Sky Sports released the post-match rating of this game. Gu is the best player of the game with a score of 8.2 points. Guran himself couldn't help but be shocked. This score is definitely a high score in the English League One, and he only played half of the game. If he played the whole game, he could get at least 8.5 points. According to your latest contract, if you win the Best Player award, you can get a bonus of £10,000 per game from the club. I have deposited this bonus into your bank account, but before the end of the year, remember to hire a professional accounting and taxation team. Okay, Rick." Rick grinned and continued, "In addition, the first round of the English League One has ended. Our Southampton team is temporarily ranked first in the English League One standings with the advantage of goal difference. Currently, Huddersfield Town is ranked second, Charlton is ranked third, Brighton is ranked fourth, and Peterborough United is ranked fifth. Here are the detailed points and goals." Rick handed a table to Guran. Guran glanced at it roughly. The first few teams all won 3 points, and the difference in ranking was only due to the number of goal differences. Also, the English League One scorer list has been updated. You are currently ranked first with 4 goals. The second place in the English League One scorer list is Craig McKell-Smith of Peterborough United, who completed a hat-trick. The third place in the English League One scorer list is Charles Wood of Brighton, who scored 2 goals in the game. As he spoke, Rick handed the information of the English League One scorer list to Guran. Guran looked at the scorer list and couldn't help but laugh. As a left back who only played half the game, he actually led the English League One scorer list. Leading, but not far enough. Keep working hard. A defender who doesn't want to win the golden boot is not a good midfielder. Thank you, Rick, you've worked hard. No, this is all my job. Rick happily hugged Guran. Gu, you're really great. It's my greatest honor to be your personal assistant. Guran smiled and said, "Then, is there anything else?" Rick quickly said, "Oh, no, Gu, you should rest early. We still have to play against our mortal enemy next Tuesday. We must beat those scabs. Okay, bye." After saying goodbye to Rick, Guran drove home with the information of the standings and the scorer list for ice and fire therapy. Today's game was only played for half, and the physical strength was only consumed by more than half. Relying on ice and fire therapy and a strong physique, Guran quickly recovered completely. On the second day of the holiday, Guran still got up early and practiced on his own. After a day of vacation, Guran returned to the training ground and conducted recovery training with his teammates to prepare for the first round of the League Cup knockout match. During the 2 days of his own training and team training, Guran exchanged 42 talent points by picking up white training bubbles. Without a Hollywood-level female star as a tool to get points, it is indeed a bit slower to obtain talent points. Fortunately, the growth points and hidden rewards are still good, and Guran's overall improvement speed can still maintain a high speed. Guran did not hesitate much and directly allocated these 2 talent points to the balance attribute. The balance attribute was immediately increased from 65 points to 67 points. 9:30 AM on Tuesday, August 10th. The main players of the Southampton team gathered and boarded the bus to go to Fratton Park, the home of Portsmouth. Today, Chamberlain lifted the team's ban and regained his starting position. Chamberlain seemed particularly excited on the bus. "Haha, I told you. How can Southampton do without me? I have to start in important games." Vice-Captain Walton couldn't help but tease. "Hey, Chamberlain from Liverpool, which part of your body are you going to score a goal with today?" The teammates on the bus laughed. Chamberlain blushed and said, "Don't laugh. I will definitely score a goal for you today. I want you to know that I, Chamberlain, am the real nemesis of Portsmouth. No one hates Portsmouth more than me. Yes, I believe this." Captain Davis chuckled. "Speaking of this, I can't help but think of a story that is widely circulated among the older generation of players. You all know Chamberlain's father, Mark Chamberlain, right? Mark Chamberlain is also a veteran player of our Southampton team. When Uncle Mark was young, he secretly went to the mortal enemy Portsmouth for a trial. The weather was very cold at the time. Uncle Mark was only wearing a single layer of clothes and was freezing. In order to keep warm, he went back to the car and put on a jacket, and this jacket was exactly our Southampton jacket. As a result, Uncle Mark was pressed to the ground and beaten into a pig's head by the Portsmouth players. The teammates in the car couldn't hold it back in an instant, and they slapped their thighs and laughed wildly. Fuck, no wonder. No wonder you are so fierce, Chamberlain. It turns out it's hereditary. I'm dying of laughter, wearing the jersey of his sworn enemy, to go for a trial with his sworn enemy. Only the men of the Chamberlain family can do such a cool thing. He was not beaten to death. That's all thanks to Uncle Mark's strong body. No wonder you hate Portsmouth so much, Chamberlain. Ha 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 ha. Help me, I can't laugh anymore. Not only the players, but also the coaches, team doctors, and even the driver were laughing. Duran couldn't stop laughing either. Chamberlain's face turned the color of liver. You guys stop laughing. My dad was beaten to the ground, but when Portsmouth beats us Southampton, shouldn't we Southampton work together to beat them? Hammond stood up. Let me be fair. Of course we have the obligation to beat Portsmouth, but we still have to laugh at Uncle Mark. There is no conflict between the two. Ha ha ha. The bus burst into laughter again. In such a relaxed and joyful atmosphere, the bus sped all the way. In less than half an hour, Fratton Park came into view. Southampton and Portsmouth are neighbouring cities. The distance from Staplewood Training Base to Fratton Park is almost the same as the distance to St Mary's Stadium. Historically, Portsmouth originally belonged to Southampton. It was not until 1835, when Portsmouth became the headquarters of the Royal Navy, that the small fishing village of Portsmouth was separated from Southampton's territory, and the people of Portsmouth became arrogant. In terms of dialect and living habits, Portsmouth still maintains the customs and style of Southampton style. It's just that the people of Portsmouth are unwilling to admit it. When the people of Portsmouth talk about the people of Southampton, their faces are full of disgust. In addition to the word scab, they also use two special nouns to refer to the people of Southampton, skates and scummers. The original meaning of these two words is, one is a capricious ray, and the other is a mean and despicable villain. From the literal meaning, it seems that there is nothing wrong, but with the expressions and tone of the Portsmouth people, you can know how sarcastic these two words are. As port cities so close, Portsmouth people and Southampton people have a competition for living space. They are from the same country, and the two cities cannot fight each other, so the most direct outlet is the football match between the two sides. In history, Portsmouth has won the top league championship, and twice. Although Southampton has existed in the top league for a longer time than Portsmouth, it has never won the top league championship, and the highest it has won is the runner-up of the top league. Even when Southampton had Kevin Keegan and Alan Shearer, Southampton did not win the top league championship. The confrontation between these two teams was once the most eye-catching South Coast derby in the top league. But now, these two old teams have fallen. One has been in the English Championship for many years, and the other has fallen to the English League One. But the South Coast derby is still the most popular derby in English football. Yes, there is no other. Just when the Southampton bus was about to enter Fratton Park, bang, a coin hit the window of the Southampton bus. Thanks to my old friend Happy Worship 964 for the 10,000 coin reward. I'm keeping a note in my little notebook. I already owe you 2 big chapters. Wait until I recover. Chapter 352. The South Coast Derby full of gunpowder. The former legendary genius, Ostrich Canoe. Hearing the loud noise of the car window, all the Southampton players exclaimed, and subconsciously bent down to avoid it. The cheerful atmosphere on the road just now instantly dropped to the freezing point. Fortunately, the car window glass was made in China and was of very good quality. The coin only left a small impact point on the glass and bounced off. The players looked out through the car window glass. Outside the bus was a group of Portsmouth fans with red faces and necks, who had obviously just come out of the bar after drinking early. There were about a dozen of these Portsmouth fans, all wearing blue Portsmouth jerseys. When these extreme fans saw the Southampton players looking through the glass, they were not afraid at all. Instead, they arrogantly made international gestures to the Southampton players and cursed incoherently. Captain Davis couldn't help but frown. Fuck. Damn the remnants of the 6.57 gang. The 6.57 gang is a famous football hooligan organization in Portsmouth. In the 1970s, football hooligan culture was rampant in England, and almost every club had a football hooligan organization. For example, Everton had the County Road Knifemen, Arsenal had the Beast Pack, Aston Villa had the Villa Youth Army, Birmingham had the Zulu Warriors, Chelsea had the Headhunters, Newcastle United had the Gremlins, Sheffield United had the Blade Business Gang, Wolves had the Metro Army, Coventry had the Ancient Roman Legion, Millwall had the Guerrillas, West Ham United had the Town and Country Gang, Manchester United had the Red Army, and Tottenham Hotspur had the Jewish Army. Almost every one of these famous football hooligan organizations in the 1970s had a murder case. It was not until after the Hillsborough tragedy in 1989 that these football hooligan organizations were restrained, transformed, and disintegrated under the official crackdown. Portsmouth's 6.57 gang is also very notorious. In the fourth knockout round of the FA Cup in 1984, it was the football hooligans of the 6.57 gang who injured the Southampton players playing on the field with coins, which then triggered a large-scale fan conflict. From then on, whenever Portsmouth and Southampton met, they could not avoid fighting. After the collapse of the 6.57 gang in 1989, most of their core members formed a new fan organization, Flattened Brotherhood. Although the behavior of this brotherhood has been restrained a lot, when they met their mortal enemy Southampton, their football hooligan nature was revealed again. "Don't be impulsive," said the head coach Adkins in a deep voice. "We are here to play football, not to reason with football hooligans. Mr. Driver, please continue driving." Yes. The driver drove forward carefully. The extreme fans of the Fratton Brotherhood booed the Southampton bus. One fan even untied his belt and urinated on the Southampton bus. The police officers who were maintaining order nearby just grinned and had no intention of intervening. The fans of the Fratton Brotherhood proudly sang loudly, "We Portsmouth people ride on 10,000-ton warships to plunder the world. You Southampton people are only worthy of riding on shabby fishing boats to catch your relatives." Hearing such humiliating songs, all the Southampton players on the bus were so angry that their teeth chattered. Duran, who had been calm about the South Coast derby, couldn't help but get angry after hearing the lyrics of the Fratton Brotherhood. "Damn Anglo bastards. If I don't kick you out today, I will be sorry for my ancestors." The Southampton bus entered Fratton Park without any danger. Fratton Park is also a small stadium, named after Fratton Park, with a total capacity of only 21,000 seats. More than a decade ago, Portsmouth was considered a Premier League ace team. In 1949 and 1950, they won the English League One, the top league at the time, championship consecutively under the leadership of legendary coach Jack Dean. This achievement made neighbour Southampton jealous. However, the fate of Portsmouth is very similar to that of Southampton. Both have recently encountered a huge financial crisis. Although Portsmouth has not been relegated to the English League One, it is actually worse than Southampton. Just half a year ago, to be precise, on February 26, 2010, the Premier League officially issued a statement that Portsmouth Club was insolvent and bankrupt, and the club was officially taken over by the bank. This is also the first time that a club has been placed under trusteeship since the establishment of the Premier League in 1992. During the trusteeship period, Portsmouth cannot buy or sell any players, all profits will be turned in, and the players only have basic wages without any bonuses or benefits. Portsmouth was also deducted 9 points due to financial problems, and fell directly into the relegation zone of the Premier League. Despite such great pressure, Portsmouth still defeated Tottenham Hotspur, only one goal behind Chelsea, and won the runner-up of the FA Cup. Portsmouth theoretically qualified for the Europa League, but because the team was under trusteeship, the Europa League qualification was cancelled and replaced by the 6th place in the Premier League. In June 2010, the team appointed former Notts County head coach Steve Cotterill as the team's new head coach. Although Portsmouth was only relegated from the Premier League to the Championship, Portsmouth lost the European qualification, which is obviously much worse than Southampton. And, up to now, Portsmouth is still in bankruptcy trusteeship, and it is even more impossible to maintain the stadium. Fratton Park is an old-fashioned stadium. The most special thing about this stadium is that other stadiums are oriented north-south, while Fratton Park is oriented east-west. Although the stadium is small, the designer is famous. The designer is Archibald Leach. Stamford Bridge of Chelsea, Anfield of Liverpool, Old Trafford of Manchester United, Villa Park, White Hart Lane of Tottenham Hotspur, and Goodison Park of Everton are all designed by this famous designer. Of course, these stadiums have been remodeled now, and only Fratton Park still basically maintains its ancient original appearance. In today's rapid development of modern football, the public facilities of this stadium have obviously lagged behind. The largest stand of Fratton Park is the West Stand, also known as the Fratton's End Stand, which is the stand for the Fratton Brotherhood and die-hard fans. The corresponding East Stand is a special stand for away fans, called the Milton Stand, which is very small and has only more than 4,000 seats. Today's South Coast Derby is a good draw for Portsmouth. Professional gambling company William Hill gave the odds early: win 1.61, draw 3.87, lose 5.82. This odds obviously favors the home team Portsmouth. If you buy Southampton to win away, and Southampton wins in the end, then you can make the bookmaker 1 to 5.82 times. Because the risk is high and the probability is small, the odds are high. Southampton had 2 hours of adaptive training in the stadium in the morning, and had lunch in the player restaurant, and then stayed in the away team's locker room to rest, stretch, and maintain physical condition. Coach Adkins also asked all players not to leave the locker room privately to avoid unnecessary trouble. At around 5 p.m., the fans began to enter the stadium. Today is Tuesday, a working day, but the fans came to the stadium early. Portsmouth fans wearing blue jerseys flocked to the stands, especially the West Stand Fratton's End. In less than half an hour, it was full, and the loud and rhythmic Pompey military song also sounded over the stadium. Portsmouth fans call themselves the Pompey Legion. Pompey is also another name for the Portsmouth Naval Port. The Saints fans of Southampton also entered the stadium from the away team entrance early, and filled the entire Milton Stand on the east side. The appeal and value of the League Cup were not high, but because it was a South Coast derby, there were many fans coming to watch the game today. In addition, Southampton is very close to Portsmouth, and can be reached in less than half an hour by car, so many Southampton fans also came. Every Southampton fan hopes to see Guran crush their mortal enemy for them. However, Portsmouth only reserved 4,000 away stand seats for Southampton, which also resulted in at least more than 3,000 Southampton fans unable to buy tickets. They could only wait at the gate of the stadium for kind people to refund their tickets, or grit their teeth and increase the price, to buy Portsmouth's high-priced scalper tickets. The attendance rate of today's game is full. Judging from the atmosphere in the stadium, the 4,000-man Saints are obviously no match for the 17,000-man Pompey Legion. But outside the stadium, Saints fans almost occupied the entire Fratton Park. The game has not even started yet, and fans from both sides have already called each other scabs. In addition to the fans of both sides, all major British media, including print media, television media, and online media, were present today. After all, derby games are the easiest to dig out big news, and both sides of the game must be playing desperately. Moreover, Guran will also participate in this derby game. Where Guran is, there will be gossip, even if there is no news. The top management of Portsmouth Club also appeared in the main stand. They certainly would not miss this derby game that concerns the club's honour. The three major scouts of Chelsea, Liverpool, and Manchester City also arrived early. Watching Guran play has become their primary job. At 6 p.m., the head coaches of both sides exchanged harsh words at the pre-match press conference. Steve Cotterill, the new head coach of Portsmouth, said in front of the media that they would not show any mercy to Southampton today and would at least win Southampton by more than 3 goals. Southampton coach Adkins said that defeating Portsmouth would not make him particularly happy because winning the first round of the League Cup would be a normal operation for Southampton. Coach Steve Cotterill said that he sympathized with Adkins. After all, Southampton had to go home to eat milk after the first League Cup knockout match. Coach Adkins also said that he sympathized with Coach Cotterill because Coach Adkins could not imagine the bitter taste of losing to his mortal enemy at home. Coach Steve Cotterill advised Coach Adkins to focus on the League One and wished Coach Adkins could lead the Scabs to successfully avoid relegation in the League One. Coach Adkins greeted Coach Cotterill's family in a subtle and cordial manner. The pre-match press conference seemed tense, with the coaches of both teams full of gunpowder, and there was no courtesy of friendship first, game second. In one word, just do it. At 7 p.m., the referee team entered the field to check the venue, and the players of both teams entered the field for adaptive warm-up. As the visiting team, Southampton players entered the field first to warm up. Southampton fans stood up collectively and cheered and applauded for Guran. Chamberlain seemed very excited. He stood in front of Guran and applauded the fans who stood up and applauded. The Portsmouth fans at the scene booed in various ways. The DJ at the scene introduced the Southampton players to the audience according to the starting list. Every time a player's name was read, the Portsmouth fans at the scene cursed Scabs under the leadership of the members of the Fratton Brotherhood. When the name No 8 left back Guran was read, Southampton fans cheered wildly, while Portsmouth fans booed wildly, and some even pulled their eyes at Guran and made humiliating gestures. Guran just sneered and then concentrated on warming up. The Scab curses of 17,000 people were deafening, and the entire Fratton Park Stadium trembled steadily. The scene was extremely shocking. The Southampton fans in the away team stands were almost furious, but they were playing away and had insufficient numbers, so they could only stare blankly. When the home team Portsmouth came on the field, the Southampton Saints immediately booed back. Some people turned their backs, took off their pants, and twisted their buttocks to humiliate Portsmouth players. In terms of humiliating opponents, Portsmouth and Southampton are really brothers. When the on-site DJ introduced the Portsmouth player list, every time a name was read, the Southampton Saints used all their strength to curse Scab. Although the number of Southampton fans is 4 times less than that of Portsmouth fans, Southampton is not much behind Portsmouth in terms of swearing. The escalation of the verbal battle between the fans of both sides has already involved the families of both sides. There are also a lot of security personnel in the stadium today. In the past, there were only a dozen security guards to maintain order in Portsmouth's games. In today's South Coast derby, in addition to more than 100 professional security guards, more than 100 armed police officers were used to prevent fans from making trouble on both sides. Portsmouth is now in a trusteeship state. If there is another fight in the game, the club is afraid that it will be directly fined to the English League 2 level. Because of the verbal battle and the exposure of body parts on the field, the domestic club broadcast had already received the signal, but at this time it could only temporarily keep the screen black and muted to avoid being reviewed and removed from the shelves. After half an hour of adaptive warm-up, the players of both sides temporarily withdrew from the field and returned to their respective locker rooms for final preparations. Southampton fans sang "The Saints Are Marching" in unison. Portsmouth fans sang the Pompey military song to the melody of Westminster Abbey, "Play up Pompey, Pompey, play up, play up." The game has not officially started yet, but the fans of both sides have already started the war with singing. In the away team's locker room, the Southampton players gathered in a circle with murderous intent. There is no need to mobilize when playing against the mortal enemy. Everyone is in the most passionate state of mind. Coach Adkins looked around and said in a deep voice, "Just play according to our tactical deployment yesterday. For the fans. And for ourselves." Captain Davis took the lead and raised his arms and shouted, "For the fans. And for ourselves. Kill Pompey. Kill Pompey. Kill Pompey. Kill Pompey." Chamberlain yelled the most fiercely. Guran felt that his eardrums were about to be pierced by Chamberlain's yelling. At 7:40, the players of both sides lined up to enter the field under the leadership of the referee and the linesman. The fans on the scene waved flags and cheered for their respective teams crazily. The handshake between the two players was also very intense, with sparks flying from the eyes of every starting player. The live broadcast signal of Ramsey was also restored immediately. Fuck. The signal is finally back. I thought I couldn't watch the game today. I watched the game at 3 AM after handing in my homework. I really love Guran. Why is the atmosphere of today's game so hot? The players on both sides look like they want to eat each other. This is the South Coast Derby. From the 60s to the 90s, the South Coast Derby was the most popular derby, even hotter than the Red Devils Derby. Because not only do these two teams have a deep grudge, but the residents of the two cities are also mortal enemies. The Red Devils Derby is fun because of the high level of competition and the big names of the teams, while the South Coast Derby is real. Super real. That's right, when these two teams meet, there will be no fights. I bet there will be a God of War card today. There will be no less than 5 yellow gem cards. Ah, will there really be a fight? That's so uncivilized. You know shit. Watching a game without watching the fight is like eating dumplings without dipping them in your sister-in-law. Fuck. What kind of family is this? Duran, you must not get a red card. At this time, the handshake ceremony of the players from both sides ended, and the captains of the two teams came to the referee to choose sides. Before the coin toss, the referee sternly warned the captains of both teams that no one was allowed to have any radical behavior during the game, otherwise there would be no amnesty for the red card. The two captains ignored the referee's warning. Southampton's captain Davis guessed the front and back and got the priority to choose sides. Portsmouth's captain Aaron McCoyner got the priority to kick off for Portsmouth. Davis then chose the west half, the west stander's flattened end. Although the pressure of choosing the west stand as the defensive half is great, it can also make Portsmouth not so comfortable at the start. After the players of both sides took photos, they quickly stood in position. In this game, Southampton arranged their most common 442 position. The tactics arranged by Coach Adkins before the game were defensive counter-attacks. The man-to-man marking method was focused on man-to-man marking plus regional joint defense strangulation. The passing method was mainly long passes and 45-degree diagonal passes. The breakthrough method was to fly on both wings and support in the middle. The game mentality required caution, and the core of the organization was the left back. On the forward line, the center forward Gilly, who has been in good form in recent games, continued to start, and the liner was slightly behind, and to the left, taking on some of the responsibilities of the front midfielder, so as to better connect Guran and Gilly. The left forward was Chamberlain, who was released from the ban and returned, and the right forward was Schneiderlin. The two midfielders were Lambert and Hammond. They were slightly behind, and took on some of the responsibilities of the back midfielder. The left back was naturally Guran, and the right back was Richardson, who had played very stably in recent games. The two central defenders were vice-captain Walton and centre-back JD. The goalkeeper was Captain Davis. This starting lineup configuration can also be regarded as the absolute main lineup of the Southampton team. The opposite Plymouth team also sent all the main players to the field today. In this game, Plymouth also used their usual 442 formation, but their 442 is different from Southampton's 442. Portsmouth's two centre forwards are number 10 David Nugent and number 27 Nwankwo Kanu. David Nugent is only 175 centimeters tall, but he is extremely fast, has a keen sense of smell, and is a first-class goalkeeper. At the age of 25, he is already an England international and has scored 1 goal in official national team matches. Nwankwo Kanu is a legendary star. As Nigeria's top star, Kanu has won the honor of African Footballer of the Year many times. He has played 69 times for the Nigerian team and scored 11 goals, many of which were key goals that could turn the game around. Kanu was already a brilliant talent at the age of 17. He represented the Nigerian youth team and won all the way. He himself became the most dazzling star in the World Youth Championship that year. After the game, he was directly selected by Ajax coach Van Gaal. Kanu, who is 197 centimeters tall, became even more brilliant after entering the Eredivisie. Almost all Eredivisie scouts believed that he was the successor to the Ice Prince Bergkamp. At the 1996 Olympics, Kanu, as the captain of Nigeria, won the Olympic gold medal for Nigeria in history. That year, the African ostrich boy was only 20 years old. It was also that year that Inter Milan recruited this talented boy to dominate the Champions League. However, less than 3 months after joining Inter Milan, Kanu was diagnosed with heart disease, and the doctor concluded that he was not suitable for playing football. Kanu experienced a very serious setback in life, and his career, which was originally optimistic about everyone, felt like a free fall. Most people might just give up and accept their fate. But Kanu didn't. With his love for football, he gambled with his life. After a series of heart surgeries that could have led to more serious consequences, Kanu tenaciously returned to the field and was spotted by Wenger and dug up to Arsenal. Kanu got the second spring of his career at Arsenal. The most glorious moment of Kanu's career was at Arsenal. In the 1999-2000 season, Arsenal was 2 goals behind Chelsea. Kanu came on as a substitute and performed a hat-trick in 15 minutes, making a comeback from 2-3, completing a stunning reversal. Kanu became a god in one fell swoop. His inspirational legend became a role model for countless football players at the beginning of the new century. Unfortunately, heart problems always plagued Kanu, and he could only be a substitute in Arsenal, which was full of talents. After that, Kanu moved to West Bromwich, but his condition was not good. It was not until he moved to Portsmouth that he regained his courage and led the Pompey Army to win the FA Cup and the runner-up. Kanu's nickname is Ostrich. The ostrich is very fast and flexible. He has a high sense of interlacing and running, and is good at passing the ball to teammates in better positions to serve as a tactical fulcrum in front of the goal. Although Kanu, 34 years old, no longer has the sharp world-class competitive state of the past, his experience and his back-to-the-basketball stopping skills are still world-class. Kanu is also the most famous player in Portsmouth. Kanu's weakness is that, although he is nearly 2 meters tall, his header is very poor, and because of the trouble of heart disease, his condition fluctuates greatly. In addition, his age is very old, and his physical confrontation and physical fitness have declined more than his peak period. And today, Guran's main target of defense is Kanu. Chapter 353 Iron-Blooded Guran. Lock Kanu. The top guy on the list is here. The goalkeeper handballed in the penalty area. Question mark? In the Portsmouth formation, Nugent and Kanu are both positioned as centre forwards, not forwards. There are still differences between centre forwards and forwards at the tactical level. Simply put, centre forwards do not need to retreat to get the ball when attacking, nor do they need to recover defense when defending, while forwards need to retreat to get the ball and shrink defense depending on the situation. Portsmouth's 442 is obviously more offensive, while Southampton's double forward tactics are more cautious. Therefore, although both teams are 442, there are still big differences in their playing styles. Plymouth's left midfielder is number 29 Richard Van Seeland. This player has good crosses, high team spirit, and strong physical confrontation. The right midfielder is number 7 Irish international Liam Lawrence. Liam Lawrence is good at passing and running without the ball, is very creative, and has rich experience in major competitions, fierce defense, and is very aggressive. Today, Guran is playing against him. The two midfielders are number 11 Michael Brown and number 8 Harden Mullins. Both players were once international players of the England youth team. Michael Brown is very aggressive and fierce in defense. He likes to use his body to fight. In previous games, pushing, tripping, and even shoveling opponents away are his routine operations. Harden Mullins has excellent physical fitness and is also very strong in defensive interception and replacement. These two defensive players are a natural gait when they stand in the midfield. Portsmouth's number 6 left back is the 36-year-old veteran, Icelandic international Hermann Hreiðarsson. His height of 191 gives him a physical advantage in the confrontation on the left side, and he is good at heading. In addition, he is also a first-class presence on the field in terms of defensive experience. The right back is number 14 Jonathan Hogg. This player is on loan from Aston Villa. He is only 174 centimeters tall, but his previous steals are very impressive. The central defenders are number 33 Ricardo Rocha and number 4 captain Aaron Macoina. Ricardo Rocha is a Portuguese international and a teammate of Ronaldo. Aaron Macoina is a South African national team player. He is strong and powerful, and is a typical fierce defensive player. He is best at the defensive midfielder and central defender positions, and often goes to the defensive midfielder position to actively steal. He runs actively, intercepts accurately, and tackles fiercely without dragging his feet. He is a typical engineer type player who specializes in dirty and tiring work. In the South African national team, Macoina has a nickname called Mbazo, which means axe, referring to his fierce tackling style in the game. In last year's Premier League match between Portsmouth and Everton, Macoina and his national teammate Everton player Pina made an unceremonious flying tackle, which directly sent Pina off the field for treatment early. His ruthless and tough level can be seen. Portsmouth's goalkeeper is number 1 Jamie Ashdown. This player is 191 centimeters tall and weighs 93 kilograms. He has first-rate jumping ability and strong one-on-one ability. He likes to take the initiative to seek confrontation. He is a typical gatekeeper defender. His instant reaction is also good, but he loses too many goals. In short, at least half of the Portsmouth team is made up of international players, and they are all tough and aggressive. Portsmouth also relies on this fierce and close confrontational style of play to gain a foothold in the Premier League. Although Portsmouth is only a lower level team in the Premier League, any team will inevitably feel nervous when they meet Portsmouth. Today's game is also a duel between two teams that also have Premier League teams. The players on both sides are also ready to fight to the death at the beginning. The members of the Fratton Brotherhood lit the blue fireworks on the West Stand, and the atmosphere of the entire stadium was pushed to a peak. Beep. At 7:45, the referee on duty blew a whistle, and the South Coast Derby officially began. First, the Portsmouth team kicked off. Centre forward number 10 David Nugent knocked the ball back to number 11 Michael Brown. As soon as Michael Brown got the ball, Southampton started high pressure and pressed forward as a whole. Michael Brown was not in a hurry to pass the ball, but dribbled diagonally to his right at high speed. Lallana and Lambert immediately double-teamed Michael Brown. Three good students like Lallana and Lambert also became more aggressive in this game. Michael Brown turned around to protect the ball and violently knocked Lambert away with his shoulder, and then accelerated with the ball. Defensive midfielder Hammond immediately filled in the position and directly met Michael Brown head-on to stop him from continuing to dribble arrogantly. Michael Brown didn't have any extraordinary skills, just dribbled the ball hard. Bang! The two fell to the ground at the same time, and the football bounced out of the right sideline. The players from both sides started to fight with fists and flesh. Fans from both sides were roaring with blood. Southampton's right back Richardson ran to pick up the ball and prepare to send a quick throw in, but Portsmouth's number 6 left back Herman Heredielson rushed up and stretched out his hand to grab the ball from Richardson's hand. Both of them were in a murderous state, neither of them gave in, and both of them were not clean, shouting at each other. The referee quickly intervened and clearly awarded the ball to the attacking Portsmouth team. Southampton fans booed wildly. Portsmouth fans cheered and applauded triumphantly. Herman Heredielson reached out to take Richardson's ball, but Richardson threw the ball directly at his feet and then ran back to stand quickly. Although the two did not fight directly, there was a lot of gunpowder in the details. Before the throw-in, all the Portsmouth players pressed across the half-court, and they were ready to get a goal within 3 minutes of the start, while the Southampton players retreated to the penalty area to defend the key players man-to-man. Guran ran to Kanu's side. Kanu glanced at Guran with disdain. Guran immediately stuck to Kanu's waist. Kanu secretly exerted his strength to lift Guran, but he didn't move at all. Kanu immediately took a breath of cold air. At this time, Plymouth kicked the ball out of bounds, and number 29 left forward Richard Van Halen received the ball while running and pulling. Schneiderlin immediately held Van Halen close to prevent him from turning around and passing the ball easily. Van Halen was not polite either and directly hit Schneiderlin's chest with a hidden elbow, knocking Schneiderlin back half a step. Van Halen took the opportunity to turn around and pass the ball directly to the penalty area. Number 8 Harden Mullins pushed away Lambert who was defending him and kicked the ball to David Nugent who had penetrated into the penalty area. After David Nugent stopped the ball, he turned very quickly, and with a toe he passed Hammond, who was blindly stretching his foot to steal the ball. Before JD rushed up to block it, he picked the ball to number 27 Nwankwo Kanu on the left side of the penalty area. This ball was given beautifully. It almost penetrated most of Southampton's defense line. Kanu had a good chance to shoot. He could jump and head the ball directly without stopping the ball. Kanu forced to jump under Guran's mountain-like confrontation. Guran and Kanu jumped synchronously, and the header +3 was triggered. Heading is not Guran's strong point, but it is not Kanu's strong point either. Although Kanu has a height of 197 centimeters, the height of his jump is really not high, and under Guran's strong physical confrontation, Kanu's center of gravity, after jumping, is obviously unbalanced. Guran touched the ball half a beat first, but Kanu did not stop the force, but directly hit Guran's jaw. Guran suddenly felt stars in his eyes, and his mouth was full of the taste of rusty blood. Both of them fell in the penalty area, and the football bounced to the ground. The fans of both sides all screamed, but the referee did not blow the whistle to stop the game. All the players in the front court of Portsmouth rushed over desperately to fight for the ball. After Guran fell to the ground, he instantly climbed up with his hands and feet, caught up with the football in a teleporting step, half-turned to protect the ball, and used his body to block the number 7 right forward Liam Lawrence, who rushed up first. Without waiting for Liam Lawrence to stretch his feet, Guran made a gorgeous Marcel turn, protecting the ball, and turning around to pass Liam Lawrence. The fans at the scene screamed, "You know, this is in the penalty area of Southampton." Guran got up instantly, after being knocked down, and completed a wonderful pass in the dangerous area with great calmness. Liam Lawrence, who was passed, was dumbfounded. By the time Liam Lawrence reacted and reached out to pull Guran, Guran had already gotten rid of Liam Lawrence by 2 body positions. Without waiting for other Portsmouth defenders to rush up to double team and counter Rob, Guran made a direct pass from the backcourt and stuffed the ball into the empty left side. This ball awareness is invincible. Yeah. Southampton fans cheered wildly. The live broadcast room was full of WTF. 666. Too fierce. Real man. This is football. Southampton's attack and defense transition was really wonderful. Guran not only made a key defensive clearance when facing the former world-class legendary genius Kanu, but also relied on his desperate will and calm passing ball skills to promote the entire Southampton team's counter-attack. This was only the first 2 minutes. When Guran made a direct pass from the backcourt, the left forward Chamberlain started quickly. Chamberlain was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. After all, this was the second time that Guran had passed the ball to him in such a long time. The last time he passed the ball, he was still unconscious. And this time, as a super fast horse on the wing, he was finally able to fully enjoy this quick counter-attack. Chamberlain used all his sprinting speed to chase the ball. Portsmouth fans looked at Chamberlain's speed and gasped in amazement. It's so fast. It was the first time that Portsmouth fans saw such a fast 17-year-old winger. Just as Chamberlain rushed across the half-court and was about to touch the ball, Portsmouth's defenders also quickly retreated to intercept. Number 14 right back Jonathan Hogg sprinted from the side and made a fierce sliding tackle behind Chamberlain's legs. Chamberlain was shoveled up with the ball. The football rolled and flew out of the sideline. Portsmouth fans clenched their fists and shouted happily. Jonathan Hogg got up first and spat in front of Chamberlain. Chamberlain stood up angrily and confronted Jonathan Hogg with his chest. Jonathan Hogg did not give in at all, staring at Chamberlain's eyes, nose against Chamberlain's nose, mouth against Chamberlain's mouth. It seemed that the two were about to get serious. The referee and the linesman intervened immediately, and the other players also hurriedly separated the two. The fans of Portsmouth booed Chamberlain. The fans of Southampton did not care about Chamberlain, but were all worried about Guran. Guran had just collided with Kanu, and the corners of his mouth were full of blood. Kanu must have known that he could not get a header, so he deliberately hit him hard. This time the collision was on the jaw, and ordinary people could not withstand such a collision force. After the collision, Kanu did not apologize to Guran, but got up and ran away with a grin. After Guran made the pass from the backcourt, he did not sprint immediately, but squatted down and held the grass for a long time. It hurts so much. It hurts so much that I see stars. If it weren't for the 81 physical fitness and the Iron Man +6 body protection, I would have to go off the court to heal my injuries. The South Coast Derby is really a fight to the death. At this moment, the live broadcast room was flooded with comments. Is Guran okay? Fuck, that hurt even through the phone screen. This level of confrontation is impossible to see in domestic competitions. Is the referee blind? Kanu obviously did it on purpose. British football is not so delicate, not to mention this is a derby between mortal rivals. It's really too fierce and too hard. Guran is probably injured and may have to leave the field. Alas, our Chinese players are not naturally confrontational. It's amazing that Guran was able to protect the ball and pass the ball to the backcourt to launch a counter-attack after being hit and bleeding. Taking advantage of the dead ball, Captain Davis, Vice Captain Walton and others all ran to Guran to ask, "Gu, how are you? Do you want a substitution?" "No need." Guran spit out a mouthful of blood foam, raised his head to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and showed an almost ferocious smile. "I haven't started yet." Walton asked worriedly, "Gu, are you really okay? Don't hold on. It's okay. Keep on hitting them." With that, Guran ran to the front court and participated in the out-of-bounds attack. Seeing that Guran was slightly injured, but still on the front line, the morale of other Southampton players was immediately boosted. Southampton fans stood up and cheered crazily. There were all kinds of comments in the live broadcast room. "Guran is awesome. I thought Guran would leave the field, but I didn't expect Guran to be so tough." Guran's mouth was full of blood, and then he wiped it and continued to fight. A real man of iron and blood. He has the style of the national team players of Li Weifeng and Sun Jihei's generation. Damn. Aren't these the players we lack the most now? In the future, who the hell still says that Chinese players are not good at physical confrontation? It's just that there is a problem with the selection. So many good players have been buried, and the ones selected are all sea cucumber players who know how to give gifts. That's right. The domestic football environment is rotten to the core. It's not easy for us to see a player like Guran. Guran, don't go back to China, this big divat, to play football. If you are short of money, we will give you gifts, big rockets. If you are short of a wife, I'll give you mine. Fuck. The friend upstairs wants to get rid of it, right? Guran. Come on. Play in Europe. Let them taste the taste of Chinese dad. Such a passionate start. It's worth staying up late today. Ha ha ha. I've already started to take off my pants. Various gifs bombarded the live broadcast room. Happy Worship 964 sent a super rocket. Maxim Little Noodles sent a super rocket. Imlaw Fung sent a super rocket. And S_9 sent a super rocket. The game was only 3 minutes long, and the barrage interaction in the live broadcast room broke the previous record. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the number of online viewers easily exceeded 150,000. The gifts went straight to the 50,000 mark. Happy Worship 964 won the top spot in the live broadcast room. The live broadcast room official also added a golden top Big Brother affixed to Happy Worship 964's online name, and Maxim Little Noodles also added a silver affixed second Big Brother to his online name. On the green field, the hot game continued. After Southampton kicked the ball out of bounds, Portsmouth immediately pressed close. Both sides made big moves, with various pushes, elbows, and tackles from behind. The game was extremely intense, and almost every second was spent in a high-intensity confrontation. Coach Adkins loudly commanded on the sidelines, asking the players to reduce dribbling and play more behind the back balls. Portsmouth coach Cotterill asked his players to strengthen close defense and strangle. The two sides went back and forth near the midfield. Portsmouth had a slight advantage in both offense and defense with the rough and fierce double gates in the midfield. In the first 25 minutes of the first half, Guran used his physical advantage to repeatedly knock down the opponent's number 7 Liam Lawrence. When Guran got the ball, at least 3 Portsmouth players shoveled him roughly. Guran's back, arms, and calves were all attacked by Portsmouth players. But even so, Guran still sent 2 threatening 45-degree diagonal long passes. Unfortunately, under the rough and close defense of Portsmouth players, Lallana and Gooley failed to stop the ball and shoot. Portsmouth also had 3 shooting opportunities. The first was a sudden shot from outside the penalty area, but the ball went over the goal. The second was a header from the right side in front of a corner kick, but it hit the goal frame. The third was a shovel shot by centre forward David Nugent in front of the goal, but was blocked by the highly focused Davis with his legs. Kanu was almost silent at this point. Many times during the offensive penetration, Kanu ran to the right position, but because of Guran's quick replacement and defense, Kanu had a world-class level of stopping the ball, but he could not provide tactical support for his teammates. Not to mention passing the ball, it was difficult for him to even get rid of Guran and run to the right position. Kanu was also full of anger, and his hand movements became more and more violent. Guran was not used to Kanu's problems at all. What's wrong with you being a world-class legend? What's wrong with you having a heart disease? What's wrong with you being an inspirational idol? I'll do what I should do to you. Without Kanu, the key tactical fulcrum, Portsmouth's attack seemed fierce, but in fact it lacked an important link in front of the goal, and Southampton finally escaped danger. Although neither side scored, the game was not dull at all. The fans of both sides roared and cheered from beginning to end, and the passion in the stands did not stop for a second. In the 29th minute of the game, the fight between the two sides had reached a white-hot point. Portsmouth midfielder Harden Mullins and Michael Brown double-teamed Lallana, who was dribbling the ball. Harden Mullins directly pushed Lallana to the ground, and Michael Brown took the opportunity to pick up the ball. Southampton fans booed wildly, but the referee signaled the game to continue. Michael Brown dribbled the ball straight into the goal, and Lambert and Sknedelin double-teamed him. Michael Brown immediately passed the ball and made a 2-on-1 cooperation with his own left forward Van Hillen. Michael Brown knocked Hammond away and then made a clean through ball to the empty area in the middle of the penalty area. Centre forward David Nugent made a quick cross-cut run, took the first touch of the ball, and passed it short to Kanu on the left. Kanu stopped the ball perfectly with his reverse foot. Walton immediately came up to block Kanu. Kanu's flexible foot tricked Walton to block on the right side. When Walton's center of gravity shifted, Kanu quickly flashed to the left and went straight into the small penalty area. Walton lost his position. The fans of Portsmouth cheered excitedly. They seemed to have seen the first goal. However, just when Kanu dribbled the ball straight into the penalty area, Guran predicted Kanu's running position in advance, flashed over like a teleport, and made a death slide. It is very dangerous to tackle in the penalty area. If you tackle the opponent's player, even if you touch the ball first, you may be awarded a penalty by the blind referee. Guran's death slide was just right, shoveling the ball down accurately, and also fixed the ball in place. Kanu didn't have time to retract his legs, and he was tripped by Guran in the penalty area. This tackle was very clean. There was no problem at all. Woo! The fans of Southampton were excited. The fans of Portsmouth were stunned. Guran is Kanu's nemesis. Kanu has been trying very hard today, but he still can't get past Guran. At this time, goalkeeper Davis rushed over in time and caught the ball at Guran's feet. The Portsmouth players immediately raised their hands to appeal. They thought that the ball was a handball foul by the goalkeeper. The scene suddenly became chaotic again. The players from both sides argued in front of the goal. The smell of gunpowder was filled, and it seemed that they were about to fight again. The live broadcast room was also confused. What are the players of Portsmouth complaining about? It seems to be a goalkeeper handball? Wait, what the hell is a goalkeeper handball? Is there any big guy who can explain it? At MAXIM small noodle ball. Do you need at MAXIM small noodle ball big guy for this kind of thing? I can explain it to you. The goalkeeper is allowed to catch the ball with his hands in the penalty area, but if he uses his hands to catch the limbs of his own players to pass the ball back, it will be judged as a goalkeeper handball, and a free kick will be required in the penalty area. Fuck, I've seen it for a long time. There are actually scenes of goalkeeper handball fouls and free kicks in the penalty area. This situation is generally very rare, so it's normal that some fans don't know about it. Limbs pass back. I can understand passing the ball with my legs and feet. Can't our players pass it back with their hands? Yes, the sideline out of bounds ball is passed with hands. The goalkeeper cannot use his hands to catch the ball in the penalty area, otherwise it will be a handball foul. However, like the scene just now, Duran just shuttled the ball to protect it and did not make a pass. It was their goalkeeper Davis who took the initiative to attack and get the ball, so it was not a goalkeeper handball at all, and there would be no free kick in the penalty area. Portsmouth is simply a rogue. Duran's defense is really awesome. His tackle just now was fierce and accurate. Haha, Cano must have been scared to death. He probably thought he was going to break his leg just now. At this time, the referee on the field made a penalty. Davis violated the rules for handball, and Portsmouth got a free kick in the small penalty area. As soon as this penalty came out, the Portsmouth fans at the scene excitedly waved their blue flags of stars and moons. The Southampton fans were angry and roared, booing the referee for being unfair. The fans in the live broadcast room were also dumbfounded. Fuck, I won't be a bad-mouthed person anymore. Fuck, is the referee blind? Nimmer, I thought only domestic referees would blow the whistle, but I didn't expect domestic referees to be the same. Fuck Portsmouth. On the green field, Davis, Walton and others angrily surrounded the referee to complain. The referee put his hand in his card pocket and warned Davis not to pester him, otherwise he would be given a yellow card. Davis could only give up the appeal helplessly. After all, the referee is the boss on the field. This free kick is only 8 meters away from the goal, 3 meters closer than the penalty spot. Cano took a deep breath and stood on the penalty spot. Southampton's tall players lined up in front of the goal line, and together with Captain Davis, they blocked the goal tightly. Duran stood in the small penalty area, ready to respond. Chapter 354 Ed card God of War card. Chamberlain, I think I saw my dad. It is actually very difficult to score a free kick from 8 meters in the small penalty area. The goal line is full of murderous and highly focused Southampton players, and there is no shooting channel at all. Therefore, the key to this ball is to fight for the first landing point. Duran did not stand in front of the goal line as a human wall, but was ready to start the fight instantly in the middle of the penalty area. This is the bull IQ. As the referee whistled, Cano immediately started at high speed and swung his leg vigorously to shoot at the dense human wall on the goal line. This kick was powerful and heavy, and it was obvious that he wanted to use the power to blast a corner at close range. However, the human wall of Southampton was united, and the players all jumped up with their crotches covered, and no one dodged or avoided it. Bang! The football hit the chest of the jumping Walton heavily. As Walton fell to the ground with a muffled sound, the football also quickly bounced to the right side of the penalty area. Portsmouth's left forward Van Zelen was in the best position. Van Zelen immediately stepped back a few steps and jumped up to prepare for a header. Duran rushed over quickly, and with a combination of rushing and bumping, he easily pushed away Van Zelen, who had just jumped up and grabbed the first landing point. But this ball was difficult to handle, not to mention that the team vice chairman Walton was injured and fell to the ground, so Duran chose to head the ball to the right side of the boundary. Just when Duran just touched the ball, Michael Brown and Aaron McCoyner came at the same time, and Aaron McCoyner directly knocked Duran to the ground. Duran's header was not powerful enough, and the football bounced and fell 2 meters in front of Duran. Duran immediately pressed the ball under his body regardless of everything, and never gave Portsmouth a chance to get the ball in the penalty area. As the captain of Portsmouth, Aaron McCoyner, Bazoax, kicked very fiercely and kicked Duran's thigh hard. Duran gritted his teeth and continued to protect the ball without saying a word. Aaron McCoyner obviously fouled, but the referee did not blow the whistle. The Southampton fans at the scene saw their beloved star of hope being fouled by Portsmouth players, and they screamed wildly. Some fans were even so angry that they wanted to jump off the stands, break through the security guards and rush onto the field to fight with the Portsmouth bastards. The fans in the live broadcast room were also distressed and angry at the moment. Grass. Portsmouth. Damn it. Does the referee care? He didn't even blow the whistle for such an obvious kick. This referee must have received money, or he bet on Portsmouth to win. Duran is so tough. He's still protecting the ball. Damn it. Southampton, do them. Fight, fight. Yes. At this point, it doesn't matter whether we win or not, just destroy one. At this time, all the Southampton players rushed towards the Portsmouth players frantically. The scene instantly became uncontrollable. Seeing this, the referee immediately blew the whistle desperately to prevent the chaotic scene of the two teams fighting each other. But the players on both sides were furious at this time, pushing and shoving each other violently. The fight was about to escalate. After the referee blew the whistle, Duran no longer needed to use his body to protect the ball. Just now, in order to protect the ball, Duran gritted his teeth and took a kick from Aaron McCoyner. Aaron McCoyner's second kick hit Duran's stomach again. Duran immediately turned over and bounced off the ground. While getting up, he directly knocked Aaron McCoyner away with his head. This collision seemed to be no big deal, but he used all his strength. Aaron McCoyner was very strong as a wall of flesh, but after being hit by Duran, Aaron McCoyner suddenly felt as if his whole body was crushed by a tank. Aaron McCoyner was immediately knocked to the ground. Seeing this, Michael Brown next to him reached out to strangle Duran's neck fiercely. Duran reacted very quickly. He dodged sideways and used the red carp, green carp and fish move to slap Michael Brown's hand open and then pushed Michael Brown's chest. Michael Brown was directly knocked to the ground by Duran. In just 3 seconds, Duran knocked down 2 Portsmouth strongmen. Duran's eyes were murderous and domineering, and he just needed to shout who else. Southampton fans were excited. That's right. That's how it should be. This is a real man of blood. The fans in the live broadcast room were also very excited. Aaron McCoyner and several other Portsmouth players fiercely counter-attacked Duran. At this time, Chamberlain in the distance saw Duran being besieged, and he was immediately moved by the scene and thought of the scene where his father Mark Chamberlain was besieged by Portsmouth players. Yes, when he saw Duran, Chamberlain thought of his father. Chamberlain roared angrily, pushed away Van Zalen who was entangled with him, and rushed towards the direction where Duran was besieged. Chamberlain raised his foot and kicked, and the studs of his football shoes directly kicked Aaron McCoyner's lower back. Aaron McCoyner was caught off guard and immediately screamed, holding his waist and rolling on the ground. This sudden situation instantly stunned the players on the court. Fighting is fighting, but both sides basically just stay within the controllable range of collision, pushing, and dirty mouth, and Chamberlain's kick, even if it is not a kick that can cut off the descendants, is almost the same. Duran did not expect Chamberlain's reaction to be so intense. Chamberlain, this young man, usually has a bad relationship with him. Unexpectedly, he really came up when something happened. It seems that he will have to pass more penalties to him in the future. Duran secretly gave Chamberlain a thumbs up in his heart. After being stunned for a moment, the Portsmouth fans in the stands immediately exploded. Aaron McCoyner is the captain of the Portsmouth team. How can the captain be kicked? Exclamation mark. The Portsmouth players on the field also reacted and immediately turned their firepower to besiege Chamberlain. Chamberlain's face was ferocious, and he was not afraid at all. Come on, bastards. I have disliked you since I was not even born. Fortunately, the referee rushed to Chamberlain at this time, took out his pocket, and raised his hand to show Chamberlain a red card. Ruby God of War card. Chamberlain was sent straight. A direct red card is different from 2 yellow cards turning into 1 red card. 2 yellow cards turning into 1 red card will at most be suspended for 1 game on the English court, while a direct red card will be suspended for 3 games in England. Chamberlain's new season is really a bitter tear. In the first round of the opening match of the English League One, he was suspended for the team and failed to play. He finally made it to the first round of the knockout round of the cup. Well, he was sent off and suspended for 3 games after only 35 minutes in the first half. Chamberlain himself was full of disbelief. Not really? Just a flying kick and you want to send me off? Not really. It was obviously the other party who started it first. I was just avenging my dad. Chamberlain wanted to explain to the referee, but the referee ignored Chamberlain at all. In order to control the situation, the referee gave Portsmouth's Michael Brown and Harden Mullins a yellow card each, and then showed Duran a yellow card. This is also the first yellow card in Duran's professional career. After the referee's operation, the players on both sides were forced to calm down. Portsmouth made a profit this time. At the cost of 2 yellow cards, the opponent got a red card and a yellow card. Portsmouth naturally stopped when they saw the good. Aaron McCoyner was the first to kick the ball, so he should have received a red card, or at least a yellow card. However, because Aaron McCoyner had a back injury and the head coach was secretly partial to him, McCoyner escaped the yellow card. As for Southampton, they were already being fiercely targeted by Portsmouth, and now they had one less player on the field, which was simply a huge disadvantage. Southampton fans booed and yelled at the referee. Many impulsive Southampton fans even threw mineral water bottles into the field, and some Southampton fans jumped off the stands, attacked the security guards, and tried to rush onto the field to attack the referee and Portsmouth players. Fratton Park once became like a battlefield. Unfortunately, these warriors were eventually caught by the security guards and police who were on high alert, and were handcuffed and sent out of the field. Portsmouth fans cheered arrogantly, as if the victory was already decided. The fans of the Fratton Brotherhood sang the Mantis song insulting Southampton, while setting off blue fireworks to celebrate the victory. This was the first time that domestic fans had seen such a fiery and intense scene. Fuck. Today was really a fight between Xiodeo and his ass. I really opened my eyes. The players and fans on both sides really fought. Today I finally saw what a deadly enemy is. This referee is really blind. He didn't even give Aaron a hand. Chamberlain is really fierce. Everyone else is acting hard, but he is the only one who is really serious. Now he is banned directly. Chamberlain and Duran have a really good relationship. He really goes all out when something happens, and he doesn't care about the consequences at all. Chamberlain is indeed a good brother of our Guran. Okay, I will like Chamberlain from now on. Ran Lives Live broadcast is really awesome. When domestic official media encounter this kind of fight on the field, they either cut the camera or directly insert advertisements. Ran Live is still authentic enough. It may also be that the entrepreneurial bosses of Ran Live are collectively confused and don't know what to do. Sure enough, the South Coast Derby never disappoints. In terms of influence, the South Coast Derby is certainly not as good as the Manchester United and Liverpool Derby, nor is it as good as the North London Derby between Arsenal and Tottenham, but the madness of the South Coast Derby is really too exciting. It makes my blood boil. But Southampton is at a disadvantage this time. Chamberlain was sent off, and Southampton had to play 10 against 11. This is only the first half. How can Southampton play next? Duran also received a yellow card. When he was defending Canu, he was afraid that he would shrink back. Oh, it's too difficult. Southampton is afraid that they will lose. Maxim Xiaomiankyu, who was wearing the silver logo of No 2 Big Brother, said, "I don't think so. I think Southampton still has hope of winning this game." Fuck. Xiaomiankyu boss. Boss, please analyze it. Maxim said, "First of all, don't compare domestic competitions with English League One. The group of sea cucumbers in China will not play against the wind at all. They have no fighting spirit at all. They will collapse immediately after one person is sent off. In high-level competitions such as the Premier League and English League One, the players are really professional, and their fighting spirit will never be reduced because of one less person. Especially in the derby battle between the deadly rivals, getting a red card will stimulate the will to win more. Therefore, in high-level competitions abroad, the red card is also called the God of War card. The party that gets the red card will all become an incomparably brave God of War." Secondly, it seems that Portsmouth has made a profit in this wave, but it is not the case. Portsmouth's style of play relies on their two midfielders. Their two midfielders are quite active. Now both of their midfielders have received yellow cards. As long as there is a big foul, they will inevitably be sent off. So next, their midfield gates will have to be restrained. Their captain Aaron McCoyner has a back injury. As the pillar of Portsmouth, Aaron cannot leave the field easily, which will also give Southampton a chance to attack their backline. Finally, everyone should still believe in Duran. Duran's ability to withstand pressure is super strong. The more unfavorable the situation is, the more miracles he can create. That's right. The analysis of the small face bowl boss is very accurate. Come on, Duran. Beat Portsmouth. Stand on their corpses and advance to the second round. Come on Southampton. Come on, Duran. At this time, on the green field, the players of both sides had dispersed, and the team doctors of both sides also quickly entered the field for treatment. Aaron McCoyner of Portsmouth was still lying on the grass, holding his kidney. Chamberlain really kicked him to death with the mentality of revenge for his father. Southampton's vice-captain Walton also lay on the grass, holding his chest. He really tried hard to block the heavy artillery fire just now. The back lines of both sides were injured. Chamberlain could only walk off the field dejectedly. Duran trotted to Chamberlain's side and put his arm around Chamberlain's shoulders. "Hey, Chamberlain, thank you for what happened just now." Chamberlain hurriedly smiled bitterly at Duran. "Boo, you don't have to thank me. When I see you, I feel like I see my dad." Duran, "Damn, Chamberlain, you are so polite. Your dad, don't know how to respond." Duran cleared his throat. "Go with peace of mind." Chamberlain nodded heavily at Duran. "It's up to you." When Chamberlain left the field, Southampton fans stood up collectively, cheering and applauding for Chamberlain. Although Chamberlain received a red card, and although Chamberlain's departure would make Southampton's already difficult situation even more difficult, but receiving a red card against a mortal enemy, not to mention receiving a red card for protecting Duran, this is enough to win the respect of Southampton fans. Coach Adkins in the technical area on the sidelines also took the initiative to come forward with a kind face and gave Chamberlain a big hug. "Well done, kid." Chamberlain had never been treated like this by a head coach, and he was immediately excited, and tears filled his eyes. "I'm sorry, coach. I thought of Duran as my father, so I was so impulsive." Coach Adkins, who has always been resourceful, couldn't keep up with Chamberlain's train of thought. Coach Adkins opened his mouth. "Okay, sure. Then, you go back to the locker room first, and let the team doctor see you as soon as possible." "Okay, coach." Chamberlain walked into the player tunnel obediently. On the green field, the team doctors finished the treatment and left. Southampton's Walton repositioned after a simple rest and treatment, and Portsmouth's captain Aaron McCoyner stood up with a grin under the help of his teammates and jogged back to his own half of the defense area. His waist injury did not look like a fake. Portsmouth's head coach Peter Reid frowned and ordered a central defender to start warming up. Duran also took advantage of this sudden situation to concentrate his mind and picked up a green special bubble of Cano and 4 practical blue skill bubbles of other players. Cano's green special bubble is a technical category, and Duran immediately added this green talent point to the ball stopping attribute. The ball stopping attribute was also immediately increased from 70 points to 71 points. The remaining 4 blue skills are powerful out of bounds ball, backward straight pass, step down turn, and rainbow pass. In this way, Duran's powerful out of bounds ball is stacked to +2, the backward straight pass is stacked to +2, the step down turn is stacked to +3, and the rainbow pass is stacked to +2. These skills are very practical. For Duran himself, although he was hit by the yellow gem card in this wave, it is still not a loss. Coach Adkins also made a tactical challenge on the spot. Southampton changed to play 3 defenders directly in the absence of a left forward. Walton, JD, and Richardson retreated to the front of the penalty area, and Duran and Schneiderlin changed to play wing backs. Schneiderlin's position was delayed, while Duran's position was advanced accordingly. Such changes are to make up for the lack of people on the left side and to liberate Duran so that Duran can devote more energy to the offense. After all, Duran has a yellow card, and continuing to defend Cano will only waste Duran. Coach Adkins' mind is still very clear, and he has basically mastered Duran's instructions. In addition, Lallana was also asked by Coach Adkins to move as far as possible to the left side and act as an inside forward, so that he could better support Duran. The game was restarted, after being interrupted for nearly 7 minutes. Aaron McCoyner, who was injured in the waist, still insisted on playing on the court. His iron-blooded behavior of fighting with injuries received warm cheers from Portsmouth fans. Aaron McCoyner also had a face full of enjoyment. Duran's heart moved secretly. "This is a good opportunity. Take advantage of your illness to kill you." Southampton goalkeeper Davis took a free kick from the backcourt and kicked the ball to Duran, who was moving quickly on the left midfield line. The distance of this kick was very long and the arc was very high, which was a test of the ability to stop the ball. Duran looked at the landing point and took the lead to get in position. Liam Lawrence, the right forward of Portsmouth, rushed over fiercely to fight for it. Duran calmly withstood the impact of Liam Lawrence's body while pressing Liam Lawrence's crotch, forcibly lifting his thigh to relieve the force and retracting it backwards. Liam Lawrence was horrified and quickly swung his leg to intercept the ball. He missed. Liam Lawrence's close interception looked extremely funny in front of Duran's wonderful stop and pull. Duran pulled the ball back behind him gracefully and unloaded the force. The football did not rebound at all, as if it was a magnet installed and stuck to Duran's feet. Woo! There was a sudden exclamation at the scene. It was also the first time that the fans of Portsmouth saw such a wonderful, extremely handsome stop under high physical confrontation. Liam Lawrence felt humiliated. He immediately reached out and grabbed Duran's jersey chest and kicked Duran fiercely again. Liam Lawrence's hands and feet were dirty. Duran had already predicted Liam Lawrence's intention. The next moment he unloaded the ball and pulled it back. Duran pulled it back and hit Liam Lawrence's arm that was grabbing him. Liam Lawrence grimaced in pain. His arm felt as if it was hit by a hard steel pipe and his fingers suddenly loosened involuntarily. While Duran pulled back his hand, his feet were not idle either. He quickly and powerfully poked forward with his toes, sending the football to Liam Lawrence's open crotch. Strengthen the crotch pass +1. Liam Lawrence was dumbfounded. He only cared about the upper part, but failed to defend the lower part. In such a close-up confrontation, Liam Lawrence had no time to react and could only subconsciously clamp his legs. But it was too late. The football took the lead and pierced his legs straight, rolling forward quickly. Just as Liam Lawrence clamped his legs, Duran's body flashed out of bounds and then instantly started sprinting, overtaking on the outside lane. The famous scene of Black-haired Belle reappeared. Liam Lawrence hurriedly stabilized his body, but when he turned around and wanted to pull Duran had already left him 3 positions behind. Duran passed the ball to himself 2 seconds later. Duran took the ball again and drove at full speed. Top sprint, king of high bree +2, extreme acceleration son of wind +3, high speed sprint dribbling +4 full. Liam Lawrence was immediately thrown away 5 or 6 meters. The defensive players of the Portsmouth team were all dumbfounded. The Southampton players followed Duran madly to sprint and support. The Southampton fans screamed and shouted wildly in the stands. At this moment, everyone in Southampton was a god of war. The fans of Portsmouth opened their mouths wide, full of disbelief. They thought that Chamberlain, who was sent off, was the fastest, but it was not, until now that they realized that Duran was faster than Chamberlain. You really don't know until you compare. At this moment, the fans in the live broadcast room were all excited. Fuck. This speed. Amazing. I seem to see Henry growing hair. Duran's speed is fast, but what really makes me feel that my little universe is burning is not Duran's sprint, but Duran's stop. Yes, stopping the ball is a test of basic skills. Duran's stop in the physical confrontation just now was so beautiful. Isn't Duran a grassroots? Didn't he go to football school? Didn't he receive professional training? His basic skills in stopping the ball are so good. I remember when I watched the live broadcast 2 months ago, Duran's stop was still reluctant. No need to ask. In addition to Duran's own talent, he must have worked hard to practice. Too awesome. He is worthy of being my idol. This unloading stop with the thigh pulling back and then passing through the crotch to overtake the outside lane, violent aesthetic sprint, leaving the top domestic players by a full 100 streets. My friend asked me why I watched a Chinese grassroots player play in the middle of the night. I'm going to throw this highlight clip in his face. Go. Duran. Kill Portsmouth. The live broadcast room was full of gifts and rewards, and all the fans were excited. Chapter 355. A stunning overhead kick. A super feast for the Saints. All villains. On the green field, Duran rushed along the left side with the ball, and almost in the blink of an eye, he rushed to the 40-meter area of Portsmouth's half. Portsmouth's defensive players hurriedly returned to defend. Fortunately, they had returned to their own half to defend. Otherwise, with Duran's speed, their defense line would have been broken. Right back Jonathan Hogg took the lead to block Guran from going to the bottom, while midfielders Michael Brown and Harden Mullins came from the middle area to assist in defense. Portsmouth formed a fast contraction and aggressive triangle double team against Guran. Guran's bottom and inward space were rapidly narrowing and shrinking. In this case, all Portsmouth players thought that Guran would slow down, pass the ball to the middle or knock it back, and then continue to run without the ball. However, Guran had no intention of stopping, but continued to sprint violently and aesthetically towards Jonathan Hogg in front. Just dribble the ball and go for it. Jonathan Hogg was immediately frightened. Is the Chinese kid on the opposite side crazy? Why is he not playing according to the routine at all? With this speed and this impact, if they collide, even if neither of them is seriously injured, they will have to go off the field for treatment. Jonathan Hogg's heart was half empty, and his speed also slowed down. His body muscles were also tensed to the extreme, his knees were bent and his center of gravity was lowered, ready to meet Guran's head-on collision. All the fans of Southampton were sweating for Guran, and their spirits were tense to the extreme. Seeing that the two were about to collide, Guran suddenly jumped up and turned when he was 1 meter away from Jonathan Hogg. Marcel turn. Super high speed Marcel turn. The football was pulled and turned as Guran turned 360 degrees while being dribbled at high speed. Woo! The fans at the scene couldn't help but exclaimed again. This set of moves is really beautiful. Marcel turns are usually slower and more elegant, but Guran can use them in a fast sprint. The great Saint Gareth Bale has also done the 360 degree Marcel turn in high speed running. The difference is that Guran's high speed Marcel turn is more impactful. Jonathan Hogg was ready for a physical collision, but Guran turned into a rotating lightning and cut in directly from his inside. Jonathan Hogg was stunned and stuck. Southampton fans were all on fire. The previous nervous emotions were released in an instant, and then the adrenaline exploded. Portsmouth's central defender Ricardo Rocha hurriedly filled in the position to intercept. Michael Brown and Harden Mullins also chased hard, and Jonathan Hogg, who had been stuck for 3 seconds, also chased back in a hurry. The entire Portsmouth defense line was panicked. Almost all the defensive forces were shifting to the left side of the penalty area. Seeing that he was trapped in a new encirclement, Guran turned halfway to the left and quickly passed the ball to Lallana, who had already run to the left end line. Lallana was unattended at this time, and there was space all around him, so he had enough time to force a breakthrough and pass the ball. After Lallana got the ball, he immediately rushed towards the goal along the end line with the ball, intending to rush into the small penalty area and shoot at a small angle. Jonathan Hogg and others hurriedly turned back to block Lallana's space. Portsmouth's encirclement against Guran immediately collapsed. Guran took the opportunity to infiltrate the middle of the penalty area. Lallana was blessed and immediately made a diagonal pass to the middle of the penalty area. This wave of cooperation was quite beautiful. There was obviously no communication between Lallana and Guran, and they didn't even look at each other, but the two had a very wide field of vision, and their interlaced running positions were also very clever and varied. Only this time of cooperation in the front court made Portsmouth's ferocious defense line run around. Portsmouth's penalty area was like a pair of stockings. Under the pull of the two, a huge hole was torn open. Guran was not polite and inserted it directly. The fans of Southampton were all boiling. This was their favorite scene. 10 versus 11. Southampton was not afraid at all. Seeing that Guran was about to receive Lallana's cross, at this critical moment, Portsmouth's captain Aaron McCoyner stepped forward and quickly approached Guran. When other defensive players were obviously out of position and had no time to return to intercept, Aaron McCoyner was the last gate. Although Aaron McCoyner had a kidney injury, it did not affect his fighting spirit. The captain of the South African national team, Mbazo Axe, is not in vain. Facing Lallana's lob pass, Aaron McCoyner, who had rich defensive experience, did not need to jump up to compete for the header. He only needed to hold his position and knock Guran away, so that Guran would be trapped in a wrestling confrontation and could not get the ball to pass and shoot. Portsmouth had an advantage in manpower in the penalty area, and another player, Gooley, who rushed into the penalty area, was also closely pressed by other Portsmouth players. So as long as Guran could not hold the ball. The ball would inevitably be picked up by Portsmouth players, and then they would turn around and make a fatal counter-attack. The next moment, Aaron McCoyner, the captain of the South African national team who had rich experience in international competitions, was forcibly squeezed against his body by Guran. However, Guran did not jump up, but squeezed with all his strength. Aaron McCoyner grinned and broke out in cold sweat. Originally, with his physical strength, it would be no problem to hold Guran hard if he got stuck in position first. However, Aaron McCoyner had a waist injury and his core strength was greatly reduced and could not be used. Guran was not polite at all and continued to push hard. "I'm going to kill you when you're sick. I don't care if you're the captain of the South African national team. I don't care if you're Mbaso or Mbap. I'm going to do my best to you because I respect you." Aaron McCoyner is an experienced veteran after all. Seeing that he didn't have enough strength to hold Guran, he immediately grabbed Guran's arm with his backhand to prevent Guran from jumping and moving. In this way, it would be difficult for Guran to get the cross from Lalana. In a very short period of time, both sides were full of details. Seeing that the football was about to slip over their heads, Guran suddenly turned his back to the goal and raised his foot to hook the ball on the spot. Sideways stop +3. Back pass +1. Super pass and shot. 1 kick out +1. Volley. Scissor kick falling leaf +1. All skills are activated. Guran took advantage of Aaron McCoyner's pull. His body was suspended in the air. His feet did a scissor kick in the air. His right foot accurately touched the football and hooked the ball. This kick was about 15 meters away from the goal. The football was so powerful that it hit the far corner of the goal like an electromagnetic cannonball. Jamie Ashdown, the goalkeeper of Portsmouth, was dumbfounded. He never thought that Guran would directly hook the ball in such a situation. You know, the captain of the South African national team, Mbaso Aaron McCoyner, was defending Guran. This was really disrespectful. This hook shot was too sudden and too violent. There was no solution at all. In the suffocating eyes of the crowd, the football fell straight into the net without any surprise. The ball went in. This was a shocking hook goal. The referee blew the whistle, indicating that the goal was valid. Yeah. Southampton fans jumped excitedly in the stands, cheering. The entire Fratton Park Stadium was almost overturned by the roar of Southampton fans. Many Saints fans cried and shouted with joy, shouting "Chinese Dad" loudly. This ball is so wonderful. It's so inspiring. So what if Chamberlain was sent off? So what if there is one less player? So what if we are playing away? So what if the referee is obviously biased towards Portsmouth? Guran is worth 2. As long as Guran is there, Southampton can still beat Portsmouth. The Portsmouth fans behind the goal were all stunned at this moment, with their faces full of pain. More than 17,000 people were silent, and everyone was secretly swallowing the bitter fruit. At home, the opponent was sent off, but the mortal enemy scored a goal first. If they were only leading by 1 goal, it wouldn't be too painful, but Guran's overhead kick was so beautiful and shocking. This was a murderous blow to the Pompey Legion, which was originally full of confidence and arrogant. Such a wonderful goal will definitely be made into a highlight reel, and will not only be repeatedly broadcasted in the Southampton media, but also in the whole of the UK, and the entire Portsmouth team will become the background board for Guran's overhead kick. Shame. Shame. It's really shameful to be ridden on the face by the mortal enemy and score such a wonderful overhead kick. Some extreme Fratton Brotherhood fans began to throw bottles and coins into the stadium. More extreme fans cursed at Guran, raised their middle fingers, and pulled their eyes, trying to disturb Guran's mentality. The security guards on the scene were afraid that the matter would get out of hand and he would be penalized and demoted, so they hurried out to maintain order. Guran didn't care about the incompetent rage of these losers at all. Guran excitedly climbed up from the grass, split the wind with one hand, and celebrated with the fans of the Fratton Brotherhood in the West Stand. Guran jumped directly onto the fence on the side of the field, roared domineeringly and hammered his chest. "That's right. I celebrated in your face. It's so fucking satisfying to mock someone face to face at close range." The other Southampton players on the field also followed Guran to the end of the Fratton stand and celebrated wantonly. Southampton from top to bottom, were all unconcealedly happy, and happy. The fans of the Fratton Brotherhood were completely broken. They threw debris and fireworks into the field crazily. The security was almost out of control, and the police with guns and live ammunition came to support, constantly pinning the troublemakers of the Fratton Brotherhood to the ground, handcuffing and taking them away. Almost half of the members of the Fratton Brotherhood were arrested and taken away. The revenge of this group of football hooligans who used coins to hit the bus and urinated on the bus was also avenged. In front of Guran, in the stands within a range of 20 meters, all kinds of white and blue bubbles fell wildly, densely packed. Since his rebirth, Guran has never seen such a spectacular scene of bubbles falling. As you can imagine, all the fans of the Fratton Brotherhood hated him to death. Guran didn't even look at these bubbles, and simply ignored them all. It's all garbage. Southampton fans have never been so happy, and have never been so gloating. It's really the happiest thing in life, to make the mortal enemy so unhappy. The song "The Saints Are Marching On" ignited, and the fans in the stadium and the fans outside who couldn't buy tickets sang loudly together. Fratton Park seemed to have been occupied by Southampton. The players of the Portsmouth team were also depressed at this time, and various bubbles were generated under their feet. The most conspicuous one was Aaron McCoyner. Aaron McCoyner had a gloomy face, and his whole body was glowing green. Guran turned back to the field, concentrated his mind to pick up Aaron McCoyner's green special bubble through the air, and checked the other blue skill bubbles by the way. In the technical area on the sidelines, Coach Adkins cheered happily, while Portsmouth head coach Peter Reid held his head in horror, breathing in and shaking his head. A 17-year-old left back actually blasted all the way, broke the encirclement by passing the ball, and then kicked a stunning overhead kick against his strongest central defender. How can this be a fullback? This is a forward behind. Can a defender kick an overhead kick against a defender? Even a forward may not be able to do it. It doesn't matter if you are a forward behind. You can just go to the midfield line, but you actually went to the back line, locked our canoe, and scored a goal at the same time. Who can you reason with? This is simply a lack of football ethics. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments was overwhelming. Fuck. Overhead kick. Guran is so awesome. So damn handsome. So damn awesome. This shot is definitely up to the Premier League standard. The key is that this ball was shot on Aaron's face. There was a close-up shot of Aaron's face just now, and Aaron's whole black face turned white. Ha ha ha. So enjoyable. It's worth it for me to stay up late to watch the game in the early morning. This is what football is. The excitement of this ball is definitely the best goal of the year. That's right, if the distance was farther, it could even be shortlisted for the Puskas Award. I finally saw foreigners calling China daddy. Ha ha ha. What Xiaomi Ankyu said is right. Guran is really a man who can create miracles. Oh, I screamed in the middle of the night and woke up the whole community. The young lady from the property management just came to the door. You have to compensate me for the live broadcast. At least you have to compensate me with an autograph of Guran. Isn't it good for the property lady to come to the door, pull her into the house, lock the door, and take her to watch Guran play football? Soon, the property lady will also scream with you. Where is the live broadcast of the property lady? I want to watch it too. Fuck, you guys, are you really here to watch the game? The number of online users of the live broadcast soared, directly breaking through the 200,000 mark, and the gift rewards also exceeded 100,000. At this time, the Portsmouth team began to make substitutions. Aaron McCoyner, who was injured in the waist, could not hold on any longer. Even if he still had the fighting spirit, his point was already an obvious loophole in the defense. If Guran could penetrate it once, he might penetrate it twice, 3 times, and more times. Portsmouth's head coach Peter Reid did not want to replace the captain and main central defender, but there was no way. Sometimes, no matter how good the tactics are, temporary situations on the court are inevitable. Aaron McCoyner took off the captain's armband on his arm, handed it to number 6 left back Herman Hreiderson, and then limped off the field. His back was extremely lonely, not only because he left the field due to injury, but also because Guran had just hit him in the face with a shocking overhead kick. It was also because Aaron McCoyner realized for the first time that he was really old. The era of their generation of stars is becoming a thing of the past. Perhaps in another 10 years, few people will remember their names, and few people will remember their era. Football is so ruthless and wonderful. It was Portsmouth's number 2 Greg Halford who replaced Aaron McCoyner. Portsmouth fans stood up collectively, sang the Pompey military song with a bit of sadness, and watched their old captain Aaron McCoyner leave the field. In the singing of Pompey, Pompey, the Portsmouth team regained their spirits. After all, they were only 1 goal behind, and Portsmouth was still 11 versus 10. There was really no reason for them not to win this duel between mortal enemies. In this wave, in addition to getting Aaron McCoyner's green bubble for free, Duran also picked up 2 practical blue skills, left foot dribbling +1, goal sense +1. In this way, the left foot dribbling skill was stacked to +2, and the goal sense skill was stacked to +3. The green talent point dropped by Aaron McCoyner was in the physical attribute category, which could only be used to add points to physical attributes. While running back to his own half, Duran concentrated his mind and allocated this special talent point to the balance sub-attribute. Still make up for the shortcomings. The balance sub-attribute was also immediately increased from 67 points to 68 points. Today, there are 2 more opportunities to pick up. The game continues. Portsmouth, who lost 1 goal first, launched a crazy attack. Southampton had a 1-goal lead, and they continued to fight Portsmouth head-on. The 2 sides engaged in a fierce fight in the side area, and the collisions and scrambles between the 2 sides became more and more intense. The fans of both sides were also screaming wildly, calling each other scabs. The situation on the field became more heated than 40 minutes ago. In the 41st minute of the game, Portsmouth took advantage of its midfield strength and made 3-man passes and cuts to deliver the ball to the front of Southampton's penalty area. Duran sprinted from the left wing position to make up for the interception. Harden Mullins, who was holding the ball, had no time to wait for the centre forward to run away, so he hurriedly kicked the ball. The football was about the height of a goal above the crossbar and flew to the high ground of the east stand. Davis wanted to quickly kick the goal line ball, but Portsmouth's ball boy deliberately delayed time and did not pass the ball to Davis. Southampton fans booed Portsmouth's ball boy, who was also tough enough to give the Southampton fans a middle finger in response. Davis was furious and pushed the ball boy forward, knocking him to the ground and snatching the ball. Portsmouth fans cursed at Davis crazily and threw debris. Both sides were villains. The referee ran up and showed Davis a yellow card, and the chaos finally subsided. Portsmouth players took the opportunity to quickly return to defense. Southampton missed a good opportunity for a quick counter-attack. In the 43rd minute of the game, Duran sprinted on the left side with the ball, and with a beautiful crew-if turn, he passed 2 players who were defending tightly, and went straight to the bottom, attracting the firepower of most of the defense line. Then he made an emergency stop, and Matthews lowered his shoulders, flashing a narrow passing channel in the dense defensive arc, and then used a magic lamp to guide the ball to the empty area near the penalty spot. The whole set of actions was done in 1 go like mercury pouring down the ground. The Southampton fans were fascinated by it, and the Portsmouth fans were jealous. After Duran passed the ball, Gully quickly inserted the ball. Greg Halford, the central defender who had just been substituted on, immediately harassed Gilly's close defense. Under this foul-like defense, Gilly barely took the ball with his back to the goal and turned to shoot. Unfortunately, the rhythm of the stop shot was a little slow, and goalkeeper Jamie Ashdown predicted it in advance and took the ball into his arms. Wow. The Southampton fans sighed in disappointment. Duran's performance on this ball was really beautiful and perfect, but Gilly's final shot was a little short. Most of the time, forward players have to hold the opponent's defender to pass and shoot, so it is extremely challenging to test their basic skills under physical pressure. Goalkeeper Jamie Ashdown then threw the ball to Michael Brown with a strong hand, and Portsmouth launched a quick counter-attack. Duran quickly turned around from the left and ran to intercept. The son of the wind, the king of Highbury, is in full swing. The Southampton fans cheered wildly. What they saw was not only Duran's amazing speed, but also Duran's bloody fighting spirit. Michael Brown turned his head subconsciously, and his heart jumped with fear. When goalkeeper Jamie Ashdown threw the ball, Duran was at least 20 meters away from him, and in just 3 seconds, Duran was already 5 or 6 meters away from him. Michael Brown ran desperately, his lungs were about to explode, but Duran was not thrown away, but got closer and closer. Duran's aura was full of oppression. Michael Brown was originally known for his ferocity in the Premier League, but under Duran's violent aesthetic sprint pursuit, he didn't dare to confront Duran head-on. Michael Brown made an emergency stop and knocked the ball back to his teammate on the right side. Duran didn't slow down and deliberately bumped Michael Brown's shoulder, knocking Michael Brown over from the root of the fulcrum. That's right. No chance at all. At the same time, Schneiderlin on the right side also quickly intercepted, slid forward, and directly shoveled Michael Brown's hasty pass out of the sideline. In this wave, Southampton's defense was very exciting. The two wingbacks teamed up to dominate the whole game. The offensive and defensive transitions of both sides were so fast that it was suffocating. Duran was going crazy on both ends of the offense and defense. With Duran, the 10-man Southampton team was playing like 11 people, and they played better than 11 people. Therefore, Southampton also had the absolute confidence to play against Portsmouth. The atmosphere on the scene was exciting, and the game process was extremely exciting. At this time, the fourth official held up a sign on the sidelines, indicating that the injury time in the first half was 9 minutes. Chapter 356, Dirty but exciting duel between mortal enemies. If you want to play like this, 9 minutes of extra time. Such a long first half extra time is relatively rare in professional games, mainly because the previous fights, treatment, arrests of fans, and cleaning of debris on the field took up too much time. No South Coast derby can be played normally and quietly. Portsmouth quickly sent the ball out of bounds, and Southampton immediately retreated to the penalty area to defend man-to-man. After Portsmouth passed the ball several times on the outside of the wing, it suddenly passed it to the middle of the penalty area. Centre forward David Nugent collided with high defender JD when competing for a header, and the football flew out of the baseline after hitting Nugent's forehead. This ball should have been a goal kick for Southampton, but the referee still awarded Portsmouth a corner kick. Goalkeeper Davis immediately protested to the referee. The referee warned Davis that he already had a yellow card, and if he got another card, he would be sent off. Davis turned around angrily and spread his hands, giving up the appeal. Southampton fans booed the head coach. The referee still insisted on his decision. In this South Coast derby, the referee is about to become the protagonist. Portsmouth's right winger Liam Lawrence took the corner kick and kicked the ball to the back post. Centre forward Canu quickly shook off the defense and ran out of space, stopping the ball perfectly. Duran rushed over like a ghost, made a death slide tackle, and shoveled the ball out of the end line neatly. Canu was about to go crazy. Canu knelt on the grass, punching the ground with both fists angrily. In the first half, he should have had at least 5 excellent scoring opportunities, but every time he was locked by Duran, the former world-class genius couldn't even play a little bit of fighting power. Duran was like a mountain suspended in the air. No matter how hard Canu tried, he couldn't get rid of Duran's shadow. Is this Chinese kid really only 17 years old? Why is he stronger than when I was 17? Light Canu dropped a blue skill bubble. Duran calmly gathered his mind and checked. Top pass and shot, God's kick +1. This star skill is quite good and can be upgraded. Duran immediately picked up the bubble remotely, and top pass and shot, God's kick was also stacked to +2. Well, there is only one last pickup progress left for today. Portsmouth continued to take a corner kick. The ball was kicked to the middle of the penalty area and was headed out of the goal by JD. The referee awarded Portsmouth another corner kick. Of course, there was no problem with this penalty, but Southampton fans still booed the referee relentlessly. After all, if there was no first misjudged corner kick, there would be no second corner kick. Portsmouth took another corner kick, this time to the front point, and centre forward David Nugent grabbed the first landing point, but was quickly kicked out of the end line by Lambert, who followed up. Lambert's performance on the defensive end today was also remarkable, and he made several timely substitutions. The referee awarded Portsmouth another corner kick. This was the third consecutive corner kick taken by Portsmouth. There was nothing wrong with the penalty for this corner kick, but Southampton fans still booed wildly, just to disgust the referee who was deliberately biased. Not only these corner kicks, but all the penalties made by this referee in the future will be booed wildly by Southampton fans. This time, Kanu retreated to the outside of the penalty area to receive the ball, and after stopping the ball, he shot a powerful long-range shot at the goal. The speed of the ball was extremely fast, the power was extremely great, the angle was extremely tricky, and it was quite unexpected. All the fans at the scene held their breath and concentrated. Goalkeeper Davis almost subconsciously jumped up and blocked the ball out of the end line. It was too thrilling. The pressure of Southampton fans was suddenly released, and they cheered happily. However, it must be said that Kanu really deserves to be a world-class genius. Although Kanu's long-range shot did not go in, he was able to stop the ball and find a gap for a long-range shot in a very short time. This ability is definitely very strong. If it weren't for Guran, Kanu would have scored a goal long ago if he hadn't been suppressed by the young Guran. The former world-class talent can only look at the goal with a bitter smile and shake his head and sigh. He is old not because his body and skills are no longer good, but because new people have emerged, so he can't refuse to admit his age. The referee awarded Portsmouth the fourth consecutive corner kick. The fans who bought the number of corner kicks were excited. This time, Liam Lawrence still kicked the corner kick to Kanu outside the penalty area line. However, before Kanu could stop the ball, Guran appeared like a ghost outside the penalty area and decisively kicked the ball that Kanu had just stopped. Kanu collapsed directly. There is no way to survive in the penalty area, and there is no way to survive outside the penalty area. Kanu madly counter-grabbed on the spot and directly retaliated against Guran's calf with a flying tackle. Guran had predicted it long ago. After getting the ball, he immediately acted like the son of wind, the king of Highbury, dribbling at high speed and sprinting violently. Guran turned into a shadow. Kanu's flying tackle didn't even hit him. Guran was so far ahead that he was about to score a single goal. The Southampton fans cheered wildly, and their adrenaline was completely detonated. This passionate rush was too explosive. Many Portsmouth fans hugged their heads in fear. Beep. Just as Guran shook off everyone and rushed across the center line with the ball, the referee blew the whistle to end the injury time of the first half. The first half came to an abrupt end. The clenched hearts of Portsmouth fans suddenly relaxed. After being shocked, the Southampton fans all burst into anger and shouted at the referee for the black whistle. The Southampton players also angrily surrounded the referee and questioned him. The atmosphere on the scene was a little out of control. The security guards and policemen were all on edge, fearing that a fight would break out if they weren't paying attention. After hearing the whistle, Guran could only frown and slow down to save unnecessary energy. Some arrogant fans of the Fratton Brotherhood arrogantly gave Guran the middle finger and pulled his eyes. They were not ashamed, but proud. Guran was also furious, but he soon calmed down. There was one less player on the field, playing away, and the referee was so obviously biased towards the opponent. These were obvious disadvantages in adversity, but they could not stop Guran's desire to win. Instead, they would only make Guran stronger. When the wind is favorable, even pigs can take off. Only those who fly against the wind are truly strong. Guran waved to the excited Southampton fans, and in turn comforted the anger of his own fans and teammates. The Southampton fans were deeply moved and inspired, and they stood up and applauded Guran. The Southampton players also calmed down. Each player clenched his fists, with an indomitable look on his face. Southampton's spiritual strength is almost visible to the naked eye. Under Guran's leadership, this Southampton team gives people a brand new feeling. Southampton fans excitedly sang "The Saints Are Marching" to Guran. Such a scene of unity also made the Pompey Legion frightened. The Pompey Legion never thought that the English League One Southampton would be so difficult to deal with. William Hill's temporary market also began to drop significantly. The initial market handicap was Portsmouth 0.5 goals to win, and after half-time, it was directly reduced to Portsmouth 1.5 goals to win. This means that the bookmaker of William Hill, the largest and most professional gambling company, predicted that Southampton has a great probability of leading Portsmouth by 1 goal before the end of the game to win the game. On the main stand, Chelsea scout Emanalo couldn't help but admire. Guran really has the style of a great general. Ordinary young players would have been emotional in such a situation, but Guran was able to stabilize his emotions and lead the whole team. Southampton has been qualitatively changed by Guran. Liverpool's Edwards was so excited that his whole body was trembling slightly. He is really worthy of being my fellow countryman. This half of the game has awakened my blood. Come on Southampton. The Saints are moving forward. Kill the Pompey scab. Manchester City's Pratt also said in disbelief. Guran's level of sophistication has surpassed all the players on the field. But he is obviously just a 17-year-old grassroots player. He is improving too fast. Judging from this, within a year, he will be able to grow into a world-class player and a spiritual leader of the team. Emanalo nodded and said, "That's right." Edwards also nodded and said, "That's exactly what I think." Pratt said, "We at Manchester City must get Guran, either this summer or next winter, so sorry everyone." Impossible. Guran belongs to Chelsea. Absolutely impossible. Guran belongs to Liverpool. The scouts from the three big clubs were praising Guran in unison a second ago, but now they were furious and ready to fight. At this time, in the live broadcast room, Guran's defensive and offensive highlights of the first half began to play. Guran is really awesome. Yeah. He's only 17 years old, but in the face of adversity, he's as steady as an old dog. Fuck, brother, your description is so apt. Ha ha ha. Damn. You're all Black fans, right? Me too. Guran's ability, his football IQ, and his old dog-like mentality are really invincible. The first half made my blood boil. Now I can't stop being excited. What a pity, the referee just blew the whistle. Such a wonderful match, but it was blown into a mess. If Guran's one-on-one shot at the end had gone in, Southampton would have basically won. I think the referee didn't blow the whistle randomly, he just wanted Portsmouth to win on purpose. This is a black whistle. I thought we only had black whistles in our country, but I didn't expect there are also in the UK. Wrong. Can those in our country be called referees? They are all just prisoners who haven't served their sentences yet. After watching Guran's first half, watching the domestic games is simply a pile of shit. The confrontation in foreign games is so damn strong. Especially when mortal enemies confront each other, they really hit each other to death. It must be more fun to watch the game live. Southampton fans really treat a Guran as their own father. You are all praising Guran, but I must praise Ran Live. Ran Live has no ads. It may also be that they haven't attracted advertising sponsorship yet, hahaha. Don't you want to draw for autographed jerseys? Ran Live is great. I love Ran Live. Brothers, there are only 200,000 people online in a live broadcast room. Now a small internet celebrity has more than 1 million. Guran is so awesome overseas. Is he not as good as a small internet celebrity? We have to help Ran Live increase its popularity. That's right. Forward Guran's highlights and send Guran to the domestic headlines. Yes. We want people all over the country to know that we just don't have confidence in the sea cucumber team. But we are very confident that the Chinese can play football. Spread it. Send Guran up. Yes. To let Guran on dammy me. The water friends who forwarded Guranjin in the live broadcast room. Guran's name quietly appeared on the domestic hot search list in the early morning. At the door of the locker room, I hugged and paid tribute to my teammates. Squeezing Charlin's shoulder. Black Dog Day. Zhang Bjorn nodded extreme recognition. Yes. Black Dog Day Portsmouth. Captain, when I was really on the case, I regard Guran as my father. Zhang Barlin explained every time. Guran felt embarrassed and could only clear his throat and said, "Chamberlain, don't feel guilty. In fact, it doesn't make much difference whether you are here or not." Chamberlain's mouth twitched slightly, feeling comforted and hurt at the same time. The exclusive team Dr. Mayfu gave Guran an emergency and detailed physical examination, especially for Guran's jaw and teeth. At the beginning of the first half, Guran was hit by Kano and his mouth was bleeding, but by the end of the first half, Guran's bleeding point could no longer be found, and he had completely healed. Mayfu was astonished and said, "This." Guran took the lead and said, "Mayfu, your medical skills are amazing." Mayfu opened his mouth. Ahem. Yes, this is what I should do. The important thing is that you are okay. Guran grinned. 81 points of physical fitness and Tin Man +6. It's really not given for nothing. Even if he was injured, it was a minor injury, and minor injuries heal very quickly. Of course, the side effects of 81 points of physical fitness are also obvious. I'm woken up by bloating every morning. I feel uncomfortable all over if I don't do it for 2 days. I can only rely on hard training and hand-drawn scripts to divert my hunger and thirst. Alas, it's a double-edged sword. Meifu carefully checked again. After confirming that Guran was really fine, the physical therapist Gregory took over and gave Guran a relaxing massage. Guran drank a few sips of sweet root water electrolyte drink and closed his eyes to rest during the massage. Guran fought too hard in the first half, and his physical energy consumption was as great as when he played against Arsenal. Guran's full court sprint running distance was the highest. He was sprinting back and forth and physically confronting for almost the entire half. Fortunately, Guran's physical fitness data are no longer the same as before. There is no problem for him to play the whole game with such intensity. Coach Adkins came to the physical therapy room and asked with concern, "Gu, how do you feel?" Guran immediately said, "Coach, I feel good." Coach Adkins said, "You worked hard in the first half. In the second half." Guran didn't wait for Coach Adkins to finish and said, "Coach, don't worry, I will be fine in the second half." Okay. Seeing Guran's condition, Coach Adkins was reassured. "Gu, this game is very important. We are one man short on the field, but we must win. As long as you are okay, I will let you play the whole game." Guran said firmly, "Yes, coach. We will win. Depend on you." Okay. After Coach Adkins left the physical therapy room, Vice Captain Walton poked his head in. "Hey Gu, do you need something exciting?" "Damn." Guran said quickly. "No, Deputy Captain." Walton took out a can of Red Bull snuff paste. "You're welcome. Have some. Apply it on the chest of the jersey. Other teammates have applied it. This thing is very strong. It can promote your dopamine secretion and make you play better." Guran still shook his head and refused. "Thank you, Deputy Captain, but I really don't need it." Walton shrugged. "Okay, but if you change your mind, you can put your nose to my chest when you are on the court." "Damn. I'm not that wretched." Snuff is indeed not a banned substance, and it will not be detected as a stimulant. It does have a great effect on improving motor nerves. However, this thing is addictive, and it will hurt the body after dependence. Over time, once you don't use it, your concentration will be distracted, and you won't be able to get excited about anything. If you develop drug resistance, you need to use something more powerful instead. From a long-term perspective, this is self-destructive career. Any player who cherishes his future will not use this thing. But most lower level leagues, even higher level leagues, and even wealthy clubs like Real Madrid, use snuff paste in large quantities in key matches. Guran naturally couldn't stop anything, nor was he obliged to stop it. Guran only wanted to keep himself clean. Yes, although Guran slept with female stars and had several affairs, he really kept himself clean. When the 15-minute break at halftime was over, the players from both sides walked out of the locker room. When walking out of the player tunnel, Guran took a quick look and found that most of the players did apply Red Bull snuff paste on their chests and backs of their hands, except for him, Lallana, and Lambert. Guran looked at Lallana and Lambert's chests, and Lallana and Lambert also looked at Guran's chest. The three smiled at each other. The scene was a little obscene. The players from both sides re-entered the field and changed sides to fight again. The fans of both sides showed all their passion, jumping and dancing in the stands, waving flags, and cheering for their respective teams. After the halftime speech, the murderous aura on the faces of the Portsmouth players was obviously more ferocious. The Southampton team was also in a state of bursting morale. In the battle between mortal enemies, 10 versus 11, Southampton was not afraid at all. At the beginning of the second half, the two sides were at loggerheads. As soon as Southampton kicked off, before Lambert had time to pass the ball to the wing, Portsmouth's left forward Richard Van Halen shoveled Lambert to the ground. Lambert covered his ankle and rolled on the grass in pain. Van Halen got up and ran away with a cold face. The other players of Southampton surrounded Van Halen in great anger, and the vice-captain Walton pointed at Van Halen's nose and cursed. Portsmouth's acting captain Herman Reederson rushed up and pushed Walton away. Duran also quickly rushed over from the left side to prepare for the battle. The second half just started, and the two sides were going to fight again. The referee blew the whistle repeatedly, intervened in the conflict, and quickly took out the cards, showing a yellow card to Van Halen, Walton, and Herman Reederson respectively, which suppressed the conflict. Duran saw the referee pull out the card and immediately stopped and turned around, running to Lambert to ask about the situation. The team doctor came on the field temporarily, and after checking, he gave Lambert emergency treatment, and Lambert stood up again. There is indeed an injury, but it is not a big problem. Southampton fans finally let go of their worries. It was not because of Lambert's injury, but because of Guran's yellow card. If Guran had participated in the game just now, all Southampton fans would have gone crazy. Fortunately, Guran just faked. The game resumed. Southampton took a short pass and passed the ball to Guran. Guran immediately accelerated and sprinted along the left side. Portsmouth's defensive players double-teamed and intercepted Guran, and their kicks against Guran were extremely fierce. In fact, Portsmouth's actions were already very big in the first half, but after the midfield training and adjustment, their actions became obviously bigger and more targeted. Duran's performance in the first half was shocking enough, so in the second half, Duran naturally became the target of Portsmouth's focus. Facing this tactical change, Duran was mentally prepared. Since the opponent did not follow the rules of martial arts, he should use less personal breakthroughs to avoid being injured by shovels, and use more short passes and direct passes to hit the opponent's back. In this wave of attack, Duran first used Cruyff to turn past Liam Lawrence and Harden Mullins, and when he flashed out of the gap, he immediately passed the ball horizontally to Lambert, who was supporting in the middle. Then, Duran simultaneously interspersed and ran to support Lambert. Lallana and Gully were also quickly infiltrating Portsmouth's penalty area. When Duran was interspersed in the middle to prepare to meet Lambert, Portsmouth's right back Jonathan Hogg came up fiercely and directly reached out to hug Duran's waist. Defensive midfielder Michael Brown also came over and squeezed Duran tightly, preventing Duran from getting rid of him. This is simply a shameless and scoundrel style of play. Duran complained loudly to the referee. The referee seemed to be deaf, and his eyes were always fixed on Lambert, who was holding the ball in the middle, not looking at Duran. The Southampton fans in the stands were all booing angrily. The Portsmouth team really has no shame. Since you guys are playing like this, Duran will not be polite and directly hit Jonathan Hogg, who was holding his waist in the crotch. Chapter 357. Young people are really good at showing off. Another red card. Duran gets a penalty with blood on his face. Jonathan Hogg let go with a cry and rolled on the grass, holding his crotch. Duran's move was very fast and concealed. However, from the painful expression on Jonathan Hogg's face while holding his crotch, everyone could imagine what happened. Southampton's fans cheered like chicken blood. Portsmouth's fans booed Duran and made insulting gestures. Michael Brown raised his hand and complained to the referee. Beep beep beep. The referee stopped the game. He could hear and see again. Duran's realistic acting skills were online, with an innocent face, and he even complained that Jonathan Hogg hugged him and then deliberately fell. The referee did want to show a card to Duran, but the referee really didn't see Duran's move this time. In this era, there is no VR technology, and there is not even goal line technology. It all depends on whether the referee can see it. The referee asked the linesman, who helplessly spread his hands, saying that he did not see Duran hitting Hogg. After all, Hogg had his back to the linesman at the time. The players from both sides quickly surrounded him, and the gunpowder smell was about to explode. In order to prevent the matter from getting out of hand, the referee could only sternly warn Duran, and then warn Jonathan Hogg not to dive. Jonathan Hogg wanted to cry, but had no tears. If it were not for being forbidden, Jonathan Hogg really wanted to take it off completely to prove his innocence. Portsmouth head coach Peter Reid on the sidelines loudly asked the referee to send Duran off with a red card. Coach Adkins loudly asked the referee to send Peter Reid off for maliciously pressuring and manipulating the penalty. The two head coaches were about to fight. The referee ran to the technical area and gave each of the two head coaches who were swearing at each other a yellow card. The two head coaches then quieted down. The referee awarded the ball to Portsmouth. Such a penalty naturally attracted a round of boos from Southampton fans. Jonathan Hogg stood up with his teeth bared, ready to follow the team forward. Duran ran past Jonathan Hogg and said coldly, "Do you feel good? I only used 50% of my strength this time. If you dare to do it again, you can play women's football." The muscles on Jonathan Hogg's face twitched. "Are you trying to scare me?" Duran said contemptuously. "Try it if you don't believe me." Jonathan Hogg swallowed hard and his face turned pale. In the live broadcast room, all kinds of comments were overwhelming. "Fuck. What just happened? Duran hit Hogg's balls. Fuck, I was shocked. Duran is so brave. So violent. This is almost like kung fu football. It's normal. Modern football is essentially a barbaric sport. But Duran's behavior just now was really dirty. I'm not so dirty when I play street football normally. That's because the Portsmouth team and the referee don't talk about football ethics. They hugged the player, but didn't call a foul. Don't they allow Duran to fight back? Players who dare not dirty themselves are players who want to develop on the path of idol stars. I think Duran is very real. Duran doesn't care about any false reputation and evaluation. He plays football to win. Duran can do beautiful and clever work, and he can also do dirty and tiring work. Duran is brave. He has personality. I like it. The entertainment industry is clean. Everyone is a saint, noble and pure. You should go watch the entertainment industry. There are still some netizens who left the live broadcast room, but the fans who like Duran also like him even more. On the green field, the game between the two sides continued. After being hit in the balls by Duran, Jonathan Hogg's rogue defensive action was obviously restrained a lot, and Duran's activity space on the left side was also opened up, but Portsmouth's double teaming and blocking tactics against Duran still existed. The game was in the 51st minute. Duran ran along the left side with the ball at high speed, and the Portsmouth defenders also followed to the left side. Duran saw the opportunity, dodged and cut across, and then made a long pass at a 45-degree angle to Schneiderlin on the right side. This is a behind-the-back ball with an extremely wide field of vision. The defenders of Portsmouth turned around and chased Schneiderlin. Schneiderlin dribbled the ball to the right side of the small penalty area and forced a ground shot under the pressure of Ricardo Rocha. Portsmouth goalkeeper Jamie Ashdown crossed his body to block the ball out of the end line. Portsmouth fans broke out in a cold sweat. Southampton fans sighed. This diagonal long pass from the two wings was so beautiful, and Schneiderlin's cut inside was also good, but it was a pity that it didn't go in. Schneiderlin applauded Duran from a distance. Duran also applauded Schneiderlin, and then quickly turned and took his position. The game was in the 64th minute. Portsmouth launched a fast break on the right. After Herman Friedersen and Van Hilland made two consecutive 2-on-1 cooperations, Van Hilland held Schneiderlin and passed the ball to Michael Brown in the middle. Michael Brown and Canu crossed positions. Canu pulled to the edge of the left penalty area and reached out for the ball. Duran sprinted to Canu like thunder and defended him. Michael Brown still chose to trust Canu and directly gave Canu, who was not in a very good position, a short pass. Canu used his body to hold Duran, who was defending him closely, and stopped the ball perfectly with his heel under Duran's close pressure. This stop is definitely world class and extremely pleasing to the eye. It can even be said to be one of the most exciting stops in the penalty area in Canu's career. Even Duran couldn't help but secretly admire it in his heart. Although Duran had locked Canu, Canu had no chance to pass forward, even if he stopped the ball, but it must be said that, if it weren't for his old age and heart disease, Canu would really be invincible. Duran blocked Canu's position, but Canu used his experience to get rid of it and knock the ball back to Harden Mullins, who was responding. Harden Mullins touched the ball and directly kicked a half-high ball into the penalty area. Centre forward David Nugent suddenly broke out behind JD. JD turned half a beat late. Mr. Man. Richardson hurriedly filled in and chased back, but David Nugent was faster. Southampton's three-back line was directly penetrated by David Nugent. David Nugent stopped the ball with his chest, and without waiting for the ball to land, he directly volleyed it. Davis leaped sideways, his fingertips barely touching the edge of the football. The ball was too fast. Davis was unable to change the trajectory of the ball and the ball went in. Yeah. The emotions of the Portsmouth fans burst out. Pompey, up, 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 Pompey. After scoring the goal, David Nugent opened his arms excitedly and ran around the field amid the singing of more than 17,000 fans. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Portsmouth 1:1 Southampton. After a series of strong pressure and fast breaks, Portsmouth finally tied the score with 11-10 and the referee's partiality. But we have to admit that Portsmouth's attack connection was indeed beautiful. Kanu's world-class stop and turn back in the penalty area became the key to this goal. Kanu used his body to push Guran away, his eyes full of gunpowder. Boy, I'm not old yet. Guran couldn't help but take a deep breath. Instead of being frustrated, the fighting spirit in his heart became more and more excited. This feeling of competing with a master is really exciting. When Kanu passed by him, Guran replied in a deep voice, "Then I will be serious." Kanu was slightly startled. Arrogant. Young man, you are really good at pretending. The score of 1:1 brought the two sides back to the same starting line. This is undoubtedly a double whammy for Southampton, who is in a disadvantageous situation. This goal cannot be blamed on the defender. The opponent is not weak in itself, and it is 10-11. The play of the three defenders is not tacit enough, so it is normal that they cannot defend. After a brief heartache, the Southampton fans cheered loudly for the Southampton team again. The game is not over yet. Coach Adkins took a deep breath and began to use the first substitution. The high centre forward Gooley, who performed mediocrely in this game, was replaced by Ryan Dixon. This is a very obvious signal. It's nothing for Gooley to be replaced. The key is that Dixon was replaced, which means that Guran will play as a free man. With one less player on the field, letting Guran play as a free man is a very risky tactic. However, it is better to have risks than to stick to a draw in the knockout round. And after many runs in, Coach Adkins has great confidence in Guran's ability in the midfield. Replacing Gooley seems to be a single striker, but in fact, the striker's vacant position is left to the free man Guran. Coach Adkins is going to gamble on this. Coach Adkins gave Ryan Dixon a few words of advice. Dixon nodded seriously, then shook hands with Gooley and quickly ran onto the green field. As soon as Dixon came on the field, he went to the left back position. Southampton's formation was also changed from the previous 342 formation to the 441 formation with 4 defenders. Lallana was the single striker, Lambert was arranged to the left forward position, and Guran came to the midfield position and stood forward. Such an on-the-spot tactical change seems to be to strengthen the defense of the defenders, but in fact it is to strengthen the offense in the midfield. Seeing this tactical adjustment, the Southampton fans at the scene cheered excitedly. Southampton's players also cheered up again. Portsmouth's players and fans were confused. Portsmouth's players finally adapted to Guran's playing style on the left side, and they also figured out how to double team Guran on the wing. Before they could continue to figure it out, Guran changed from a left wing back to a front midfielder. How to play this? Only Jonathan Hogg, who was hammered in the balls, breathed a sigh of relief in the Portsmouth team. He finally didn't have to face Guran directly. Portsmouth's head coach Peter Reid yelled on the sidelines, "Don't care how they change positions. Continue to implement the strategy I arranged in the locker room, and clamp that Chinese kid to death for me." The explosive game resumed. Southampton kicked off from the center circle. Lallana knocked the ball back to Guran, and Guran dribbled the ball along the middle. Portsmouth's midfielders immediately rushed up to intercept from a high position. Not only Michael Brown and Harden Mullins in the middle, but also Van Heerland and Liam Lawrence on the wings were shrinking to double team. Portsmouth was aggressive, and it seemed easier to target Guran. However, when Guran was dribbling in the middle, Hammond came up to hold 2 players and protected Guran. Lambert and Schneiderlin also provided tactical support for Guran on the wing. Lallana rushed in front to support. Guran played as a front midfielder, which led to a quantitative change in the entire Southampton midfield. Guran did not stick to the ball. After holding Michael Brown, who rushed over first with his body, he directly passed the ball to Schneiderlin on the right. Guran's field of vision was very broad, and his ball distribution was extremely accurate and reasonable. The two wings of the Portsmouth team were empty. After Schneiderlin easily stopped the ball, he immediately accelerated to dribble the ball to the bottom. Portsmouth could only retreat quickly, while Southampton took the opportunity to press forward and directly disintegrated Portsmouth's midfield defense. In this wave of rapid attack and defense, Portsmouth was obviously unable to adapt to the new rhythm. While Portsmouth hastily retreated, Guran accelerated and started diagonally inserting to the right rib. Schneiderlin immediately knocked the ball to Guran, who was running to respond after being intercepted. After Guran got the ball, he did not forcefully cut from the densely defended right rib, but stopped and turned sharply and dribbled the ball to the middle of the penalty area. Portsmouth's defense line was immediately affected and followed Guran to block the middle. Guran's cross-cutting speed was extremely fast, and Michael Brown and Harden Mullins, who were chasing him, could not reach him at all. Guran did not stop to pass and shoot in the middle, but continued to dribble diagonally to the left rib, which he was most familiar with. Guran crossed the front court in just 5 or 6 seconds, as if he was in an empty space. The 30-meter area of Portsmouth is like a messy corridor. The dense defense of Portsmouth was torn to pieces by Guran. Seeing Guran dribbling the ball to the left rib, Jonathan Hogg felt his balls faintly numb. Jonathan Hogg came up to intercept Guran. Guran directly used Matthew's shoulder to easily shake Jonathan Hogg to the ground. The other Portsmouth defenders hurriedly came to the left side of the penalty area to defend, and even goalkeeper Jamie Ashdown moved to the left side of the goal to defend. After Guran passed Jonathan Hogg, he pretended to go down the bottom and force a strong attack, but suddenly stopped, and through the narrow gap, he kicked the magic lamp to the ground and passed it straight. The football instantly broke through the curved defense line of the Portsmouth defenders and passed it directly to the penalty spot in front of the goal. Lallana, who had inserted the run in advance, was unguarded. Lallana faced the ball, tilted his body, twisted his hips, and pushed the ball into the far corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Jamie Ashdown was helpless. The ball was shot into the net. The ball went in. All the fans of Portsmouth were stunned. They had just equalized the score, and before they could finish being happy, they were overtaken by Southampton, who changed their formation on the spot in less than 2 minutes. The referee signaled that the goal was valid. The score on the big screen was also changed to Portsmouth 1:2 Southampton. Southampton fans jumped and cheered wildly. The roar of Chinese Dad resounded over Fratton Park. Southampton lived up to expectations. With one less player, they relied on Guran's ability to circumvent and penetrate Portsmouth. Coach Adkins also excitedly clenched his fist and cheered. His on-the-spot substitution adjustment strategy had an immediate effect. All Southampton fans were immersed in a sea of joy. After scoring the goal, Lallana excitedly rushed to Guran to celebrate. Guran had paid off the assist he owed him before. Guran split the wind with one palm and ran all over the field with Lallana to celebrate. All the players of Portsmouth were extremely depressed, especially Kanu. Kanu just thought that Guran was a young man pretending to be cool, but Guran succeeded in pretending to be cool 2 minutes later. Kanu stood there with his hands on his hips, staring at Guran in a trance, his eyes full of his figure when he was 17 years old. It's great to be young. Kanu dropped a green exclusive bubble, and other Portsmouth players also dropped a lot of blue skill bubbles. Guran only had one chance to pick up today, so he decisively ignored the blue skill bubble and directly concentrated his mind to pick up the green exclusive bubble dropped by Kanu. The attribute of Kanu's green bubble is the technical category. Guran then added this special talent point to the stop the ball attribute. The stop ball attribute also increased from 71 points to 72 points. The game continues. Portsmouth's centre forward David Nugent kicked off in the centre circle with a depressed look on his face. The two sides continued to fight on both sides. Guran sprinted back and forth in the middle to fill in the position and assist in defense, and the defensive coverage area was huge. Portsmouth's offense was repeatedly frustrated. The physical energy of the players on both sides was also consumed in large quantities. In the next 10 minutes, the two teams played back and forth, with all kinds of collisions, pulling, and dirty tricks of hands and feet. The players were all red-eyed. The scene was full of gunpowder. Southampton's tactical strategy was very clear, that is, to pass the ball to Guran as soon as there was a chance. And Portsmouth's tactical strategy was also very clear, that is, whether Guran had the ball or not, they would restrict Guran with 2 people defending and 1 person assisting in defense. Ordinary double teaming could not limit Guran's ability to penetrate. But Portsmouth was biased by the referee, and all kinds of dirty tricks were frequently used, and it was difficult for Guran to get rid of it for a while. However, Guran was not in a hurry, but patiently led Michael Brown and others to run back and forth near the midfield, looking for opportunities. After sprinting and running back and forth for more than 10 minutes, Michael Brown and others were exhausted. Players like Michael Brown and Harden Mullins actually don't have any particularly outstanding abilities. They are pure engineers with superabundant physical strength. They run all over the field. Even in the Premier League, they can rely on the rogue defense of dogskin plasters to make Premier League stars suffer. However, facing the tireless Guran, Michael Brown and others are really going to vomit this time. Harden Mullins has already started to vomit. Michael Brown himself also has signs of cramps. You can't run anymore. It's not that they are not physically fit, it's just that the confrontation is too intense and the physical energy consumption is too great. The game is in the 76th minute. Guran saw the gap between Michael Brown and Harden Mullins and passed the ball through the crotch from Harden Mullins' legs to the empty space in the middle of the penalty area, then accelerated and cut in from the gap between Michael Brown and Harden Mullins. Michael Brown and Harden Mullins couldn't stop Guran at all. Guran overtook in the inner lane. Guran passed the crotch ball to himself 2 seconds later. Guran was going crazy. Seeing that Guran was about to kick the ball, Portsmouth's defense was in chaos. Michael Brown couldn't catch up with Guran and then fell to the ground and slid behind Guran. This sliding tackle was very fierce, and the studs were directly exposed, and the studs were directly hung on Guran's calf. Guran's white socks were instantly dyed red. Guran lost his balance and fell in the penalty area. The Southampton fans immediately exclaimed, "This ball should be awarded a penalty kick," but now they are more concerned about Guran's injury. They would rather not have the penalty and pray that Guran would not get injured. Southampton's players quickly ran to Guran to show their concern for his injury. Walton and other players even surrounded Michael Brown, who had shuffled him from behind and seemed to be ready to fight him. Seeing this, Guran quickly told his teammates that his injury was not serious, but only a scratch. 81 points of physical fitness and Tin Man +6 played a key protective role. Moreover, in this case, Southampton was in the right, but if they really fought, they would not be in the right, and the penalty they had fought for with blood would probably be blacklisted. Southampton's players also understood what Guran meant, and then suppressed their anger. The referee ran over, took a look at Guran's injury, and then summoned the team doctor to stop the bleeding and treat him. All the fans of Portsmouth held their breath, waiting for the referee's decision. The referee obviously wanted to favor Portsmouth, but Michael Brown's shovel from behind was too obvious, and the blood on Guran's right calf was the best proof. Even if the referee wanted to favor Portsmouth, he couldn't go too far, otherwise the referee company would not forgive him. The referee stretched out his hand to call Michael Brown to his front and directly took out a red card. The fans of Portsmouth covered their heads and wailed in pain. This was the second direct red card shown by the referee in this game. Both sides are now 10 versus 10, but Portsmouth has suffered a big loss. This direct red card was in the penalty area, with a penalty kick. Michael Brown will be suspended for the next 3 games. Michael Brown covered his face in pain and left the field with tears. From the perspective of the Portsmouth team, he really fulfilled his duty as an engineer today. The fans of Portsmouth sang the Pompeii battle song in a sad voice, both to send Michael Brown off and to pray for the penalty kick that was about to begin. The game has been going on for almost 80 minutes, and including injury time, there are only 15 minutes left before it ends. If Southampton scored another goal at this time, it would be really difficult to turn the tables. Southampton fans also sang the song "There is a Young and Handsome Oriental Man Named Guran" loudly inside and outside the stadium. Team Dr. Mayfu rushed into the field with a first aid kit, slid to his knees, and stopped in front of Guran to check his wound. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358, Stealing the Home. The Death Knell for Pompeii. Chinese dads rule the South Coast Derby. After carefully checking Guran's wound, the team doctor Meifu breathed a sigh of relief. Guran's wound looked scary, with his socks and shoes stained red with blood, but after wiping off the blood, there was only a shallow wound on his calf. Fortunately, Meifu quickly slid over to his knees, otherwise the wound would have healed on its own. This kind of medical miracle was not the first time that Meifu had seen. Meifu then expertly disinfected and bandaged Guran. While bandaging, Meifu said, "Boo, you can ask for a substitution. If you feel uncomfortable and want to rest, I will tell Coach Adkins immediately." Guran immediately said, "No, I'm fine. Thank you, Meifu. See you after we win the game." Meifu nodded with emotion. "Okay, come on." Meifu packed up the medical kit and prepared to leave. Guran said again, "Hi, Meifu." Meifu hurriedly said, "What's wrong, Boo? Did I bandage it too tightly?" Guran grinned. "No, what I want to say is, your sliding kneeling just now was very beautiful." Meifu chuckled. "Thank you, this is specially practiced for you." After Meifu left the field, Guran continued to sit on the grass, put the blood-stained whole socks on his legs, and tidied them up. Lalana came over and asked, "Boo, you created this penalty kick. Do you want to take the penalty kick yourself?" Guran smiled. "No, Lalana, you take it. After all, the penalty kick attribute has not been shown yet, and it has never been added. This penalty kick is also more important. Only by successfully taking this penalty kick can the advantage be established as soon as possible. Therefore, Lalana, who has more experience in penalty kicks, has to take it." Lalana said admiringly, "Boo, you are so generous. Okay, I'll take the kick, but I missed a penalty last time, and it was your makeup shot that scored. I'm afraid I'll miss it this time too." "It doesn't matter, I can still make up the shot this time." Guran thought so in his heart, but he blessed, "Lalana, I believe in you. You will definitely score this time. Come on, if you score this goal, you can score twice." Lalana took a deep breath. "Okay, now that you say that, I have confidence." Lalana took 2 steps, turned back and said to Guran, "How about I'll be cheaper this time? 1 penalty for your 4 assists." "Damn, Lalana, you are so nagging." Guran said unhappily. "No. Then, 1 penalty for 3. I'm already very sincere. Go and kick it." Okay, look at you. Why are you still anxious?" Lalana then held his chest and head high, and walked to the penalty spot. Guran also quickly put on his shoes and socks, and stood outside the penalty area, ready to make up for the missed shot at any time. Portsmouth goalkeeper Jamie Ashdown waved his arms in front of the goal, trying to disturb Lalana's mentality. Lalana took small steps to help run, and suddenly broke out in the second half, and shot the ball into the upper left corner with the outside of his left foot. Goalkeeper Jamie Ashdown misjudged the direction, and jumped to the right. The football was shot into the net. The ball went in. Yeah. After scoring the goal, Lalana excitedly opened his arms, and rushed to Guran. "Guran, oh my. I was ready to insert thank you. Gu." Lalana hugged Guran excitedly. "Thanks to your blessings and encouragement." Guran said, "Ahem, this is what I should do." Lalana scored twice in the crucial duel between the deadly enemies. The 2 goals he scored were entirely due to Guran. The referee indicated that the goal was valid, and the score on the big screen was changed to Portsmouth 1:3 Southampton. The Southampton fans in the Milton stand were completely boiling. The Portsmouth fans were full of bitterness and couldn't believe the score. In the pre-match prediction, almost every media and bookmaker predicted that the home team Portsmouth would win easily. As a result, there were still more than 10 minutes before the end of the game, and there was not much time left for Portsmouth. The game continued. Portsmouth launched an almost crazy attack. Guran retreated deep from the front midfielder position and participated in the defense. In the 82nd minute of the game, Harden Mullins had a thigh cramp when he accelerated to get rid of Guran's pursuit and barely kicked the ball forward before falling to the ground. Hammond picked up the ball in the backcourt, and out of professional ethics, Hammond kicked the ball out of the sideline. Hammond's behavior also won applause from some Portsmouth fans. However, there are also many Southampton fans who are dissatisfied with the professional ethics shown by Hammond. The game was interrupted, and the Portsmouth team doctor came on the field urgently to treat Harden Mullins. Harden Mullins covered his face in pain and shook his head, indicating that he could not continue. He fought too hard in this game. Now it is not only a cramp problem, but the fundamental core problem is that his physical strength has been completely exhausted. It is obviously playing against a team in the English League One, but the intensity of the game is no less than that of playing against a Premier League giant. This is the intensity of the derby between the deadly rivals. Portsmouth's head coach Peter Reid made an emergency substitution. Number 3 Carl Dixon was substituted, and Harden Mullins was carried off on a stretcher. Taking advantage of this time, Southampton's players were replenishing water on the sidelines and drinking sweet root water electrolyte drinks. After the substitution, Portsmouth's left forward Van Hill suddenly ran out of bounds to pick up the football and threw it hard into the field. Kanu immediately started from near the center circle, stopped the ball and dribbled, and went straight in. Sneak attack. And it was still shameless, a sneak attack without the bottom line of professional ethics. Most of Southampton's players were still drinking water next to the visiting team's bench. According to the rules, this ball was indeed a throw-in for Portsmouth. But morally speaking, this ball was deliberately kicked out of bounds by Southampton to take care of the injured players on the field. Portsmouth should have returned the ball to Southampton after the kickoff. This is professional ethics, and this is fair and above board. But violating professional ethics will not be penalized as a foul. Portsmouth doesn't care about their face. Now they just want to score. Southampton fans cursed angrily. Portsmouth fans cheered. Come on Kanu. As long as Kanu's single-handed ball goes in, the gap between the two teams can be narrowed to 1 goal, and Portsmouth will have the hope of equalizing the score before the end of the game. Drag this knockout game into overtime. Southampton's players raised their hands to appeal to the referee while chasing wildly. When Van Hillen threw the ball out of bounds, Duran immediately threw away the sweet root water electrolyte drink in his hand and sprinted back at full speed from the vicinity of the half court with a violent aesthetic. Goalkeeper Davis also abandoned the goal and rushed to the top of the penalty area to intercept Kanu one-on-one. Kanu was very experienced. He made a fake move of a sudden stop and change of direction to shake off Davis, sent the ball to the empty space in the penalty area, and then followed up with a ground level shot to the empty goal. Davis, with his body already unbalanced, stretched his toes to the limit to block it. The football was rubbed by Davis's toes and obviously slowed down, but the path of the shot did not change and continued to go straight to the goal. Davis was helpless. The Southampton fans closed their eyes in pain and gave up. Kanu raised his arms and opened, ready to celebrate his first goal of the game, and at this moment, Duran turned into a raging lightning, rushing towards the goal line with a violent aesthetic. Seeing that the football was about to cross the goal line, Duran desperately fell to the ground and slid to the ground, hooking the ball to stop in place before the goal line. Duran himself, because of the inertia of sprinting, his whole shoulder was pressed against the grass and hit the goal post heavily. The goal shook violently. This time it was super painful. Just when the Southampton fans were sweating for Duran gritted his teeth and stood up. Too hard. The whole stadium was suddenly dead silent. The Portsmouth fans who were excited and cheering just now were all silent at this moment. Kanu was also stunned, and his heart couldn't help beating wildly. He really tried his best today. He really tried his best. He fought so hard that he was about to have a heart attack. But Duran fought harder than him, more desperate than him. Kanu knelt directly in the penalty area, his eyes full of despair. Southampton fans immediately burst into a roar like a tsunami. The cheers of Chinese Dad shook the stands of Fratton Park. Duran's flying save was so explosive, so iron-blooded, so inspiring. His jaw was hit, his calf was bleeding, his shoulder hit the goalpost. All these things could not defeat him. Duran is a living god of war. After Guran stood firm, he immediately made a long pass from the backcourt to Lambert in the weak area on the left. Lambert immediately dribbled forward. Lalana attracted firepower in the middle, and Sknedalin took the opportunity to penetrate into the right penalty area. Southampton's counter-attack was like thunder. At this moment, every Southampton player was holding his breath. They wanted Portsmouth to pay the price. Portsmouth's defense line was in chaos. The penalty area was full of loopholes. Lambert saw the opportunity and knocked the ball back, passing the ball to Hammond, who was responding and unguarded. Hammond took a step forward and then passed the ball to Sknedalin, who was in a better position. Sknedalin headed the ball. Goalkeeper Jamie Ashdown was attracted by Lalana. When he realized that Sknedalin had shot, it was too late. The ball went in. Sknedalin scored with a header. Southampton team cooperated well in this thunderous fast break. From Gu's accurate long pass of more than 50 meters in the backcourt, Southampton team only used 3 passes and penetrated Portsmouth's goal in less than 10 seconds. Hammond can be regarded as redeeming meritorious service and contributed an assist. The score on the big screen was rewritten again. Portsmouth 1:4 Southampton. Portsmouth failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice. Failed to steal the home and was beaten. Enjoyable. Too enjoyable. It was so enjoyable that the blood was boiling and rushed to the head. There were 5 minutes left before the end of the regular time of the game. With a difference of 3 goals, Southampton almost won the game. After the goal, almost all Southampton players rushed back to their own half frantically to celebrate with Guran. This ball was not scored by Guran, nor was it assisted by Guran. Guran did not get the data, but 99.99% of this wave of extreme defensive counterattacks was Guran's credit. Without Guran's reckless and relentless determination to never give up, without Guran's super high vision and accurate backcourt pass, without Guran's iron-blooded spirit and the appeal of the desire to win, there would not be this goal that made all Southampton fans excited. Guran's kick was the horn for the Saints to move forward, and it also sounded the death knell for the Pompey Legion. With such an exciting scene, Southampton fans were extremely happy and enjoyed it to the extreme. Southampton fans ridiculed Portsmouth fans wantonly. That's right, they have the qualifications. Because they have Chinese dad Guran. The D-had Pompeys in the flattened end stands were all crying with their faces covered. Southampton's goal made them feel ashamed and painful. Portsmouth used all kinds of dishonorable and unprofessional means and thought they could steal 1 goal to narrow the gap, but they were instantly counterattacked. The Pompey army realized at this time that it was not that Southampton was too strong, but that Guran was too buggy. They were really going to lose to the Chinese dad. It was really awesome. Yes, yes, yes. Coach Adkins excitedly hugged assistant coach Andy, like 2 old children, jumping and jumping excitedly. Playing away, the score was 1:4, and winning by stepping on the corpse of the dead enemy by a large score. It was really fucking cool. The barrage in the live broadcast room was also overwhelming. Guran is awesome. It's so exciting. My wife asked me why I was kneeling to watch the game. I feel like I'm ready again. So I turned over and handed her a homework. Should I say it? Brother, you're a little fast. No matter how fast you are, you can't be faster than Guran. Fuck. It's so cool. After watching this game, I can go without sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. I didn't expect the game to be so good. I thought both teams were not Premier League teams, and it would be just a fight between noobs, but it turned out to be so exciting. When I think about watching such exciting games every week in the future, I'm shaking with joy. The whole stadium is shouting China Daddy. Guran really makes us Chinese men proud. I declare that from now on, the team that Guran is in will be my home team. I want to join Guran's global fan club. Brother, I'm embarrassed to tell you, are you doing that for Guran? If you have a way to join, don't forget to bring me one. I want Guran's jersey. If you're unlucky and don't win, I can buy it with money. Whoever has it, just make an offer. Although the number of people online in the live broadcast room did not increase significantly, the total amount of gifts and rewards reached 180,000. At this time, Portsmouth made an emergency substitution and used 2 places in a row. Kanu, who was restricted by Guran in this game, was replaced. Jonathan Hogg, who was obviously scared after being hit in the balls, was also replaced. Coach Peter Reid replaced 2 offensive midfielders and changed the formation to 32-31. Peter Reid had to go all out in the remaining time and drag the game into overtime. Southampton also started to make substitutions. Vice-captain Walton could no longer run, and young central defender Aaron Martin got the chance to play. Southampton still had 1 substitution left, and Coach Adkins was not in a hurry to use it. He would wait until the injury time was about to start. Coach Adkins planned to leave this last substitution to Guran. After all, the overall situation is now determined, and it is more important to prevent Guran from getting injured. The game continues. Portsmouth, trailing by 3 goals, had not given up yet and began to attack desperately. Southampton, with high morale, was naturally not afraid either, and pressed and strangled the opponent from a high position throughout the game. The 2 sides fought from the beginning to the end. There was no slack. The physical confrontation between the 2 sides did not decrease because of the score gap, but became more desperate. The game was in the 87th minute. Portsmouth pressed across the half court after a few quick passes. Guran sprinted back fiercely. Under the pressure of Guran's powerful dominance, Liam Lawrence made a mistake in a hurry and kicked the diagonal pass in the middle. Lambert immediately slipped and tackled and poked the ball to Guran in the middle. Facing the double team of Greg Halford and Ricardo Rocha, Guran managed to stop the ball with a half turn, and at the same time, he strengthened his crotch with a kick. Stop and pass. At the same time, he burst into full force. The whole set of movements was like lightning, extremely smooth and gorgeous. Greg Halford and Ricardo Rocha quickly closed the door to defend, but they both collided with each other. Guran had already passed through the 2 of them 1 step ahead. With the blessing of the son of wind and the king of Highbury, he dribbled the ball straight into Portsmouth's half with a violent aesthetic. A 1-on-1 shot. With 2 minutes left in the injury time of the first half, Guran was blacked out of a 1-on-1 shot. And now, the regular time of the game has not ended yet, and the referee can't blow the whistle, even if he wants to. The passion of Southampton fans was ignited again. The Saints' adrenaline rushed to the top, and they screamed and shouted wildly, "Go, Daddy. Fuck Pompey. Don't be soft. 1:5. 1:5! Exclamation point. Go. I love you. I want to sleep with you. My bestie wants to too." Some female fans at the scene took off their bras and showed their love to Guran crazily. Of course, such shots cannot be seen in the live broadcast room. All the cameras at the scene are now focused on Guran. There was nothing in front of Guran. Although the Portsmouth players behind him were desperately chasing, they couldn't even catch up with Guran's shadow and were just falling further and further behind him. Guran's physical strength was also close to the limit, but Guran did not hold back and continued to drive straight in. Portsmouth's goalkeeper Jamie Ashdown left the goal and rushed to the edge of the penalty area, ready to intercept Guran 1-on-1. Jamie Ashdown was tall and had long arms, and he was very confident in his ability to save a single knife 1-on-1. As long as he could entangle Guran, he would have a 100%, no, 99%, no, 70% or 80% chance of stopping Guran from shooting in time. As long as he could entangle Guran for 3 seconds, the Portsmouth defenders would be able to catch up. Guran rushed to the top of the penalty area with the ball and suddenly stopped the ball with his back foot and stepped on it more than 30 meters away from the empty goal, then swung his right leg and kicked it directly on the spot. Long shot. The goal is empty. Who the hell is entangled with you? Heavy artillery long range shot. Piercing arrow +3. Heavy artillery long range shot. Stone shattering +3. Heavy artillery long range shot. Cruise missile +1. Top pass and shot. God's kick +2. Set piece. Crescent moon scimitar +4. Add to that the wonderful bonus buff of the review style celebration action. Full firepower. The football drew a powerful and domineering scimitar arc in everyone's eyes and shot into the empty goal. 1-on-1 master Jamie Ashdown was dumbfounded. His behavior of abandoning the goal and attacking looked like a fool in front of Guran's unreasonable and domineering long-range shot. The football shot into the net without any suspense. The huge impact force lifted the ball net fiercely. The whole goal was buzzing and shaking. The ball went in. 1:5. Guran would never let his fans down. After scoring, Guran clenched his fists and roared domineeringly to the sky. Cool. It was so cool. The physical energy was completely exhausted, not a drop left. But this feeling of dopamine being completely released is something that only men can understand. This goal completely destroyed the Pompey army. The Milton stand was boiling. Southampton fans inside and outside the stadium celebrated the victory in advance. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room was down. The live broadcast server crashed due to too much instantaneous barrage loading. This is a second-hand server of World of Warcraft bought by Jiacheng to save money, and it really doesn't work. Although this game is only the first round of the cup knockout match with low gold content, it is no exaggeration to say that it is more exciting to be able to step on the corpse of the dead enemy than to win the cup championship. The excited Southampton players rushed to the penalty area of Portsmouth and pressed Guran under them to celebrate. Coach Adkins was excited and hurriedly asked the fourth official for a substitution. In order to protect Guran, Coach Adkins didn't want to put Guran in danger for even a second. The fourth official raised a sign indicating that 5 minutes of stoppage time would be added in the second half. At the same time, Holmes replaced Guran. Guran got up and limped off the court. His leg was injured before, but it was not serious. The reason why he limped now was because his physical strength was completely exhausted and it was a bit difficult to walk. After completing the shortcomings and upgrading to personal rating A, you still have to continue to strengthen your physical fitness. Long-term goal: get enough energy before playing in the Premier League and Champions League. Seeing Guran being substituted, all the Southampton fans stood up, clapping rhythmically and singing the song "There is a Young and Handsome Oriental Man Named Guran" to Guran. The second half of this song is a complete mockery of Portsmouth. The fans of Portsmouth were all mentally broken. Some extreme fans made insulting gestures to Guran from a distance. Some fans cried and cursed, and some fans threw beverage bottles at Guran in anger. Guran didn't care at all. This feeling of "you can't stand me, but you can't get rid of me" is also a kind of cool. Guran walked slowly to the sidelines and high-fived Holmes, who replaced him. Holmes immediately ran into the green field quickly. Coach Adkins and assistant coach Andy came up to hug Guran. "Gu. Well done. Great job. Damn it, it's so satisfying to slaughter our mortal enemy by a big score. Gu. You are our hero. I'm proud of you." Guran said quickly. Thank you both coaches. This is all due to the good guidance of both coaches." Team Dr. Mayfair and physiotherapist Gregory ran over eagerly to coaches. "Please praise us later. Gu. Is your shoulder okay? Come back to the locker room with us for examination and treatment." Yes. Coach Adkins said quickly. "Go get treatment." "Okay, I'm fine. I can walk by myself." Before Guran finished speaking, Mayfair and Gregory carried Guran to the locker room on the left and right. The game continued, but there was no suspense. In the 5 minutes of injury time, Southampton and Portsmouth attacked and defended each other, but neither of them scored a new goal. As soon as the 5 minutes were up, the referee blew the whistle to end the game. The final score was Portsmouth 1:5 Southampton. Southampton defeated Portsmouth, who had just been relegated from the Premier League, despite being in a very unfavourable situation, and advanced to the second round of the League Cup. Guran made 1 assist and 2 shots. He created 1 penalty. He assisted in 1 goal. His post-match rating was 8.8. The best player of the match. Chapter 359. The first home game of the new season in English Football League 1. A mysterious guest from China watched the game live. After returning to the visiting team's locker room, Guran received Gregory's physical therapy while concentrating his mind to receive the growth rewards and hidden rewards for this game. Today's South Coast derby was more exciting than any previous game, so the rewards should be good. Like the familiar system prompt sounded in Guran's mind. Congratulations to the host. Since the host perfectly integrated the results of more than 100 hours of special training in the derby, the corresponding attribute points have grown. Your physical attribute, speed, grew from 77 points to 78 points. Your physical attribute, burst, grew from 80 points to 81 points. Your technical attribute, Stop. Grew from 72 points to 73 points. Your technical attribute, vision, grew from 66 points to 67 points. Your mental attribute, concentration, grew from 70 points to 71 points. Damn. I got 5 growth points in this game. 1 more growth point than the games against Liverpool and Arsenal. Moreover, the initial values of vision and concentration are also displayed for the first time. So cool. One step closer to promotion to personal A rating. This performance will definitely get me a chance to win the SS level hidden lottery. Light. Another system prompt sounded in Guran's mind. This match is the host's first League Cup knockout match. The host completed 9 key clearances, 3 fatal clearances that must score goals, the highest running distance of the whole game, 11.54 kilometers, the longest sprint distance of the whole game, the most sprints of the whole game, and 1 pass into shots, 1 penalty, and 1 goal. The system evaluated it as SS level performance. Guran couldn't help but secretly take a breath. It's such a wonderful performance, but it's still only SS level. It seems that the threshold of SSS level is still very high. In addition to your own outstanding performance, you also have to require a strong opponent. Although Portsmouth is the foundation of the Premier League, half of the players are national team players, but there are almost no world-class stars. Kanu was once a world-class genius, but now the 34-year-old Kanu can no longer reach the world-class level. Aaron McCoyner is also very strong, but he is still far from being a world-class central defender. Only opponents like Fabregas, Van Persie, Lampard, and Gerrard can be called world-class. Don't worry, we will definitely play against them in the official competition in the future. According to the rules of the Europa League, as long as you can win the championship of the 5 major league cups, you can automatically qualify for the Europa League next season. The first round of the knockout round is just the beginning. Draw first. Guran immediately concentrated his mind and activated the lottery disc in his mind. I don't ask for anything else, just hope that there will be no more reverse miracles. Stop. The lottery disc then slowly stopped. Congratulations to the host. The skill drawn in this system hidden lottery is powerful throw-in. Your powerful throw-in has been increased from +2 to +5, effective immediately. This is a football skill, but this skill is not very commonly used. There is no technical content in the powerful throw-in. It is nothing more than better use of the core strength of the waist and abdomen. Forget it. It's better than having another charming smile. Moreover, SSYN-LEVEL hidden rewards can not only be drawn, but also reorganized and reset. Just upgrade the powerful throw-in +5 to enhanced powerful throw-in +1, and you can also wash out 4 universal talent points. No matter how you say it, it's a good deal. Guran immediately reorganized the powerful throw-in +5 skill. The system prompt asked, host will reallocate the powerful throw-in +5 skill. Are you sure? Confirmed. Suddenly, Guran felt that his mind was clear. The powerful throw-in +5 was upgraded to enhanced powerful throw-in +1. There was also a line of flashing system words under the newly upgraded enhanced powerful throw-in skill. You feel that you can use your waist and abdominal strength more freely. Guran, I always feel that this is not a serious system. First distribute the 5 universal talent points washed out. It is better to make up for the shortcomings first, and try to get closer to the personal rating A. Among the known attributes, 10 attributes have reached more than 75 points, and only 5 more are needed to reach the A rating. Among the remaining known attributes, the ball stopping attribute is 73, the imagination is 73, the teamwork is 74, the dribbling is 70, and the balance is 68. These are all cost effective. Guran thought quickly and decided to allocate 2 points to the ball stopping attribute and the remaining 3 points to the balance attribute. As for imagination and teamwork, there is no rush for the time being. After the allocation, the ball stopping attribute is increased to 75 points, and the balance attribute is increased to 71 points. In this way, only 4 attributes are needed to be promoted to A level. The talent point gap is only 12 points away. The personal system rating can be promoted as early as the next game, and at the latest the next game. At this time, the players returned to the visiting team's locker room one after another, and the atmosphere in the entire locker room suddenly became hot. The teammates sang and danced, as if they had won the championship. Half an hour later, the unsatisfied Southampton team took the bus and left Fratton Park with the proud attitude of the winner. The road outside the stadium was lined with excited Southampton fans. The song "There Is a Young and Handsome Oriental Man Named Guran" resounded through the sky. The whole block seemed to be occupied by Southampton people. Those football hooligans of the Fratton Brotherhood didn't dare to show their heads at all. Guran sat by the window of the bus and waved happily to the crazy fans. Victory is the most inspiring, especially the victory gained by stepping on the corpse of the mortal enemy, which can make all Southampton fans crazy. This victory can make Southampton fans happy for at least half a year. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night of crazy celebration. The bus drove slowly in the crowd, and it took half an hour before it finally drove onto the highway. After returning to the Staplewood training base, Coach Adkins held a post-match summary meeting, praised Guran's wonderful performance, and then announced a one-day holiday. Southampton's next game is at 3 p.m. on Saturday, August 14th, in the second round of the English League One, where Southampton will face Notts County at home. Notts County is a relatively strong opponent, and the match against Notts County is Southampton's first home league game this season, so Southampton attaches great importance to it. Coach Adkins asked all players to return on August 12th, and no one was allowed to drink or go to bars during the holiday, and excessive indulgence was not allowed. After the disbandment, the players went back home happily. Only Chamberlain looked depressed. He was suspended for 3 games. After eating the high-protein and high-carb dinner that nutritionist Rowena customized for him after the big game in the player restaurant, Guran drove home. Evelyn invited him to go horseback riding at the manor, but Guran declined. First of all, the physical energy consumed in today's game was too great, and Guran did feel deeply tired. In order to prepare for the home game in 4 days, Guran had to conserve his energy. Secondly, Guran was a little tired. Although Hercules is a very noble Fergana horse, the more you ride it, the less fresh it is. This is also human nature. After returning to the Dune Villa, Guran had a good ice and fire therapy, and his physical fatigue was greatly relieved. That night, Guran went to bed early. Today's game was so exciting, and Guran slept well at night. The next morning, Guran was awakened on time and got up early to practice. In the afternoon, he disguised himself again and went to the gym in Winchester to pick up special training bubbles. In the evening, Guran received a call from Max Xati and others. Max Xati briefly introduced the situation of the last live broadcast to Guran. Guran's game highlights have also been forwarded crazily on major domestic networks. Guran's popularity in China has greatly increased. Unfortunately, the hot search only occupied half a day, and suddenly there were many negative comments, and then it was pushed down by the entertainment news of domestic stars. Obviously, entertainment stars all have paid followers. Entertainment stars need high exposure to maintain popularity. Only with exposure and popularity can they be considered stars, while sports stars do not need high exposure. As long as they have achievements, they can be popular. Guran smiled and did not care about such things as being on the hot search. He was not interested in competing with domestic entertainment stars for traffic. On the third day, that is, the morning of August 12th, Guran came to the Staplewood training base in high spirits. After a whole day of vacation and several ice and fire physiotherapy, Guran's physical fitness has recovered by 80%. The training on that day was also mainly restorative training and tactical classes. After the afternoon training, personal assistant Rick ran over with a yellow face. "Hi, Gu. Hi, Rick. What's up? It's nothing big. I just came to inform you that the official League Cup first round knockout winning bonus of £22,000 and our club's £200,000 reward have been distributed. You got £50,000, which has been transferred to your bank account." Guran was stunned. £50,000? This account is wrong. Although £40,000 is nothing, a total of £220,000 is distributed to the whole team, and each person can only get £20,000 at most. Rick smiled and said, "The bonus is not distributed equally. You have made the greatest contribution, so naturally you should get the largest share." And that idiot Chamberlain was suspended for a red card and his bonus was withheld. All of his bonus was given to you. Chamberlain, who was packing his equipment nearby. Duran smiled and said, "Oh, I'm so embarrassed." Rick smiled and said, "Boo, you deserve it. Besides, compared with your efforts, £50,000 is not much." Chamberlain cleared his throat. "Boo, if you don't want it, you can give me back my share." Duran ignored Chamberlain directly. "Okay, then I'll accept it reluctantly." "Thank you, Rick." Chamberlain looked depressed. "Shouldn't you thank me?" Rick laughed and said, "Boo, you are really too polite. Why thank me? I'm your assistant. This kind of thing is my job. If you want to thank someone, thank the club executives." Duran smiled and said, yes, thank the club executives for their preference for me alone." Chamberlain, hello. Duran turned around then. Chamberlain, what are you doing here?" Chamberlain, Rick said, "Oh, by the way, Boo, there is one more thing. At noon today, the draw for the second round of the League Cup knockout match has been completed. We have drawn Cardiff City. We will face Cardiff City at home at 7:45 PM on Tuesday, August 24th. Duran nodded. "Okay, I see. Thank you, Rick." "You're welcome, Boo. I'll leave if there's nothing else." "Well, you're busy. I'll practice for a while." For 2 consecutive days, Duran has been doing recovery training step by step. During these 2 days, Duran exchanged 2 talent points by picking up white training bubbles. In addition, he also got the 3 skills of back pass, enhanced powerful out of bounds, and back pass for free once. Back pass +2, enhanced powerful out of bounds +2, back pass +3. Duran did not keep the 2 talent points that he exchanged and directly added them to the balance attribute, raising the balance attribute from 71 points to 73 points. Saturday, August 14th. The second round of the English League One, Southampton's home game against Notts County has arrived. Southampton's players do not have to go to the Staplewood training base to gather. They can drive directly to St Mary's Stadium. Coach Adkins requires the players to arrive before 9 AM. Today's training will be held at St Mary's Stadium. This is Southampton's first home league game in the new season, and the club attaches great importance to it. At noon, the club's 3 giants also came to the home team restaurant at St Mary's Stadium in advance to cheer for the players. The crushing result of the last South Coast derby made the club very happy. The top management asked the players to keep up the good work and win the home game for Southampton fans at home. At 2 PM, the long-awaited fans poured into St Mary's Stadium. In less than half an hour, St Mary's Stadium, which can accommodate 32,384 people, was full. Almost the entire stadium was filled with red and white Saints flags. Southampton's 4 stands are named after the 4 districts of Southampton. The main stand on the east side is called the Itchen Stand, facing the Itchen River. The west stand is the Kingsland Stand. The south stand is the St Mary's Cathedral Stand, which is also the symbol of Southampton and the largest church in the entire southern region of England. The south stand is also the St Stewart Stand. Southampton also has many fan organizations, the most famous of which are the official Saints supporters, the official drummer organization The Blast, the official fan organization The 1885, the official youth fan organization The Vitality, and the fan spontaneous organization The Southampton Faithful. Of course, Duran's Global Support Club is also indispensable. These famous fan organizations are divided into square formations and sit on the stands of St Mary's Cathedral on the south side. Therefore, before the game started, and the fans were only entering the stadium, the passion of the south stand was about to overturn the entire stadium. Although Duran's Global Support Club was established very recently, the all-in-one miniskirt beauties were really eye-catching. The north stand was the Northam Stand, which was also the stand for the visiting fans. The number of Notts County fans who came to watch the game today was not very large, only more than 3,000. Speaking of which, Notts County was also one of the 12 founding member clubs of the league. Although Notts County did not have many highlights in history, and was always just a small club, it was definitely one of the most famous among the small clubs. In addition to the 4 major stands in the southeast, northwest, and northeast of St Mary's Stadium, there were also several VIP boxes named after famous stars in the team's history. Terry Payne Box, Mick Shannon box, Bobby Stokes box, etc. At this moment, the several VIP boxes were already full of celebrities who wanted to witness Guran's wonderful performance. Among them, 2 mysterious guests from China were sitting in Bobby Stokes' box. Southampton's local news media, television media, and online media had already taken up advantageous positions. Reporters from other mainstream media in China were also present. This game was not only a feast for fans, but also a feast for media people. 8 senior executives from Southampton came, and they sat in the first row of the main stand, talking and laughing. Scouts from various clubs also came to the scout area early. Chelsea's Emanalo, Liverpool's Edwards, and Manchester City's Pratt. The 3 big guys gathered together again. The 3 of them smiled on the surface, but they were empty in their hearts. For today's game, the famous gambling company William Hill also gave the pre-match handicap: home win 1.67, draw 3.60, and loss 5.00. Judging from the handicap odds, William Hill is still optimistic that Southampton can easily win at home. After all, Notts County's recent state is not stable enough, while Southampton is in a hot state under the leadership of Guran. William Hill has learned in advance through internal channels that Guran will continue to start today. Playing at home, with the whole team in good shape and Guran starting, there won't be too much suspense in this game. At 2:10 p.m, the referee team entered the field to check the venue. Then, the players from both sides entered the field for adaptive warm-up. The Notts County players, as the visiting team, entered the field first. The logo of the ancient Notts County club is 2 magpies stepping on a football, so the Notts County team is also called the Magpie Corps. In the UK, there is another Magpie Corps with more fans, that is Newcastle United. The difference is that there is only 1 magpie on the Newcastle United team logo. According to the British, 1 magpie is unlucky, and 2 magpies are the most auspicious. However, looking at the performance of the 2 magpie teams, this statement seems to be the opposite. Magpie Newcastle United is very strong. Although they are the team that loves infighting the most in the Premier League, their results are really much better than Notts County, and their number of fans is also the team with the largest number of local fans in the entire UK. In contrast, Notts County is more like a filter for the football blind. Notts County players wear black and white striped jerseys, which are designed according to the black and white characteristics of the Magpies. The same is true for Newcastle United's jerseys, and the jerseys of the 2 teams are very similar. In addition, the jerseys of Serie A giants Juventus are also black and white striped. Because the Notts County club is too small and not well known, many fans think that Juventus black and white jerseys came first, or Newcastle United's black and white jerseys came first. But in fact, Newcastle United and Juventus are deliberately imitating the jersey style of the real Magpies, Notts County. When Notts County was founded in 1862, they wore the black and white Magpie jerseys. Newcastle United was founded in 1892, and Juventus was founded in 1897. Newcastle United used the black and white Magpie jerseys. They obviously didn't have any magpies or mangroves at home, but they called themselves the Magpie Army. Juventus was embarrassed to call themselves the Magpie Army, so their jerseys were designed based on zebras, and they were called the Zebra Army. The problem is that Europe doesn't produce zebras at all. When all the Notts County players came on the field to warm up, Southampton players began to enter the field. More than 26,000 Southampton fans at the scene were instantly boiling. Almost every Southampton fan was shouting Guran's name in Chinese. Guran applauded the fans repeatedly and then concentrated on the warm-up training. Every time Guran touched the ball during the training, the fans screamed. There were constantly female fans in the stands fainting due to excessive excitement. It can be seen how high Guran's status is in the hearts of Southampton fans. In the VIP box, the 2 mysterious guests from China looked extremely surprised, as if they did not expect Chinese players to have such a high influence on the British stadium. I'm afraid this kid is more popular than Ji-hae, right? It seems that he is definitely not as strong as Ji-hae, but he is more handsome than Ji-hae. Are all players with big scores more handsome than Ji-hae? At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the second round of the Premier League Southampton's home game against Notts County officially began. The domestic live broadcast also connected to the network signal and broadcast simultaneously. Because it was the weekend, coupled with the spread of Guran's game highlights before, the number of people in the live broadcast room instantly exceeded 200,000. Various barrages were overwhelming, and it was impossible to see the scene of the game without turning off the barrage. Fortunately, the team of Ran Live replaced the server in time and withstood the pressure of the instantaneous barrage explosion. At the beginning of the new season, Southampton is currently ranked first in the League One standings with a goal difference advantage, while Notts County lost to Charlton in the first round and is temporarily ranked 18th in the standings. In this match, Southampton changed the 442 style and boldly opened the 42-31 offensive formation. The centre forward Gully Tucker-Est and the veteran Canali started in front. The left winger is Holmes, the right winger is Schneiderlin, and the front midfielder is Lallana. The two defensive midfielders are Dixon and Peerless. Lambert and Hammond took a rest. The left back is still Guran, and the right back is Font. Richardson took a rest. The two central defenders are Martin and Savile. Watton and JD also took a rest. The goalkeeper is still Davis, who has performed bravely recently. It can be said that Southampton uses a semi-main configuration. On the other hand, Notts County fielded a standard 442 formation. There were almost no big names in their team, not even international players. According to pre-match military intelligence, Notts County's basic tactics were short pass penetration, and their defensive style was a combination of man-to-man and zone defense. Their mentality was to defend cautiously and look for opportunities to counter-attack. At the start of the game, Notts County played very cautiously, and the team rarely pushed over half the field. This made Southampton's defense feel almost no pressure. After a few attempts, Southampton found that Notts County played a little timidly, so they immediately engaged in physical confrontation and high pressure throughout the game. Guran also ran all over the field as soon as he came on, constantly switching positions with Dixon, freely interspersed, and actively invaded and confronted. Chapter 360. Great power creates miracles. Strategic grenade. The boy pulls his bow forward again. Far ahead. Far ahead. Less than 3 minutes into the game, Guran went straight to the midfielder position, cooperated with Lallana to double team, actively sought physical confrontation, and successively pushed away two Notts County defenders who came to support, helping Lallana to steal the ball from Notts County. Then, Guran and Lallana made a very skillful, one-on-one cooperation. Guran dribbled into the penalty area, involving Notts County's defense line, and then pointed the way with a magic lamp, and stuffed the ball into the small penalty area neatly. Canali flashed out, stopped the ball, turned around, and shot hard at the goal. Notts County's 188 cm 83 kg 27-year-old goalkeeper Rob Botch jumped sideways, and blocked the ball out of the end line. Wow. Almost the entire St. Mary's Stadium side. This kick was very exciting, but it was a pity that Canali's game state had not yet warmed up, and the speed of stopping the ball and turning was half a beat slower. The lack of high-intensity game depth will indeed affect the state. Canali couldn't help shaking his head, expressing his dissatisfaction with himself, and then applauded Guran, who passed him a wonderful through ball. Guran also applauded Canali. Southampton got a corner kick opportunity. Amid the cheers of Southampton fans, Lallana took a corner kick from the right. The corner kick was kicked to the perimeter, and Schneiderlin held off a Notts County midfielder and took the lead to shoot. Goalkeeper Rob Bott rushed out and missed, but Notts County captain Neil Bishop headed the ball on the goal line. This clearance was thrilling. Southampton fans sighed again, but the ball was not dead yet. Before the Notts County players had time to celebrate their survival, they saw Guran grab a second attack opportunity with a ghostly run. Guran stopped the ball perfectly with his back foot at close range. Goalkeeper Rob Bocci and captain Neil Bishop moved hastily to double team. Guran suddenly used a small-scale quick-fried meatball move. When passing the ball to his right foot, Guran did a Matthew shoulder drop and poked the ball towards the far corner of the goal with his toes. Strengthen the crotch pass +1. King of the league +1. Almost in an instant, goalkeeper Rob Bocci was directly shaken away, and Neil Bishop was directly penetrated. Guran's whole set of moves was so fast that it was dazzling. Before everyone had time to react, the football rolled lightly into the net. The ball went in. 4 minutes into the game. Southampton 1:0 Notts County. Guran scored at the start. The entire St Mary's Stadium cheered, and the drums shook the sky. Southampton had a dream start at home. After scoring the goal, Guran happily ran around the field with one hand splitting the wind, giving himself a buff. There were many fans in the live broadcast room who were watching Guran play football for the first time. They were all stunned. This physical confrontation, this stop, this calmness, this prediction, this football IQ, this skill details, instantly conquered the new fans. Various barrages, various gifts and rewards filled the screen. The two mysterious Chinese guests in the VIP room couldn't help but stare in amazement, watching the slow motion replay on the big screen in disbelief. The game continued. Notts County strengthened its defense, but the home Saints had no intention of letting the Magpies go. In the 15th minute of the game, Notts County's several short passes and runs failed to penetrate Southampton's midfield defense. In desperation, Notts County could only pass the ball back to the backcourt to seek opportunities. Guran, the left back, broke out instantly. Violent sprint, son of the wind, king of Highbury, all opened up and rushed directly to press. The Notts County players were all crazy. They really don't understand. A left back doesn't stand properly on the left backcourt, but actually runs ahead of the forward. This kind of kick is simply unreasonable. Under Guran's strong pressure, the Nottingham Forest midfielder hurriedly kicked the ball to the side, but his teammates didn't respond in time, and the ball flew out of bounds. Southampton relied on Guran's hard work to get a throw-in within the 30-meter area of the front court. Notts Forest's players quickly retreated to the penalty area to defend. Southampton's players all pressed across the half court. Right back Font was ready to throw the throw-in. Guran ran over to ask Font for the ball, but Font shrugged and then handed the ball to Guran. Seeing Guran coming to throw the throw-in on the right side, all the Southampton fans at the scene couldn't help laughing. Almost everyone thought Guran was young and playful. But for Guran, it was serious. Strengthen the powerful throw-in +2. Can't just sit there and eat dust. Guran held the ball and loudly signaled the players to press into the penalty area. After a moment's hesitation, his teammates infiltrated into Notts County's penalty area. Two tall central defenders also stood near the midpoint of the penalty area. Guran lifted up his jersey and rubbed the ball on it to prevent slipping. Guran's strong abdominal muscles were immediately exposed, and several overly excited female fans in the stands fainted. Immediately afterwards, Guran took 3 steps back and used the run-up throw method. There are 2 ways to throw a foul ball. One is a standing foul ball and the other is a run-up foul ball. The throw-in distance of the standing foul ball is shorter, but the serve is fast and the landing point is accurate enough. It is generally used during fast breaks. The run-up foul ball relies on the inertia of the sprint, using the core strength of the waist and abdomen to drive the upper limbs as a lever for long-distance throwing. Therefore, the accuracy of the run-up foul ball will be relatively poor, but the distance is far enough. Guran sprinted and started. The first 2 steps were normal, and the last step was a big stride. His front foot stood firmly outside the boundary line. His body was as tight as a bow, and he looked like a young man pulling the bow when he was taking the scimitar. His waist and shoulders exerted force at the same time, and his arms threw the ball at a 35-degree elevation angle. Strengthen the powerful throw-in +2. Powerful force creates miracles. Woo-well. Southampton fans who originally thought that Guran was just playing around were directly shocked by the power of Guran's throw-in. They had only seen the ability and skills of Guran's lower limbs, and today was the first time they saw the ability and skills of Guran's upper limbs. Seeing the long flight trajectory of this throw-in, many Old Saints fans couldn't help but shout, "Drap! Drap!" Rory John Dillop, the strategic grenade, Popey, was once a Southampton player and an iconic throw-in kicker. His throw-ins frightened countless opponents. The Southampton period was not Dillop's highlight period. In 2005, he transferred to Sunderland and then to Stoke City in 2007. When Dillop met Tony Pulis, the father of the throw-in tactic, the entire Premier League was crazy about them. Coach Tony Pulis used the throw-in as a corner kick, and Dillop's super waist and upper limb strength just gave Coach Tony Pulis the opportunity to implement the throw-in tactic. Coach Tony Pulis did not just let Delap take the throw-in, but used Delap's strategic grenade throw-in as a core tactical play. The whole team played around this play, creating all kinds of throw-ins, and then kicking the throw-in as a corner. This play made the usually gentle Coach Wenger furious and even suggested abolishing the throw-in. It can be said that the pressure of Delap's throw-in is no less than that of his contemporary Beckham's direct free kick. At this moment, Tony Pulis' son Anthony Pulis was on the court. Anthony Pulis looked at the big arc and fallingly throw-in thrown by Guran with astonishment on his face. His eyes were full of the shadow of his father. This throw-in was at least 30 meters away and went straight into the small penalty area. The landing point of this ball was extremely accurate, looking for a high point in the middle. It was simply a fixed point bombing. The Notts County players were all dumbfounded. The 192 cm central defender Savile, who played for the first time, jumped up to meet the ball in the chaos and smashed it with his head. The football hit the goal line, touched the ground, and bounced into the net. The ball went in. In the 18th minute of the game, Guran used a Popey-style ultra-long distance throw-in assist to expand the score for the Southampton team. The whole audience was crazy. Savile, a 19-year-old young player who scored a goal in his debut, slid to his knees excitedly towards Guran. Guran himself was also very happy. Strengthening the powerful throw-in +2 was really good. It can be used as a tactical point to open the situation in the future. There were all kinds of comments in the live broadcast room. Fuck. What a strategic grenade. It's too fierce. Such a long distance, and the landing point is so accurate. With a little more force, you can throw it directly in, right? No. Or throw in directly from the out of bounds ball, will be ruled invalid. You know what? There was really a case in history where the ball was thrown directly in. It was done by Popey Drap, but the opposing goalkeeper was confused, and the referee was also confused. The goalkeeper did not appeal, and the referee also made a misjudgment, and did not rule the goal invalid, so it became the only case in history where a goal was scored directly from an out of bounds ball. Fuck, it really happened. Guran's waist and abdominal strength and upper limb strength are amazing. Guran's waist and abdominal strength, let alone a woman, even a grown man like me is drooling when seeing it. I feel that Guran will definitely be able to do it if he changes to another industry. I'm talking about basketball. Fuck, I thought you were talking about volleyball. Hahaha. Guran's fans are so pure. The game continues. In the 25th minute, Notts County passed the ball diagonally to Southampton's right flank after a series of short passes. Anthony Pliska made a mistake in positioning and missed the ball. Notts County striker, 34-year-old veteran, number 9 player Lee Hoos, took the ball and cut inside the penalty area. Before the two central defenders closed the door and doubled it, he kicked the ball. The ball hit the side net and bounced out of the end line. Notts County fans immediately covered their faces and lamented. This was also Notts County's first shot in the first half so far. The game continued. In the 33rd minute, Southampton's goalkeeper Davis launched an attack from the backcourt with a long pass in the middle. Guran pushed away Notts County's players with his body, stopped the ball perfectly, and immediately passed the ball to Sknedelin on the right. Sknedelin pulled to the side and knocked it back to Guran, who had already gotten rid of the defense and penetrated the front court. Guran touched the ball with one foot, cut the magic lamp on the ground, and fed the ball to Canali, who had penetrated into the penalty area. Canali stopped the ball and turned to shoot. The ball was slightly higher than the goal frame. The Southampton fans at the scene sighed again. Canali also shook his head repeatedly at his performance. He had already spit out 2 goo-style cakes, but he had not found the state of shooting. In the 40th minute of the game, Guran successfully intercepted the ball in his own backcourt, dribbled along the left side, and passed it to Lallana, who had already positioned himself in the penalty area. Lallana headed the ball. Unfortunately, the ball was too straight, and the opponent's flustered goalkeeper Obboch missed the first save, and then pressed the ball under his body with the second save. Southampton's offensive was like a tide, and it was a pity that they failed to score 3 consecutive good shots. At the end of the first half, the score was temporarily fixed at Southampton 2:0 Notts County. Guran made 1 pass and 1 shot, and had many confrontations, interceptions and fatal crosses. The running distance was the highest in the game, shining throughout the entire St. Mary's Stadium. The fans at the scene happily sang "There is a young and handsome Oriental man named Guran" song, and the beautiful cheerleaders of Guran's global fan club also danced the can-can dance to the music. In the second half, the two sides changed sides and continued the game. Notts County obviously strengthened the physical confrontation, but in front of Southampton, which has the foundation in the Premier League, Notts County's confrontation was obviously not enough. In the 49th minute, Southampton forced a corner kick on the left. Lallana kicked the ball to the front point, and Guran quickly ran to get rid of the two Notts County players defending him, knocked the ball with his heel, and passed the ball to Anthony Price, who was outside the penalty area. Anthony Price was eager to make a contribution, and he directly shot a heavy cannon from a distance. The football hit a Notts County defender, flew high above the penalty area, and then fell vertically. Guran ran ghostly, headed the ball for the first landing point, and headed the ball to Carnery, who was in a better position. Carnery headed the ball, and took a strong shot, and looked back at the moon. Rob Birch jumped sideways to intercept the ball. The football brushed the upper edge of Rob Birch's arm, and flew into the net. The ball went in. Connelly finally scored. Under Guran's continuous dribbling, Connelly, who was in poor competitive form, finally scored. After scoring, Connelly excitedly hugged Guran's neck and forcibly pressed Guran against his chest to celebrate. Southampton fans were in high spirits. Notts County was about to be defeated. Before the game, they also knew that this game would be difficult to play, but they never expected that this game would be completely crushed and slaughtered. The game continued. In the 53rd minute of the game, Notts County seized a loophole on the wing of Southampton. After the veteran striker number 9, Lysius, took the ball, he knocked it to the striker number 11, Fabian Brandy, in the middle of the penalty area. Fabian Brandy was a product of Manchester United's youth training. He was 21 years old and only 168 centimeters tall, but he was extremely fast and had a strong ability to run through positions. He had a bright future in the Manchester United team and was considered a young talent, but because of his short height, he never grew taller and was often injured, so he could not be promoted to the Manchester United first team. Fabian Brandy burst into action immediately after getting the ball. He used the advantage of the chassis to shake off the two high defenders of Southampton, dribbled the ball directly to the front of the goal, and shot. Goalkeeper Davis reacted very quickly, lying sideways and blocking the ball with his fingers out of the end line. Fabian Brandy sided the goal. This wave of attack by Notts County really made Southampton fans tremble with fear. Fortunately, the captain Davis was powerful enough to be able to become the captain. Davis must be very capable. This wave of attack was also the second shot of Notts County in this game. Notts County also won a corner kick. Notts County did not have a high point, so they could only kick the corner kick to the periphery to find an opportunity to pull. Guran directly pushed out, using the advantage of physical confrontation to break the ball in one fell swoop, and then quickly knocked the ball to Lallana. After Lallana got the ball, he turned and dribbled towards the rib area. Notts County quickly returned to Lallana to intercept. Guran took the opportunity to rush along the middle. Notts County's on-the-spot tactics were obviously too rigid. They actually let Guran advance almost unhindered. Lallana stopped suddenly to get rid of the double-teaming interception of two Notts County players and handed the ball back to Guran. After Guran got the ball, the Son of the Wind and the King of Highbury were fully opened. He dribbled the ball through the two defenders and made a single shot at full speed. All the Southampton fans jumped up from their seats, shouting and cheering. Notts County's defense line couldn't catch up with Guran at all. Goalkeeper Ogbochi attacked with a nervous face. Guran didn't slow down at all, made a high-speed Marcel turn, passed the goalkeeper beautifully, and pushed the ball into the empty goal. The ball went in. The score on the big screen was rewritten as Southampton 4:0 Notts County. This was Guran's second goal in this game. It was also his sixth goal on the English League One scorer standings. All Southampton fans were cheering Guran's name in Chinese. Coach Adkins on the sidelines applauded Guran vigorously. According to Coach Adkins' idea, now that the overall situation has been decided, Guran should be protected and replaced forest, but today's game is Southampton's first home game of the new season. The fans on the scene naturally want to see Guran play the whole game, so Coach Adkins did not replace Guran. Amid the enthusiastic cheers of the fans, the game continued. Notts County, which had been defeated 4-0, obviously contracted its defense, while Southampton continued to bombard. In the 67th minute, Notts County replaced 3 offensive players in a row, and replaced 3 defensive players, and the formation was adjusted from 442 to 451. Lose. Notts County is sure to lose. Now they just hope not to lose too badly. After this change of formation, Notts County's defense did improve, but the effect was not great. In the 74th minute, Notts County's defender tripped Lallana outside the penalty area. The referee showed a yellow card and awarded Southampton a free kick in a good position. Lallana excitedly got up from the grass and rushed to Guran. Finally, it was 1-2. After a brief exchange between the two, Guran calmly stood on the penalty spot. Southampton fans cheered excitedly. The song 40 Meter Full Moon sang at St Mary's Stadium. All the fans were looking forward to Guran performing a full moon scimitar at his home stadium. Notts County's defenders urgently arranged a human wall. The few players they replaced were taller, which was indeed very beneficial for defending set pieces. Guran skillfully placed the ball, stepped back a few steps, glanced at the weak area of the human wall, and then habitually pulled up his shorts. The tight shorts showed a majestic outline. The strong thigh muscles were as tight as heavy cables. Suddenly, St Mary's Stadium was full of screams of girls. Guran burst into a sprint instantly, swinging his right leg, bending his body into a bow, twisting his left ankle to support his whole body, and kicking the football with his right foot. The boy is seen pulling the bow to the full extent again. Set piece, crescent moon scimitar +4. Heavy artillery long range shot, stone shattering +3. Heavy artillery long range shot, cruise missile +1. Top pass and shot, God's kick +2. Review style celebration action with 3 layers of wonderful pass and shot buffs. The football burst into the air, directly drawing a suffocating arc of light from the strong area of the human wall, and instantly falling rapidly. The Notts County human wall was stunned. By the time they jumped up, the football had already passed over their heads. Notts County goalkeeper Rob Botch was stunned and stood still. The football spun into the net without any surprise. The ball went in. Southampton 5-0 Notts County. Guran's hat-trick. Southampton fans are so happy. In the last game, they beat their arch-rival Portsmouth by a large margin away from home, and in this game, they beat Notts County by a large margin at home. At this moment, Southampton fans feel that they have reached the peak. The Southampton players on the field also excitedly surrounded Guran to celebrate. Guran himself is also very happy. It's only the second round of the English League One, and Guran has scored 7 goals, which is definitely far ahead. Notts County head coach Paul Ince in the technical area on the sidelines looked at head coach Adkins, who was celebrating with his arms raised with a depressed face. Coach Paul Ince's expression seemed to say, "Brother, don't be like this. It's not a mortal enemy. Is it that serious? We are all just trying to make a living." Coach Adkins helplessly spread his palms towards Coach Paul Ince, and his expression seemed to say, "Our Southampton team is really not targeting you, Notts County. We really treat all English League One teams equally." In order not to go too far, Coach Adkins began to make substitutions. It was already 5-0, so we really had to play more cautiously, otherwise we would really kick out revenge. At such a happy moment for the fans, Guran could not be substituted. After all, Guran was now a flagship figure, and Coach Adkins could not spoil the fans' interest. So, Coach Adkins substituted the 3 main players, Lallana, Schneiderlin, and Davis, all at once. Substitute goalkeeper Bialkowski, centre midfielder Dobble, and midfielder Goborn came on the field. These 3 players were all substitutes among substitutes, and none of them had expected to play in the first home game of the new season. This was all thanks to Guran. Guran abused the opponent without any resistance, which gave the 3 of them the opportunity to show off. The 3 players were very excited and secretly vowed to play well with Guran, strive to score more goals, and let Coach Adkins see their strength. Lallana was a little depressed when he left the field. He had just exchanged 2 assists with Guran, but he was substituted before he started to enjoy it. The game continued. Southampton, with almost all substitutes, continued to attack under Guran's organization. In the 86th minute of the game, Guran dribbled the ball along the left side alone. Cruyff turned around and overtook the outside lane and then strengthened his crotch pass, sending the ball into the penalty area in one breath. The new young central midfielder Dobler was unguarded and shot a powerful shot while running forward. The ball went in again. 6:0. Guran completed an assist hat-trick. Double hat-trick. The entire St. Mary's Stadium was completely on fire. The stands of St. Mary's Church on the south side were about to collapse due to the crazy fans. Coach Adkins helplessly spread his palms to the pale-faced coach Paul Ince, and his expression seemed to say, "I really tried my best." The overall situation of the game is already decided. The 2 mysterious Chinese guests in the VIP box stood up and adjusted their suits. It's time to meet Guran. Chapter 361. Attention from the country. The mysterious visitor's intention. Guran, sorry, I refuse. Beep, 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 with 2 short and 1 long final whistles. The second round of the English League One match between Southampton and Notts County at home finally ended. The score was fixed at Southampton 6:0 Notts County. This was a hearty victory. It was a feast for all Southampton fans. Guran started the game and played the whole game with 3 assists and 3 shots and a double hat-trick, completely dominating the game at home. Such dazzling data also made all Southampton fans crazy. The English League One Championship promised before the game is just around the corner. All Southampton fans, including 8 club executives who came to watch the game, stood up and applauded Guran. The Notts County players were kicked and collapsed, and almost all of them left the field with sad faces. Guran and his teammates walked around the field and bowed to the fans to express their gratitude. Southampton's male fans cheered for Guran, and Southampton's female fans cheered for Guran. The bullet screen and GIFs in the live broadcast room were rolling like crazy, and the highlights of Guran's goals and assists were immediately spread on major platforms. Guran's name once again rushed to the domestic hot search list in the middle of the night. After nearly half an hour of thanking the audience, Guran returned to the home team's locker room amid warm applause. The atmosphere in the locker room was still warm. Every player and staff member took the initiative to high-five and hug to congratulate Guran when they saw him. Team Dr. Mei-Fu and physical therapist Gregory stood up and pulled Guran into the physical therapy room. Mei-Fu had just taken off Guran's shoes to check his ankle when personal assistant Rick rushed in. "Hi, Gu. You did a great job today." Guran smiled. "Oh, thank you, Rick." Mei-Fu frowned and said, "Rick, get out. Can't you see we are working?" Rick took out a note. "I'm in a hurry. I'm here to give Gu a note." Mei-Fu didn't continue to rage. "You know, those who can pass notes to players through club staff after the game are all well known." Rick brought the note here, and it must have been approved by the club's top management. Guran, who was lying on the physiotherapy bed, was a little curious. "What note? Read it to me," Rick asked. "Gu, are you sure?" Guran smiled and said, "There are no outsiders here. We are all family." "Rick, just read it." "Mei-Fu, you continue to help me check. Let's save time." "Okay, Gu." Mei-Fu felt happy in his heart. It felt good to be treated as one of Guran's own. Rick unfolded the note, cleared his throat, and then his face was slightly embarrassed. Guran waited for a long time and couldn't help asking, "What is written? Is it so difficult to say? Is it a swear word?" Rick said, "I don't know if it's a swear word or not. I don't recognize these words." Gregory laughed. "Rick, are you kidding me? You can't read? Is there some shocking secret that you are embarrassed to read out? Give it to me." Gregory snatched the note, and then his face became awkward. "Oh my god, I was careless. I don't recognize Chinese characters. Damn you too, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix." Guran was a little embarrassed. Okay, it's nothing. Give it to me." Gregory quickly handed the note to Guran. Guran took the note with a smile on his face and looked at it, and his face immediately became solemn. Maeve asked curiously, "Gu, what's written on it? Are they swear words?" Guran exhaled. "It's worse than swear words." Gregory said angrily, "Fuck. Who the hell wrote this note? How dare he say something worse than swear words? Let's call our brothers to go and get him. Guran waved his hand. Don't worry about it, Rick. Take me to find the person who gave you this note. Rick hurriedly said, okay, go. Maeve said, boo. Your routine physical examination hasn't been completed yet, and you haven't had physical therapy yet. Guran said in a deep voice, the person behind this note is more important than a physical examination. I must see him right away. Gregory said, boo. Do you really not need us to accompany you to get him? I've practiced it too. Guran smiled and said, no. After that, Guran wiped the sweat off his body, put on a training suit casually, and hurriedly followed Rick out of the locker room. Watching Guran leaving, Maeve frowned and shook his head. I've never seen Guran so serious and anxious. Gregory also shook his head and said, yeah, who is the other party? Can a note make Guran so nervous? What is written on the note? Maeve said, I'm pregnant. Gregory looked back at Maeve in astonishment. Maeve said, I mean, what the note says maybe, I'm pregnant. Oh, I thought. Gregory cleared his throat. Ahem, Maeve, you also read The Sun often. So, is it a B, or Linda, or sister? No? Maeve sighed. It's time to learn Chinese characters under Rick's guidance. Guran walked through the internal passage of the stadium and headed for the VIP room. Along the way, Guran's face was more solemn than ever before. Rick couldn't help but ask cautiously, boo, are you okay? Do you need me to ask Oldler to intervene? Guran smiled. No, I'm fine. Don't worry. Rick asked again. Then, what exactly is written on the note? Guran handed the note to Rick. It says, Xinghu Sports Agency. Agency? Rick blinked in surprise. Your Chinese one? Guran nodded. Yes. Rick smiled and said, it looks like a good thing. Boo. Aren't you in need of an agent? Your domestic agent should be more convenient to communicate, right? Guran smiled, did not respond to Rick, and stretched out his hand to push open the door of the box. The door opened, and two middle-aged men with black hair and a strong smell of alcohol stood up from the luxurious sofa to greet them. The two men were of medium height, with harmless smiles on their faces. As soon as they saw Guran, they greeted him warmly like family members who had not seen each other for a long time. Guran. Hello, hello. We finally meet you. Before, we only saw you playing football on the internet media, but today we feel you are really great. The two shook hands with Guran and hugged him one after another. Guran naturally felt very cordial to meet fellow countrymen who spoke Chinese in a foreign country. But Guran knew clearly that these were all false courtesies. Xinghu Sports is not an ordinary agency. In Guran's memory of his previous life, it was a famous white glove company. Many future international players came from this company. This company is usually very low-key. If it were not for the exposure of the sea cucumber endorsement incident, few people would know that there is such a company. Guran said calmly, I'm also very happy to meet you two in a foreign country. I should have taken a shower and changed into more formal clothes, but I was worried that you two would be waiting anxiously, so I rushed over as soon as I saw the note. Haha, it's okay. We don't mind you being dirty. The two held Guran's hand affectionately. Guran laughed in his heart. Who is disgusted by who is dirty is still uncertain. Come on, come in first. Let's close the door and talk. The two pulled Guran into the box and closed the door. Sit down, Xiaogu. After entering the room, the middle-aged man who was not tall and had a round face in the lead leaned on the sofa first and crossed his legs. Another middle-aged man who kept a good figure and looked like a player took out a cigarette very tactfully and handed it to the middle-aged man in the lead, and then took out a lighter and helped to light it. This set of movements was skillful, more skillful than Guran's one stop on the left side. When they first met, they were all polite. The word Xiaogu was a reflection of each other's true identity. Guran was mentally prepared for this and stood still. Thank you, both of you. I just finished the game, and it's not convenient for me to sit down. Okay, feel free. Xiaogu, you may not know us, so let me introduce you first. The middle-aged man who lit a cigarette respectfully extended his hand to the man who crossed his legs and introduced him. This is the boss of our Xinghu company, Mr. Jiuoshan. Guran's eyebrows moved slightly. The big boss came in person. The treatment is quite high. The man who lit a cigarette behind Guo Shan did not forget to flatter him a little more. Many well-known players in the country and many young international players of the national Olympic team were all promoted by our boss Guo with his keen eyes. People like Jihei, Taizi, Zio Zhi, and so on. All of them regard our boss as a bull. Gu. In fact, according to your level, Boss Guo doesn't need to make a personal trip, but Boss Guo is very optimistic about you. Recently, your highlights have been very popular in China. After watching it, Boss Guo immediately thought that you are very good and have a good chance to become a pillar of the country. Boss Guo is famous for his love of talents. So, Boss Guo spared no effort and flew here in person just to promote you. Gu, you should understand what I mean, right? Guran glanced at the 200,000 yuan bottle of Romanican tea on the table in the box and sneered in his heart. I understand. Guo Shan waved his hand pretentiously and said with a smile, hey, what about promotion? Our company is also selecting talents for the country. We really don't like ordinary players. Besides, it's mainly because Gu is really good at playing. As a bull, I'm naturally willing to help Gu get on the horse and send him off. The man who lit a cigarette admired. Listen, how noble Boss Guo is. Gu, let me tell you, you are lucky. I have been running around with Boss Guo for so many years, and this is the first time I have seen Boss Guo care so much about a young player. You've got it. Guran smiled. Really? Didn't I ask you who you are? The man who lit a cigarette smiled. Oh, my name is Wang Fakiang, and I'm the head of the overseas department of Xinghu Company. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be your agent in the future. Guran immediately said coldly, I don't think I have agreed to sign a contract with your company yet. Ha ha ha. Wang Fakiang smiled proudly. Gu, what's there to hesitate about? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Our company's operational capabilities are second to none in the industry. Let's put it this way, if you want to join the national team, of course you have to sign with us first. Guran's brows twitched uncontrollably. Why is the national football team so bad? Is it that 1.4 billion Chinese people really can't select 11 players who can play football? No, really not. Even if the level of domestic youth training is low, even if the domestic upward channel is poor, it is definitely not that 1.4 billion people can't even find 11 people who can play football. It's not because the Chinese have poor physical fitness and are not suitable for sports. Olympic athletes can win so many gold medals, and the average height of primary and secondary school students has been rising again and again. How could it be that the Chinese have poor physical fitness? Speaking of poor youth training conditions, when Dao Datao and other first-generation Jain Libero players were studying abroad in Brazil, the local youth training conditions in Brazil were so bad that even these rural children couldn't stand it. But the Brazilian children were hungry and barefoot playing football on the hard ground. Didn't they also become 5-star Brazilians? Youth training and upward channels are indeed not good. This is an objective existence, but the real fatal reason is the selection channel. The selection channel is firmly controlled by these dirty things. They turned the project of winning glory for the country into a way to make money for themselves and their descendants. Damn it. Guran felt a tightness in his chest, and a dangerous idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Will it save the future of the national football team if he kills these two people directly? This idea disappeared in an instant. When two cockroaches are found at home, it means that the house is already full of cockroaches. Stepping on these two cockroaches will not change anything. Seeing that Guran didn't speak, Xinghu's boss Guo Shan smiled and said, Gu, it seems that you don't believe in our strength. It doesn't matter, you will understand when you join our Xinghu company. To be honest, I just watched your game live, and I really like you. If talents like you don't serve the country, it will really be a loss for our country. There is nothing wrong with what he said. After rebirth, Guran also thought about the issue of serving the country. This is a question that no player can avoid, especially as his popularity in China increases. It is absolutely normal to be found and invited by the country. for Guran, even though he knew that the Chinese national football team would be on a downward spiral in the next decade or so, and that they would lose face after losing to Thailand and Vietnam. As long as the country calls, as a Chinese man, no matter what the result will be, Guran will accept the call without hesitation and contribute all his abilities. This is an obligation, a duty, and a sense of mission engraved in his blood. Even if he loses, even if he takes the blame, even if he is criticized by thousands of people, even if he knows that he is jumping into the frying pan, Guran will not look back. But as a reborn person, Guran also knows what it means to sign an agent contract with Xinghu Company. Jiuo Shan flicked the ash on the ground and continued, Xiao Gu, you have to believe in the strength of our company. Since I can come to talk to you in person, I dare to promise you that, as long as you sign a contract with us, you will get what you want. Playing football for the country is a matter of honor. How many famous players have been fighting for it? You know the situation in our country. You have to give face to the major local clubs, the major senior coaches, and the former meritorious players. You don't have a coach who can speak in China, the support of the local clubs, and the senior background. It's really difficult to squeeze into the national team. This is quite realistic. The reality is that all the fans are scolding the national football team, but the Chinese players still aim to join the national football team. No player dares to say that, because the Chinese team is too bad. I will never join the Chinese team. I just want to be a sophisticated egoist. I want to join Brazil and Argentina for myself to win the World Cup. Guran did not respond, but just watched Jiuo Shan's performance quietly. Then Jiuo Shan continued, the competition is fierce, Xiao Gu. So, you are a grassroots without any platform. You can only squeeze in if you sign a contract with us. Guran sneered, really? Sign your contract? Can you enter the national team? No need for layers of selection? No need for the head coach's consent? Wang Qiang next to him laughed, Xiao Gu. You are right. This is just a matter of one word from boss Jiuo. Jiuo Shan waved his hand in a low-key manner. Don't be so direct. I really love talents. I believe Xiao Gu has the ability and talent to enter the national team. Our company will also do its best to help you fight for it and help you operate it. As for the finalization of the big list, it is up to the top to decide. Ha, what a irony. At this point, even a fool can understand the tricks here. Guran consciously loosened his clenched fists that were about to bleed and tried to suppress his anger. What do you need me to do specifically? Jiuo Shan said with a smile. Xiao Gu, look at what you said. What can I need you to do? But I do have a few questions that I must ask first, which is also the basic process of our company. The first question, are you still a Chinese citizen now? Do you have other nationalities? Have you ever played a national team game for other countries? Guran shook his head firmly and said, no, my motherland is my only nationality, and I will never change it until I die. I don't have a second nationality, and I have never played a national team game for other countries. Jiuo Shan nodded with satisfaction. Very good. The second question is, are you willing to give up your game in the British club for the national team training? Guran pursed his lips. This is indeed a more troublesome question. The domestic training arrangement is not scientific. In addition, the UK is far away from China, and the flight alone takes more than 24 hours. Frequent domestic training will definitely affect the club's games. However, national interests are paramount. In front of the club and the country, national interests must be given priority, even if it is likely to cause unpleasantness with the club. Guran said in a deep voice, as long as the motherland calls me up, I'm willing to give up the club's games. Wang Qiang nodded again with satisfaction. The last question, do you have an agent and an agency now? Guran said coldly, no. Great. That's no problem at all. Jiuo Shan turned around and said to Wang Qiang, give him a contract, and then we'll have a drink together to celebrate in advance. Wang Qiang immediately took out a contract that had been prepared long ago and handed it to Guran with a smile. Xiao Gu, congratulations, you have now stepped into the door of the national football team. Guran took the contract calmly. This contract is only 3 thin pages, and the content is very simple. That is, all commercial endorsements are arranged by Xinghu Company, and players are not allowed to violate it. You can endorse whatever you are asked to endorse, even if it is sea cucumber. In addition, the income from commercial endorsements is divided into 30% and 70%, with the players taking 30% and Xinghu taking 70% as operating expenses. In addition, players cannot unilaterally terminate the contract, and the player's own commercial projects must also give Xinghu Company a share. This is simply a blood-sucking certificate. No, it is a marrow-sucking certificate. Guran then asked with a cold face, "What if I refuse to sign the contract with you?" Wang Faqiang laughed. "Xiao Gu, don't joke. Don't you want to play for the country?" Guran said coldly, "Of course I'm willing to play for the country. This is the most noble goal in my heart. But whether I can enter the national football team has anything to do with your agent contract." Wang Faqiang frowned and said, "Necessary relationship? The inevitable relationship is that, if you don't sign us, you won't want to come in." Jiuo Shan waved his hand. "Don't be so blunt." "But Xiao Gu, the truth is this. There are some things I can't tell you too bluntly, but you can think about it yourself. What can you rely on to get this opportunity in the competition for national football quotas in major clubs and various brokerage companies? By yourself? No, young man, don't be too confident in your own abilities. You have to have resources and you have to have a backer. Otherwise, do you think that the national team's international players rely solely on their strength? Xinghu Company is your resource and backer. With our operation, you can get in." Wang Faqiang said, "Xiao Gu, our boss is open-hearted and sincere to you. The words have been made so clear. If you still don't know our boss's good intentions, then you shouldn't do it." Guran sneered, "I understand. In other words, if I don't sign this Xinghu agent contract today, I can't get in." Jiuo Shan narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tone was already a little unfriendly. "That's right, Xiao Gu, this is reality. Don't be too idealistic." Wang Faqiang also said, "That's right. Xiao Gu, you are still young. Listen to your brother's advice. This is a good opportunity for you to change your destiny. How many people have racked their brains, but can't get into the eyes of our boss Guo? Boss Guo favors you so much. Don't be ungrateful. Come on, sign the contract, and then you just wait for the national football team to recruit you." Guran's teeth were clattering, no longer using realistic acting to cover up, and he said with righteousness, "As long as the motherland calls me, I, Guran, will be called at any time. However, I will never sign this shitty agent contract. I go to the national team to play for the country, not for my own false reputation as a national player. I'm not working for your personal interests." Guran threw the Xinghu agent contract back in a domineering manner. "You." Jiuo Shan slammed the coffee table heavily, and the bottle of Romanican tea on the coffee table shook a few times. "No, no, no, boss, don't be angry." Jiuo Shan hurriedly tried to smooth things over with a smile. "Children don't know the depth of the matter. He may not understand the seriousness of the matter yet. Boss, please take a break first. Let me talk to Xiao Gu alone." Jiuo Shan snorted and turned his face away. Wang Faqiang wanted to pull Guran to the corner of the box, but Guran pushed Wang Faqiang's arm away without any hesitation. "If you have anything to say it here openly. No need to compromise." The muscles on Wang Faqiang's face twitched slightly. "Little Gu, haha, young people are really childish. Okay, it doesn't matter. I used to be as passionate as you. Then I'll say it here. Little Gu, look at you. This is a great thing. A win-win for both of us. How can you make it like this? You want to play football for the country. Okay, just sign this agent contract, right? Do you know that other agencies and other clubs, if they want to send people to the national team, they have to throw real money in? The number one tell you can scare you to death. Boss Guo and I are really here to help you. We also sincerely think that you can improve the combat effectiveness of the national football team. We are also for the country. Otherwise, why would Boss Guo and I make this trip in person? If you are not satisfied with the terms in the contract, you can talk to me, and we can modify it. However, if you are determined not to sign and insist on confronting us, then I really can't help you. Let me give you another reality lesson. You are very strong, but you are too young. Even if there are fans in the country who support you and like you, it is useless. Fans are not your foundation. You have no foundation in the country. The selection of national team players is decided by the top, not the fans below. You have no qualifications, no connections, and no background. Let me put it this way, even if you want to give money to play for the country, you don't have the way to give it. Let me put it more bluntly to you. If you sign the Zinhu contract, it is equivalent to getting on Boss GUO's luxury yacht. You don't need to spend a penny. You can also make a lot of money from the endorsement projects we get you. Just be happy. In the future, fame, wealth, and status will all be at your fingertips. But if you don't sign this contract, you will never be able to enter the national team. Guo Shan said in an obviously threatening tone. This is your future. I advise you to think about it carefully, and don't be stupid. Gu Ran said contemptuously. Don't think about it. I still say that, as long as the national team recruits me, I will not look back. But you want me to play football for the interests of you guys, and want to tie me to you dirty things. Go to hell with you. Guo Shan stood up in shame and annoyance, pointing at Gu Ran's nose and cursing. Gu, you have guts. I gave you a face and you don't accept it. I, Guo Shan, say this here today. As long as I, Guo Shan, am here, you kid will never think of joining the national football team in your life. Gu Ran raised his head, his murderous eyes staring straight at Du Wanke, and his voice was like a dragon slaying sword drawn from its sheath. In life, 10 years of good luck can even change the course of the Yellow River. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Do you think you will have a good end? After speaking, Gu Ran turned around and kicked open the door of the box and walked out without looking back. The door of the box room was kicked off, leaving a 45-yard footprint on the door panel. Guo Shan and Wang Faqiang couldn't help but tremble slightly. Half of it was because of shame and half of it was because of fear. The words "do you think you will have a good end?" roared in their minds like the Yellow River water coming from the sky. P.S. Manual dog head to save my life. Right square bracket. Chapter 362 Gu Ran, I'm really not in the mood. The most watery Hollywood actress in history gives gifts as soon as they meet. Seeing Gu Ran violently kicking the door and leaving, Rick, who was waiting in the corridor, was shocked. It was the first time he saw Gu Ran lose his temper. Rick hurriedly caught up with Gu Ran. Gu, what happened? Why are there tears in your eyes? Really? Gu Ran smiled coldly. You saw it wrong. It's just sweat. I have too much water. Rick opened his mouth and Gu Ran stopped talking, running all the way, and walked back to the locker room. Rick couldn't even keep up with him at a trot. At this moment, no one could understand the sadness in Gu Ran's heart. It's impossible to join the national team, but it doesn't matter. If I can't join the national team, then I will develop like crazy overseas. One day, when I become a world-class star, I don't believe that the national team will go against the hearts of all the fans and not recruit me. I will rely on my own influence to join the national team with dignity. If 1 year doesn't work, then 2 years. If 2 years don't work, then 3 years. If 3 years don't work, then 10 years. I want to win the English League One Championship. I want to win the English League Cup. I want to win the English Championship. I want to win the Europa League. I want to lead the team to achieve 3 consecutive jumps. I want to win the English Championship. I want to win the Premier League, the FA Cup, the Community Shield. I want to join the strongest club with the highest price and the most sensational effect. I want to win the Champions League. I want to compete with Messi and Ronaldo for the Golden Ball. By that time, if you, GUO, don't go in and step on the sewing machine, I will use the trophy to slap your face. Gu Ran wiped the sweat from the corners of his eyes and strode into the physiotherapy room and the locker room. Gu Ran said to the stunned Maeve and Gregory in a deep voice, I'm back, let's continue. Gu? Maeve asked cautiously, is the negotiation not going well? Gregory also asked, is the other party asking for too high a price? Gu Ran lay on the physiotherapy bed and said in a muffled voice, it's not about the price. In fact, I really want it in my heart, but the other party is too dirty. Maeve and Gregory exchanged glances. Maeve lowered his voice and said, outside? Gregory shook his head and whispered, no, I should have called a professional. Maeve, hiss, that's really dirty. No wonder Gu Ran was so unhappy, even though he won the game. While massaging Guran, Gregory cleared his throat and said, "Boo, don't be too depressed about this. I have a friend who knows a very famous chicken head. I can ask my friend to help you solve the problem and beat the eggs." Maeve also said, "Yes, Boo, next time you have that need, you can find Gregory. Safe." Guran. What eggs? What eggs to beat? Before Guran could speak, Coach Adkins and the breathless Rick rushed in together. Obviously, Rick had told Coach Adkins about Guran's anger. Coach Adkins asked with concern, "Boo, are you okay?" Guran turned over and sat up, forcing a smile and said, "I'm fine, Coach." Maeve interrupted, "Coach, this kind of thing is definitely not convenient to discuss on the table, but don't worry, Gregory's friend can help Guran beat the eggs." Gregory nodded heavily. "Believe me, last time Walton called 3 professionals and only paid 2. The matter almost made it to the newspaper, and in the end it was me and my friend who found someone to settle it." Coach Adkins. Guran. "I'm in a bad mood, and you guys are actually talking to me about Walton's gossip? Speaking of which, Walton shouldn't be unable to pay even 2, right? Playing 2 peaches to kill 3 warriors? Or, Walton is not in good health, so he spent 2? Wait, what the hell am I thinking? I can't even get into the national team. I'm very uncomfortable now. You are still gossiping here. Do you have any sympathy?" Coach Adkins cleared his throat and said, "You guys go out first. Let me talk to Gu alone." Maeve said, "Coach, it's okay. We are all family with Guran." Coach Adkins frowned and said, "But you and I are not family." Maeve and Gregory had to leave the physical therapy room. Rick hesitated and walked out. Coach Adkins sighed, "Boo, although I don't know what happened, your condition looks worse than the last time you were injured and hospitalized." Guran smiled helplessly. "Coach, you won't understand, even if I tell you." Coach Adkins said, "We are friends, and you are the core ace of the Southampton team. I must know what happened to you. So is it really about breaking the eggs? Damn. Coach, are you here to care about me, or to listen to my gossip?" Guran pursed his lips and said, "To put it simply, I lost the opportunity to join our national team." Coach Adkins was shocked and said, "What? This is a joke, right? Gu, you must be kidding me. A talented player like you, if you were British, the English Football Association and the head coach of the national team would have lined up to invite you to join. You can't even join your national team? Are they crazy?" Guran also laughed. "Yeah, it's ridiculous, right? But this is the fact. If I don't go along with them, I won't have the opportunity to play for my country." Coach Adkins opened his mouth and wanted to comfort Guran, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of any words to comfort Guran. After all, in Coach Adkins' logical cognition, this kind of thing is simply impossible. Coach Adkins could only pat Guran on the shoulder. "Boo, give yourself a break, you need to rest." Guran shook his head and said, "No, Coach, I need to play football. You need to rest." Coach Adkins emphasized, "You need to go to the bar, you need to socialize, you need to have fun, you need to forget these painful things. What's more, you have played several extremely intense games in a row, and you should have rested in the next game. The next game is the 3rd round of the English League One in a week. We will challenge Peterborough United away, and then 3 days later, it will be the 2nd round of the League Cup. I will give you a break for the game against Peterborough United, and you will return before the 2nd round of the League Cup. Coach, that's it. Go home and play however you want. Coach, I don't say any more. Go. This is my order. Go now." "Coach, I want to say, I haven't finished my physical therapy today." "Oh, then you can leave after you finish your physical therapy." Coach Adkins patted Guran's shoulder again, then shook his head and walked out of the therapy room, sighing as he walked. "I can't imagine it. I can't imagine it." Math at the door said, "Look, it's definitely a matter of a pregnant hen laying eggs." Gregory said, "Gu is still young. How can young people not make mistakes? However, we are all Gu's own people. We must keep Gu secret and not let anyone else know." Math nodded heavily. "Okay." The two returned to the therapy room. The third person, Rick, was left alone at the door, looking messy. "Jesus, I seem to know what happened, but I doubt that I don't know what happened, etc. Am I not a human? In the therapy room, Gregory gave Guran a massage and said, "Boo, don't worry, just leave it to my friend." Guran smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, but you can't help me with this matter. I have already thought about it, let it be." Math hurriedly said, "Gu, you can't do this. You don't want a future? You don't want a reputation? If the media knows, they will send you to hell." Guran said indifferently, "What's the matter? It's not my fault." Gregory said, "Boo, don't be willful. This kind of thing is common in the football circle." Guran frowned and said, "What are you talking about? This matter ends here. Hurry up and use the fashion knife. I want to go back and rest early after the therapy." Okay, seeing that Guran's face changed, Math and Gregory naturally didn't dare to say anything more. Maeve carefully checked Guran's body again. After confirming that there was nothing serious, Gregory picked up the fashion knife to give Guran physical therapy. Guran endured the pain of the fashion knife while concentrating his mind to receive the growth rewards and hidden rewards of this game. Today's home debut in the English League One was really exciting. If it weren't for the appearance of Xinghu, today should have been an extremely happy day. Guran sighed secretly in his heart and forced the unpleasant things out of his mind. Like the familiar system prompt sounded in Guran's mind. "Congratulations to the host. Since the host perfectly integrated the results of more than 100 hours of special training in the first home game of the English League One, the corresponding attributes have grown. Your physical attribute, bounce, grew from 67 points to 68 points. Your physical attribute, balance, grew from 73 points to 74 points. Your technical attribute, free kick, grew from 68 points to 69 points. Your technical attribute, out of bounds, grew from 65 points to 66 points. Your mental attribute, calm, grew from 71 points to 72 points. Not bad." The last sub-attribute of the physical attribute, bounce, has been displayed, and all the major physical categories are known. In addition, out of bounds in the technical attribute and calmness in the mental attribute are also displayed. The shortboard attribute has been further improved. One step closer to promotion to personal A rating. This performance will definitely get another SS level hidden lottery. Light as expected, another system prompt sounded in Guran's mind. This match is the host's first home debut in the English League One. The host played the whole game, completed 3 key clearances, 1 fatal goal clearance, the highest running distance of 9.62 kilometers, the longest sprint distance, the most sprints, and 3 passes and 3 shots. The system evaluated it as SS level performance. Guran couldn't help but take a deep breath. The clearance data and running data of this game are obviously much less than those of the previous derby. The reason is that the opponent is too weak, and it took almost no effort to break through and crush the opponent. If it weren't for the data of 3 passes and 3 shots, it would be difficult to be rated as SS level. It seems that in the future, when you meet a strong team, you have to play to death, and when you meet a weak team, you have to crush it to death. Okay, let's draw the lottery first. Guran immediately concentrated his thoughts and activated the lottery disc in his mind. Today, because of Xinghu's matter, Guran was very depressed, and he was too lazy to pray for good luck. Stop, the lottery disc slowly stopped. Congratulations to the host. The skill drawn in this system hidden lottery is Set Piece, Crescent Moon Scimitar. Your set piece, Crescent Moon Scimitar has been upgraded from +4 to +7, effective immediately. Damn, Guran couldn't believe it. Crescent Moon Scimitar really increased to +7. Damn, I actually won the upgrade of the star skill. This is really a silver lining. Before, I begged so much for the upgrade of rubbish skills, but this time I actually won the very practical star skill Crescent Moon Scimitar. The +7 Crescent Moon Scimitar, although it is not as good as Beckham's Peak, it is definitely better than the Premier League level, and it is even cool to win the Champions League. Cool, cool. The Crescent Moon Scimitar was originally a trump card, and now it has reached +7. It is even more of a trump card among trump cards. The previous depression was also diluted a lot because of this hidden lottery. Is this the system's compensation for my unhappiness? Unfortunately, star level skills cannot be upgraded through reorganization and strengthening. Otherwise, I can take the opportunity to upgrade the Crescent Moon Scimitar. Of course, this reorganization can't be wasted. Guran quickly reviewed his ordinary skills and then decided to reorganize the reasonable collision +4. Reasonable collision skill is the first basic skill that Guran got for free. This skill is not only very useful in defense, but also very practical in offense. Especially in the English League One game, the physical confrontation is very strong, and this ordinary skill is also very important. After upgrading reasonable collision to strengthened reasonable collision, not only can 4 general talent points be washed out, but the upward superposition space of skills is also opened, and the same skills can continue to be free. This is a very cost effective. Guran immediately reorganized the reasonable collision +4 skill. The system prompt voice asked, the host will reallocate the reasonable collision +4 skill. Are you sure? Determined and sure. Suddenly, Guran felt that his mind was particularly clear. Reasonable collision +4 is upgraded to enhanced reasonable collision +1. There is also a line of flashing system words under the newly upgraded enhanced reasonable collision skill. You feel that you are more eager to use your body to collide with other bodies. Guran, is it me who is not serious, or is it the system that is not serious? It must be the system. The 4 general talent points washed out can be redistributed, or make up for the shortcomings, and make up for the personal rating A. First give 1 point to the balance attribute, so that the balance attribute will be raised from 74 points to 75 points to meet the standard. How to allocate the remaining 3 points is worth careful consideration. Imagination 73, Teamwork 74, Calmness 72. These 3 items are the easiest to reach the A level, but these 3 items are spiritual attributes. Of course, spiritual attributes can improve personal strength, but they are not the most important at present. The remaining 3 points can meet the standards of imagination and teamwork, but to achieve 75 points of 15 sub-attributes, there is still 1 attribute missing. In other words, no matter how hard you try this time, it is impossible to achieve a personal system A rating. Guran will definitely have to rest for the next game, and there will be no new game until 10 days later. In these 10 days, even if you only rely on free white training bubbles, you can exchange for 10 new special talent points. Therefore, there is really no need to add points just to advance to class A, putting aside the sub-attributes of the spirit category. The 3 items that are worth adding points to make up for the shortcomings are dribbling 70, free kick 69, and jumping 68. The talent point gap for these 3 shortcomings is 18 points. Such a point gap exceeded Guran's expectations. Although there are 10 days before the next game, if you can't play, you can't advance to class A by picking up white training bubbles to exchange for special talent points. Guran was also in a dilemma for a while. Should I add the spirit category that is easier to advance, or make up for the shortcomings in a solid way, or a mixture of the two? After thinking for a while, Guran still didn't have a clear clue. Guran decided to save these 3 general talent points for the next game. After half an hour of fashion knife therapy, the other players and staff had already driven away. Guran took a shower, changed into dry clothes, said goodbye to Rick Maff Gregory, and drove home to start a long vacation. After returning to the Dune Villa, Guran immediately had a cold and hot therapy to restore his physical strength. Just after taking a shower, the phone kept ringing. Abeklancy was still persevering and sent several real-time photos in a row. Guran was in a bad mood and just took a simple look and deleted all the photos. Linda sent a text message to congratulate, and Guran just perfunctorily said a few words. Then, Evelyn called. Guran hesitated for a moment, but still picked up. Hi. Gu. You did a great job today. I'm so happy. Thank you, Evelyn. Guran has become numb to this kind of licking greeting. Evelyn asked eagerly, come to Hayden Manor tonight. Can we go horseback riding together? Guran sighed. No, Evelyn, I'm not in the mood today. Evelyn asked in astonishment. What's wrong? What happened? Guran smiled. Nothing. Maybe there are too many competitions recently, and I'm a little tired. Oh. Evelyn's voice was slightly disappointed, but she immediately said, then let's not ride horses. Let's just come directly. Damn. Evelyn, you are too direct. Guran hardened his heart. Sorry, Evelyn, I'm really not in the mood today. Evelyn said disappointedly. Okay, then you have a good rest. I'll find you tomorrow. Gu ran. After hanging up the phone, Gu ran sighed in disappointment. It's not that I'm tired of it, it's really that I'm not in the mood after Xinghu's incident. As soon as I hung up the phone rang again. Gu ran didn't even check the caller ID and answered directly. Didn't I tell you, I'm really not in the mood today. A sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Mr. Gu ran. This is Gwyneth. Gu ran was stunned and quickly said, oh sorry, hello, Miss Paltrow. Gwyneth giggled, just call me Gwen. I'm already at Southampton airport. I wonder if Mr. Gu ran has time to pick me up. Damn, here you go. I'm not in the mood today. However, it's just to pick someone up and nothing else. What's more, the person I picked up was the 71st Hollywood film queen. Even if she is the most watery Hollywood film queen in history, she is still a film queen. She flew here with sincerity. Even if I'm not in the mood, I should pick her up. Gu ran immediately said, okay, wait a moment, I'll drive to pick you up now. Thank you, you're so nice, Mr. Gu ran. I also brought you a gift, I think you'll like it. Oh, you're welcome. I'll leave now, we'll talk when we meet later. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Gu ran couldn't help but think in his heart, she is the movie queen after all. Her emotional intelligence is really high. Other female stars only give gifts when they are about to leave, but the queen of the screen gives gifts as soon as they meet. Gu ran immediately dressed up and drove to Southampton airport. In the VIP lounge at the airport, Gwyneth Paltrow was touching up her lip makeup in front of the makeup mirror. Next to her stood two female assistants carrying large and small bags of luggage, and two burly bodyguards in black suits and black sunglasses. After all, she is the queen of the screen, so 2 assistants and 2 bodyguards are the basic configuration for travel. Have you booked the hotel? Yes, Gwen, the hotel has been booked. Have you booked the return flight? Ah, Gwen, you didn't say when you're going back. Need I tell you that? Gwyneth frowned. You don't think that I, an Oscar-winning actress, really have to kowtow and listen to the nonsense of a Chinese screenwriter? I'm just pretending. After all, this is the request of Marvel CEO Kevin, and I have to give this face. I'm just meeting with the Chinese screenwriter tonight, chatting casually, and then we'll go back to our respective places. We'll fly back to Beverly tomorrow morning. Okay, Gwen, I'll book your return flight tomorrow morning right away. Yeah. Gwyneth glanced at the 2 bodyguards again. You two, be smart too. If that screenwriter wants to pull my hand and hug my waist or something, it's certainly not convenient for me to get rid of him by myself, so you have to help me stop him. Yes, Gwen. Don't worry, the 2 bodyguards assured in unison. Gwyneth nodded in satisfaction, and then said irritably, why haven't you come yet? More than half an hour later, Gwyneth, who was almost falling asleep, heard her cell phone ring. Gwyneth immediately put on a smile that showed no falsehood. Hello Mr. Gu ran, have you arrived? No, I'm not anxious at all. Oh, okay. After hanging up the phone, Gwyneth was full of resentment. How easy 10. Is he too arrogant? He actually said that it was inconvenient for him to appear in public and ask me, the Oscar-winning actress, to walk out of the airport by myself. He was waiting for me in the KN outside the airport. Isn't he just a behind-the-scenes screenwriter? Could it be that he is less convenient to show up than me, the Oscar-winning actress? The assistant next to him also echoed, this kid is too arrogant. Gwen, don't give him face, just let him come in and answer it. Otherwise, we will never go out. Isn't he just a small screenwriter? He really doesn't know his place. Forget it. Gwyneth quickly sorted out her irritable mood. His hand-drawn scripts are really talented. I don't want to offend him and let him write me to death in the script. Gwyneth put on a baseball cap and sunglasses and used a scarf to cover her face. Keep a low profile. Don't let my fans find out it's me. I don't want to be discovered by tabloid reporters writing gossip in a rural place like Southampton. Yes, Gwen. Gwyneth Paltrow walked out of the airport VIP lounge with her butt twisted. Some readers are concerned about whether she will join the national football team to play in the future. The answer is clear, no. The outline of this book is to jump 3 levels to transfer to a giant, win the Champions League, and then call Messi and Ronaldo brothers and sisters. I'm confident that I can write about 100 Hollywood actresses, but I'm really not confident about writing about the national football match. The last chapter was blocked twice because it was written too much. Only the confrontation with the agency was retained. It was reluctantly released after the whole chapter was greatly revised. With this change, the emotional tension of the plot has dropped a lot. If I write about the national football match again, I will definitely not be able to control my scolding and will be blocked more miserably. So, I'd better keep the book first. This book is expected to be more than 3 million words. The average subscription has been falling recently, and it seems that there is no hope. But it doesn't matter. Even if the average subscription falls, it doesn't matter. I will finish it as usual. I won't be eunuch or have a bad ending. After all, I'm really a serious author. I'm old, and I have written more than 30 million words since I entered the industry. If I could succeed, I would have succeeded a long time ago. There are so many good authors and so many good books in the world. I have to admit that I'm ordinary. So I'm not impatient, and I don't want to learn from others, and I don't want to change my style. Good or bad, I have to finish the book. To be a serious author, I have many shortcomings, but my mentality is strong enough. P.S. I feel a little uncomfortable with the revision of the book, and I complained a few more words, but it's okay now. Chapter 363 Gwyneth, we just met, and this is how you test the Oscar winner? As soon as Gwyneth and her group walked out of the airport, they saw a handsome Cayenne parked on the road. This is a car. Remember, if the other party wants to hold my hand or something, you must intervene firmly. Even if I smile, I'm just acting. Don't be fooled by my superb acting skills. Be smart. Don't worry, Gwen. We are here. We will never let that guy touch you. The two bodyguards assured confidently. Gwyneth then untied the scarf covering her face, straightened her chest, and walked towards the Cayenne with a charming cat step. Duran saw Gwyneth walking towards him and immediately opened the car door and got out to greet her. Hello, Gwen, I'm Duran. Based on basic courtesy, Duran smiled at the most watery Hollywood actress. Strengthen the charming smile +1, automatically triggered. Gwyneth suddenly felt like she was hit by a bolt of lightning in the heart. Her heartbeat instantly accelerated, her breathing became rapid involuntarily, and her whole body was numb. It felt like I was hit by a strong youthful tension, and my soul was about to be knocked out of my body. So handsome. So young. So handsome. And full of manliness, confident and calm. This is really the genius playwright who never changed the hand-painted script. I thought it would be a bald old man. Unexpectedly, it's a delicious young man. With this appearance, he can definitely debut in an action and love blockbuster. Damn Kevin Feige, why didn't you say earlier that Duran is a super handsome guy? If you had said it earlier, I would have come a long time ago. Gwyneth looked at Duran's sculpted arms, strong neck muscle contours, and protruding emotional Adam's apple. Gwyneth's mouth drooled wildly. Gwyneth's originally arrogant eyes instantly burst into little stars. Duran also realized that he had triggered the enhanced charming smile and hurriedly forced his smile back, but it was no use. Gwyneth took a step forward, almost sending herself into Duran's arms, and took the initiative to shake Duran's hand. Before Gwyneth could touch Duran, the two tall bodyguards behind her rushed up. Stand back. No touching hands. Keep your distance. The two bodyguards pushed the obsessed Gwyneth away. Gwyneth was careless and didn't dodge, and was directly pushed to her knees by her bodyguard. Duran was confused. What's going on? Whose bodyguard is so brave? Gwyneth climbed up with an embarrassed look on her face. You two idiots. Don't block me. Ouch. Gwyneth just stretched out her hand and was forcibly pushed away by her bodyguard. The two female assistants beside him whispered in admiration. Gwen's acting skills are superb. Who said Gwen doesn't deserve an Oscar? Seeing the young man right in front of her, but not being able to eat him, Gwyneth was anxious. Stupid. Don't push me. I'm serious. The two smart bodyguards worked very hard and dutifully blocked Gwyneth behind them, not allowing Duran any chance to touch the Hollywood actress. Duran stood honestly next to the Cayenne, fearing that he would be hit by the water queen. The two bodyguards' high-profile actions immediately attracted the attention of many pedestrians on the street. What happened over there? It seems that there is a fanatical old woman who wants to get close to a certain man. The bodyguard of the certain man rudely pushed the old woman away again and again, but the old woman still persisted. The old woman is also chasing stars? Let me see. What star is worth the old woman's life? Hiss, that man. It seems to be Jesus. It seems to be him. Fake me. No wonder the old woman is so crazy. It turns out to be him. Everyone would be crazy. Idol. I didn't expect my idol to come to the airport. I just witnessed the idol's crescent moon scimitar at St. Mary's Stadium this afternoon. Idol. I want an autograph. A dozen Southampton passers-by rushed towards Guran like crazy. Gwyneth finally ordered the two smart bodyguards not to meddle in other people's business. Before she could grab Guran's hand, she turned around and found a large group of crazy fans rushing over. Gwyneth pretended to be distressed and said, "Oh, I didn't expect that there are so many crazy fans in a rural place like Southampton. It's really unbearable." "Don't worry, Mr. Guran, I'll send them away right away." Without waiting for Gwyneth to finish, Guran jumped into the car, closed the door, and started the car. Guran did not forget to turn back and say to Gwyneth, "Hurry up, get in the car." Gwyneth smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Guran, but as an Oscar winner, since the fans are so enthusiastic, I can't let them down. Please wait for me for a while, I'll just sign a few autographs." The fans arrived in an instant. Gwyneth took the signature pen from her assistant and smiled elegantly. "Oh, I covered it so tightly, but you still found it. I'm so popular. Okay, I'll sign for you. Everyone, line up and don't mess around." The fans didn't care about Gwyneth at all. They pushed her aside and rushed to the KN, slapping the car window and shouting frantically, "Idol, idol, sign for me. Go. I love you. RRRR. I love you. Go. I just got off the plane and met you. This is a destined fate. Go. Sign for me here so that I can tattoo you closest to my heart." One of the burly men tore open his shirt facing the car window, revealing 2 palms of heart hair. Guran stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Gwyneth was stunned and confused. The 2 female assistants and 2 bodyguards behind her also had CPUs running dry. "What's going on?" Exclamation mark. Guran is their idol? A scriptwriter has such fanatical fans on the street? Do Southampton people love reading so much? By the way, Guran, you run too fast, don't you? Gwyneth asked the fans in disbelief. You didn't come to ask for my autograph?" One of the female fans rolled her eyes at her unhappily. "Who asked you for an autograph?" "We asked for Guran's autograph. You're really in the way." "What?" Gwyneth took off her baseball cap and sunglasses and said angrily, "I wanted to approach you as an ordinary person, but since it has come to this, I'm going to show my cards. I'm Gwyneth Paltrow, the 71st Academy Award winner, the actor who played Pepper Potts in Iron Man." Sure enough, it's really her. Gwyneth breathed a sigh of relief, and her face became proud. Hiss. It turns out that she is also a fan of our Guran. Gwyneth, no. Ha. Even Pepper didn't get Guran's autograph. Isn't she the same as us? That's right, the Oscar winner couldn't get Guran's autograph, so it's not a loss for us not to get one today. Let's go. Let's catch our plane. By the way, Guran is so handsome. He was handsome to begin with, and today when I looked at him closely through the car window, he looked even more handsome. That's right. He's so handsome. Even the way he stepped on the accelerator and ran away was so handsome. I really want to be run over by his KN. Dad, don't be like this. You're old, so leave the opportunity to me. The fans left, talking and laughing. Gwyneth was completely dumbfounded. I'm the winner of the 71st Oscar. Fans are chasing me everywhere I go. Why is it that when I arrived in Southampton, it was like I was in another world? I wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of the fans rushing over to pretend to be a little bitch in front of Guran, but I was slapped in the face by the fans. This is too embarrassing. If the tabloid reporters knew about this, they would definitely write that I was chasing after a handsome young man, and that I failed. Chasing after a handsome young man is not a big deal. The key is that I failed, which is too embarrassing. The most annoying thing is that Guran just ran away. He ran away as soon as he said he would. He didn't care at all whether I, an Oscar-winning actress, minded or not. It was pitch dark here, and I, a Hollywood actress, couldn't just take a taxi like a commoner, could I? Guran was really going too far. But he was really handsome. If I had known this would happen, I should have come alone, without assistants and bodyguards who would get in the way. Just when it was awkward, Gwyneth's phone rang. Gwyneth saw that it was Guran calling, so she answered the call immediately and said in a coquettish voice, "Hey, Gu, where have you been? Come back and pick me up." Then she heard Guran on the other end of the phone say, "Gwen, you can see that it is really inconvenient for me to go to crowded places. Fortunately, I just know that there is a hidden grove near the airport. You just go north along this road for about 5 kilometers, and I will wait for you there." Gwyneth's mouth twitched. 5 kilometers? Do you still think I'm an Oscar winner? Just when we met, you are testing the Oscar winner like this? You are very handsome, but can you do whatever you want, just because you are handsome? Exclamation mark. Gwyneth then chuckled. Only 5 kilometers? Of course I have no problem. I work out every day, and I'm in great shape. That's it for now. See you in the grove later. After hanging up the phone, Gwyneth looked at her high heels and almost cried. "How Lexi, what the hell am I doing?" The female assistant next to her hurriedly said, "Gwen, that Guran is too much. Let's just ignore him and fly back to Beverly. Let him regret it." Gwyneth sighed. "Since we are here, by the way, how big are your feet? Take off your sneakers and give them to me." Yes, the female assistant took off her sneakers with tears in her eyes and exchanged them for Gwyneth's Guxy limited edition high heels. The group dragged large and small suitcases and headed north along the airport highway. After walking for more than an hour, Gwyneth was sweating and finally saw the grove that Guran mentioned. "This is more than 5 kilometers. Gwyneth was very annoyed, but when she saw Guran leaning against the car door, she immediately felt numb all over. The youthful hormones that rushed towards her seemed to hit her hard again, and her soul was almost knocked out of her body. Gwyneth swallowed her saliva. "Hi, Gu. We are here. Sorry for the long wait. You are finally here." Guran smiled and said, "It's been so long. I thought you flew directly back to Hollywood." Gwyneth chuckled. "How is it possible? My female assistant walked too slowly, and I couldn't leave her alone in the wilderness." The female assistant wearing limited edition Guxy high heels silently took the blame. "Okay, it's getting late today. Why don't I take you back to the hotel to rest, and then we can talk about the script tomorrow?" "No," Gwyneth said expectantly. "I really want to talk to you about the script as soon as possible. To be honest, when I saw you, I don't know what happened. My mind was full of the plot, and I can't wait to start here." "Damn, don't do it here. This small forest outside the airport has too many vivid memories of me." Guran cleared his throat. "If that's the case, otherwise, come to my house first." Gwyneth's eyes lit up. Okay. Gwyneth immediately arranged for her assistants and bodyguards to put all 5 of her suitcases in the KN, and then she sat in the co-pilot seat. The assistants and bodyguards were about to squeeze into the car, and Gwyneth immediately raised her hand to stop them. "What are you doing? Don't you have any sense? Can this car still accommodate you? You guys, go back to the hotel first. Don't worry about me. I will contact you if there is anything." The female assistant hurriedly said, "Gwen, what about the return ticket tomorrow morning?" Gwen said impatiently, "What return ticket tomorrow? I finally saw Gu. How can I leave tomorrow? What kind of ticket did you book for me? A bunch of idiots." After that, Gwyneth closed the car door and said to Guran sweetly, "Gu, you can go. Ignore them." "Oh, okay." Guran stepped on the accelerator, and the KN car whizzed away and left the grove. The 2 men and 2 women were left staring at each other in the grove. Let's call a car. It should have been done a long time ago. I really don't want to deal with this. I hope Guran can help her tonight so that she will have pain when she pees tomorrow. As soon as the KN drove out of the grove, Gwyneth twisted her body and said, "It's so hot in the car. Gu, you don't mind if I cool down, right?" Guran shrugged. Of course not. The air conditioning button is right there. Before Guran finished speaking, Gwyneth took off her coat and shirt neatly, leaving only a bra. Guran was completely stunned. This way of cooling down is really very air conditioning saving and environmentally friendly. Gwyneth deliberately puffed out her chest. Boo. I'm curious about something. How come you have so many fans? Have you made a movie? Oh no, I haven't made a movie, and hand-drawn scripts are just my side job. My main job is playing football. Playing football? Gwyneth blinked in surprise. Is it the kind of ball that you kick with your hands? Damn. What kind of ball is a ball that you kick with your hands? Guran was puzzled for a moment, then explained. Oh, you mean American football? No, I don't play football. I play soccer. American football is indeed a general term for football, but handball is allowed in American football. Gwyneth said in disbelief. No way. You are a star? Guran smiled. I'm not a star. I'm just a little famous in Southampton. Gwyneth said in amazement. Look at your fanatical fans. You can never be a little famous. God, you are so amazing. I dare not believe that you can play football and hand draw scripts at the same time, and everything is so good. Wait, are you kidding me? Are you really a star? How to prove it? Can I touch your muscles? I'm an experienced person. I can tell if you are a sports player by touching it. Guran hurriedly said. No, I'm driving. Gwyneth's hand has been placed on Guran's leg. Guran's leg muscles are strong to begin with, and they are suddenly stretched as hard as a rock when touched. The most watery Hollywood actress in history wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. Wow, damn. Water queen, please respect yourself. For a moment, Guran felt like pleasant goat being targeted by red wolf. Gwyneth was saying wow all the way, making all kinds of flirty remarks, but Guran didn't dare to respond. He just stepped on the accelerator and wanted to get off the bus as soon as possible. The KN suddenly took off. In less than half an hour, the KN stopped in front of the Dune Villa. Gwen, we're here. Guran breathed a sigh of relief. Wow, Gwyneth exclaimed. Is this your home? Do you live alone? Guran nodded. Yes. Gwyneth said excitedly. Great. It seems that we can discuss the script all night tonight. Damn, I really don't feel like discussing the script. Can we do it another day? Without waiting for Guran to speak, Gwyneth got out of the KN elegantly. I'm going to take a shower first. Where is your bathroom? Wait on the first floor. Guran hurriedly said. The bathroom on the first floor has no door. Why don't you go to the second floor? Gwyneth chuckled. No door? Goo, you are so open-minded. As she said that, Gwyneth threw a coquettish look at Guran, and then twisted her buttocks towards the bathroom without a door. As soon as she walked in, Gwyneth stuck her head out again and smiled coquettishly. Don't peek. I will punish you if you peek. Damn, who do you think I am? Queen of the water. I'm not in the mood today. No, even if I'm in the mood, I will never peek. Damn. What was thrown out of the bathroom? Such good stockings are gone just like that. What a waste. Guran sighed faintly and took Gwyneth's suitcase down by himself. It seems that this Hollywood actress with the most water in history is planning to stay here for a few days. Alas, why does it automatically trigger strength and the charming smile? It must be my 81 points of physical fitness. In fact, it's okay for Gwen to stay for a few days. After all, she is a Hollywood actress. During this period, she can definitely get a few red talent point bubbles for free. In terms of adding points, Gwen can directly help upgrade to personal rating A. Guran was thinking about how to make Gwyneth feel negative tomorrow and was disturbed by the sound of running water. 10 minutes later, Gwyneth came out of the doorless bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. Don't mention it. Although she is 36 years old, Gwyneth is very well maintained, especially her legs and buttocks, which have excellent lines. It can be seen that she pays attention to fitness and shaping. Her 175 figure is very well maintained. Gwyneth walked up to Guran without any hesitation and said coquettishly, "Boo, you insulted me." Guran quickly said, "Gwen, don't talk nonsense. I didn't peek at you." Gwyneth said resentfully, "Then you insulted me even more." Guran was stunned for a moment and was unable to refute. Gwyneth suddenly giggled and her whole body shook with laughter. "Boo, you look so cute. Ah, I really like you." being with you. I feel like I'm back to my youth again. Oh, by the way, I have a gift for you. It was too chaotic outside the airport before, and now I finally have the chance to give it to you in person. Guran said quickly. Gwen, you are too polite. How can I do this? Let's not be polite between us. Wait a minute. Gwyneth bent down in front of Guran to look for a gift in the suitcase. How can I put it? Of course, football players also like to watch football. Guran couldn't help but reach out and help Gwyneth tighten the loose bath towel. Aha, I found it. Gwyneth jumped happily and then took out a beautifully packaged gift box and handed it to Guran. Guran's eyes blurred, and for a moment he didn't know whether to reach out to catch the ball or the gift box. Fortunately, Guran was a serious person, and he calmly caught the gift box. Gwyneth then lifted the bath towel that had reached her stomach and said with a coquettish smile, "Hey, don't just stand there, tear it open quickly." Oh, Guran swallowed subconsciously and opened the gift box. Inside was a white candle as thick as a wrist. Guran, other female stars gave cars, houses, and yachts as gifts, but the most watery Hollywood actress in history gave a candle, and it was a white candle. Gwyneth said proudly, "This is a luxury item from my own shopping website. The price is $99.99 US. This candle is very special and smells like the smell of my woman flower." Guran. 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 Gwyneth's eyes were as charming as silk. You smell it, and then you can compare it. It's absolutely genuine. Damn. I believe it. Isn't it enough for me to believe it? By the way, how do you know that this thing smells the same as yours? You can't think about it carefully. Guran quickly put down Gwyneth's gift. Ahem. Gwen, thank you for your gift. I think it's getting late. Why don't we all go to bed early? If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow, okay? Gwyneth chuckled. Boo, you are really not subtle at all. Ah, no, you misunderstood. I mean, before Guran finished speaking, Gwyneth's body was wrapped around him like a beautiful snake, and Gwyneth's mouth was close to Guran's ear. Boo, you are the most handsome man I have ever met. You are more tender than Brad Pitt, my boyfriend when I was filming 7 Deadly Sins. Thank you, but what I mean is, I understand. Gwyneth pushed Guran onto the sofa. Damn. Water Queen, you are too proactive, right? We just met. We have no feelings for each other. And I'm not in the mood. I really am not in the mood. Oh, Water Queen, don't do this. If you do this again, I will be rude. Chapter 364 Double Kill. System Upgrade. Southampton's Shinji Horse Racing Tactics. After a night of emotionless, purely technical exchanges, the next morning, Gwyneth was still sleeping soundly, but Guran went to his own gym early to practice. He had been on vacation for the past few days and didn't need to go to the training base, but Guran didn't dare to relax at all about training. There are setbacks in life, so you have to work harder. Only by doing high intensity training every day can you maintain a good competitive state. I have to say that Shu Hao is really good, and her skills are first class. She can do everything. Bah. Why did I suddenly think about this? I have to concentrate on training. After the training at noon, Guran had some ice and fire therapy, and then took the initiative to go back to the bedroom to talk to Shu Hao. Gwen, are you awake? Oh Goo. Gwyneth propped herself up weakly, her hands lazily resting on her chest, and looked at Guran with seductive eyes. You are so fierce. I like you so much. Guran cleared his throat. Ahem. Gwen, why don't we talk about business? I know you are here for the script of Iron Man 3. Gwyneth immediately said coquettishly. Boo. You see that our relationship is so close. You have to help my little pepper add some exciting scenes. Guran said straight to the point. Actually, Gwen, your acting skills are very average. Although you are an Oscar winner, I think you should know that the outside world says that your Oscar winner is a shady deal operated by your parents' relationship and money, and that you are the wateriest Oscar winner in history. That's right, it's a direct confrontation. The smile on Gwyneth's face froze instantly. Guran's words pierced into her lungs, and Gwyneth's breathing became difficult. Gwyneth suppressed her emotions and said with a coquettish smile, "Oh, Boo, my dear, what you said is really hurtful." Guran continued to say bluntly, I think so too. You think it hurts too? No, I think you are weak too. Light Gwyneth's negative emotions were immediately blasted. Gwyneth didn't even bother to cover her chest. She covered her face with her hands and cried, oh, Gu. You are so cruel. How can you be so cruel to me? Guran's eyes couldn't help but light up. He clearly saw that under Gwyneth's feet, a red talent point bubble was quickly generated. No. Damn. This is so cool. Double kill. She is worthy of being an Oscar-winning actress. She can actually generate 2 red talent point bubbles at once. This is so easy. Sure enough, the word wet is Gwyneth's biggest demon. In the future, if you want to get Gwyneth's red bubbles for free, just say that she is weak. This shows that Gwen actually has to save face. Very good. If we continue like this, in a few days, we will be able to upgrade our personal rating in the system to A level. Guran suppressed his joy in his heart, calmly gathered his mind, and picked up 2 red talent points remotely. In this way, with the 3 general talent points that he had previously retained, Guran already has 5 talent points. Guran was not in a hurry to comfort the Queen of Water. It was not until the Queen of Water cried and trembled all over that she was almost convulsing that Guran said lightly, Gwen, you are very useless. This is a fact. Including your role in the first and second parts of Iron Man, your role positioning is actually just a vase type existence. So, you need a script with a heroine so that you can get rid of the vase character. Gwyneth was stunned and looked at Guran with tears in her eyes. Guran continued, fortunately, you have met me now. I will make you one of the heroines of the Marvel series. He slapped the Queen of Water hard and then gave her a piece of candy. Well, this is called poor. As long as the skills are good, even the Queen of the Screen can be poor. Gwyneth excitedly climbed from the bed to Guran's side, hugged Guran's legs, and said anxiously, Marvel's heroine? Gu, are you serious? Can you really help me become a heroine? Can you really help me get rid of the stereotype of a vase? Guran looked down at Gwyneth confidently. Of course, I will kill Iron Man in my hand-drawn script, and make you the new female Iron Man. Kill Iron Man? Let me be the female Iron Man? Gwyneth said excitedly, is this the plot of Iron Man 3? Guran said, that's not the case. The plot will not advance so fast. I need a long foreshadowing, but as long as Marvel's subsequent scripts are hand-drawn by me, then the final plot will definitely be like this. In Iron Man 3, I will infect you with the board of Iris and turn you into a superwoman. At the critical moment, you will stand up, save Iron Man, defeat the bad guys, and save the world. In fact, this is the plot of Iron Man 3. The death of Iron Man is also the final plot of the entire first phase of Marvel. However, Gwyneth certainly could not know such a gap in information. Wow. Gwyneth was so excited that she almost flew up. Gu. You are simply my god. You know what I want too well. I really came to the right place this time. I didn't expect that I just slept with you last night and I can get a reward today. Gu, you are really the man with the highest return rate in the world. To be honest, Gu, I have had enough of that self-righteous Robert Downey Jr. I can't wait. Gu, I love you. I must repay you well. Damn. After that, for a week, Guran trained during the day, accepted Gwen's reward at night, and took time to hand paint the script of Iron Man 3. After the water, Gwen ate and slept and ate again, and was extremely happy and satisfied. Guran also went to the gym outside to pick up white training bubbles and red bubbles after free water. In this week, he has accumulated 18 talent points. This is equivalent to completing the task ahead of time. You can advance to a rating. While Shuha was still sleeping, Guran found a quiet room, concentrated his mind, and began to allocate points. According to the previous idea, Guran allocated 5 points to the dribbling attribute, 6 points to the free kick attribute, and 7 points to the jumping attribute. The 3 weak attributes were immediately increased to 75 points. 15 sub-attribute 75 points meet the standard. As soon as he finished allocating the points, a clear system prompt sounded in Guran's mind. Light, it is detected that the host has achieved a level rating condition 1. Obtain and use 50 talent points. It is detected that the host has achieved a level rating condition 2. At least 15 sub-attributes have reached 75 points. it is detected that the host has achieved A-level rating. Condition 3. Start in a formal professional match and play the full game. Congratulations, the host's personal rating has been promoted from B to A. Guran only felt a shock all over his body, and his temperament and aura improved a lot. Finally got A. The host will receive the following rewards. Your pickup range will be increased to 30 meters around you. Your hit rate when using star skills in the game will be slightly increased, and the physical and mental energy consumed will be slightly reduced. When you pick up ordinary white training bubbles, there is a certain chance to open the training results of professional players. When you pick up blue skill bubbles, there is a certain chance to open star level skills. The skill cap you get through picking up is increased from +4 to +6. When you pick up red/green talent point bubbles, there is a certain chance to open double talent points, and the extra talent points will not occupy the 10 picking progress per day. You can forcibly specify to obtain a skill of the opponent if the opponent does have this skill. This forced taking will occupy 3 picking progress per day and can only be used once a day. Damn, the last forced taking is so awesome. Even more awesome than picking up. Completely ignore the other party's emotions, whether the other party is happy or not, and completely ignore whether it drops, and even ignore the occasion. Not only can you force it in the training field and the game, even if you just look at it face to face, without saying a word, you can get his skills for free. In other words, if you have the opportunity to meet Ronaldinho in the future, you can force Ronaldinho's pendulum pass to become your own skill with just one look. Those top skills of retired stars will not be missed. It's really cool to be promoted to A level. If this personal rating is raised to S level, it will be a blast. It seems that I have to find opportunities to communicate more with retired stars in the future. Occasionally attending a celebrity party is also okay. Like then I heard the system prompt sound again. To be promoted from A level to S level, the conditions that need to be met are 1. Best player more than 50 times. 2. Accumulate and use 100 talent points. 3. At least 10 sub-attributes reach 85 points, and 20 sub-attributes reach 75 points. 4. Win a national level event. Damn. The S-level rating standard is very demanding. Especially the last one. You must win the championship of a national level event. The English League One Championship is considered a national level event, and the League Cup Championship is also considered, but neither is easy. However, having said that, the A rating is equivalent to reaching the strength level of the quasi-English Premier League, and the S level rating is definitely a strength level that exceeds the English Premier League. It is reasonable to be a little more difficult to reach the S level rating standard. Take it step by step. The iron rod needs to be sharpened one by one, and the well needs to be dug one by one. Just thinking about this makes me feel inspired. After the promotion was completed, Guran felt refreshed and couldn't help but go to the Water Queen to exchange well digging techniques. On the afternoon of August 21st, in the third round of the English League One, Southampton's away game against Peterborough United began. Because Guran was still on a rotation vacation, he did not go to the London Road Stadium with the team and could only watch the game on TV at home. The Water Queen, who didn't know much about football, also stuck to Guran's arms and watched the game with Guran. In this game, Coach Adkins only sent out a half-mainland loop. In addition to Guran, who was forced to rest, Chamberlain, who was suspended for 3 games, could not play. Lallana, Lambert, and Walton, the 3 main players, were all placed on the bench, and Schneiderlin was the sole leader in the midfield. Guran immediately understood the intention of Coach Adkins. Coach Adkins wanted to play a Shinji horse race. Peterborough United is an upper level team in the League One that can compete for promotion. It is very strong. It also won 2 consecutive games in the first 2 rounds. Currently, due to the disadvantage of goal difference, it is temporarily ranked second in the League One standings. This game is also regarded as a battle for the top spot in the League One. Whoever wins this game will temporarily rank first in the League One. Moreover, this is the home court of Peterborough United. The players of Peterborough United must play desperately and strive for 3 points. And Southampton will play the second round of the League Cup knockout match 3 days after playing this game. Coach Adkins must have made some choices for such a high intensity and intensive schedule. Without Guran, Coach Adkins would definitely not choose to fight to the death. The league is still long, and there is no need to fight for these 3 points with Peterborough United in the early stage. It is better to take advantage of this time to train the troops and give the main players a chance to rest. Sure enough, as soon as the two sides started, Southampton defended with all their strength in their own half. Peterborough United sent out all the main players and attacked as soon as they came up. Less than 5 minutes after the start, Peterborough United's top scorer Craig McCall-Smith broke through Southampton's back line with speed and scored a goal with a low shot in the far corner. Peterborough United had an extremely dreamy start. This goal also brought Craig McCall-Smith's total number of goals in the English League One to 6, second only to Guran's 7, ranking second in the scorer list. In the 14th minute of the game, Southampton got a free kick in a good position in the front court. Canali took the penalty, but unfortunately the goal beam of Peterborough United was too thick. In the 29th minute, Grant McCann, the captain of Peterborough United and a member of the Northern Ireland national team, sent a beautiful arc pass, and Hans Sigurdsson, the 30th Icelandic international, headed the ball into the goal. The score was rewritten as Peterborough United 2-0 Southampton. After the end of the first half, the two sides changed sides in the second half. In the 59th minute, Southampton played with fire in the backcourt, and under the pressure of Craig, the top shooter on the opposite side, it almost caused a disaster. Fortunately, Davis was brave enough and saved the ball from the bottom line. The poor performance of the backline made Captain Davis very angry, and Davis sprayed the players. After 3 consecutive corner kicks, Peterborough United's long-range shot was saved after passing the ball in the outer triangle. The second point was grabbed by number 34 right-back Dorda Gabi, a Guinean international, who scored with a shovel shot. The score was immediately changed to Peterborough United 3-0 Southampton. There was not much time left for Southampton. Coach Adkins watched the game with a stern face, without too much emotional fluctuation. Coach Adkins was obviously prepared for such a result. After Peterborough United established an advantage, they relaxed and began to rotate after the 75th minute. In the 82nd minute, Southampton finally seized the opportunity. Captain Davis launched a long pass from the backcourt. Schneiderlin on the right side showed his superb ability to break through the wing after getting the ball and successfully delivered the ball to the front of the penalty area. Forward Canali stopped the ball and faked it, then swung his leg and shot. The ball went in. The score on the big screen was changed to Peterborough United 3-1 Southampton. During the 3-minute injury time, the Southampton backcourt players were not focused enough, and Peterborough United captain Grant McCann seized the opportunity to knock Anthony Pulis, who was holding the ball, to the ground, and successfully intercepted the ball. Although this interception was suspected of being a foul, the referee did not blow the whistle. Grant McCann then separated the ball, and Peterborough United's left forward dribbled the ball to the bottom and made a cross. The top scorer Craig McCall-Smith pressed Southampton's young defender Martin to jump and headed the ball into the goal. The ball went in again. The score on the big screen was rewritten as Peterborough United 4-1 Southampton. This goal also brought Craig's number of goals in the English League 1 to 7. Tying Guran's goal and ranking first in the scorer list with Guran. As the referee blew the whistle to end the game, Peterborough United fans cheered wildly. Peterborough United also surpassed Southampton and jumped to the first place in the English League One standings. Coach Adkins' expression did not change, and he always kept a poker face. The Southampton fans who were watching the game away were all shouting Guran's name, and they were all looking forward to Guran's return. Guran in front of the TV heard these shouts from the heart and couldn't help but feel a little excited. In the long run, Coach Adkins' Shinji horse racing strategy is fine. The ranking on the English League One standings is only temporary, and the ranking on the scorer list is also temporary. Wait for me to return. Guran secretly clenched his fists. Seeing that Guran was a little out of mood, the Water Queen Gwyneth immediately buried her head and comforted him skillfully that night. Personal Affairs Assistant Rick sent 2 pieces of information through his mobile phone. One was the English League One standings, and the other was the English League One scorer list. After this defeat, Southampton had 6 points, falling from the top of the standings to 5th place, behind Peterborough United, 9 points, Huddersfield Town, 7 points, Brighton, 7 points, and Bournemouth, 7 points. It's just the beginning, no big problem. After the 3rd round of the English League One, Duran's long rotation vacation was almost over, and it was almost time for Gwyneth to leave. Although Shuha was very good and had superb skills, after all, Duran was a serious person who only wanted to play football. It just so happened that the hand-drawn script of Iron Man 3 was nearing the end. In the evening, Duran did not rush to exchange technology with Gwyneth, but buried his head in drawing the remaining pages of the storyboard manuscript in one go. After finishing, Duran handed the manuscript to Gwyneth. Oh my god. Oh my god. Gwyneth only read one page, and she couldn't help twitching with excitement. Boo, you are such a genius. You are so talented. Duran smiled. Gwen, I think you can go back to Hollywood tomorrow. Gwyneth was reluctant to put down the script, and said coquettishly, oh, I don't want to leave you so soon. Duran hurriedly said, your career is more important. Don't forget, you still have to become a heroine. Gwyneth took the initiative to lean on Duran's arms, and said sincerely, boo, I will miss you. Duran said with a sense of reality, I will miss you too. That night, the two of them inevitably had several crazy exchanges. At noon the next day, Gwyneth took the hand-painted script of Iron Man 3 and left with satisfaction. After sending away the Water Queen, Duran felt relaxed. During this period, not only did he upgrade his personal system rating to A level, gain the ability to force, but he also won a Hollywood actress. Although there was no emotion, he won it after all. Then it's Black Widow's turn next, right? Pa. No. Next, it's time to return to the training ground, play well, and compete well. On the morning of August 23rd, Duran came to the Staplewood training base in high spirits. When his teammates saw Duran, they all surrounded him excitedly. Hi Gu. You're finally back. We missed you so much. The newspapers outside are going crazy. Some say you have an illegitimate child, and some say you were kicked out of the national team because of the illegitimate child. Of course, as your brothers, we don't believe it. Duran smiled gratefully. Thank you brothers. Cannoli asked, so, do you really have an illegitimate child? No, I mean, have you really been kicked out of your national team? Damn, I'm not in the arena, but there are still rumors about me. These tabloid reporters are really too much. Duran smiled helplessly. I really can't make it to the national team. Wow. His teammates exclaimed. Luke Shaw whispered, I'll tell you, it must be because of the illegitimate child. Shut up. Captain Davis stood up and frowned. Can't you say something nice? No matter what the reason is, Duran is our brother. He just made the same mistake that every man would make. We all have to support him. That's right. Go. We support you. Isn't it just an illegitimate child? We'll help you raise it. We can also help you raise the mother of the illegitimate child. Everyone patted Duran's shoulders sincerely to show their concern. Damn, sister. Why do you support me? What do you support me for? Where did my illegitimate child come from? Duran sighed. I do have illegitimate children, and more than one. How easy 10. It's true. Then Duran said again, don't be polite. Everyone here is my illegitimate child. Fuck. Well, Duran, you actually scolded us in a roundabout way. We treat you as brothers, but you treat us as sons. Anthony Priss shouted excitedly. It's okay to treat us as sons, but we are not your own children. Why? It's so mean. Duran, you are so mean. Damn, Duran himself couldn't even keep up with the conversation. I'm really not afraid of my teammates being stupid. I'm just afraid of stupid people gathering together. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365. Blue Bad turns into Red Dragon. Golf star Bellamy. Is this the charm of football? Exclamation mark. Enough, enough. Davis said angrily, a bunch of idiots. Your IQ is equivalent to idiocy in front of Guran. How could Guran, who doesn't even go to the bar, have an illegitimate child? Don't listen to the tabloid media's nonsense. Since joining our club, Guran's progress has been obvious to all. Guran must have spent all his time on training. I believe Guran is very pure. I'm afraid he has never even had a woman. Lilana also nodded and said, yes, I agree with the captain. Lambert also stood up to support. I also believe the captain. Guran is very hardworking. We shouldn't guess Guran with our own ideas. Damn, now that you say that, I'm really embarrassed. Guran quickly cleared his throat and said, actually, cough, yes, that's what happened. Captain Davis put his arm around his shoulders and said with concern, boo, I'm sure you must have been suffering a lot during this period of time, right? Guran's mind immediately emerged with the scene of exchanging well drilling techniques with Oscar the Water Queen. It's not that bad. Originally, he was in no mood during this period of time, but the process of pure technical exchanges was still quite pleasant. Skneedlin said with emotion, boo, you are really strong in your heart. If I had encountered such a thing as the national team not wanting me, I would have been depressed long ago. Why mention that? Walton put his arm around Guran's shoulders. Anyway, boo, it's good that you are back. To be honest, we have thoroughly felt the difference between having you and not having you. Southampton is really too difficult without you, especially the backline. It's really terrible. Chamberlain came over and said, boo, I have thought a lot during this period, and I have been studying your game highlights every day. I think I have learned a lot from your highlights, and I have a new understanding of the breakthrough on the left side. Now that I'm released, in the next game, the two of us will join forces to dominate the left side together. Guran smiled. No, in fact, I can dominate it alone. Chamberlain, if someone else said this, Guran would definitely be arrogant. But when Guran said it, he immediately received cheers and applause from almost all his teammates. The low mood of the last defeat was also swept away in an instant. Walton put his arm around Guran's shoulders. By the way, boo, there is something I want to tell you. September 1st is my birthday, and I plan to hold a birthday party at home. You are Southampton's top star. I don't care if other people come or not. You must give me face and come to my birthday party. At that time, I will ask Gregory to help me find some high-end party girls, and we will have a good time together. Shit, I heard last time that you found 3 and only paid for 2. Guran quickly cleared his throat. Deputy team leader, you know me, I don't like the atmosphere of a party. Walton said, just give me face. Moreover, for this party, I will not only invite our teammates, but also an internationally renowned starter party with us. This star is a household name in England. It is rare to see him at ordinary times. Just think of it as meeting a star. Shit, a household name in England? Isn't this a good opportunity to use forced? Guran immediately became interested. Who is this star you are talking about? Walton deliberately kept it a secret. Why don't you say you are coming first? Guran hesitated. Okay, I'll go, mainly to celebrate your birthday. When the other teammates heard that Guran was going to Walton's birthday party, they cheered excitedly. Walton smiled happily and said, great, let's keep it a suspense. You will know when the time comes. Damn. Walton, why don't you learn something else? Learn from those unruly guys to leave hooks. Just when Guran wanted to complain about Walton, Coach Adkins came to the training ground with the coaching staff. Coach Adkins' eyes lit up. Boo, are you back? Yes, coach. I have rested well, and I want to get into training as soon as possible. Great, I'm glad to see you in high spirits. Coach Adkins took the initiative to give Guran a big hug. Welcome back. Then let's start training. Yes, coach. Guran immediately changed into training clothes and started training with his teammates. The next knockout match is very important and difficult to play. Guran and his teammates also trained very seriously. Tuesday, August 24th. The second round of the English League Cup, Southampton's home game against Cardiff City has arrived. Early in the morning, Southampton's players drove directly to St Mary's Stadium to gather for pre-match training. In the past 2 days, Duran exchanged for 1 new talent point through training, and also superimposed strengthen reasonable collision to +3, strengthen position defense to +5, and 2-on-1 cooperation to +6. After upgrading to A rating, Duran also had a sense of relief that he had finally broken through the bottleneck. Moreover, after a long vacation, he can finally start the game again today. Stepping on the grass of St. Mary's Stadium, Duran felt very comfortable all over. After the morning training, the Southampton players rested in the home team's locker room. Coach Adkins took this opportunity to play the video of Cardiff City's game for the players and analysed Cardiff's tactics and key players one by one. At 5 PM, the fans who had just got off work poured into St. Mary's Stadium like a tide. The big loss in the previous match against Peterborough United made Southampton fans a little unhappy, but when they learned that Duran's rest was over and he would start in this game, their dissatisfaction was reduced by half. Every Southamptonian is looking forward to Duran leading Southampton to eliminate the powerful Cardiff City. Cardiff and Southampton are neighbours, and the residents of the two cities are relatively friendly to each other, without any grudges. After all, most of the time, Southampton and Cardiff are not in the same league. Southampton used to be in the middle and lower reaches of the Premier League, while Cardiff City was in the middle and upper reaches of the Championship. Now Cardiff City is still in the Championship, while Southampton has fallen to the English First Division. Speaking of which, Cardiff City Club is also quite special. They are one of the 3 Welsh teams participating in the British League. The other 2 are Swansea Club and Wrexham Club. And Cardiff City's mortal enemy is Swansea Club, which is also a Welsh team. Cardiff City has been in a very good momentum recently. It is currently ranked first in the English Championship. If they maintain this competitive state, they are likely to be promoted to the Premier League. In today's League Cup game, the attendance rate of fans reached a historic 100%. In addition to the full Southampton fans, the Cardiff fans in the away stands were also full. This is not because of the influence of the League Cup, nor because Cardiff City is close to Southampton and convenient to watch the game. The main reason is that Duran is also quite famous in Cardiff. Black-haired belle, that is not for nothing. Many Cardiff fans have seen Duran's ability in the high school competition. In today's game, they also want to see Duran's performance in the professional game with their own eyes. The major news media also occupied favourable positions early, and Southampton senior executives also came to watch the game. The scout area was even more lively. Chelsea's Emanalo, Liverpool's Edwards, and Manchester City's Pratt, the 3 big guys sat together again. Seeing that the summer window is about to close, the major clubs are also holding back, wanting to poach Duran in the last week. For today's game, the famous gambling company William Hill gave the pre-match handicap: home win 3.88, draw 3.36, and loss 1.92. Judging from this handicap odds, William Hill is not optimistic that Southampton can eliminate the English Championship leader Cardiff City at home. After all, Southampton has just lost the top spot in the English League One by a large score, and Cardiff City is in good shape, winning 3 consecutive championship victories and a League Cup victory, which is already a 4-game winning streak. At 7 PM, the referee team entered the field to inspect the venue. Then, the away team Cardiff City took the lead in entering the field for adaptive warm-up. In today's game, Cardiff City's players wore black away jerseys, while the Cardiff fans in the away stands wore blue cheering jerseys. There seemed to be a misalignment between the players and the fans. In fact, Cardiff City's main jersey is blue, which does not conflict with Southampton's red and white jerseys. But this season, Cardiff City's main jersey was changed to red, which conflicted with Southampton, so Cardiff City could only wear black away jerseys for this game. Cardiff City fans did not like this change. Cardiff City's nickname is Bluebird, and the team logo is also a blue petrel. Blue is the background color of their club. However, in May this year, the Cardiff City club changed its owner. Malaysian businessman Zeng Changai took over as the club chairman. Billionaire Tan Kai Yuan provided funds behind the scenes. The first thing the Chinese businessman did after taking over was to change the blue color that symbolizes Cardiff's background to red, and the nickname of the team was changed from Blue Bad to Red Dragon. The reason was that the boss spent millions to find a master to calculate that this would allow them to advance to the Premier League. Although this is unscientific, since the change of the team logo, Cardiff City has indeed won 4 consecutive games and is unstoppable. Of course, Cardiff's fans did not buy it. They still cheered for Cardiff City in blue cheering clothes. When all the Cardiff players appeared on the field, Southampton's players began to enter the field. Guran followed his teammates and jogged into the field. Guran. I love you. Guran. 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 More than 26,000 Southampton fans cheered wildly. Guran applauded the fans repeatedly and then concentrated on the warm-up training. After half an hour of warm-up training, the players of both sides left the field in a friendly atmosphere and returned to their respective locker rooms for final preparations. At 7:40, the players of both sides lined up in the passage, ready to officially debut. The live broadcast received the live signal, and the live broadcast room was suddenly full of barrages, and the number of people in the live broadcast room instantly exceeded the 200,000 mark. Under the guidance of the referee, the players of both sides officially entered the field and lined up to shake hands. Southampton's captain Davis and Cardiff City's captain and right back Paul Quinn came to the referee to choose sides. Paul Quinn guessed wrong and got the priority to kick off, while Davis won the right to choose sides for Southampton. Davis chose the south side as his own half without hesitation. Behind the goal was the Crazy Saints stand, St Mary's Church stand, which was more beneficial for Southampton to establish an advantage in the first half. The captains of both teams shook hands and exchanged team flags. The players of both teams took photos in their respective half and then deployed their teams. Southampton's formation was still the usual 442 formation, and the tactic was defensive counter-attack. The two forwards were Gilly and Lallana. The left midfielder was Chamberlain, who had just finished his suspension, and the right midfielder was Schneiderlin. The two midfielders were Lambert and Hammond. The left back was Guran, and the right back was Richardson. The two central defenders were vice-captain Walton and JD. The goalkeeper was still Captain Davis. It can be said that Southampton has completed the tactical rotation, and all the main players for today's knockout match are in place. Cardiff City also deployed a 442 formation. According to the military intelligence before the game, Cardiff City's tactics were short pass penetration, joint defense in the backcourt, and a very cautious mentality in the game. It must be mentioned that Cardiff's head coach is Dave Jones. This head coach is not well known internationally, but in Southampton, he is definitely a household name. Simply put, Dave Jones was once the head coach of Southampton, and he has coached Southampton twice. Dave Jones was born in Everton. He played for Hong Kong Seiko as a player, and helped Hong Kong Seiko win 5 consecutive championships. After returning to China, Dave Jones played for a small team in his hometown for 2 years as an assistant coach and player, and then officially retired to coach Stoke City. In 1997, Dave Jones became the head coach of the Premier League team Southampton. He not only helped Southampton to successfully avoid relegation, but also killed it in the middle of the standings. Until 2000, Dave Jones was the head coach of Southampton, and his position was extremely stable. However, because he was accused of suspected child abuse outside the stadium, Dave Jones was terminated from the head coach contract. After several years of litigation to clear his suspicion, Dave Jones returned to coach Southampton in 2004, but the main team he personally built had long since changed. Dave Jones led the team to 4 wins in 15 games, one of which was a 6-0 defeat by the opponent, and was eventually fired by Southampton again. After that, Dave Jones became the head coach of Cardiff City until now. 5 years have passed. Dave Jones was still the head coach of the Premier League, but now he has fallen to the head coach of the Championship. But Southampton is even worse. 5 years ago, it was a Premier League team, but now it is a League One team. It is difficult to say what kind of mentality Dave Jones has when facing Southampton and Southampton fans, but in order to prove himself, Dave Jones will definitely go all out this time. Dave Jones is absolutely familiar with Southampton's traditional style. This is also a side that the Southampton team is very afraid of. Cardiff City's two forwards are number 39 star Craig Bellamy and number 8 Indian mixed race shooter Michael Chopra. Craig Bellamy is definitely the most famous star player in this game. In terms of playing ability, Bellamy can definitely meet the standards of a Champions League striker / left winger. He is extremely fast, runs very actively, and has super abundant physical strength. Although he is only 173 centimeters tall, he has very strong confrontation on the field. Bellamy was born in Norwich Youth Training, became famous in Newcastle United, and was glorious in Liverpool during the Benitez era. At his peak, he transferred to Manchester City for a total of £20 million for £14 million plus £6 million performance incentive clauses. In 2010, he was loaned from Manchester City by Cardiff City and became Cardiff City's number 1 star. Manchester City is also generous, spending £20 million to lend Cardiff City a super shooter. Of course, Manchester City's forward line is not short of people. Coach Mancini already has Teshan, Balotelli, Adebayor, Joe, Bernardo Silva, and even Santa Cruz has been loaned to Blackburn. It is not surprising that Bellamy was loaned to Cardiff City. Bellamy is now 31 years old, has been selected for the Welsh national team 62 times, and has scored 17 goals. His style of playing is very obvious. Not only is he fast, but his impact is also strong. He also likes to yell at the referee. Bellamy is not tall, but his nickname is Rice, which comes from his flamboyant personality and the fact that he often shows off his size when taking a shower in the locker room. It's a pity that he has never been a teammate with Gerrard. Bellamy also has a nickname called Golfer. Of course, the nickname did not come from the fact that Welsh players like to play golf, but because before Liverpool played Barcelona in the Champions League, Captain Gerrard organized his teammates to celebrate the victory in advance in a bar in Barcelona. Bellamy was drunk and insisted that his teammate Rice sing a song like Where is the Road for him. Rice refused and left the bar early to go back to the hotel to rest. Rice was sleeping, so Bellamy kicked open the door of the hotel room with two teammates and hit Rice's butt with a golf club in his hand. This incident caused a sensation that year, and the whole of Barcelona laughed at Liverpool. Liverpool club also fined Bellamy £80,000 for this, but did not ban Bellamy from the team. After all, Liverpool was about to play the Champions League with Barcelona, led by Rich Kid, which had Ronaldinho and Messi. In that game, Bellamy scored an equalizer. When celebrating in the corner flag area, Bellamy also arrogantly made a swing celebration. The nickname of the golfer was named after this. Bellamy's bad boy character can also be seen from this. In an interview with a media program many years later, the victim John Rice described the scene of being abused by Bellamy with a golf ball that night with great emotion. Finnan was standing at the door watching. Maybe he came to stop Bellamy, but the situation was too bad, and he was short and thin, so it would be redundant to help anyone. I could have knocked Bellamy down with one punch, but I knew that, if I really took action, my career at Liverpool would be over. So I chose to dodge and call the police at the same time. 2 days later, at the Camp Nou, Deco's header made more than 90,000 fans cheer. The powerful Barcelona put us under high pressure. We felt that everything would collapse. Rijkaard formed a team that made people tremble. He not only had the best player in the world, Ronaldinho, but also a talented young genius Messi. 2 minutes before the end of the first half, Bellamy equalized the score. He ran to the corner flag to celebrate. He stopped there and made a swinging gesture, like he was holding a golf club in his hands. I thought Bellamy was so fucking rude at first, but then I realized that his swinging celebration was actually showing me his sincerity in apologizing. In the second half, Kuit's shot was blocked by Valdes. Bellamy didn't shoot after grabbing the first point in the penalty area. Instead, he saw me in an empty goal position and decisively passed the ball to me. Even though my butt was still hurting, I still scored the ball into the net. Bellamy ran towards me and jumped on me to celebrate. We were ecstatic and completely reconciled. Yes, this is Bellamy, this is me, and this is the charm of football. My great Liverpool, they are all fucking talented. When thinking of these things, Duran couldn't help but smile and look at Bellamy. Bellamy stepped on the football with an arrogant look in his eyes, completely ignoring Guran's gaze. Guran's mind moved. Isn't this a good opportunity to take it by force? Although taking it by force will consume 3 pickup progress, it is definitely worthwhile to take a practical star level skill by force. Bellamy's star skills must be related to speed, and it is related to violent aesthetic sprint. Continuous charge and collision. Violent sprint? That's it. Guran immediately concentrated his mind and took Bellamy by force. Bellamy, who was waiting for the kickoff, trembled slightly, as if something happened, and as if nothing happened. A purple arc of light that only Guran could see flew out from Bellamy's body and fell directly on Guran's forehead. Guran's forehead was hot, and then he felt refreshed. Guran also immediately had a new understanding of strength and sprint speed. Continuous charge and collision. Violent sprint +4. Cool. Taking by force is much more fun than picking up. Picking up still depends on luck, but taking by force does not need to depend on luck at all. It's a pity that taking by force can only be used once a day, but it's worth it. It's free anyway. There are 7 pickups left for today. Chapter 366 Guran vs Little Henry. A violent aesthetic showdown. The emotions exploded at the start, overwhelming the whole audience. Another striker of Cardiff City is Michael Chopra, a British Indian mixed race player number 9. This player is characterized by his excellent shooting skills, flexible running in the front court, and his height of 183 centimeters allows him to stand firm in the penalty area as a fulcrum. This is not the first time that Chopra has played for Cardiff City. Chopra is one of the most promising newcomers of Newcastle United. He is from the same school as Alan Shearer and has played for the England under 15, 16, 17, and 19 national teams. Chopra's most shining time was when he was loaned to Watford by Newcastle United at the age of 21. In the match against Burnley, Chopra scored 4 goals alone, and then in 2004, he was loaned to Burnley. Chopra joined the Championship club Cardiff City for £500,000 on June 14, 2006. He rejected Newcastle United's 1-year replacement contract to strive for more opportunities to play. His performance in the Championship was eye-catching, and he became the best player of the Championship in September and October. In the first 17 games, he scored 36 points and 7 goals for the team. He also scored 3 goals in the league match against Leicester City, helping the team win the game 3-2. After joining the Premier League team Sunderland in 2007, Chopra was loaned back to Cardiff City in 2008, and then was bought by Cardiff City again in 2009 for £5 million. From £500,000 to £5 million, Chopra has achieved an inspirational life with a tenfold increase in value. From a player's perspective, Chopra is still very good and talented. However, he is not so good off the court. Chopra's biggest problem is excessive gambling, not only gambling on football, but also betting on horses and cards. In short, it is all kinds of gambling. He often goes to the casino as soon as he gets his salary. He married a model wife and divorced her just 1 year after marriage. In this regard, golfer Bellamy is much better than Chopra. Apart from singing, drinking and beating up his teammates, Bellamy has no bad habits in his off-field life. He doesn't smoke, whore or gamble, but is keen on financial management and buying stocks. Bellamy remembers the famous saying, if you don't manage your finances won't manage you. So when he retired, he lost all his £45 million of savings because of financial management and was chased by the tax department all over the place, and he couldn't even afford to play golf. The left forward of Cardiff City is number 7 Peter Whittingham. This is a pure tragic player. Peter Whittingham was born in the youth training of Aston Villa. He showed extraordinary talent at a young age and was hailed as the rising star of Villa and even the rising star of England. Peter Whittingham was once the main international of England U21. His passing is very creative and imaginative, with a broad vision, high football IQ, and accurate crosses. Moreover, Peter Whittingham is a rare left-footed player. Although his speed and impact are not high when breaking through the wing, his skills are very gorgeous, and he often performs wonderful moves to play with the opposing players. He was selected for the England youth team 17 times and scored 3 goals. However, because of his good skills but poor confrontation, Peter Whittingham was often deliberately targeted by his opponents during the game, so he was often injured, which prevented him from becoming the target of the top giants. After 2006, Peter Whittingham moved to Cardiff City and became the core of Cardiff City's organisation. It is said that he is a pure tragedy, not because his talent has not been displayed on the platform of the giants to let more fans know, but in 2021, he was drunk and playing with his friends at a beer garden party with his friends, fell down the stairs and landed on his head falling to death. He was 35 years old. People, it's all fate. Cardiff City's right forward is number 25 player J. Emmanuel Thomas, 19 years old, on loan from Arsenal, and nicknamed Little Henry Jet. Jay is a product of the Arsenal with a red seedling, and one of the favourites of Coach Wenger. When Jay was 16 years old, Coach Wenger couldn't wait to appoint him as the captain of Arsenal U18. When he was 17 years old, he gave him a formal professional team contract. When he was 18 years old, he was loaned to Cardiff City for training. Jay is an all-around player, a super jack of all trades. Now 19 years old, he is 191 centimeters tall and weighs 86 kilograms. He can not only play as a striker, left winger, left midfielder, right midfielder, but also as a front midfielder, back midfielder, left back, wing back, and even a central defender. He is very fast and confrontational. He likes to run through positions. He has balanced left and right foot skills, sharp headers, and a very accurate and powerful long-range shot. He also has a good personality, except that he doesn't like to train and is always late in the loan club. There are almost no other shortcomings. His current weekly salary is £5,000, of which Arsenal pays £1,500 and Cardiff pays £3,500. He is also the highest paid player in Cardiff City at present. Coach Wenger hoped that Jay would have a good experience in Cardiff City and then become the successor of Tsar Arshavin so that he could rule Arsenal's left side in the future. Of course, delegating Jay could also save Arsenal a lot of weekly salary expenses. As a result, Jay never returned to Arsenal after this demotion, but plunged into the lower leagues. Jay has played for Cardiff City, Blackpool, Doncaster Wanderers, Ipswich, Bristol City, Queen's Park Rangers, Milton Keynes, Gillingham, and Livingston and Aberdeen in the Scottish Premier League. People gave him the nickname, the wandering beggar version of Henry. Jay's career is a case of a genius who does not cherish his talent. The experience of the lower leagues not only did not make him grow up, but made him overly indulged and relaxed. Without the suppression of Coach Wenger, few coaches in the lower leagues can suppress a genius like Jay. Even the experienced coach Dave Jones could not suppress Jay, who came from the Arsenal. Therefore, it is also risky to let talented new stars go to the lower leagues and let them roam freely. According to the survivor bias principle, those who can play in the lower leagues are known to everyone, and the number of unknown talents who have not played will only be greater. The two midfielders of Cardiff City are Chris Booker number 11 and Stephen McPhail number 10. Chris Booker's position is actually more suitable for right winger, while the all-rounder Jay mentioned above is more suitable for the middle and left. In this game, Cardiff's head coach Dave Jones deliberately put Jay on the right and Chris Booker on the right side of the middle. In fact, it was aimed at Southampton superstar Guran, so that Jay and Chris Booker would defend together, using strength, confrontation and speed to limit Guran, and when attacking, Jay would cross and switch positions with Chris Booker from the right side, which he was not very good at, and go to the middle or even the left side. This formation and position arrangement is indeed interesting, and it can also indirectly show that Cardiff's head coach Dave Jones has watched Guran's game highlights and has a clear understanding and preparation for Guran's strength level. Chris Booker is a member of the Scottish national team. He has been selected twice so far and scored 2 goals. Although his speed is not fast, he has good dribbling and incision skills, and his long-range shooting skills are also good. Number 10 veteran Stephen McPhail is a Scottish international. He has been selected 10 times so far and scored 1 goal. He has superb short pass skills, a very creative through ball, and good connection between the front and back fields. These two midfielders are both offensive and not very good at defense. This is why head coach Dave Jones adopts a backcourt defense strategy. Such tactics can save the overall physical energy consumption of Cardiff City and gather superior forces in the backcourt defense line to fight more against fewer. The left back of Cardiff City is the veteran number 3 Lee Naylor, who was also a member of the England youth team. His characteristics are strong aggression and endless running, but his skills are relatively rough. Cardiff City's right back is their 25-year-old captain, number 14 Scottish Paul Quinn. Paul Quinn is also a versatile player in the backcourt. He can play as a left back, a right back, a central defender, a defensive midfielder, and a left or right midfielder. Paul Quinn is also a player who runs all over the field, trains hard, and is very active during the game. Moreover, Paul Quinn is also a rare right back left-footed player. Almost half of the main players of Cardiff City are left-footed. Such a formation configuration can easily catch the opponent off guard and make it difficult to defend during the attack. The two central defenders of Cardiff City are number 5 Mark Hudson and number 6 Gabba Jeepes. Mark Hudson is a veteran defender who is active in stealing, fierce in fighting, and first class in header attack and defense. He was born in Fulham and played for Crystal Palace and Charlton, with a stable performance. It is worth mentioning that Mark Hudson was a teammate of Zeng Zhi, who played as a defensive midfielder/defender for half a season during Charlton's time. Number 6 Gabba Jeepes is a Hungarian international, selected 27 times, and scored 1 goal. He is 191 centimeters tall, and his balanced left and right feet allow him to be flexible when dealing with dangerous balls. But his disadvantage is also quite large. That is, he is too slow, turning like an aircraft carrier, and once he can't intercept the ball head on, he can't intercept it. The goalkeeper of Cardiff City is the 25-year-old Scottish national team goalkeeper David Marshall. David Marshall's reaction speed, handball control skills, and one-on-one ability are all very strong, but his disadvantage is that his position is not very good, a bit like Joe Hart, who anyone can come and kick. In short, Cardiff City also sent all its main players in this League Cup knockout match. The biggest advantage of Cardiff City is not just that they have many international players and stars on loan from Manchester City and Arsenal, but their real advantage is the average age of 26. Cardiff City's overall physical fitness and confrontation ability will be the big trouble for Southampton today. Cardiff City's overall strength is actually a level higher than Southampton's arch-rival Portsmouth. So in today's game, although Southampton is at home, it is conceivable that it will be very difficult. Southampton's tactical mentality today is also very simple. Stick to Cardiff City with their bodies and prevent Cardiff City from passing the ball easily. To put it more bluntly, it is stick to the face. Duran, who has not played for 10 days, is a little impatient at this moment. The Dehid fans of the Saints in the South Stand are all shouting and cheering wildly, waving flags and cheering for their players. Beep. At 7:45, with the referee's whistle, the second round of the English League Cup officially began. First Cardiff City kicked off. Number 39 Bellamy knocked the ball back to number 10 Stephen McPhail. McPhail quickly ran with the ball. Southampton's midfielder immediately came up to strangle him. McPhail quickly looked up while running and saw the opportunity to pass the ball to the right forward number 7 Peter Whittingham, who was running over to support. Don't get too much physical entanglement with Southampton during the attack, which is also one of the basic tactics arranged by coach Dave Jones before the game. Facing Schneiderlin's oppressive defense, Whittingham made a beautiful left-footed pass, easily passing Schneiderlin, and then pushed all the way along Southampton's right side. This move of stopping and passing was so beautiful that the Bluebirds fans at the scene cheered excitedly. Schneiderlin turned around and chased back. The other Cardiff City players actively interspersed their positions to support. Cardiff City had a sharp offensive climax right at the start. Their advancing rhythm and passing rhythm were very fast. Right back Richardson came up to double team Whittingham with Schneiderlin. Southampton's defensive focus also shifted to their own right side. Whittingham did not fight with Richardson and Schneiderlin, but made a sudden stop to flash out of the gap and pass the ball to number 11 Chris Booker in the middle. Chris Booker did not entangle with Hammond, who was defending him. He touched the ball and passed it to little Henry J. Thomas in the left area. Cardiff City's series of passes were to pull Southampton's defense and send the ball to Jay's feet. It has to be said that it is no wonder that Cardiff City can win 4 consecutive victories. Cardiff City's tactical thinking is very clear, that is, to use short passes, to promote the rhythm of ball possession, and use the width of the court to tear open Southampton's defense. And they did it. In 3 or 5 kicks, a huge gap appeared in Southampton's defense. Jay Thomas stopped the ball with his left foot and sped up instantly. His skin is black, his jersey is black, and he runs like a black horse, not only fast, but also full of impact. He dribbled the ball from the left rib area and directly cut into the penalty area. The hearts of Southampton fans were all pulled up. The nightmare of being beaten 4-1 by Peterborough United in the last game seemed to be reappearing. Chamberlain desperately chased back, trying to stick to Jay to force him to slow down, but Chamberlain couldn't catch up with Jay's speed at all. Speaking of which, Chamberlain can definitely be called a fast horse on the wing, and his speed can reach the level of the Premier League. But in front of little Henry J, Chamberlain's speed was directly reduced to a background board. Jay ate Chamberlain alive, just like a dark horse eating feed. At this time, Duran predicted Jay's cut-in route in advance, blocked the position in advance, and raised his hand to point at Chamberlain, indicating Chamberlain to follow Chris Booker, who was quietly crossing to the left. The young Chamberlain woke up and quickly turned around to intercept the sneaky Chris Booker. Cardiff City's side-over plan was discovered by Duran. Duran not only played the role of a single man on the backline, but also commanded the backline with his super high ball IQ and vision. Seeing that Chris Booker was being targeted, Jay Thomas didn't think much and directly took the ball to force Duran. In the pre-match tactical analysis class, Coach Dave Jones analyzed Duran's abilities for Cardiff City's players: tough interception, ghostly running, extremely fast speed, extremely high physical fitness, superb long-range shooting, a perfect B2B forward back template. Jay was naturally very disdainful. Jay thought that Coach Jones was exaggerating, just to make his teammates pay attention to this knockout game. How strong can a player who is not even wanted by the Chinese national team be? With a height of 191 centimeters, a weight of 86 kilograms, and a powerful sprinting method, Jay can ignore any opponent. Jay exerted force directly. Duran naturally did not dare to neglect it, strengthening reasonable collision +3, interception and steal +4, strengthening position defense +5, all open. Bang! The shoulders of the two people collided heavily. Duran was instantly bounced 2.5 body positions away. It really deserves to be produced by Arsenal. The quality is very good. For a millisecond, Duran felt that all the bones in his body were about to be broken, and all the muscles in his body lost consciousness and control. However, relying on his physical foundation of 78 points of strength and 83 points of power, Duran quickly stabilized his body shape. Jay, who rushed over with inertia, was knocked back 3 steps to the side by Duran. The football under Jay's feet was also out of control. Jay was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it at all. In the last second, Jay didn't take the thin-looking Chinese man in front of him seriously, but in the next second, Jay felt that his eyes went black, as if he had hit his head on Mount Olympus in Greek mythology. Before Jay could react, Duran rushed up first and directly intercepted the ball. Jay exclaimed immediately and reached out to grab Duran's shoulder and arm. But Duran was faster. Without waiting for Jay to start, Duran directly opened Son of the Wind +3, King of Highbury +2, and Continuous Charge, Violent Sprint +4. Duran launched like a rocket. The speed was so fast that the after image could not be seen clearly. As soon as Jay's hand touched Duran's arm, he was thrown away by Duran's violent sprint. Duran turned into a red and white lightning and went straight into Cardiff City's half. Violent aesthetics overturned the whole stadium. All the Southampton fans jumped up from the stands, clenched their fists involuntarily, and screamed wildly. At this moment, Duran was the embodiment of their will. Each of them was Duran. Duran's violent aesthetic, sprint speed, handsome appearance, and the sense of substitution were too strong. Southampton fans and domestic fans in the live broadcast room were all crazy. After Jay caught the air, he immediately tried his best to chase. Jay's speed was very fast, but Duran pulled away from him visibly. the captain of Arsenal's youth team, the rising star of Arsenal, actually became Guran's background in a head-on competition of speed and strength. The Cardiff Bluebirds at the scene were all dumbfounded. Some of them had seen Guran's performance in the amateur high school competition, and they thought that Guran would be just like everyone else in the professional arena, but it was not, until now that they realized that Guran's growth was too strong. This speed, this sprint, this violent aesthetic running posture, this is Henry. Chinese Henry. At this time, Southampton's forwards Lallana and Gully accelerated to respond, while other Southampton players maintained their respective positions and formations. According to the requirements of Coach Adkins, Southampton's defense was the main focus in the first half, supplemented by counter-attacks, and Guran had unlimited firing rights. Yes, Guran's position in the Southampton team was not just a left back, but a striker behind. Guran rushed straight along the left rib area at high speed and was unmanned near the center line. Seeing Guran rushing across the half court, Cardiff City's defenders immediately shrank to their own back half and did not press Guran closely. Cardiff City's tactics were also very obvious, that is, to avoid physical confrontation as much as possible and avoid physical exhaustion. Coach Dave Jones was also an old fox. He knew that Southampton would definitely use physical confrontation to make a fuss, but Dave Jones chose to avoid confronting Southampton and concentrate superior forces to defend the back half. Cardiff City's defense speed was very fast. Once a positional battle was formed, Southampton would inevitably press forward and spread out its formation, which would give Cardiff City a chance to steal the ball and counter-attack. The head coaches on both sides were also playing games in the air. As a head coach who had coached Southampton twice, Coach Dave Jones' face was full of confidence. Coach Dave Jones was not worried about Guran's single-player explosion. Even if Guran could dribble the ball to the edge of the penalty area, Guran could not tear open the dense defense of Cardiff City by himself. Cardiff City's players retreated quickly and maintained a very complete defensive formation. Guran still sprinted at high speed and crossed the half court with the ball, while little Henry J chased Guran desperately behind him. As long as Guran's sprint rhythm slowed down, Jay could follow up with a sliding tackle. At this moment, Gully and Lallana were still behind Guran. Generally speaking, Guran could pass the ball to Lallana and then pass the ball from the outside to find an opportunity to penetrate inside. But Guran looked up and glanced at Cardiff City's goal. Goalkeeper David Marshall was standing in the penalty area, as if possessed by Joe Hart. Guran suddenly had an idea in his mind, and he kicked the ball violently in the violent aesthetics. Top pass, God's kick +2. Heavy artillery long range shot, cloud piercing arrow +3. Heavy artillery long range shot, stone shattering +3. Heavy artillery long range shot, cruise missile +1. Full firepower. This is a 50-meter long-range shot. That is a world-class goal. Everyone at the scene held their breath in shock, watching the ball draw a ballistic parabola above St. Mary's half. Chapter 367. The whole audience is going crazy. A fairy from the sky. A super exciting fairy ball. At this moment, everyone at St. Mary's Stadium held their breath, following the whistling football through the air. Goalkeeper David Marshall, who was standing inside the penalty area with his hands on his hips, looked up and saw the football coming. After a pause, he turned around and chased after his own goal. He chased while looking at the sky. He looked at the sky and predicted the landing point. He predicted the landing point while praying, impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. Judging from the flight trajectory of the football, the angle of the ball was a bit high, and it should fly over the crossbar. But, the next second, everyone's heart almost jumped out of their throat. I saw that the football suddenly fell from the sky above the penalty area. It was as if a hand of God had slapped it in the air. The football fell straight down with an elevator-like trajectory. It seemed like the Milky Way fell from the sky. This lob shot was too weird. David Marshall hurriedly jumped into the air, stretched out his hands awkwardly, trying to catch this super long distance lob shot on the goal line. But it was just half a beat away. Fairy from the sky. The football hit the goal line, bounced off the ground and hit the net. David Marshall missed the ball. His body couldn't stop, and he crashed into the net. A classic scene was born. 1.5 minutes into the game. Guran lobbed the ball into the goal. David Marshall knocked himself into the goal. Yeah, the Southampton fans at the scene instantly cheered in disbelief. The head coach Adkins on the sidelines also widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to believe this dreamlike start. You know, no matter from which angle you analyze this game, Southampton's overall strength is currently weaker than Cardiff City's. And it was Cardiff City's little Henry J who just broke through with the ball. Southampton's defense line has been torn open by Cardiff City's short pass, and it seems that they are about to lose the ball at the beginning. Who would have thought that Guran would not only intercept Jay's fatal cut-in in a 1v1, but also violently and aesthetically dribble the ball to counter-attack and sprint across the half-court. What's more, Guran just passed the half-court, and he didn't even dribble forward, but directly kicked a magical ball to the lob. And it went in just like that. Yes, it was so gorgeous and simple. After a moment of stunned silence, the referee on the field blew the whistle to indicate that the goal was valid. The score on the big screen was rewritten as Southampton 1, Cardiff City. The whole St Mary's Stadium was boiling. In the last game, Southampton used the Cheyenne G-horse racing tactic to lose the game and lost the top spot in the English League One standings, which made the fans feel unhappy. But at the beginning of this game, Guran directly opened the game with a king bomb. It ignited the emotions of all the Saints. This kick was so cool, so exciting, so inspiring. A simple kick brought an incomparable feeling. All the Southampton fans were jumping up and down in the stands, waving their team flags and singing Guran's song. The Bluebirds fans of Cardiff City were dumbfounded. What is this? Southampton scored so easily? What are the Cardiff City players on the field doing? Cardiff City's head coach Dave Jones frowned with a depressed look on his face at this moment. He wanted to show off at his ex-husband's house and win a small victory over Southampton, but Guran went crazy right at the start. The key is not that he was scored a goal right at the start. If this goal was just Guran's fluke, it would be fine. With the overall strength of the Cardiff City team, Coach Dave Jones is still confident that he can equalize the score and then overtake. However, from a professional perspective as a head coach, this ball does not look like a fluke at all. There is a luck component, but it is definitely not purely based on luck. The timing, angle, strength, speed, and even the arc of the kick were all carefully calculated. And if this kick was not a fluke, then the problem is not just about the goal, but also involves a tactical problem. Guran seemed to have seen through his tactical routine right from the start, and found a way to deal with it right from the start. This is the most terrifying part. How the hell can he play this? Coach Dave Jones felt a little stuffy in his heart. In the scout area, the 3 scouts of the top clubs were shaking with excitement. They hadn't had fun for 10 days. Chelsea's Emanalo held his glasses and trembled, saying, "Oh my god. I haven't seen Guran for just one game, and he seems to have become visibly stronger. This ball is awesome." He didn't stop during the violent sprint, and he made a powerful lob shot in the first half, and he scored a goal. Liverpool's Edward said excitedly, "He is worthy of being my fellow countryman from Southampton. This ball must be selected for this year's Puskas Award. If this ball is not selected, I will twist my head off and let you kick it as a ball." Manchester City's Pratt also exclaimed, "It's a good one. Guran's kick is already at the Champions League level. It's awesome." Not to mention the emotional factors. Just analyzing it from the perspective of a pure football game, this kick is not only awesome in timing, strength, and precision, but Guran's football IQ is also unparalleled in the world. Coach Dave Jones's tactics are actually very reasonable, but Dave Jones's mistake is that he did not let the defensive players push up to put pressure on Guran in the half, but instead retracted all the troops to build a defense near the penalty area. That's right. That's right. Emanalo said, "Heroes think alike." Coach Dave Jones may have seen Guran's game highlights, but this is the first time he has been slapped by Guran. He doesn't know that opponents like Guran must be strangled and double teamed throughout the game. If Guran is allowed to dribble the ball easily, Guran's long range shooting range will be released. It would be strange if Cardiff City didn't shoot him. Edwards also nodded vigorously and said, "I have the same opinion as the two gentlemen." Pratt said excitedly. The summer window is about to end. Duran, it must be our Manchester City. Emanalo sneered. Oh, Manchester City? Impossible. Duran was the first one we Chelsea targeted. Edward said bluntly. I'm sorry, colleagues. Let me put it this way. Duran must be from Liverpool. The three scouts blushed in the blink of an eye. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments was bombarded crazily. Fuck. It's worth it for me to watch the game in the early morning. Just 1 minute after the start, Duran was so energetic. I wish I could pull my wife up and hand in the homework again. Duran is so awesome. This ball is simply a fairy from the sky, a fairy ball. Compared with Ki Xuanzang's fairy from the sky, this kick is not as elegant as Ki Xuanzang's fairy from the sky, nor is it a half-turn volley, but the power is really enough, and the distance is far enough. It's really fun to watch. My blood is boiling. I haven't seen such a wonderful goal for a long time. This ball is a bit like Lu Xiaopang's fairy from the sky. Yes, I think it's very similar. Duran is so fast. Duran shot before he even touched the body. Brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Let me say, all of Duran's fans are fucking black fans. I think this kick has a lot of luck, right? There is definitely an element of luck, but the key is that no one stepped forward to put pressure on Duran. Cardiff City's tactics were originally right, but Duran went so far as to make it. Cardiff City's head coach is probably going crazy now. Cardiff City's carefully prepared tactics are all messed up. If they don't adjust their tactics quickly, just wait and see. Duran will definitely fire all kinds of long shots next. Fuck. Duran is so daring. He lobbed the ball in the first half. If it were a domestic player, let alone whether he has the basic skills, he would not have the confidence. In fact, this can't be blamed entirely on the domestic players. Fans should all know Chen Tao. He is the core of the 2005 Super Platinum generation. He was a talented star who was evenly matched with Messi and David Silva in the 2005 World Youth Championship. There was a match in China, and a certain leader came to watch the match in person. I won't say which one, so as not to cause the live broadcast room to be blocked. During the match, Chen Tao had a very imaginative trick of inserting a flower kick. As a result, the leader was furious after watching it, thinking that Chen Tao was just showing off and not playing football honestly. After the match, he asked Chen Tao to write a 6,000-word self-criticism. Fuck. No way. Fuck. It's true. How can this be good? With the broken environment in China, Duran must not go back to China to play football. Otherwise, it will be like Chen Tao, which is really too uncomfortable. The live broadcast room was constantly filled with gifts and rewards. At the same time, after scoring a goal, Duran split the wind with one hand and ran around the field happily, stacking buffs while concentrating his mind to examine the emotional bubbles dropped by the Cardiff City players. It must be said that playing against a strong team with stars is profitable. After a round, Duran picked up 2-star level skills: second touch, fried meatballs +1, top pass, crew if turn +1. In addition, a very practical ordinary skill was picked up: 5-star reverse foot +1. In this way, fried meatballs are stacked to +2, crew if turn is also stacked to +2, and 5-star reverse foot is also stacked to +5. There are 4 pickup progress left for today. After picking up, Duran ran back to his left back position. The game continued. Cardiff City, who had been scored a goal at the beginning, kicked off again. Cardiff City strengthened its offensive, while Southampton continued to double team and strangle Cardiff City players in a physical confrontation. Cardiff City's passing and running rhythm was fast, and the ball was constantly passed on the right and middle. Cardiff City's Peter Whittingham's performance on the wing was very eye-catching, and his running and interweaving were also very active. Southampton's Schneiderlin and Hammond were almost unable to limit Whittingham's organisation and connection, and Southampton's right-wing defence line was frequently in danger. Cardiff City was also smart, and basically did not pass the ball to the left. The game was in the 7th minute. Hammond made a mistaken interception. Stephen McPhail, number 10 of the Bluebirds, received a short pass from Whittingham and kicked the ball out, passing it directly to the right side of Southampton's penalty area. Number 8 Michael Chopra responded with his back to the goal, and Walker came up to press Chopra. Chopra held Walker with his back to the goal, and passed the ball back a short distance. Number 39 Star Bellamy inserted the ball from the back row and shot directly at the goal without stopping the ball. Goalkeeper Davis had a good position, and jumped up to block the ball over the crossbar. Wow. The Southampton fans behind the goal were in a false alarm. Bellamy's kick was like a cold arrow, but fortunately Davis was brave enough. Cardiff City won a corner kick. The tall players of both teams all stood in the penalty area. Guran was still defending the 191cm tall little Henry J. Thomas at the back post. Whittingham took a corner kick and went straight to J. Thomas at the back post. J. Thomas immediately jumped up with a powerful header. Guran withstood J's impact and jumped up at the same time. Guran was half a head shorter than J, and his position was not as good as J's, but that was not a problem. It is not necessary to get the ball first to defend a header, as long as the opponent cannot make a threatening shot. Guran strengthened reasonable collisions and headers, and wrestled with J in mid-air. J's jumping height and strength were instantly locked by Guran. Bang! J got the ball first, but under Guran's defense, J could not exert any force at all, nor could he get the best angle for the ball. He just barely got the bottom edge of the football. The football flew crookedly out of the end line. Yeah, the Saints behind the goal cheered happily. Jay fell to the grass with a depressed look on his face. Guran smiled at him and generously stretched out his hand to pull him up. Guran smiled and said, "Little Henry, you can't be just this capable, right?" What? Fake Jay was about to explode. Too crazy. This was a direct provocation to the face. When Jay finally figured out what trash talk to use to respond to Guran, Guran had already run away. The game continued. In the next nearly 20 minutes, the two sides launched a fierce passing and strangling duel in the middle and right sides. The rhythm of the players on both sides was very fast, and the passing of the football was also dazzling. The Cardiff team maintained a very high possession rate, and was almost always in an offensive state. The Southampton team was basically in a defensive state, using physical confrontation to consume the Cardiff City team. The whole scene looked like Cardiff City was attacking wildly, while Southampton seemed to be very passive. Southampton occasionally had two counter-attack opportunities in the middle and right sides, but unfortunately Cardiff City's defense line recovered quickly, and none of Southampton's midfielders and forwards could form an effective cross. Although there was no ball on the side that Guran was defending, the close confrontation between Guran and little Henry J almost never stopped. Jay tried his best to show Guran some color. However, Jay, who tried his best, couldn't break through Guran's close defense. In this way, Jay couldn't get the ball for more than 10 minutes. Jay was naturally a little anxious, not to mention that, although he was a jack of all trades, Southampton's left side was not his strong area. In Cardiff City's tactical arrangement, Jay was to hold Guran on the left side of Southampton when defending, and he had to intersperse to the familiar middle and Southampton's right side when attacking. Jay is the most critical part of the short pass penetration tactics of coach Dave Jones. He is explosive and can pass the ball when the defense is stretched. Without Jay, Cardiff City's short pass tactics look beautiful, but it is difficult to bear fruit. This also forces Cardiff City's two forwards to retreat to respond, which greatly weakens Cardiff City's offensive efficiency. Therefore, Jay can only sprint and intersperse repeatedly without the ball, trying to get rid of Guran's close defense. But Guran can always keep up with Jay. No matter how Jay sprints or gets rid of it, he can't get rid of Guran's close pressure. Stephen McPhail of Cardiff City has many opportunities to give Jay short passes, but because Guran is too close to Jay, McPhail can only pass the ball to the right side of Southampton's heavily defended. Cardiff City's midfield and front court passes also appear to be very messy because of Jay's running and inserting. Not only that, Jay's physical strength was severely depleted under Guran's continuous physical confrontation. After only 25 minutes in the first half, Jay was already out of breath. Jay started in 4 consecutive games for Cardiff City and played the entire game, so his physical condition was not full. Now that he was pressed closely by Guran, Jay's physical disadvantage began to show. At this time, the fans in the live broadcast room started chatting, "Southampton is very passive. It's been almost half an hour, and Guran has only shot once. On the other hand, Cardiff City has already had 5 shots. Yeah, Southampton's ball possession rate is very low, and Cardiff City's ball possession rate is almost 70% to 80%, right? Southampton's right side is full of dangers. Why doesn't Guran attack? It makes me anxious. It has been 24 minutes since I handed in my homework to my wife after Guran's first goal. Why hasn't Guran scored yet? Fuck, brother, you're exposed. At this time, Maxim Xiaomianqiu, whose name was marked with a golden name, said, "Don't worry, the two teams are now engaged in a tactical game. Although Southampton didn't have any decent offense in the past 20 minutes, the confrontation between them is still very exciting." Fuck. Xiaomianqiu boss. Boss, please explain it in detail. Southampton's possession rate is so low that we can't see anything exciting about it. Maxim said again. Possession rate is not important at all. First of all, when a strong team plays against a weak team, the strong team's possession rate will be high. When a weak team plays against a strong team, even if the weak team's core tactics are short pass penetration, or pass control, pass cutting flow, it is impossible to have a high possession rate. Many seemingly important data are actually important only when they are reversed. Because a strong team will inevitably have a high possession rate when playing against a weak team, many football data analysts believe that the one with a high possession rate has a high winning rate, but in fact, this is a naive conclusion drawn from reverse deduction. How can a strong team not have a high possession rate when playing against a weak team? Barcelona has a high possession rate, right? That's because it's Barcelona. Spain has a high possession rate, right? That's because it's Spain. Barcelona or Spain, playing against most teams in the world, have a high possession rate, but Barcelona or Spain may not always win. Strong teams will still be strong if they learn from Barcelona or Spain, but weak teams will die if they learn from Barcelona and Spain without the right lineup, but pursuing ball possession. I'm not talking about the Chinese national team, I'm talking about the shameless Vietnamese team. Weak teams should rely on their physical strength, defense, and rushing and lobs. There is no other choice. From the current strength of the two teams, Cardiff City's overall strength is higher than Southampton. Cardiff City uses a basic short pass tactic, which is also the normal operation of a strong team against a weak team. Southampton's basic tactic is defensive counter-attack. Any team that plays mainly defensive counter-attack will not emphasize ball possession. If a defensive counter-attack team has to fight for meaningless ball possession, how can it play defensive counter-attack? The longer the ball possession time, the greater the attention and physical energy consumption of the party holding the ball, and the more it needs to establish an advantage as soon as possible. So, what is really important is not the ball possession time shown in the data, but your offensive efficiency when you get the ball and control the ball. Most people are pursuing the ball possession time, thinking that this is an absolute advantage, but ignoring the offensive efficiency after controlling the ball. So far in this game, Cardiff City's ball possession rate has probably reached 80%, but Guran locked Henry J, and Cardiff City's offensive chain was broken. Although the ball is under their control, the offensive efficiency is extremely low. Cardiff City has only 5 decent shots so far. On the other hand, although Southampton only had 3 counter-attacks and 1 shot, the data was terrible, but Guran scored with 1 shot. This is the real efficiency of ball possession and defense. Maxim Xiaomianqiu said, "I predict that the really interesting game will be in the second half, but it is not ruled out that Guran will suddenly perform well. After all, Guran is a person who is full of unexpected surprises." Wow. Xiaomianqiu's analysis makes sense. I've learned a lot. Listening to what the boss says is like listening to what the boss says. Although it makes sense, I still want to see Guran score a goal. Only if Southampton scores a goal will we have a chance to draw for Guran's autographed jersey. Guran. Goal. 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 The entire live broadcast room was filled with comments like goal. At this moment, the situation on the field suddenly changed. Cardiff City's number 10 Stephen McPhail made a beautiful through pass in the middle. Chopra quickly shook off Walton, who was guarding him. After receiving the ball with his back, He passed the ball to the right side of the penalty area. Bellamy stopped the ball perfectly under the double teaming of two defensive players. At the same time, he pulled the ball sideways, flashed a shooting space, and quickly kicked the ball into the far corner. I have to say, this kick was so beautiful. Goalkeeper Davis was standing a little off center, so he could only hastily dive sideways to save the ball with one hand. Davis's fingers stretched to the limit did not touch the ball. The hearts of the Saints fans behind the goal were in their throats. The football hit the left post, bounced to the small penalty area on the left. Bellamy was unlucky. Little Henry J rushed up at full speed and swung his leg to make up the shot, but Guran beside him rushed faster than him. Guran blocked Jay's strong body, and before Jay could make a follow-up shot, he pulled the ball back with his toes. Guran pulled the ball to the limit. Jay missed the shot. Yeah. The Saints fans cheered wildly. This wonderful steal and dribble was so explosive. Guran turned around quickly and prepared to counter-attack with the ball. Jay angrily grabbed Guran's arm to prevent him from speeding up. Number 11 Chris Booker came over like the wind. It was dangerous. Chapter 368. Overtaking in the outer lane and the inner lane. Everyone is shocked. Godly cooperation from the left lane. The situation has reached a critical point. Jay pulled Guran's arm with all his strength, and Chris Booker was about to rush up to steal the ball. This position was only about 5 or 6 meters away from the goal. Once the ball was lost at this position, the consequences would be disastrous. All the Southampton fans' hearts froze in their chests, and they even forgot to breathe. At this moment, Guran suddenly fell to the ground. Little Henry J was startled and thought Guran was going to perform a diving show. He quickly retracted his hand and raised it above his head to show that he did not touch Guran. And the next moment, Guran took advantage of the inertia of falling to the ground and slid directly towards the football that was rolling forward. Chris Booker, who rushed up with great momentum, was also frightened and quickly slowed down to dodge. So, Guran, under the desperate double teaming of Jay and Chris Booker, slid the ball out of the dangerous area of the penalty area and shoveled it to Chamberlain, who was retreating from the left side. This was a shovel pass in an extreme state. The Southampton fans at the scene covered their hearts and cheered wildly. This wave of defensive interception and shovel pass was done in one go. It was so wonderful. Guran was really hard-working and tough. After getting the ball, Chamberlain immediately turned around and accelerated, running wildly along the left side. Chamberlain's speed on the wing was also very impressive. Southampton's counter-attack is coming. Lallana, Lambert, and Gooley immediately turned around and ran wildly to support. Cardiff City also immediately retreated to defend. The rhythm of the offense and defense transition between the two sides was so fast that it was suffocating. Every player on the field was running actively. Cardiff City's head coach Dave Jones stood on the sidelines and loudly commanded on the spot, "Go up and double team him. Don't let him counter-attack." At the beginning of the game, Cardiff City had been taught a lesson by Guran once. Although it was Chamberlain instead of Guran who had the ball now, Coach Dave Jones was still very cautious and did not dare to let Southampton's left side advance to the half court again. Chris Booker, who had just failed to steal the ball from Guran, immediately chased Chamberlain. Cardiff City's captain, right back Paul Quinn, also blocked Chamberlain from the midline. It can be said that Cardiff City's reaction was still very good. It is worthy of the level of a first-class team in the English Championship. At this moment, Chamberlain, who was dribbling the ball, seemed particularly excited. During the period of suspension, Chamberlain really watched Guran's short videos repeatedly and carefully. He already knew Guran's breakthrough posture. Now, it's time for Chamberlain to prove himself to all Southampton fans. That's right, if Guran can do it, Chamberlain can do it too. Facing the side double teaming and frontal interception, Chamberlain directly pushed the ball to the unmanned area in front, and then ran to the left boundary to sprint and chase the ball, overtaking on the outside lane. At this moment, Chamberlain turned into black-haired, no, dark-skinned Guran. Chamberlain wanted to use Guran's way and speed to break Cardiff City's stranglehold on him. The Bluebirds fans of Cardiff City were all stunned. They couldn't believe that there were two Bale-like winger kings in the same English League One team. The Southampton Saints were screaming with excitement. Chamberlain himself was also very excited. The football was right in front of him. As long as he merged into the lane, he could complete the outside lane overtaking. The peak of life came so quickly. Chamberlain accelerated confidently and rushed in. Cardiff City captain Paul Quinn had already predicted Chamberlain's route for overtaking on the outside lane. Paul Quinn blocked the path. While Chamberlain accelerated and cut inside, he sprinted with a stride and hit Chamberlain's shoulder hard. Chamberlain groaned, and before he could stretch his feet, he was carried out of the sideline. Zhang's outside lane overtaking show overturned. Chamberlain's speed is indeed very fast, but his running impact is not enough. It is not the violent aesthetic style of Guran. Once Chamberlain is confronted by the body during a fast sprint, it is easy to lose balance. After all, Chamberlain is only 17 years old now, and Paul Quinn is much more experienced than him. The Cardiff Bluebirds fans at the scene laughed. The Southampton fans covered their spicy eyes. But the next moment, all the fans exclaimed at the same time. Just as Chamberlain was carried out of bounds by Paul Quinn, Guran turned into a black and white lightning and rushed over from the inner lane like a sonic boom. Overtaking in the inner lane, Guran easily ate Chris Booker and Paul Quinn alive with his speed. Before Paul Quinn could react and reach out to pull, Guran directly made an active and reasonable collision, carried Paul Quinn out of the sideline, and then took the ball away. This ball was passed by Chamberlain to Guran 3 seconds later. Chris Booker and Paul Quinn were both stunned. Southampton, your left wing cooperation is too good, right? This is so fucking seamless god level cooperation. Especially this Chinese kid, who obviously looks thinner than Chamberlain, but his physical confrontation ability is so strong. No wonder little Henry J was locked up by this Chinese kid's physical confrontation. Chamberlain, who hadn't gotten up yet, was also stunned. What fuck? I'm a supporting role again. Okay, I can get an assist. Chamberlain knelt on the ground and raised his arms and shouted, "Go, go. I'm passing the ball to you." Coach Dave Jones, who was standing in the technical area on the sidelines, shouted anxiously, "Go up. Go up. Don't let number 8 kick from the outside." The players of Cardiff City hurriedly rushed up to intercept and double team Guran. This was completely different from the tactics they had set before the game. In the tactics set before the game, they only need to retreat to the penalty area to form a chain defense, which can greatly save their physical energy, ensure that they defend with superior forces, and drag the Southampton team, which is weaker than them, into a positional battle. However, in this situation, they can only come out to intercept Guran, otherwise no one can bear it. If Guran kicks another fairy from the sky, this will also bring a serious and endanger physical energy. As a first-class team in the English Championship, Cardiff City is full of talents. Not only does it have well-known domestic stars such as Bellamy, Chopra, J. Whittingham, and G. Pace, but most of the other main players are also international players of their country's national team, or former international players of the youth team. Their physical energy will naturally not be bad. The problem is that the short pass style of play requires constant running and response. You have to run to pass the ball and run to receive the ball. Southampton's response strategy is to strangle the ball in close range, which will require Cardiff City to keep some of its physical energy in physical confrontation. What's more troublesome is that these main players of Cardiff City have basically played 4 games in a row, and their physical condition is not full. Guran sprinting on the left side has become a big worry for Cardiff City, and it has completely disrupted Cardiff City's tactical deployment. Football games are like this. The head coach's use and adjustment of tactics are very important for the game. Football games are not only the struggle of 11 players on the field, but also the tactical game between the 2 head coaches. Of course, the premise is that the players playing on the field must really be professional players who can understand and implement the head coach's tactical thinking. Like the national football team's health-preserving football that catches the ball on the spot, walks back to defense, and falls down when the body is touched. Even if the silver fox lippy vomits 3000 cc of blood, he can't bring it up. At this moment, Guran drove straight in with the ball, sprinting at full speed. Guran's violent aesthetic running posture is full of power, and the Southampton fans at the scene are all infected, and adrenaline explodes with Guran's sprint. Cardiff City's defense became a mess because of the temporary change of strategy. Guran used his body to push away Stephen McPhail, who rushed up to intercept him first, and then when he was double teamed by Whittingham and Jay, he stopped suddenly and stepped on the ball and then used his left foot to strengthen the crotch pass. Poor little Henry J had no time to turn around before he was penetrated by Guran. Jay turned around angrily to pull Guran's jersey, and Guran took advantage of Jay's turn and rushed past Jay with a violent aesthetic sprint and got the ball through his crotch again. Jay twisted again. Jay twisted himself to the ground. In this confrontation between the two, Jay was crushed by Guran. After Guran overtook the inside lane with speed, he passed 3 people with his body and macro manipulation skills. As a result, a huge gap appeared in Cardiff City's defense. Guran looked up at the goal and swung his left foot. Cardiff City's central defenders Mark Hudson and Gabby Pez rushed over to block Guran. Goalkeeper David Marshall was also ready to save the ball. However, Guran followed with a Matthew shoulder drop, fake shot and pass, and passed the ball to Lallana, who was already unmarked. Although Guran could shoot directly, with the 2 central defenders blocking most of the shooting space, it was the right thing to do to pass the ball to a more suitable teammate. Lallana stopped the ball easily and then twisted his hips to push the ball into the near corner. This push shot was super simple, without any complicated techniques. Do you need skills to eat cakes? Isn't this just a matter of opening your mouth? Just follow Guran. Guran will feed the cake and shoot. Cardiff's goalkeeper David Marshall's attention was attracted by Guran. Seeing Lallana shooting, David Marshall could only jump back in panic and intercept the ball, but failed to get it. Yeah. Southampton's fans couldn't wait to celebrate. The ball went into the net. The referee blew the whistle to indicate that the goal was valid. The score on the big screen was immediately changed to Southampton 2:0 Cardiff City. Southampton's fans jumped happily in the stands. Cardiff City's fans were stunned. They couldn't believe that as a first-class team in the English Championship, they would be scored 2 goals in half an hour by a League One team like Southampton. If Southampton's first goal was a lucky chance, then the second goal was really amazing. Southampton's defensive counter-attack was so resolute and beautiful. As long as number 8 Guran seized the opportunity, it would be a fatal blow. After scoring the goal, Lallana rushed towards Guran excitedly and jumped on Guran's waist to celebrate. Southampton's female fans were envious. Some male fans also regarded the team flower Lallana as a rival in love. The entire St. Mary's Stadium was burning with passion. From the interception to the counter-attack and the straight pass into the penalty area, Guran almost single-handedly defeated the entire Cardiff City team. This goal was originally an impossible counter-attack opportunity, but Guran created the opportunity. Of course, Chamberlain also had some credit. Although Chamberlain looked a little depressed, he didn't get the assist data. The fans in the live broadcast room also discussed happily, "Fuck, Guran's assist is awesome. First, he intercepted the ball in the penalty area and passed it. Then he passed 5 people in a row, attracted the attention of the central defender and the goalkeeper, and fed the ball to Lallana. I can only say fuck. This wave of defensive counterattacks made my blood boil. Guran really has the strength, the confrontation, the speed, and the pass. Boss, give out the gifts. Ha ha ha." Chamberlain's expression is so funny. He obviously scored a goal, but he seemed quite aggrieved. But his cooperation with our Guran is still very good. To be honest, when he pushed the ball forward and ran out of bounds to chase the ball, I almost thought he was really going to overtake on the outside. It turns out that he just passed the ball forward and helped Guran attract the 2 main players on the wing. Chamberlain is really good. I think he is very smart. I'm very optimistic about several players in the Southampton team, such as Lallana and Lambert. I think they are very smart. As long as they play around Guran, it is so easy to score. I seem to hear the voices of Southampton fans shouting Chinese dad again. Damn it, I can't be there in person. Otherwise I can feel the fiery enthusiasm of the Southampton girls up close. Fuck, brother, are you really here to watch the game? Of course. The number of people online in the RAN live room has reached 180,000. Because it is not the weekend, everyone still has to go to work tomorrow morning, so the number of people online in the RAN live room has never been able to break through the peak of 200,000 online in the early stage. However, the gift rewards in the RAN live room have already broken through the 100,000 mark. At this time, Guran hugged the team Flower Lalana and celebrated with a single palm splitting the wind. By the way, he concentrated his mind and picked up 2 practical blue skill doubles, Rainbow Lob +3, Reverse Foot Dribbling +3. Cardiff City's overall technical skills are still good, and most of the blue bubble skills dropped by their players are very practical. There are 2 more chances to pick up today. The game continues. Cardiff City, which has lost 2 goals in a row, began to press forward. Cardiff City's head coach Dave Jones stood in the away team's technical area, constantly roaring at the players on the field and directing their movements on the spot. According to Cardiff City's previous tactical drills, little Henry J. Thomas is the last link in the delivery of football into the penalty area. To put it bluntly, Cardiff City's entire short pass system is to tear open the space by Whittingham and others. Jay takes the ball and inserts it, so that Southampton cannot take care of both ends, and then Bellamy or Chopra will make the final blow. Coach Dave Jones' tactical thinking is very clear. This kind of short pass cooperation has repeatedly made great achievements in previous games, but in today's game, Guran has completely locked up little Henry J. Thomas, who comes from a famous family, and Jay has no space to respond. Cardiff City's offensive efficiency also became extremely poor, and Southampton counter-attacked 4 times, but only scored 2 goals. Coach Dave Jones could only temporarily adjust the tactics, completely abandoning Jay's wing and directing other players to run in series on the spot. In this way, Cardiff City's front court kicks became more crisp, and the passing success rate and ball possession rate were further improved. Southampton's centre and right began to be under pressure. Soon, Cardiff City's chance came. In the 39th minute of the game, Cardiff City, who had never been able to open the situation, had a cold long shot from the top of the penalty area by number 10 Stephen McPhail. This long shot was very sudden, and Southampton's central defender JD jumped up reflexively to block it with a header. The football hit JD's forehead heavily, and JD fell to the ground, revealing the gap between the central defenders. The football bounced to Bellamy's feet, who was looking for an opportunity in front of the goal. Bellamy did his duty, stopped the ball with his right foot, and shot with his left foot. This ball was too sudden, and Davis was helpless. The football was shot into the net. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Southampton 2:1 Cardiff City. Cardiff City's Bluebirds fans happily shouted Bellamy's name. Bellamy also happily ran to the corner flag area to cheer and celebrate. Cardiff City's ball was indeed a bit lucky, and JD's header rebound refraction also made Davis lose his prediction. Of course, it must be said that Bellamy's sense of smell in the penalty area is indeed first class. JD, the first person responsible for this ball, covered his head and was very dissatisfied with his performance. Captain Davis ran up and patted JD on the shoulder to comfort him. At this time, it is meaningless to blame JD. As the captain, Davis is also very competent in this regard. Southampton fans also applauded and cheered for their own players. Although Cardiff City scored a goal, Southampton is still leading the score. There were many comments in the live broadcast room. JD didn't handle this ball well. Southampton's overall strength is indeed a little behind Cardiff City. That's right, some of Southampton's midfielders and defenders are not of high level. If they really want to go long term, Southampton should recruit heavily in the backline, at least to free up Guran, so that he can roam around. That's right, if the situation wasn't so passive and he wasn't being pressed by Cardiff City, Guran would clearly have more opportunities to perform on the offensive end. Southampton is using Guran as 2 people. Guran's running and sprinting distance are definitely the highest. It has to be said that Cardiff star Bellamy is still very capable of seizing opportunities and is quite calm in front of the goal. It doesn't matter, Southampton is still leading now, they just have to keep a steady mind. The game continues. After Lallana kicked off, he knocked the ball directly to Guran. Guran broke through on the left side and made 2 consecutive one-toss with Chamberlain. Chamberlain rushed to the bottom line with the ball and kicked it back to the middle. Gooley headed the ball. Unfortunately, Gooley failed to hit the right spot and the ball was confiscated by the opponent's goalkeeper David Marshall. Southampton fans sighed. If this ball could go in, it would be so cool. However, even if this ball did not go in, Duran's sharp breakthrough ability on the wing and his passing and running coordination with Chamberlain really made the Cardiff City players sweat. The game continued. Southampton's head coach Adkins also kept reminding the players to run and strangle on the sidelines. The coaches of both sides shouted very loudly and passionately. The game was in the 43rd minute. Cardiff City performed a series of dazzling short distance running and coordination in the midfield, successfully passing the ball to Chopra, who was 3 or 5 meters away from the top of the penalty area. Bellamy immediately rushed forward without the ball, tearing the Southampton defense line with his speed and body. After stopping the ball, Chopra went straight into the penalty area. Hammond retreated in time, reached out from behind to pull Chopra's jersey, and stretched out his foot to intercept Chopra's ball. Chopra immediately fell to the ground outside the top of the arc. Beep beep beep. The referee blew the whistle to suspend the game. Hammond spread his hands with an innocent look. Chopra covered his calf and rolled into the penalty area with a painful expression. Chamberlain rushed up and pushed Chopra, who had rolled into the penalty area, out of the penalty area. Bellamy rushed towards Chamberlain with great momentum. Duran stood in front of Chamberlain and confronted Bellamy directly. The players of both sides were about to fight. Fortunately, the other players were relatively calm, and the two teams were not mortal enemies after all. So with the quick intervention of other players, the flames of the conflict were suppressed. Chamberlain said to Duran gratefully, "Boo, that's very nice." Duran looked at Chamberlain with eyes that cared for his son. "It's my duty." The live broadcast room was also filled with barrages. Ha ha ha. I really made Chamberlain laugh to death. Chamberlain actually manually rolled Chopra out of the penalty area. This guy is so cute. If I were a Cardiff City player, I would also want to beat him up. However, Duran and Chamberlain have a really good relationship. The last time they fought, Chamberlain got a direct red card and was suspended for 3 games in order to stand up for Duran. This time, Duran also protected Chamberlain. Yeah, the two have a really good relationship. At this time, the referee showed Hammond a yellow card and then called Chamberlain to the front and showed him a yellow card for manually rolling Chopra and almost causing a fight. Chamberlain's face was full of disbelief and he chased the referee to argue. The referee stepped back and warned Chamberlain. Other Southampton players held Chamberlain down, which prevented him from being sent off with 2 yellow cards and 1 red card. The referee awarded Cardiff City a free kick outside the penalty area. Chopra immediately climbed up from the grass, unable to hide the sly smile on his face. Southampton fans booed. Chapter 369. What a deliberate cooperation. Sevens Crescent Moon Scimitar. Are you afraid? The position of this free kick was quite friendly for Cardiff City. Davis urgently arranged the human wall, and Cardiff City's number 7 Peter Whittingham stood at the penalty spot. Whittingham glanced at the goal and the weak area of the human wall, and then kicked a curved ball with his left foot. This curved ball was extremely fast and powerful, but the arc was not very obvious. Goalkeeper Davis judged the ball's path correctly and jumped up. The football rubbed against Davis' fingertips, changed its line slightly and went in. Direct free kick goal. When the first half was about to enter injury time, Whittingham knocked on the Southampton team's door with a left foot free kick. The referee blew the whistle to indicate that the goal was valid. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Southampton 2: to Cardiff City. The two sides are back on the same starting line again. Cardiff's Bluebirds fans happily jumped and danced in the stands. Although they had a bad start, they scored 2 goals before the end of the first half. If they continue to play like this, it seems that Cardiff City will win this game. The Southampton players were very frustrated. There was indeed a gap between them and Cardiff City in strength, but they were tied when they were leading by 2 goals. This psychological pressure was very great. Coach Adkins was under even greater psychological pressure. In the last battle of the leaders of the English League One, Coach Adkins adopted a Shinji horse racing strategy when Duran was resting in order to win the second round of the knockout match of the English League Cup. The last battle of the leaders was a 1:4 defeat. If they lose this knockout match with all their efforts, then Coach Adkins will really be responsible for the situation. The idea of fighting on all fronts must be adjusted, and it is time to return to the road of focusing on the English League One and completely give up the competition of the League Cup. However, Coach Adkins did not rush to yell at the players. He just kept a poker face and folded his arms in front of his chest and continued to observe the situation on the field. During this period, Cardiff City did have a small climax, but the actual means of scoring were based on the star Bellamy's sense of goal and Chopra's diving to trick a free kick in an excellent position. So, although it was 2-2, it was not a big problem. Coach Adkins observed that several main players of Cardiff City were about to stop running. The fourth official held up a sign to announce 3 minutes of injury time. The Southampton team pressed forward and tried to cooperate in the middle and left. Duran sprinted back and forth, and after a beautiful deep-fried meatball, he flashed out of the passing channel and lifted the ball to Schneiderlin on the right. Schneiderlin stopped the ball perfectly and dribbled the ball into the penalty area of Cardiff City. After attracting 2 defenders, Schneiderlin immediately turned halfway and knocked the ball back to the middle. Lallana was in the middle to receive the ball, but Lallana did not receive the ball, but rushed directly in front of the ball and leaked the ball to his teammates behind. This leak was very spiritual. The defensive players of Cardiff City realized that Guran had already crossed from the left side to the middle in such a short time. After Guran got the ball, he immediately cut from the middle to the right side. The defensive formation of Cardiff City was immediately torn open by Guran's running. Guran then made a rainbow pass and lifted the ball into the penalty area. Lallana faced the goal with his back and hit the ball directly with a hook. This shot was also very sudden. Goalkeeper David Marshall hurriedly jumped up and blocked it with both hands. The first shot slipped out of his hand, but David Marshall lay down directly and pressed the ball under his body. Lallana knelt on the grass with a look of annoyance. This ball, what a pity. Guran's rainbow pass was very beautiful, and there was a lot of space around Lallana when he received the ball, but his hook technique was not proficient enough, and he failed to exert force. Southampton fans also made waves of regretful voices, but they soon continued to applaud and cheer for Southampton. The first half of the injury time ended. The two sides were tied 2-2, and the players of both sides returned to their respective locker rooms to rest. After the 15-minute halftime break, the players of both sides returned to the field and changed sides to fight again. After the halftime speech, the Cardiff City team, which tied the score in the first half, seemed full of confidence, except for little Henry J. Thomas. The Southampton team also seemed full of confidence and high morale. The fans of both sides cheered crazily for their respective teams. It was obvious that the number of Cardiff City's Bluebirds fans was far less than that of Southampton Saints fans, and they were completely crushed by Southampton fans in terms of momentum. After the game started, Southampton continued to strengthen the full court pressing and physical confrontation. Southampton's players obviously began to exert their strength. Cardiff City could only avoid being strangled by Southampton through faster sprinting and passing techniques. In the 49th minute of the game, Cardiff City got a corner kick by quickly passing and penetrating on the right side. Whittingham took the penalty kick, but Gabagipes failed to get the ball due to the header defense of JD and the interference of Guran. J. Thomas's flat shot at the back point was blocked by Guran's timely sprint back, but the second landing point of the ball was still at the feet of Cardiff City. Cardiff City's left back Lee Mailer shot from outside the penalty area. The ball was higher than the crossbar. In this wave of attack, Cardiff City showed its sharpness in terms of technology. In the 53rd minute, Cardiff City made a mistake in passing the ball in the middle. Lambert accelerated to run and intercepted the ball and kicked the ball to the left. Chamberlain was overjoyed and accelerated to chase the ball. Chris Booker of Cardiff City intercepted and competed from the side at high speed. Chamberlain hit Chris Booker with his shoulder, but failed to knock him away. Chris Booker stretched his foot to intercept the ball, and Chamberlain immediately controlled the ball and stopped sharply, then knocked the ball back. Guran had already sprinted over from the rib area at high speed. Chamberlain's kickback was not good enough, and he did not predict Guran's speed. Guran could only slow down and turn around to get the ball. Henry J. Thomas, who was responsible for marking Guran, seized the opportunity and chased him from the back frantically, reaching out to grab Guran's shoulder. Guran did a Matthew shoulder drop and avoided Jay's grab. Jay rushed to Guran with a big step, trying to suppress Guran's forward breakthrough with his body. Guran followed with a cruif turn. Jay's reaction was also very fast. Jay quickly turned around. When Jay almost turned his body around, Guran followed with another cruif turn in the opposite direction. Jay's face was full of embarrassment, and he quickly turned around again, but he had no speed. The whole St. Mary's Stadium was boiling. Such a star confrontation scene is really beautiful, full of local small-scale details. This is not the first time Guran has played with Henry J. Light a green special bubble was generated under Jay's feet. Guran immediately gathered his mind and quickly picked up the green bubble through the air. At the same time, with the acceleration of violent aesthetics, he shook off Jay's arm that was stretched out to pull him, and went straight into the Cardiff half. Go up and press him. Go up. Coach Dave Jones's throat was almost smoking. Cardiff City's captain and right back Paul Quinn rushed to Guran first. Guran made an extremely fast, concise, and powerful fried meatball, shaking Paul Quinn away in an instant, and then directly dribbled the ball to the middle. Cardiff City's defensive players hurriedly moved to the middle to block. Their physical energy was obviously unable to keep up with the rhythm under the back and forth sprint, but their overall chain arc was still in place. At this time, Lalana and Gully had not yet responded. The only one on the same level as Guran was Chamberlain. Guran did not hesitate to pass the ball to the left side with his back. This wide-range transfer directly penetrated the entire defense line of the Cardiff City team. It blinded the whole audience. What a great opportunity. Chamberlain was overjoyed and immediately accelerated and sprinted, stopping the ball half a step in front of him with his left foot. With this large-scale transfer, Guran had a very wide field of vision, and Chamberlain did not let down this time, stopping the ball very well. Of course, in addition to Chamberlain's basic skills being really good, the more important reason was that there were no players around him who were marking and oppressing him. Southampton fans gave Chamberlain a warm applause for his stopping performance. Chamberlain had a flat field in front of him. Cardiff's captain, right back Paul Quinn, had lost his position. As long as Chamberlain accelerated and dribbled the ball to the bottom, attracted some firepower, and then made a triangle pass back, this wave of attack would be done. Only to see, after Chamberlain got the ball, he immediately cut into the channel with the most densely populated defensive players in the Cardiff City penalty area like the wind. Guran, who was about to meet the runner in the penalty area, Gilly, who was about to go straight into the middle of the penalty area, Lalana, who was following Gilly and preparing to pick up the leak and assist. The Southampton fans in the stadium collectively, the Cardiff City players on the field, were also a little confused. There is such a good thing. Coach Adkins covered his head in melancholy. For the first time, Coach Adkins thought about selling Chamberlain by jumping off the building. Not to mention Coach Adkins, even Tang Seng would have wanted to kill Chamberlain in this scene. Fans who know a little bit about penalty kicks know that at this time Chamberlain should run to the bottom of the weak area and then knock back and cross. But Chamberlain not only did not go to the bottom, but rushed to the strong area with the most defensive players and squeezed the space of the two forwards. Well, Zhang just hung as expected. Guran immediately retreated from the penalty area in advance. Guran had predicted that Chamberlain was likely to lose the ball near the middle. Sure enough, when Chamberlain cut inside to the edge of the penalty area with the ball, two Cardiff City defenders immediately came up to defend him. Chamberlain slowed down to control the ball, and then shook his shoulders in a fancy way. Obviously, Chamberlain had watched Guran's short video repeatedly, but his imitation was very poor. Even a 99-year-old woman couldn't shake this fake move. Seeing that the opponent's players didn't even react to Zhang's shoulder sinking, Chamberlain immediately turned halfway to protect the ball, and used his back to carry the two defenders to perform a Zhang spin. Mark Hudson, who was defending him behind him, raised his knee and hit Chamberlain's buttocks. Chamberlain groaned, and before he could complete his Zhang spin, which was almost a decomposed action, he lost control of the ball under his feet and flew out. Chamberlain hurried to chase. Mark Hudson immediately followed the defense to compete for it. Fortunately, Chamberlain was in a good position and always stuck Mark Hudson behind him. Just when Chamberlain was about to get the ball back, Guran sprinted back and kicked the ball away. Chamberlain? The fans of Southampton were relieved and cheered happily. The players of Southampton also breathed a sigh of relief. Now, all the defensive players of Cardiff City are going crazy. What a good cooperation of luring the snake out of the hole in the midfield. Doesn't this tear apart our defensive formation of Cardiff? The two left wing players of Southampton are really scheming. Stephen McPhail, Chris Booker, and Jay Thomas all intercepted Guran desperately. Jay Thomas even slid directly into Guran's feet. Guran calmly used his body to hold Stephen McPhail and Chris Booker, and before he could turn around, he was knocked to the ground by Jay. The fans of Southampton all cried out in distress. Beep, beep, beep. The referee blew the whistle. The referee ran over and showed Jay a yellow card and awarded Southampton a free kick. Guran tightened his socks and stood up from the grass safely. The Southampton fans at the scene were immediately excited, and almost all the Saints were singing the song 40 meter full moon. This ball was about 40 meters away from the goal. Lallana ran towards Guran excitedly. Boo, this ball is yours. You still owe me an assist for the last free kick, and this time, you owe me 2 assists. Guran smiled. Okay. The full moon scimitar is already +7. Wouldn't it be a splendid night walk if you don't show it? The Cardiff City team quickly arranged the human wall. Goalkeeper David Marshall had a very serious expression and kept loudly directing the position angle of the human wall. The average height of the Cardiff City team is still good. David Marshall is also good at saving penalties and free kicks. In addition, the ball is 40 meters away, so the players of the Cardiff City team are not nervous. They even set up a player near the midfield to act as a contact point for fast break counter-attacks. Guran calmly turned the ball over and put it on the penalty spot with the valve mouth facing the goal. Without kicking the valve mouth, it is not easy to exert power. The speed will be slow, but the arc will be large. However, Guran's current strength attribute has reached 83 points, and strength is definitely not a problem. The free kick attribute is 75 points, which is also qualified in the English League 1 level, but such points will not have a high bonus effect on the crescent scimitar. Guran had retained 1 talent point before, and just picked up a green special talent point bubble of Henry J. Thomas Jr. from the air. When Guran bent down to put the ball straight, he used his mind to check the green bubble. Sure enough, this green bubble corresponds to the technical category. Guran then added this green talent point and the talent points that he had previously reserved to the free kick attribute. The free kick attribute also increased from 75 points to 77 points. Don't underestimate the increase of only 2 points. This is equivalent to the result of 200 hours of hard training for a first-class free kicker in English Football League 1. Guran took a deep breath, took 3 steps back diagonally, and then looked at the goal. Cardiff City's human wall was arranged very well, and there was almost no shooting angle. Guran pulled up his shorts, revealing his devilish muscle-like thighs. Suddenly, several female fans in the stands fainted due to tachycardia. Cardiff City's Bluebirds fans waved their team flags and booed wildly, while Southampton fans all stood up, each holding their hearts and looking at Guran. Some people kindly covered others' hearts. At this moment, there were many comments in the live broadcast room. Fuck. Isn't the distance of this ball too far? Besides, Cardiff's human wall is very solid. To be on the safe side, Guran should pass the ball tactically and look for a chance to shoot after the wall of people is dispersed. Although I also hope to see Guran score a goal. This ball is too risky. Yeah. Guran, don't shoot. Brother, are you sure you are not a hater? A netizen named I'm Really Manchester United's chief scout Lawler sent out a long string of English words. Someone immediately said, hey, there are still foreigners watching our live broadcast. Let me translate it for you. This guy seems to be saying, Happy New Year, big brother and sister-in-law. You are my grandfather and I'm your son. Another netizen named I'm Really King Dong said, don't translate it blindly. Mr. Lawler just said that he believes in Guran's ability very much. Mr. Lawler once witnessed Guran's crescent moon scimitar bull on the spot, and he believes that Guran will definitely be able to kick it in. Fuck, what are you pretending to be? He even called himself the chief scout of Manchester United, and said that he had seen my brother and play on the spot. Do Manchester United scouts need to watch the game on a live broadcast software? This is simply an insult to Manchester United. Pretend to be struck by lightning. Pretend to be foreign is even more thunderbolt. Damn, what era is it now? And there are still people pretending to be foreign. Haha. Stop arguing. Watch the game carefully. Duran is going to shoot. Duran burst into a sprint in an instant. His left leg violently and beautifully stepped on the left front side of the football. His right leg, which was as tight as a boat cable, swung in a circle, and then his body bent like a bow. His left ankle twisted and deformed to support the weight of his whole body, and his right foot hit the football. Set piece. Crescent moon scimitar +7. Heavy artillery long range shot. Stone breaking +3. Heavy artillery long range shot. Cruise missile +1. Top pass and shot. God's kick +2. Review style celebration action. Wonderful pass and shot both superimposed to layers. Free kick 77 points. Full open. The football shot up from the ground at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye and drew a suffocating arc of scimitar light above the strong area of the human wall. Cardiff's human wall jumped up subconsciously. They could clearly feel the football passing through their hairline like a razor. They all jumped hard, but no one touched the ball. The height of this ball was almost close to the limit of the human wall's jump height. Moreover, the speed was extremely fast and the arc was extremely large. At first glance, the ball seemed to have been kicked off the target, flying straight to the outside of the right goalpost, and the height was too high, so it was impossible for it to fall into the goal. However, the next moment, the football made a 45-degree turn in the air at a very fast speed. It was as if God had touched the ball in the air. After passing over the high wall of people, the football turned sharply and fell. Cardiff City's goalkeeper David Marshall reacted very quickly. He had already moved to the right side of the goal in advance, but the football spun to the left. Marshall was dumbfounded. Is this something a human can kick? David Beckham was no better than this in his prime. No, Beckham couldn't kick such a powerful arc ball in his prime. Marshall was stunned and stood still. The football almost rubbed the crossbar at the top of the left side and spun into the upper left corner of the goal. The ball went in. This is a theoretically unsolvable ultra-long distance arc ball in the dead corner, a 40-meter crescent moon scimitar. Achieved. Suddenly, the entire St. Mary's Stadium was completely on fire. All the Southampton fans were roaring. Many fans took off their jerseys and waved them wildly. The male fans cheered, and the female fans cheered and jumped. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Southampton 3: to Cardiff City. Yes, with Duran's amazing long-range crescent scimitar, Southampton took the lead again. Duran himself was also full of adrenaline, and he jumped up and clenched his fists to celebrate and roar. Head coach Adkins knelt directly on the grass and cheered. Are you afraid? I just ask you, if you are afraid? With Duran in hand, Coach Adkins also went crazy. Coach Dave Jones next to him put his hands on his hips and shook his head in disbelief. It's terrible, really terrible. It's not that his tactical arrangement is not good, nor that the Cardiff players on the field are not fighting hard enough. It's really that Duran is too terrible. This is the meaning of the existence of stars. It means being able to stand up at the critical moment and change the situation with one's own strength. Cardiff City also has many stars, such as Bellamy, who have won the Champions League, but these stars and the international players of various countries are not as radiant as Duran. How can a star like Duran be restricted? In the live broadcast, rumor ran live, the barrage was overwhelming, and the newly replaced server was stuck again. Oh shit. Oh shit. So exciting. The ball actually went in. It was 40 meters away. Duran is invincible. Don't say that. The Southampton fans want to call Duran dad. I also want to call him godfather. This kick was obviously an arc ball, but it was faster than a straight ball, and it had power. How did Duran train like this? Brothers, I feel like my life is complete. Duran is already a godlike existence in my heart. The only pity is that the photographers on the scene didn't give the audience stands a few more close-up shots. I want to see the thigh dance of the global fan club. I want a lottery. I want a jersey signed by Duran. The rewards in the live broadcast room were crazy. Chapter 370. At the last moment, a roar of provocation came from the opposing goalkeeper David Marshall. After scoring the goal, Duran celebrated by chopping the wind with one hand to add the third layer of buff, and took the opportunity to concentrate his mind to pick up the emotion bubbles that fell on the field. After upgrading to A level, the 30-meter pickup range is much more convenient, and the drop skills are obviously a level higher than B level. Although the pickup progress is still locked at 10 times a day, it is better to have it than not. There is only one last chance to pick up today. After a quick check, Duran selected a blue skill double, corner kick, precision guidance +1. This skill is obviously the star skill of Whittingham. This is also a very practical skill that can further broaden Duran's ball path. After Duran picked up the ball remotely, today's 10 pickup progress was achieved. Lallana excitedly caught up with Duran. "Go. You owe me 3 assists. Don't forget it." Then Lallana smiled and said, "If you don't pay it off for 5 consecutive games, you have to pay an extra interest. With your ability, my request is not too much, right?" "Damn, Lallana, you are a Venetian merchant. You are calculating interest from me for just kicking a ball?" Before Duran could complain, Chamberlain also ran up. "Boo, this ball should be considered my assist, right? It should be considered, right? Damn, Chamberlain, you are so embarrassed to mention it. You are running around randomly, making the whole middle road a mess in the northwest of Shanxi. Do you know that you are a left wing player? Left wing players, you don't stay on the left and you always run to the middle road for nothing. Okay, I'm also a left wing player, but how can you compare with me? Besides, I scored directly from a free kick. You have an assist with a feather duster?" Duran immediately cleared his throat. "You two, get as far away from me as possible." Lallana was not angry after being scolded. Instead, he put his arm around Duran's shoulders with a playful smile. "Okay, Duran, don't be angry. We'll talk about the interest later." Chamberlain was annoyed. "Boo, we obviously cooperated so well. It would be unacceptable if your free kick is not counted as my assist. Duran, I really want to strangle you both to death with one hand and bury you in a pit." At this time, Lambert rushed up and hugged Duran's shoulders. "Go. The crescent moon scimitar you just kicked was so explosive. It is definitely the most exciting free kick in the history of the Southampton team." Walton also ran up and hugged Duran. "Haha. Go. Congratulations. You are so great. The 40-meter crescent moon is well deserved. After the game is over, we will open a bottle of champagne and celebrate for you." Duran hurriedly said, "Thank you brothers, but it is not time for us to really celebrate now. We have to make a concerted effort to confuse Cardiff. Okay, come on." The morale of the entire Southampton team was greatly boosted. Southampton fans also jumped and cheered crazily in the stands, and the entire St. Mary's Stadium was in a state of blood boiling. Duran's 40-meter super domineering crescent moon scimitar not only changed the stalemate on the field, but also changed the mentality of the two teams. The game continued. As time went on, the pressure obviously came to the Cardiff City team. Cardiff City's physical fitness began to fail, and many of the coordination that should have been played turned into mistakes. Teams that use short pass tactics are afraid of high-intensity confrontation. This is also true for more advanced passing and controlling flows, and passing and cutting flows. Take Real Madrid and Barcelona as an analogy. Why is Real Madrid so fierce when playing against Barcelona? Not only because the two clubs are mortal enemies in La Liga and even in the world, but also because from a tactical point of view, any team of the same level will have to play against Barcelona with high-intensity physical confrontation. It is well known that Barcelona's tactical style has been passing and controlling since Cruyff's coaching era. Later, after the Black Swan Rijkaard and Guardiola's Dream 2 and Dream 3 dynasties, the passing and controlling style of play has become Barcelona's bloodline inheritance. The style of Real Madrid is quite special. Although Real Madrid is also a Spanish team, Real Madrid does not follow the tactical thinking of passing and controlling. Although it does not follow it, if Real Madrid really plays passing and controlling, it is also quite fierce. Bosk's big opening and closing, Mourinho's defensive counter-attack, and later Ancelotti's passing and controlling counter-attack, Zidane's two-wing flying and emphasizing transfer, these are all Real Madrid's tactical ideas. If Barcelona's playing style relies on the system, to pursue the ultimate passing and controlling. Then Real Madrid pursues the ultimate pragmatism. The core of Real Madrid's technical and tactical skills is actually high-intensity confrontation, and then using simple and effective defensive prescriptions and field width, relying on the ability of the Galaxy battleship superstars, especially the ability of midfield forward insertion, repeatedly pulling the opponent's defense center of gravity, so that after several pulls, the opponent's defense line will inevitably have loopholes. At this time, equipped with efficient goal machines such as Ronaldo, Real Madrid can control the game at will. There is a saying in the football tactical world, if you can make the defensive player's head swing back and forth 90 degrees and more than 3 times within half a minute, then the opponent's defense system will inevitably have loopholes. The reason why the match between Real Madrid and Barcelona is really interesting is not only because they each represent the highest level of La Liga teams and even European clubs, but also because the tactics of the two teams are actually a competition between extreme pragmatism and extreme passing and controlling tactics. Any fan, even if they are not fans of Real Madrid and Barcelona, will not miss these two tactical confrontations that can lead the world football style. There are thousands of football tactics in this world, and they are modified again and again, but in fact, the core essence is the confrontation between pragmatism and extreme programming. Southampton's current style of play is more inclined to Real Madrid style pragmatism, especially with Guran, the big baby, defensive counter-attacks, large-scale lateral transfers, and repeated pulling, are simply playing to the fullest. On the other hand, Cardiff City's overall strength is of course stronger than Southampton. Many players are star level, and most of the main players are international players who have participated in the World Cup in various countries. Even the substitutes sitting on the bench are international players. However, after 4 consecutive high-intensity games, Cardiff City's physical fitness for this game was not full. Coach Dave Jones thought that he could rely on his familiarity with Southampton's style to set up tactics that could crush Southampton. As a result, Dave Jones's tactics have been destroyed by Guran alone. Therefore, it is not the case that a team with strong strength and good data will definitely win a team with relatively weak strength and relatively poor data. There are too many variables to refer to, and there are many occasional variables. There are many games where the weak win over the strong. And this is also the interesting part of football games because miracles can really be created through a real reversal. The game was in the 57th minute. Bellamy actively retreated to the vicinity of the midfield in order to get the ball. After receiving the pass from Stephen McPhail, Bellamy directly dribbled the ball and went straight to the right rib of the penalty area. Southampton's right rib missed a man. Another striker Chopper also rushed into the penalty area to support. Walton very experiencedly cut off the passing line between the two players, while Richardson and JD chased Bellamy from the left and right. Both of them used their strength to intercept the double team. But Bellamy was not only fast enough, but also had strong physical impact and high experience in confrontation. Richardson and JD worked together, but they couldn't intercept Bellamy. After Bellamy dribbled into the penalty area, he didn't wait for other Southampton defenders to rush up to intercept, and he directly kicked the ball into the near corner of the goal. This shot was very fierce, fast, powerful, and unexpected. Fortunately, goalkeeper Davis reacted very quickly and quickly lay down on the ground to block the ball out of the goal line. Bellamy was immediately annoyed. In this ball, his dribbling, breaking through and shooting showed the true qualities of a Champions League star, but under the double pressure of two defensive players, his shooting ability was only 70% exerted. No confrontation, high-intensity confrontation. The three situations of passing and shooting are completely different. Therefore, physical confrontation in the game is really important. If the player does not even have the basic ability of physical confrontation, then all the techniques can be regarded as fancy. Why did the Little Day team achieve a talent blowout around 2018, and young players were able to play in the European League? Relying on passing and controlling? Relying on technology? No, they rely on the template of South American football, attaching importance to physical confrontation from the root, and absorbing the tactical system of the European continent. Yes, passing and controlling is not a technology, but a tactical system that every player in the team needs to match. Bellamy's shot won a corner kick for Cardiff City. After Whittingham took a corner kick, the first point was headed by central defender Gpez, but the football was higher than the crossbar due to the physical confrontation interference of JD, who was eager to atone for his sins. Southampton's defensive strategy is actually very obvious. You Cardiff City have many stars and internationals. I allow you to shoot, I allow you to have a high ball possession rate, but I will never let you pass and shoot easily. The game was in the 64th minute. Stephen McPhail made a mistake in passing the ball under the joint pressure of Lambert and Hammond. Duran immediately sprinted and completed the steal in front of Chris Booker, and then ran with the ball. Southampton quickly responded. Cardiff City hurriedly retreated. Duran almost rushed to the edge of Cardiff City's penalty area in one breath. After attracting at least 5 defensive players to press, Duran half-turned to protect the ball and passed the ball to Chamberlain on the side. Chamberlain was unguarded. Although Chamberlain was not very good after receiving the ball last time, he was a little too eager to show off, but Chamberlain's speed is indeed good, and the position of the receiving ball is also good. It can be said that Chamberlain is almost the only player in the Southampton team who can form a connection with Duran at the speed level. So even though Chamberlain's magical operation of getting the ball last time made the whole audience confused, Duran still chose to give the ball to Chamberlain. After Chamberlain got the ball, he wanted to cut to the middle. Coach Adkins in the technical area on the sidelines yelled at the top of his lungs, "Chamberlain, if you mess around again, I will replace you." The thorny Chamberlain immediately learned his lesson, made a feint, and honestly dribbled the ball to the bottom. The Saints fans breathed a sigh of relief. Watching Chamberlain play football is really frightening, and the emotions are pulled to the extreme. Seeing this situation, Cardiff City can only send 2 players to block Chamberlain to prevent him from cutting in directly from the end line. Chamberlain made a sudden stop and changed direction, shaking out across channel, and then kicked a half-high cross. Gooley rushed up and headed the ball. This ball was passed very well. Chamberlain is indeed one of Southampton's rising stars. Unfortunately, Gillis' header didn't hit the right spot, and it went off the end line. Southampton fans sighed. This is really an excellent counter-attack opportunity to expand the score. Duran's sprint with the ball and attracting firepower to pass the ball have completely leaked the defense of Cardiff City. Chamberlain's bottom pass is also very good. Unfortunately, Gillis' finishing ability is still a little bit worse. However, such a smooth cooperation like mercury pouring out of the ground is still very pleasing to the eye. After sighing, Southampton fans applauded Duran and others. Chamberlain knelt on the grass with a face full of annoyance. Is it so difficult to brush the assist data? Next time, I still have to cut in myself. After this wonderful attack and defense, Cardiff City's physical fitness further declined, and Southampton took the opportunity to launch an offensive without hesitation. Duran inserted on the left side and attracted most of the defensive players of Cardiff City. Then he immediately stepped back and turned and made a wide diagonal pass with his instep. Gilly, Lallana, Schneiderlin, and Chamberlain rushed and lobbed the ball frantically on both wings. Southampton's offensive came one after another. Although several long pass attacks failed to score, Cardiff City's tactics had been completely crushed. Looking at the almost one-sided situation, Coach Dave Jones's mouth curved into a downward arc. Coach Dave Jones saw clearly that they could not win unless they could limit Duran. But the truth was understood, but the question was, how could they limit Duran? Coach Dave Jones could not help but sigh. In the 71st minute, the players of Cardiff City began to vomit. Their physical strength was close to the limit under Southampton's high pressure and long pass lobs. In the 75th minute, Cardiff City began to make substitutions. Number 20 Nigerian international Ceel Ofinayana replaced the depressed Henry J. Thomas. J's performance in this game can be described as disaster. His offensive ability was completely locked by Duran, and on the defensive end, he was also beaten by Duran. Jay had no other way to limit Duran except to pull him down with his hands. Then, number 11 Chris Booker was also replaced by number 19 Welsh international Jason Cumas. Chris Booker's performance in this game was not good, especially when he and Jay were jointly defending Duran. Dave Jones's purpose of replacing 2 midfielders in a row was also very obvious, that is, to use the physical strength of the substitutes to support the running and passing of the midfield again. Seeing Cardiff City's substitutions, Coach Adkins also made substitutions. Walton, who could no longer run, was replaced by the young man Martin. Hammond, who performed mediocrely in this game, was replaced by Ryan Dixon. Southampton's formation was also changed from 442 to 42-31. Gilly will be in the front. Lallana will withdraw to the midfield as a front midfielder. Chamberlain and Schneiderlin will be wing forwards in advance, and Guran will exchange positions with Dixon and play as a defensive midfielder with Lambert. Of course, on the surface, Guran is a defensive midfielder, but in fact, Guran is a striker. This change also means that Guran can give full play to his free-man style of play, and Southampton's defensive counter-attack tactics have also transitioned to active offensive tactics. However, the opponent has stars Bellamy and Chopper after all, so Guran's game mentality is still mainly defensive. Coach Adkins keenly judged that Cardiff City's physical strength is already at the end of its strength, so at this time Southampton does not need to save physical strength, but to use the two wings and rush and dribble crazily. In the 79th minute, Guran made a deadly sliding tackle in the backcourt, accurately intercepted the ball, and then directly made a long diagonal pass to the front of Cardiff City's penalty area. After Lallana, who was in front, completely stopped the ball, he directly made a long shot from the outside. Unfortunately, the ball hit the crossbar and bounced into the stands. Under Southampton's frenzied attack, Cardiff City had little time left. Despite their lack of physical strength, Cardiff City could only grit their teeth and play against Southampton because they had to score another goal to tie the score before they had a chance to drag the game into overtime. Although their physical strength would be even worse after dragging into overtime, it was better than losing the knockout game directly. This is also the cruelty of the knockout game. Coach Dave Jones kept temporarily guiding the running position on the sidelines, but Cardiff City's cooperation still made repeated mistakes. In the 84th minute of the game, the 20th Nigerian international Olofinayana, who had just been substituted on the field, forced the ball to break through the middle. Guran immediately used his sprint speed to block the ball. Olofinayana couldn't get rid of Guran's physical confrontation at all, and his speed slowed down immediately. Olofinayana could only force the pass, and Guran quickly stretched his foot to block it, and the football was picked up by Lambert, who came up to double team. Olofinayana lost the ball. Olofinayana quickly counter-robbed Lambert on the spot, and Lambert directly knocked the ball back to Guran. Guran immediately dribbled forward, and the violent aesthetic sprint reappeared. When the game was about to end, Guran could still show such a strong acceleration and sprint ability. All the fans of Southampton were standing in the stands and cheering with blood boiling. From the beginning of the game, they sat for a while during the halftime break, and the fans of Southampton almost stood and watched the rest of the game. Facing Guran's violent aesthetic sprint, the players of Cardiff City could only bite the bullet and desperately return to defense and intercept. Guran dribbled the ball to the left, and after playing with the entire midfield line of Cardiff City with Matthews' shoulder, fried meatballs, and Marcel turn, he immediately knocked the ball to Lallana, who was unguarded in the middle. Lallana immediately drove straight into the penalty area with the ball. Gully ran to the right side of the penalty area to support, and Guran took the opportunity to run to the left rib of the penalty area. Southampton's attack looked very smooth. Cardiff City's two central defenders, Mark Hudson and Gabba Gyepes, could only come up to defend Lallana. Gully took the opportunity to get into the penalty area. Lallana faked a move, hooked and pushed the ball with his left foot, and the ball passed through Mark Hudson's crotch. Beautiful. Southampton fans cheered excitedly. Gully quickly moved to get this wonderful pass, made a simple adjustment, and then shot hard in the upper left corner. David Marshall predicted Gully's shooting route, jumped up with his arms, and reacted very quickly. The football hit David Marshall's goalkeeper gloves. This kick was very powerful. To be on the safe side, David Marshall used his palm to lift the ball over the crossbar. Well, Southampton fans held their heads in disbelief. This kick, from Guran's interception of the ball to the wonderful crotch piercing of Lallana's left foot hook, to Gully's agile running and powerful volley, almost achieved the ultimate offensive level that Southampton can achieve now. However, Cardiff's goalkeeper David Marshall's performance was really too heroic. Although he was blinded by Guran at the beginning with a magical shot from the sky, and Guran scored a super domineering crescent moon scimitar from 40 meters away, if it weren't for David Marshall, with Cardiff City's current physical condition, they would have been blasted into a sieve by Guran. David Marshall, who blocked this missed goal, immediately pulled up, and he clenched his fists, and roared at Guran, Lallana and Gully, while standing in a horse stance. The other defensive players of the Cardiff City team also ran over to high-five David Marshall and bumped their chests. The morale of Cardiff City has been significantly improved. The team star Lallana picked up the ball with a depressed look on his face and walked towards the left corner flag area. Guran ran up to catch up with Lallana and said bluntly, "Lallana, let me kick this ball." Lallana was stunned. "You want a corner kick too?" Guran said, "Yes." Lallana immediately handed the ball to Guran happily. "Okay Gu. This ball is for you to kick. It would be even better if you can pass it to me." Guran smiled. "Stand forward." Lallana immediately understood. "Gu, you are so nice to me. Don't worry, just watch my performance. This time we must make that David Marshall cry." Guran gave Lallana a real and firm look. Lallana then ran to the front point on the left side of the penalty area. After Guran ran to the left corner flag area, he waved to his teammates and shouted, "Stand forward. Stand forward." Lallana, "What fake? Scumbag." Southampton's tall players, including the central defenders, all rushed to the front point. Only Schneiderlin was in the middle point to support the second point, and there was no one at the back point. Seeing this, the players of Cardiff City also gathered at the front point. Both sides had to run and defend desperately in a small area. David Marshall also stood by the left goalpost, ready to block and save. "Sorry, this chapter is really a bit watery today. I have been having a fever recently. I thought I would be fine after taking antipyretics for 2 days, but I still have a fever of more than 39 degrees for 4 days. My mind is floating when I'm typing. I want to revise it after writing, but my mind is a mess, so let's leave it like this for now. This period of time is really too hard. First, the 2 children were sick, and then I was infected. Fortunately, the children are almost well now, and I should be soon. In fact, I used to be in great shape, but since I was infected with the first wave of the virus at the beginning of the year, my physical condition has been poor, and I have not recovered well. This book was started when the first wave of the virus broke out after the release of the policy. At that time, my editor advised me to wait, but I said that I had been working hard for 2 months, and I was afraid that if I didn't publish the book, I would lose the passion to write. Oh, it's too difficult. But I still have to move forward. Okay, there won't be so many personal complaints in the next chapter. Chapter 371. See the magic ball again. Are you afraid of the 50-meter crescent moon knife? After Guran placed the ball, he took 7 steps back to the corner flag area, all the way to the billboard. Corner kicks are essentially a kind of set piece, and the kicking method is basically the same as a free kick. However, the penalty spot for a corner kick can only be within the corner flag area, and the corner flag area is at least 45 meters away from the goal. With such a long distance and a 0-degree straight angle, most players will play a tactical coordination when kicking a corner kick, and score through crosses, headers, and other means. With Guran's current footwork, accurate long passes are no problem, and passing to the front point at close range is even less of a problem. However, accurate long passes are not the goal. The goal is to get the ball in and completely kill the fighting spirit that Cardiff City has just ignited. So, Guran had a bold idea in his mind. Guran raised his hand to indicate that he was going to start. The players at the front point ran even harder. Then, Guran suddenly broke out. The son of the wind, the king of Highbury, at full speed, sprinted towards the football with a violent aesthetic, and kicked the ball. Corner kick. Precision guided +1. Set piece. Crescent moon scimitar +7. Heavy artillery long range shot. Stone breaking +3. Heavy artillery long range shot. Cruise missile +1. Top pass and shoot. God's kick +2. Review style celebration action wonderful pass and shoot both stacked to layers. Free kick 77 points. Go you. The football was like a missile rising from the ground, passing the front point at a very fast speed and a huge arc. The crowd waiting for the front point was suddenly dumbfounded. Did he kick too hard? Such a low-level mistake. It shouldn't be, right? All the players on the field followed the trajectory of the football and turned their heads in unison, like a group of groundhogs. Cardiff's goalkeeper David Marshall was also stunned. Judging from his experience, the ball should fly directly to the back point of the penalty area. The problem is that there are no Southampton players at the back point, but there are their own Cardiff players. It seems that the Chinese kid's corner kick was indeed a mistake. Before David Marshall could grin and sneer, he saw the football spinning in the air like a crescent-shaped arc of light and spun towards the far corner of the goal with murderous intent. This is not a pass at all. It's a direct shot. This is a 50-meter long, 0-degree crescent-shaped magical ball. The difficulty of this ball is at least 3 times higher than the previous 40-meter long crescent-shaped ball. David Marshall never dreamed that Guran would choose to shoot directly from a corner kick. All the fans at the scene, including the Southampton executives in the main stand, including various media, including scouts from various clubs, including fans from both sides, all held their breath and widened their eyes, following the trajectory of this shocking crescent-shaped ball. The football almost rubbed the crossbar, hit the inside of the far post, and then bounced into the net. Thrilling. Exciting. It made everyone excited. Shocked everyone's adrenaline. After a short silence, Southampton fans were completely crazy. This is the most boiling scene that has never been seen since the construction of St Mary's Stadium. Except for the Milton stand on the north side, where the away fans are, the rest of the stands have all turned on the shaking noodles mode. Every Southampton fan is shouting Chinese dad at the top of his lungs, and no matter how loud they shout, they can't hear their own voices. This is a carnival for Southampton people. The away stand was dead silent, and every Bluebird fan was stunned. Cardiff City coach Dave Jones had a bitter smile on his face. He really tried his best in this game, but Guran was really unsolvable. He can fly in the air in the first half, can score directly from a 40-meter free kick, and can score directly from a 50-meter corner kick at 0 degrees. How else can this be solved? Dave Jones glanced at Coach Adkins with envy. Coach Adkins was so excited that he knelt in the technical area, screaming like an uncalm fan. Yes, even Coach Adkins himself did not expect that Guran could score a goal directly from a corner kick. Guran completed a hat-trick, and each goal in this hat-trick was of great value. The first goal was a lob shot from the sky at the beginning. The second goal was a 40-meter crescent moon scimitar that scored directly. The third goal was even more lobbed, a direct corner kick. Son of God, it's confirmed. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Southampton 4: to Cardiff City. The fourth official held up a sign on the sidelines, indicating that there would be 3 minutes of injury time. Now, there is really not much time left for Cardiff City. They can only hope to play overtime with Southampton if they score 2 goals in 5 minutes. However, this is only theoretically possible. With Cardiff City's current physical condition and the mentality of being hit by Guran's 2 consecutive long-distance crescent-shaped scimitars, it would be good if Cardiff City didn't collapse in the remaining 5 minutes. Guran's kick was definitely the winning golden goal. Southampton eliminated Cardiff City and advanced to the 3rd round of the League Cup. There was no suspense. After scoring the goal, Guran's adrenaline exploded. He jumped directly onto the billboard and cheered for the Southampton fans. Southampton fans also shouted at Guran crazily. Some crazy female fans even tore off their clothes and showed Guran their most upright side. Chamberlain also jumped onto the billboard excitedly, wanting to share the joy and happiness of watching the game with Guran. Damn it. Guran hurriedly said, "Chamberlain, get off quickly." Chamberlain grinned and said, "Go. Don't be so stingy. Fuck you, get off quickly." Click. As soon as Guran finished speaking, the thin electronic billboard collapsed under the feet of 2 people. Guran was well prepared and jumped away 1 step ahead. Chamberlain fell on the broken electronic billboard like a dog chewing mud. Guran shook his head and stretched out his hand to pull Chamberlain up from the billboard. "I told you to get off, but you refused to listen. Now it's broken, right? You pay for it yourself." Chamberlain was about to cry. What? Gu. Can you be a human being? Let's each pay half. Guran said bluntly. Get out. Chamberlain smiled and was not angry at all. Instead, he felt very happy. If someone else dared to talk to Zhang Leng talking like this, he would have overturned the table and started a fight. But Guran was different. Being told to get out by Guran was something that most players would not get. To be honest, Chamberlain felt refreshed. The game continued, but there was no suspense anymore. Southampton continued to break quickly with a 2-goal lead. The Cardiff City team had lost all their morale and could only defend in a panic. There was a constant stream of danger in front of the Cardiff City goal. If Cardiff City had not been supported by the foundation of a first-class team in the English Championship, Southampton would definitely have been able to expand the score in the last 5 minutes. Beep, beep, beep. As the injury time ended, the referee blew the whistle to end the game. The second round of the English League Cup knockout match, Southampton vs. Cardiff, is over. The score was fixed at 4-2. Southampton eliminated Cardiff City unexpectedly and advanced to the third round of the League Cup. Guran was also well deservedly named the best player of the game with 1 assist and 3 shots. After the game, Coach Dave Jones took the initiative to come over and shake hands with Coach Adkins, although they were opponents on the field. After the game, the two coaches also had a sense of mutual respect. The Bluebirds fans of Cardiff City were also quite rational. After witnessing Guran's powerful ability, they stood up and applauded Guran. Respecting the opponent can make one's defeat appear decent. At this moment, St Mary's Stadium was completely a sea of red and white flags. The players of Cardiff City left the field in frustration. Their 4-game winning streak was ruthlessly ended by Guran. The players of Southampton stayed on the field for more than 20 minutes to thank the team. In the scout area, Emanalo stood up with a complicated expression. Gentlemen, the summer transfer window is about to end. With Guran's increasingly better performance, the competition between us will definitely reach a fever pitch in the last few days. Pratt said. It doesn't matter. Guran will be ours sooner or later anyway. Edward smiled. Everyone should be content. Now that Mante, the troublemaker, is gone, there are only 3 of us who can compete for Guran. Haha, that's true. Lawler was sent out, and I don't know how he is now. Who cares? Isn't it good to have one less competitor? Hahaha. At the same time, on the other side of the ocean, Manchester United scout Jim Lawler, who had just watched Guran's game through, ran live, sneezed twice, then rubbed his big red nose, and began to personally make a collection of Guran's wonderful moments. In the post-match press conference of this game, Coach Dave Jones highly praised Guran's talent and generously rated Guran as the super rising star in the history of Southampton club. Dave Jones also envied his colleague Coach Adkins very much. Coach Adkins said that, if he had a player like Guran, when he coached Southampton, he would definitely be able to lead Southampton back to the Premier League. Coach Adkins also said that he respected Dave Jones very much. Dave Jones's deployment of troops and on-the-spot command have taught him a lot. When asked by reporters whether he only relied on Guran and had no other tactical systems, Coach Adkins couldn't help laughing. Friend, don't be funny. When you have a Guran, do you need anything else? The coaches of both sides ended the post-match press conference in a relatively friendly atmosphere. At the same time, Guran's post-match massage therapy is also coming to an end. The growth reward for this game should also be settled. Like the familiar system prompt sounded in Guran's mind. Congratulations to the host. Since the host has perfectly integrated the results of more than 100 hours of special training in the English League Cup, the corresponding attributes have grown. Your physical attribute, flexibility, grows from 75 points to 76 points. Your physical attribute, strength, increases from 83 points to 84 points. Your technical attribute, corner kick, increases from 65 points to 66 points. Your technical attribute, vision, increases from 67 points to 68 points. Your mental attribute, imagination, increases from 73 points to 74 points. Okay. Another wave of top growth data. Among them, the value of the corner kick attribute is also revealed for the first time. It seems that it is still necessary to strengthen corner kick training in the future. As long as conditions permit, you can kick a corner kick as a penalty kick. It's even safer than kicking a penalty kick. Even if you can't kick it directly, you can treat it as a corner kick pass. Needless to say, this performance is definitely a hidden lottery of SS level. Like this match is the host's first hat trick in the English League Cup. The host played the whole game, completed 8 key clearances, 2 fatal clearances, and ran 11.25 kilometers in the whole game. The longest sprint distance and the most sprints in the whole game, dominated the whole game with 1 pass and 3 shots, and all 3 shots were extremely exciting. The system evaluated it as SS level performance. Damn, it was so exciting, but it turned out to be SS. It seems that, if you want to reach SSS level, you really have to play against the big name teams in the English Super League, and you can beat them. Although Cardiff City is stronger than Southampton overall, it is not much stronger, if you look at it in detail. Well, SS evaluation is not bad. You can draw and wash points, which is better than nothing. Duran immediately concentrated his mind, and started the hidden lottery. The last time I drew the hidden lottery, my mind was completely empty, and I didn't think about anything. Instead, I drew the trump type skill of the crescent moon scimitar. So this time, Duran also completely emptied his mind, and didn't think about anything. Stop. The lottery disc slowly stopped. Congratulations to the host. The skill drawn in this system hidden lottery is realistic acting. Your realistic acting is increased from +1 to +3, effective immediately. What the hell? Last time I emptied my mind and drew the ace core skill crescent moon scimitar. This time I drew just realistic acting. That has nothing to do with my main job. I'm not an actor. Why do I need realistic acting? Forcing me to try diving? Not to mention, realistic acting can be used in diving, and I will definitely be accurate in every jump. Even if I can't compare to Professor Boo, I can at least catch up with Professor Yang. But, no. I won't dive even if I die. This empty-minded lottery doesn't work. The system is really too metaphysical. Everything that can find a pattern is science, and everything that can't find a pattern is metaphysics. Oh, let's wash it. I originally wanted to wash out skills like high-speed sprint dribbling +4, but since they are all A-rated and the upper limit has reached +6, skills like this can wait and be washed out. First wash out realistic acting +4 and reorganize. The system prompt voice asked, host will reallocate the reasonable collision +4 skill. Are you sure? Confirmed. Suddenly, Duran felt that his mind was particularly clear. Realistic acting +4 is upgraded to enhanced realistic acting +1. There is also a line of flashing system words under the newly upgraded enhanced realistic acting skill. You feel that your eyes are full of drama. Duran, okay, system, you can like it. Duran thought carefully about the 4 talent points washed out, and then allocated 1 point each to the strength attribute, physical attribute, and burst attribute. Although these 4 physical attributes are already very high compared to their other attributes, in English football matches, physical confrontation is very important, and these 4 sub-attributes are very important in physical confrontation, so it is definitely not a disadvantage to get them to more than 85 points as soon as possible. In this way, the strong attribute reaches 79 points, the strength attribute reaches 85 points, the burst attribute reaches 82 points, and the physical attribute reaches 88 points. Duran secretly took a deep breath and felt that he was a little tougher. At this time, Coach Adkins, who had just finished the post-match press conference, returned to the home team's locker room with a smile on his face and called all the players to an impromptu meeting. Boys, you performed great today, and I'm proud of you. Because the game started at 7:45 in the evening, it is already very late now, so we will not go back to the training base for a tactical summary meeting. The summary class of this game will be changed to the day after tomorrow, and the whole team will have a day off tomorrow. Yeah. The players all cheered happily with their shirts off. Coach Adkins pressed his palms before dismissing. I want to praise Boo. Goo's performance today was perfect. His post-match rating today reached 9.1 points. Wow. The players and staff present applauded Duran. Duran smiled embarrassedly. Thank you for your encouragement. I will keep working hard. Coach Adkins pressed his palms. In view of Goo's wonderful performance, I will announce that starting from the next game, I will adjust the order of set pieces and corner kicks. Guran will take the first place, and Lallana, who was the first place before, will be postponed to the second place, and so on. Thunderous applause immediately rang out in the locker room. With Guran's free kick and corner kick performance today, no one dared to disagree. The players hugged and bumped shoulders with Guran to congratulate him. Guran himself was also secretly happy. +7 crescent moon scimitar, you can show it often in the future. This free kick scoring method, coupled with the corner kick skill, can definitely play a great effect of turning the tide at a critical moment. Lallana on the side was dumbfounded. He was not unconvinced by Guran's free kick ability. In fact, he admired him very much. It was just a good deal. 1 set piece for 2 assists, but after just a few days, he, the middleman, could not make any profit from the price difference. Goo, congratulations. How about this? You give me 1 assist for every free kick you take. 2 free kicks for 1 assist. Before Lallana finished speaking, Guran patted Lallana on the shoulder. Laze, go back to sleep. You can have anything in your dreams when you fall asleep. Laze, are you calling me? Well, this name is pretty nice. Goo, don't be so heartless, okay? Isn't the relationship between us important? I have always regarded you as my most. Don't leave. Goo. Goo. That night, after Guran returned to the Dune Villa, he turned off his mobile phone, had some ice and fire therapy, and then went to bed early. At the same time, on the other side of the ocean, Manchester United scout Jim Lawler finally finished making the highlights of Guran's game. Lawler admired it with satisfaction, then took out his mobile phone and called David Beckham. Hi, David. Oh, hi, Jim. Beckham's breathless voice came from the other end of the phone. It's been a long time since we last contacted each other. It's so late. Why did you think of calling me? Of course I waited. Lawler asked cautiously. David, it's so late. Are you still training? Beckham smiled softly. No, I'm not Cristiano Ronaldo. Lawler took a breath. So you are busy with Victoria. Say hello to Victoria for me. Beckham was stunned. Jim, you misunderstood. I was just mopping the floor. It's not the kind of floor mopping you think, but the real floor mopping. You know, I have a serious misophonia. Lawler laughed. Oh, so that's the case. Well, I thought I had to wait 2 minutes before calling back. Beckham laughed unhappily. Jim, I'm very long. If I'm really busy, you can't call me in 2 hours. Lawler smiled dryly. Yes, I'm just chatting with you. Overseas calls are quite expensive. I'd better hurry up and tell you business. There is a young and handsome I just said it casually. What I mean is that there is a very promising young Chinese player named Guran who is currently playing in Southampton. I want you to help recommend him to Sir Alex Ferguson and other Manchester United executives, and it would be best if you can buy him before the summer transfer window closes. Beckham laughed. Jim, are you kidding? Or are you really senile? Aren't you a scout for Manchester United? And I'm no longer a Manchester United player. I'm now playing in Milan on loan from the Los Angeles Galaxy. But you are still a child of Old Trafford. The blood of the Red Devils flows in your veins. Recommending talents for the Red Devils is your lifelong responsibility, isn't it? Lawler's words ignited Beckham. Beckham couldn't help but said excitedly, yes, no matter where I'm now, no matter what kind of jersey I wear. Once a Red Devil, always a Red Devil. But you can do it yourself. Why do you have to find me? Lawler sighed. There are bad guys in our club. I thought about going directly to Sir Alex Ferguson, but my words didn't attract enough attention. On the contrary, if you say it, Sir Alex Ferguson and other senior executives and even the club's big boss, the group of vampire Jews, will definitely give you this face. Beckham smiled complacently. That's right. Sir Alex treats me like his own son. Although we have had conflicts, they were just minor conflicts between father and son. I have long forgotten the time when he hid my handsome face worth £25 million with his boots. Lawler said, ahem. Anyway, it is most appropriate for you to recommend this kid I want to recommend. Apart from anything else, he kicked 2 astonishing scimitar kicks in the second round of the League Cup today. Beckham was stunned. Crescent-shaped scimitar? That's right. Lorna said, David, I have compressed his highlights into 3 minutes and just sent it to your email. You must read it. After reading it, you will know why I must have you recommend him. Beckham smiled. Okay, I'll take a look when I have time, but Jim, I dare not promise you how I can really help. Thank you, Lorna said quickly. Oh, David, the last thing I want to tell you is that the crescent-shaped scimitar kicked by Guran is not as elegant as yours. Beckham smiled and said, thank you, but this is of course normal, and you don't have to praise me for it separately. Then Lorna continued, but his length and strength are better than yours. After saying that, Lorna hung up the phone. Beckham clutched the phone in a daze. What? Click on me? I want to see this kid named Guran. How is he taller than me? How is he stronger than me? Beckham put down the work in his hands, fiddled with his phone, and opened his email. 10 minutes later, Beckham frowned and took a deep breath. What the fuck? This damn network speed. The 3-minute highlights are finally buffered. Beckham clicked on the video, and the images of Guran's 40-meter free kick and 50-meter corner kick appeared on his mobile phone screen. Beckham was stunned by the length and power. Beckham didn't hold the phone firmly, and dropped it on the carpet that had just been scrubbed spotlessly. Beckham knelt on the ground to pick up the phone. After picking up the phone, he didn't even stand up, but lay on the carpet and played it repeatedly. This length. This power. What the fuck? How did this guy get kicked out? Wait, this guy looks familiar to me. Why does he look more and more familiar? It seems like I've seen him somewhere before. Beckham knelt on the carpet in a daze, holding a mobile phone in his hand. He was confused and shocked. At this moment, Victoria, wearing a hollow gauze skirt, walked in gracefully. Honey, look at this one I designed myself. Honey, why are you kneeling down to look at your phone? Beckham slowly turned his head and said in a trembling voice, oh my god, these two balls are so beautiful. Victoria was stunned at first, then smiled coquettishly. You bastard. You are an old couple and still doing this. Aren't you afraid that the children will hear you? Come on. As soon as I wrote about Victoria Beckham's plot, I don't know why my condition got better and I felt more energetic. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372 New Contract. The highest value in the team. Old Rice's farewell. After a day off, Guran returned to the Staplewood training ground in high spirits. The training had just ended, and before Guran could catch Coach Jacob for Real Madrid-style extra training, his personal assistant Rick rushed over with a stack of information. Hi, Rick. What's the matter that makes you so anxious? Rick panted for a long time before finally saying, Old Rice, Old Rice, Old Ricey. Guran's heart sank, and he quickly grabbed Rick's shoulder and asked, what's wrong with Old Rice? Coach Jacob next to him also asked nervously, Rick, tell me quickly. Was it because Old Rice was too excited after watching the game last night? And then Guran was also very worried. Old Rice was so good to him. What if Old Rice, at his age, wanted to pull it out because of excessive excitement? No. Rick waved his hands. I want to say that Old Rice asked you, Boo, to go to his office quickly. He has something important to talk to you about. Guran was relieved. Rick, you must change your bad habit of panting. Next time, take a breath first. Rick said quickly. Okay. Coach Jacob said with regret. Boo. It seems that there will be no extra training today. I will leave work first. Goodbye. Coach Jacob ran faster than a rabbit. Guran smiled helplessly and turned to Rick and said, let's go and see Old Rice. Yes. Rick accompanied Guran to the office of the complex building and said, while you are free now, I will take the time to report a few things to you. The first thing is that the total prize money of £34,000 for winning the second round of the League Cup has arrived in our club's account. According to the performance distribution, you, Boo, have received a bonus of £10,000. I have transferred it to your bank account for you. Remember to file taxes at the end of the year. What the hell? a total of £34,000 in bonuses, and I got 10,000 by myself. This is almost 1/3. Duran asked quickly, how much can the captain get? How much can Lallana get? Captain Davis has performed very well recently, with several heroic and key saves, and Lallana's performance on the offensive end is also remarkable. Duran really wants to know how much they can get. Rick answered without hesitation, as far as I know, Davis got the second most, £5,000, and Lallana got the third most, £4,500. Damn. Captain Davis, who got the second most, only got half of my winning bonus. I'm so awesome. Duran couldn't help but feel a little secretly happy. Although a bonus of 10,000 is really nothing to Duran, this feeling of being the only one in the crowd can't be bought with money. Duran couldn't help but ask again, what about Chamberlain? Rick grinned, 500? Or 800? Anyway, it's not over 1,000. Ha. Duran couldn't help but laugh. He could already imagine how angry Chamberlain was when he saw his winning bonus. Needless to say, this must be Coach Adkins' deliberate punishment for Chamberlain's failure to follow his designated tactical position in the last game. Chamberlain ran to the middle, severely squeezing the space of the two forwards, and almost turning Southampton's key counter-attack into a mess. It is also appropriate to punish Chamberlain, a young man, and let him learn a lesson. After all, with Chamberlain's personal ability, as long as he does not make mistakes, he really has the potential to grow into a first-class Premier League star. To be honest, the winning bonuses in the first few rounds of the English League Cup knockout stage are indeed too small. However, the real value of the League Cup is that, as long as you can win the championship, you can qualify for the Europa League. And starting from the 5th round, the bonus will increase dramatically, and the teams you face are basically all Premier League powerhouses. Being able to talk directly with Premier League powerhouses is the most valuable. As they walked, Rick said, the draw results for the 3rd round of the League Cup have come out. We will challenge the championship level team Sheffield United away at 7:45 PM on Tuesday, September 21st. Oh. Duran nodded slightly. Sheffield United is also a first-class team in the championship, and is a team capable of being promoted to the Premier League. In addition, Southampton will play away in the next round, which will inevitably be more difficult than playing Cardiff City at home. However, if Cardiff City can be defeated, Sheffield United has nothing to fear. After each win in the knockout round, the opponent will only become stronger. Duran still has this psychological preparation. Rick said, in addition, the draw for the first round of the knockout round of the English Championship, which is also the Pioneer Cup Southern Division, has also come out. We will challenge the English League One team Swindon City away on the last day of this month. Duran nodded again. Yes. Swindon City is a weak team in the English League One. In the past few seasons, the financial situation has not been good, and the record is very bad. It has been hovering near the relegation zone. It is considered a good draw to face Swindon in the first round of the English Championship. Rick handed over a form. Boo. Here is the schedule for next month. Please take a look. Duran took it and saw that the schedule for September was still full. The first game. 3 PM on Saturday, September 4th, the 5th round of the English League One. Southampton will challenge Colchester United away. The second game. 3 PM on Saturday, September 11th, the 6th round of the English League One. Southampton will face Brentford at home. The third match. 3 PM on Saturday, September 18th, the 7th round of the English League One. Southampton will host Swindon Town. The fourth match. 7:45 PM on Tuesday, September 21st, the third round of the English League Cup. Southampton will challenge Sheffield United away. The fifth match. 3 PM on Saturday, September 25th, the 8th round of the English League One. Southampton will challenge Huddersfield Town away. The 6th match. 7:45 PM on Tuesday, September 28th, the 9th round of the English League One. Southampton will challenge Walsall away. There are 5 English League One matches, 1 League Cup match, 4 away games and 2 home games this month. The intensity of the game is really high. Fortunately, the draw for the FA Cup has not started yet. When the FA Cup starts in October, the intensity will be raised to another level. Guran was very happy in his heart. How good the game is. The more games, the faster you grow. The only regret now is that it is difficult to meet big stars in the lower leagues, and the skills I have acquired are useless. I can't just go and chat with Premier League stars when there are no games, right? When passing by the head coach's office, Guran heard a fierce quarrel in the office. Coach, why is my winning bonus so small? I don't accept it. Chamberlain, you are so embarrassed to ask? Don't you have any idea at all? Isn't it because I got the ball on the wing during the game and inserted it into the middle? Didn't Guran do the same? And it was Guran who inserted it first. Guran can insert it horizontally in the penalty area. Why do you only scold me? How dare you compare with Guran? Guran has goals and assists in every game, defense and counter-attacks in every game, and he is the first in running distance and sprint distance in every game. He is the real Southampton star. What do you have to compare with him? Guran was dribbling the ball horizontally outside the penalty area, tearing the defense line to find loopholes. You can't even find the loopholes. What are you inserting? Coach, me in a word, he can insert it, but you can't. When you can get the best player of the game, come and talk to me alone. Fuck Coach Adkins, are you guys really talking about technique? However, this feeling of being regarded as a 3 good student and excellent class leader is really awesome. Guran was secretly happy and glanced at Rick, who was obviously slowing down to listen to the fun. Rick's face was filled with a strong sense of awesomeness. Guran, you are praising me. How come you, a chief steward, are more awesome than me? Guran then signaled Rick to walk faster. After exiting the elevator, Old Rice's office was right in front of him. Rick took the lead and knocked on Old Rice's door, announcing loudly like a competent chief steward, "Mr. Guran is here." Damn, Guran was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig out a 4-bedroom 2-living-room apartment with his toes. Old Rice ran out with a red face and hugged Guran's strong arms. "Gu, my good boy, you performed so well last night." "Fuck Old Rice, you'd better talk about the game, otherwise it will easily cause misunderstandings." Guran smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Rice. How are you doing recently?" Old Rice raised his eyebrows and put his arm around Guran's shoulders and said, "Of course, I slept well last night after watching your game." Guran's mind was full of the image of Old Rice that he couldn't help but think about. Old Rice put his arm around Guran and walked into the office. "Come on, come in and sit down. Let me introduce you to this. This is our English Football Association's liaison officer, Mr. Lloyd Mills." Guran then noticed that there was a tall, bald, middle-aged man in a suit in Old Rice's office. When Lloyd Mills saw Guran, he immediately stepped forward, held Guran's hand with both hands, and said enthusiastically, "I have heard of and seen Mr. Guran's name and deeds a long time ago. I'm really honored to meet Mr. Guran here today." "What the hell? Don't flatter me first. I just want to know where you know about my deeds. Could it be the sun?" Guran cleared his throat and said politely, "Hello Mr. Mills. I wonder what the English Football Association wants to see me about." Old Rice said, "Come on, sit down and talk first, Rick. Close the door when you go out." "Yes." Rick retreated tactfully. After Guran sat down, Lloyd Mills said with a smile, "That's right, Mr. Guran. You may not know the nature of my job very well. I'm the liaison officer between the English Football Association and various clubs. In addition to helping the English Football Association and clubs solve problems when disputes and conflicts arise, I'm also responsible for an important function, which is to discover and recommend talents from the clubs to higher levels." Guran was confused for a moment. "Upward? Which one? Recommending me from a low-level club to a high-level club? This doesn't seem to be something the English Football Association should be in charge of, right?" Lloyd Mills laughed. "Of course not. You are only talking about club transfers. As long as it complies with market regulations, our English Football Association will definitely not intervene. What I mean by recommending talents upward is another kind of upward." Guran was stunned at first, then he took a breath of cold air. Old Rice next to him said with a smile, "That's right, Gu. It seems that you have understood. We all know that your national team will not recruit you. You are so talented and capable that you should not be buried. You can join the English nationality so that you have a very good chance to join the Three Lions of England. I believe that with you, the Three Lions will definitely win the World Cup. This is a very good opportunity for each other. Lloyd Mills also smiled and said, "Yes, Mr. Guran, that's why I came here. Our English Football Association cannot interfere with the national team coach's selection of the national team lineup, but we can open up a fast naturalization channel for you in a very short time. As long as you nod, I promise that the English Football Association will do its best to help you plan your naturalization. You will become a formal British citizen before the end of the year. As long as you can continue to maintain your current performance, then I dare say that the New England coach will definitely recruit you into the Three Lions. You will become an England international." After listening to the two people, Guran also completely understood. Sure enough, there are always people who know the goods. However, even though he was recognized by the liaison officer of the English Football Association, Guran was not happy at all. The World Cup is the highest honor for football players, but is the purpose of playing football again to win the World Cup? No, it is for fun. Of course it is fun to win the World Cup, but if you don't win the World Cup for your country, then it is not really fun. The World Cup is indeed the highest honor, but if you can't play for your country, even if you can win the World Cup, it is not the highest honor. Guran smiled faintly. "Mr. Mills, first of all, I want to thank the English Football Association for its kindness to me. But I'm sorry, as you can see, I'm Chinese. Even if my national team does not recruit me for some wrong reasons, it is not a reason for me to give up my nationality and switch to other countries to play for other national teams." Lloyd Mills was stunned for a moment, and then quickly said, "Mr. Guran, I may not have made it clear. I think this matter is quite beneficial to you personally." Guran said calmly, "I have heard everything you said, and I also know that this matter is indeed very beneficial to me personally. The Three Lions are still very competitive in the World Cup, although the Three Lions have only won one championship since the World Cup began. But what I want to say is that I have never been a sophisticated and selfish person. No matter how much problems there are in my family, they are our own problems. I don't need to rely on outsiders to carry out the so-called justice. Besides, who in this world doesn't have some bad things? I won't turn around and betray because I want to be an international player and fail. I won't join your England team just because I have a chance to win the World Cup by joining your England national team. In my opinion, the World Cup has never been an individual award or honor, but a national award and honor, a football honor that belongs to all the people of this country. In the vast history of our country, there are two celebrities, one is Yu Fei and the other is Wu Sangui. They lived in different eras. They were both generals with heavy troops. Yu Fei was leading his troops to recover the country, but was recalled by the emperor who suspected him with 12 golden medals. Finally, he was framed and killed by the treacherous minister Qin Hui. Another general, Wu Sangui, was ordered to guard Shan Haiguan. Because his house was raided by the peasant army, he opened the pass in anger and let the King army in, allowing the King army of only 120,000 to swallow up the whole of China, and causing countless Chinese people to shave their heads in tears. I don't comment on how the wheel of history rolls forward, because whether it is the anti-Jin or anti-King, it is an internal contradiction of our Chinese family. But I tell you that almost every normal Chinese son and daughter respects Yu Fei and despises Wu Sangui. This is our national character. We know what glory and shame are. Our nation is the only nation in the world that has inherited civilization in the past 5,000 years. This civilization has never been passed down by selfish elites, but by the national character of ordinary people that is integrated into their bones and blood. I'm just an ordinary person who plays football. I can't change anything when I see the situation that has been ruined by human beings. I feel sad and resentful in my heart, but I still don't change my original intention. Just like a dog will not run away from home because of poverty, and a son should not dislike his mother's ugliness and not call her mother. I was born in an era of depression of Chinese football, and I will be content with this era. This is my personal destiny, and I accept it. Today I will tell you that our country may never win the World Cup, but what does it matter? It's nothing for me to have a little regret. Who can have no regrets? If my country can't win the World Cup, but I win it by changing my nationality, it will not be glorious for me, but will bring shame to my ancestors, make my descendants despise me, and be spurned by my compatriots. So, Duran said proudly, I will not change my nationality, I will not play for any other country. If I can't enter the national team of my own country, then I will keep working hard, until I'm strong enough, that no human power can stop me. Lloyd Mills and Old Rice were stunned and sweating. They thought that Duran would be very happy to accept their proposal, but they didn't expect that Duran's attitude would be so firm and tough. A 17-year-old boy can say such a strong word, and there is no need to talk about naturalization in England. Old Rice cleared his throat awkwardly. Haha, boo. Don't be so excited. We are just giving you a suggestion. Of course, we still respect your personal wishes. Duran's cold tone also eased a little. Thank you, I think I have made it very clear. Lloyd Mills smiled helplessly and said, yes, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Duran. I have something else to deal with, so I'll leave first. Goodbye. Duran stood up calmly and shook hands with Lloyd Mills. This meeting was extremely brief, but the feedback was extremely shocking. After Lloyd Mills left, Duran turned to Old Rice and said, Mr. Rice, if there is nothing else, I will go to practice more. Old Rice hurriedly said, wait, boo. I'm sorry about what happened just now. I was actually kind-hearted. Duran smiled at Old Rice. I know. Thank you, Mr. Rice, but it's unnecessary. Actually, I have another thing, and this is the main purpose of my inviting you here today. As Old Rice said, he took out a thick contract from the drawer. Duran suddenly had a headache. No way. Mr. Rice? Another new contract? Didn't I tell you that I will not leave Southampton within 1 or 2 years? I know. Old Rice suddenly raised his hand and wiped his eyes. Goo. According to the agreement of the club's top management, after September 1st, we old guys will retire. This new contract will be the last gift we can leave for the club, you, and the fans. Duran was slightly stunned. Old Rice handed the new contract to Duran. Take a look first. Duran took it and quickly browsed it. This new contract is really full of sincerity. The player is positioned as a core player of the club. The basic weekly salary is increased by £8,000 a week, and other benefits and advertising revenues are all doubled. The minimum termination fee has only soared to £50 million. This contract is definitely the highest value in the team. After entering the club for 2 months, you can directly get the top contract of the core of the team. This is really something to be proud of. It is this minimum termination fee of £50 million that looks really scary. Duran took a deep breath and said, Mr. Rice. Old Rice smiled. We 3 old guys have been preparing for this new contract for a long time, and we have argued with the financial director, the future CEO of the club, Nicola Courts, for a long time, before we finally got it. I know that changing your contract frequently during this period will make you feel annoyed, but I promise that this is the last time we can do it. You can say that we are selfish, or that we are doing it for the club and the fans. In short, this is really our last time. Although the £50 million release clause looks high, I believe that with your strength, you can easily break through it in 1 or 2 years at most. We old guys don't want to tie you down with this minimum release clause of £30 million. But we don't want those giants to take you away so cheaply. We know that you will leave Southampton eventually, just like Alan Shearer, Peter Crouch, and Gareth Bale. But you should leave Southampton as a superstar with a sky-high price, because you are the pride of us old guys. Mr. Rice. Duran was moved and grabbed the pen. I sign. After signing his name on the new contract, Old Rice hugged Duran with tears in his eyes. My child, I wish you a long and successful journey. Chapter 373. Beckham called. Victoria Beckham, why are you upgrading your skills? After leaving Old Rice's office, Duran felt a little heavy. It can be said that Old Rice played a very important role in Duran's ability to play in Southampton. Without Old Rice's efforts to apply for a work permit, Duran would not be able to play in the professional league in the UK. Duran was very grateful to Old Rice and agreed with him. Now, Old Rice is leaving the club, and not only Old Rice is leaving, but also the other 2 senior executives are leaving. In the future, there will be no own people in the club's senior management. But it's good that in the future, you don't have to care about the feelings of the club. As long as you are not happy playing, you can just transfer and leave. Maybe one day in the future, Southampton will be bought, and old Rice can be dragged back to take charge of the club. But it's not easy to buy a club. You have to hurry up and make money. Money alone is not enough. You also need a trustworthy acquisition team with strong business quality. Well, let's take it step by step. Duran practiced for another hour on the training ground, and only after he had completed the target plan he had set for the day did he take a shower, change clothes and leave. Just after returning to the June Villa after the ice and fire therapy, the phone rang. During this period, Evelyn would call Duran every day to chat, and would also invite Duran to the manor to ride horses every day. Duran has been shirking it. After all, the recent schedule is still quite tight, and Duran wants to wait until the next time he takes a break to go riding. Every time he hears the phone ring, Duran also has a headache. Duran picked up the phone and took a look, but this time it was an unfamiliar international number. Could it be Black Widow? Oh, this, I'm not mentally prepared yet. I still have to prepare seriously for the remaining 2 games in August and the 6 games in September. But if Black Widow really comes, I still have to entertain her well. Duran thought seriously while answering the phone quickly. He said in a magnetic voice, "Hello, I'm Duran. Who are you?" A familiar and feminine voice came from the other end of the phone. "Mr. Duran, hello, I'm David Beckham." Bang. Duran hung up the phone subconsciously. Damn it. It's not Black Widow. Isn't this feminine voice David Beckham? The football star, handsome guy. His wife is Victoria Beckham, the handsome guy known as the master of the crescent moon scimitar. Duran's mind was full of the scene of himself disguising himself as an advertising photographer on the June beach to get free sex with Beckham 4 months ago. Why would David Beckham call me? Exclamation mark. Could it be that the fact that he got free sex with him at that time was exposed? It shouldn't be that my realistic acting skills are okay. It should be that I'm overly sensitive and have a thief's heart. What am I afraid of? I'm a little football star now anyway. Duran took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and finally did not call back. After all, Beckham's wife is Victoria. Duran cannot consider other things, but he cannot ignore his sister-in-law. If Beckham is not here to call for punishment, then he must be here to develop friendship. Once you develop friendship with Beckham, you will naturally develop friendship with your sister-in-law. If you can't control your charming smile at that time, it will cause trouble. Of course, Duran can control it, but he is afraid that his sister-in-law can't control it. Although this consideration is a bit too long-term, it really cannot be ignored. For the sake of long-term safety, I will not take the initiative to call Beckham back this time. It's best to pretend that nothing happened. Of course, if Beckham calls again, Duran will be embarrassed to refuse. On the other side, Beckham was holding a beeping cell phone, looking confused. What's going on? Why did he hang up on me? Is it because I've been in Milan for too long and my English is not standard enough? Or was it because this guy was too excited after hearing my name and couldn't hold the phone and dropped it on the carpet? Or is he busy? Okay, wait 2 minutes and call again. Beckham looked at the time, waited patiently for 2 minutes, and dialed Duran's cell phone number again. Duran on the other side looked at the incoming call, secretly said to fate, then took a deep breath and answered again. Beckham said softly, as soon as he opened his mouth, "Hey, boo, I know everything about you." Bang. Duran quickly hung up the phone again. This is too scary. Beckham knows everything about me? Sure enough, he knows that the person disguised as a photographer on the beach that day was me. He really came to question me. Being questioned by Beckham. This. I must hang up quickly. Beckham on the other side was dumbfounded again. What's going on? Why did you hang up on me again? Isn't 2 minutes enough? Beckham sighed. Well, it's still quite long. Then wait another 2 minutes. I don't believe it. So, after another 2 minutes, Duran's phone rang again. It seems that he can't avoid it. Duran took a deep breath and picked up the phone again. Beckham said softly, "Hey, boo, don't hang up the phone yet. I'm serious. We have to talk." Yesterday Jim Lawler sent me your collection of the crescent moon scimitar. My god, you don't know what happened afterwards. Duran was slightly stunned. Beckham called and it turned out that he didn't pretend to be a photographer to get something for free. What you know is that I can kick the crescent moon scimitar? Damn. Brother Bay, why didn't you tell me earlier? I was so scared that I didn't dare to answer your call. Duran heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Oh, Mr. Beckham, I'm sorry, my phone had some problems just now, but it's fine now. Have you seen my collection of crescent moon knives?" Then what happened? Then, Beckham on the other end of the phone rubbed his waist with a look of intoxication on his face. Hey, let's not talk about it. Anyway, I watched those 2 crescent moon knives you kicked in your last game. To be honest, I seemed to see myself when I was young. So I specially asked Jim Lawler for your mobile phone number today and called you in person. Duran hurriedly said, "Thank you, Mr. Beckham. Your evaluation is really too high." Beckham on the other end of the phone said, "Your and my crescent moon knives are very similar. I think we should all stop being so polite. You can just call me David, and I'll call you Goo." Duran thought to himself, shame on you, David. How can I call you David directly? Not to mention the age gap between you and me, nor the huge difference in fame. Just the crescent moon scimitar is all given to me for free. Oh, and the long pass of the golden right foot, and the charming smile. How can I call you David directly? After thinking about it, Duran's shame was relieved. Duran cleared his throat. "Okay, David." Beckham asked in a feminine voice. "Boo, I would like to ask, who did you learn the crescent moon scimitar from?" Duran's mouth tightened slightly. This question is very sensitive. If you don't answer it well, it will probably become more sensitive. Duran thought about it quickly and decided to use the enhanced realistic acting +1 on Beckham across the phone. Duran sighed and said realistically, "That's right, David. I've liked you since I was a child. Really, your crescent-shaped scimitar technique is unparalleled in the world, and I've been imitating and learning from you since I was a child. I carefully studied and pondered every detail of yours, and then trained myself." Beckham was surprised and said, "Are you learning from me?" "Yes," Duran continued realistically. "My family was poor when I was a child. I was staying at a friend's house at the time. I couldn't watch the Premier League broadcast, so I saved money and went to the video hall." Beckham was shocked. "What? Video hall? Do you have a video hall where I play my games?" Duran said as a matter of course. "Of course. I learned a lot of techniques from the video hall. After watching it in the video hall, I secretly found a place where no one was and hung a rubber tire as a goal to practice." "Oh my god." Beckham's feminine voice seemed particularly excited. "Isn't this me? Goo. You are exactly the same as I was when I was a child. Really. I'm not lying to you. I'm really not saying this to get close to you. I was really like this when I was a child." Duran laughed in his heart, but said in surprise, "What? David, you also went to video halls when you were a child?" Beckham laughed. "Of course. There were many video halls in London in the 1990s, but few of them showed matches. After all, it was convenient for us to watch football. What we showed in our video halls were all, technical stuff. Anyway, what I mean is that my family was not well off when I was a child. I didn't have a place to live until I entered Ferguson's class of '92, and I had to live in Gary Neville's house. When I practiced by myself every day, I also used rubber tires as goals. Goo, I'm not saying this on purpose to get close to you. I really do. I can only say that we are too similar. No wonder you can also kick the same style of crescent moon scimitar as me. You are the younger version of me." Duran suppressed his smile. "David, I'm glad to have your approval." Beckham said excitedly. "Boo, I really hit it off with you at first sight. This may not be appropriate. After all, we have never met. But whether you believe it or not, I always have a very strange feeling. That is, we are already very familiar with each other, just like old friends who have met before. I don't know how to describe this feeling. Maybe it is a legendary divine connection?" Duran said quickly. "David, I have the same feeling." Beckham said admiringly. "Boo, I really like you too much. Are you willing to be friends with me?" Not the kind of ordinary casual friends, but the kind of good friends who can call each other brothers? Duran immediately said, "Good big brother." Beckham said happily, "Good brother. It's over. I feel closer to my sister-in-law." Duran sighed in his heart and continued to shout with a sense of reality, "Good big brother." Beckham said excitedly, "Good brother. Good big brother. Good brother. Woo woo woo." Beckham almost got lost in the sound of "good big brother." "Brother, if you have any difficulties, tell me at any time. If you need anything, tell me at any time." I dare not say anything else, but in the football world, my words are still effective. Thank you, Brother Beckham. I have no difficulties. If you have any difficulties, you can also tell me. After all, Beckham was free, and the crescent blade is now Duran's killer skill. Duran always feels that he should compensate Beckham well. Beckham took the opportunity to ask, "By the way, I heard that you are still playing for a certain English League One club." Duran laughed secretly in his heart. "Do I need to hear this? You have seen my crescent blade highlights. Can you not recognize Southampton's jersey? It seems that this is going to get to the point. Okay, then I will cooperate." Duran then calmly replied, "Yes, Brother Beckham, I'm now playing as a left back for Southampton." Beckham immediately said, "Hiss, brother, you are so talented. Why do you want to play in an English League One team and play as a left back?" No, as the eldest brother, I must help you with this. You listen to your eldest brother. While the summer transfer window is not over yet, you transfer to Manchester United, the largest club in the Premier League, to play football. Manchester United is my own people, and if you go to Manchester United, everyone will take care of you from top to bottom. Sure enough, there was so much foreplay before, and the main topic was the transfer to Manchester United. Duran smiled and directly refused. "Thank you, Brother Beckham, but I think Southampton is not bad at the moment, and I'm very happy here. There is no need to drag things out for this kind of thing. Just refuse directly, and nagging will only do harm. Although I really want to compensate Beckham in my heart, there is no need to compensate him with my own future. At worst, I can buy the Los Angeles Galaxy in the future and let my good eldest brother help me manage it." After Duran refused, he also gave him a poor, "Brother Beckham, you won't stop treating me as a brother just because I don't go to Manchester United, right?" Beckham said quickly, "Of course not. One thing is one thing. How can we lose our relationship because of a sentence? But I still can't help but say that Manchester United is a wealthy club. If you go to Manchester United, you will quickly become a big star in Europe. Brother, you should really think about it." Duran smiled and said, "No hurry, I want to lay a foundation in the lower leagues first. After all, I'm still young." Beckham was speechless. Just now, he kept calling him good brother, which was very real. How come he was killed by just one sentence when he mentioned the business? Am I not a good brother? Or am I not giving enough? This morning, I patted my chest and promised old man Ferguson that I could make Duran take the initiative to join Manchester United. How can I explain this situation to the old man? Beckham was unwilling to give up and continued to persuade him. "Brother, I think you have the same skills as me. What foundation do you need to lay? To tell the truth, that should not be said. Isn't the purpose of laying the foundation to enter the giants? Besides, how much money can Southampton club give you? What team status can it give you? We are the Red Devils in Manchester United. It is true that Manchester United is the Red Devils, but as a reborn person, Duran knows better than anyone that Sir Alex Ferguson is the soul of the Red Devils. Once Ferguson retires, Manchester United will only have the afterglow. As long as the Vampire family, the Glazer family, controls Manchester United, Manchester United will not be good. In the world, only Sir Alex Ferguson can fight against the Glazer family. If he really transfers to Manchester United at this time, then when Sir Alex Ferguson retires next year, he will be in a fire pit. How can you be reborn and still be determined to plunge into a pure fire pit? Duran smiled and said, "I don't really care about weekly salary and contract position, but since you asked, I will answer truthfully. My current weekly salary is £8,000, and my contract position is the only core of the team. Southampton's tactics are all centered around me." Beckham on the other end of the phone was instantly silent. How can we continue this conversation? This little brother's weekly salary is higher than my current weekly salary in Milan. I should call him Big Brother. Southampton is really willing to give it to him. Although Manchester United is a wealthy club, it is absolutely impossible for them to offer Guran a weekly salary of £8,000, let alone a core position in a Manchester United team full of big names. Moreover, the Glazer family behind Manchester United will eat people and eat bones clean. Beckham cleared his throat awkwardly. I think so too. In fact, we should not pay too much attention to weekly salary and contract positioning. Manchester United has cultural heritage and the greatest coach Ferguson. Guran smiled and said, Brother Beck, no matter what, I'm very grateful that you can call me, and I'm very happy to chat with you. But I think we should forget about the transfer to Manchester United. We brothers only talk about feelings, not transfers, okay? It's getting late now. I have to get up early tomorrow to train for the next game. Then let's talk about this today and talk later, okay? Goo, how about you think about it again? Okay, I'll think about it again. Goodbye. Oh, bye. After hanging up the phone, Beckham held the phone with a depressed look on his face. I thought that from the perspective of strength and status, Guran would be excited to join the Red Devils family, and he could also earn a favor. But unexpectedly, Guran was not interested in Manchester United. Who can refuse Manchester United? Who can refuse Ferguson? As a child of the Red Devils, Beckham was puzzled. The eldest brother and brothers did accept it, but it seemed that they did not really accept it. Beckham took a deep breath and called Ferguson. Coach, it's me. I'm sorry to bother you so late. Beckham's voice was a little nervous. Even though he had left Manchester United for a long time, he couldn't help but get nervous whenever he talked to Coach Ferguson. This nervousness had already penetrated into his blood. In front of Ferguson, there were never any big name stars. They were all his children. Ferguson's dominance over the locker room is not only in the locker room, but also extends to the lives of every Manchester United player. My son, how are things going? The voice of Coach Ferguson came from the other end of the phone. Ferguson's voice is very distinctive. As a Scotsman, he speaks the most bizarre Sweegian dialect in Scotland. Not to mention that it is difficult for players outside the UK to understand. Even British players sometimes find it difficult to understand. But Beckham has long been accustomed to Ferguson's accent, which is emphasized without anger and intimidating. Beckham apologized. I'm sorry, coach, I couldn't convince Guran to join Manchester United. Oh. There was no disappointment in Coach Ferguson's voice, just a little surprise. Beckham explained, I first tried to get close to him by saying that we both know how to use the crescent moon knife. In fact, I was very successful in this step. I learned that he was exactly like me when I was a child. We both practiced free kicks with tires. We talked very well at first, but when I mentioned that I would help him transfer to Manchester United and make him a big star, he directly refused. Oh. Coach Ferguson on the other end of the phone obviously understood. Beckham continued, I haven't had time to tell him about the weekly salary and treatment that Manchester United can give him, because he directly said that Southampton's weekly salary for him is £8,000, and the contract positioning is the only tactical core of the team. As soon as I heard it, I knew there was no need to mention Manchester United's £1,500 weekly salary as a substitute. Yes, it's really a lot worse. Coach Ferguson on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, then smiled and said, okay, I already know about this. You tried your best, son. I believe you must have tried your best. As for the result, it doesn't matter. Fortunately, I know it not too late. The summer window is not completely over. I will find a way to deal with the things afterwards, and you should go to bed now. Beckham suddenly felt guilty. I'm really sorry, coach. I disappointed you again. Coach Ferguson said, no, son, I'm not disappointed. I'm very satisfied with you for being able to recruit talents for the Red Devils after leaving the Red Devils. Moreover, Guran is indeed not so easy to dig out. If Guran is easy to dig out, Chelsea, Arsenal, Liverpool, and Manchester City would have succeeded long ago. Beckham was stunned. My little brother is actually being considered by so many big clubs. Then we can't give up. Coach Ferguson said, "Okay, my son, go to bed." "Yes, coach." After hanging up the phone, Beckham couldn't calm down for a long time. "My little brother is so amazing. I really should meet him offline and have a good chat. It's a pity that my friends are in Milan and the Serie A schedule is very tight. I can't go back to the UK for the time being, otherwise I can really make an appointment." Wait, Beckham suddenly had an idea in his mind. "I can't go back. Doesn't my wife Victoria go back often? Can't I let my wife persuade Guran? Although my wife is not a football player, she is also a big sister in the entire entertainment and fashion industry." Beckham slapped his thigh and said, "I'm such a genius." Just as he finished speaking, Victoria pushed the door open in a thin nightgown. "What are you so happy about?" Beckham said excitedly. "Wife, I want you to help me convince my little brother, please." Victoria chuckled, then turned her back and closed the door. "You bastard, why are you upgrading your tricks?" Beckham. Chapter 374. I'm serious about bullying. 90% crushing. Coach Adkins, play more cautiously. The episode of Beckham's invitation to transfer did not affect Guran's mentality. In the next few days, Guran continued to train and pick up according to the routine. Without the Hollywood actress as a magic tool to get points, the speed of obtaining talent points is indeed much slower, but Guran still relied on the automatic exchange of white bubbles to get to talent points. Guran allocated these two talent points to flexibility and bounce respectively, so that the flexibility attribute reached 75 points and the bounce attribute reached 76 points. Soon, the match day arrived. On Saturday, August 28th, the fourth round of the English League One, Southampton played against Rochdale at home. In this game, Southampton, who played at home, was relatively a strong team, while Rochdale, who played away, was a typical weak team. Rochdale has been in the middle and lower reaches of English League One and English League Two for many years. In the first few games of this season, it lost more than it won, and temporarily ranked 18th in English League One. Therefore, in today's game, Coach Adkins did not send all the main lineup. Southampton's tactic for this game was to use a 42-31 formation to attack quickly. Although Southampton's main tactic was to defend and counter-attack, there was no need to defend and counter-attack against a weak team. Just rely on Guran to crush them. If they didn't dare to crush even a weak team, there would be no need to play the following games. Guran was the starting player as a matter of course, and he appeared directly in the central axis back midfielder position. Lallana, Schneiderlin, Gilly, Walton, Richardson, JD and other main players took turns to rest. Rochdale sent out all their main players. Before the game, William Hill gave a handicap of 1.194 home win, 7.254 draw, and 12.40 for loss. Such exaggerated odds show that the bookmaker is very optimistic that Southampton can easily crush Rochdale. At the beginning of the game, Rochdale, who had the priority to kick off, knocked the ball back to their own backcourt and played a protective back pass. Southampton fans booed the negative attitude of the Rochdale players. Southampton's players rushed up unceremoniously to press high. Rochdale tried to fight Southampton with their bodies, but once the bodies of the two players came into contact, Rochdale could not bear it. Southampton is at least a team with a Premier League foundation, while Rochdale has no foundation at all. Rochdale adopted the tactic of luring the enemy deep into the field and passing the ball behind them, trying to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. In the second minute of the game, Rochdale made a long pass from the backcourt, and the ball directly crossed most of the field and passed to the front of Southampton's penalty area. Southampton pressed very forward, so Rochdale's kick did go behind Southampton. But there is a key factor in the behind the back tactic, that is, speed. Otherwise, you have to insert it before the Southampton defense line turns around. Otherwise, the ball behind you will be meaningless. Rochdale's forward sprinted frantically to respond, but before he could get in place, he was knocked away by Guran's side shoulder collision. After Guran intercepted the ball, he immediately counter-attacked with the ball, pushing it all the way from the front of his own penalty area. While attracting the attention of the Rochdale defenders, He made a long distance pass to the left side of the penalty area. Chamberlain, who was unmarked, rushed to the front of the goal and immediately shot the ball after getting it, scoring. 3 minutes into the game, Southampton led 1-0. This was also Chamberlain's first English League One goal this season. Chamberlain himself didn't expect it, and this goal was not scored with his face, but with his feet. After scoring, Chamberlain slid to his knees and rushed towards Guran, hugging Guran's thighs tightly. Chamberlain finally experienced the happiness of the team flower Lallana. Southampton had a dream start at home. The game continued. Rochdale was simply unable to resist Guran's organisation and connection in the midfield. This is not a tactical problem, but only a problem of strength. Facing a strong team like Southampton, Rochdale's defense and counter-attack, long pass and lob play were correct, but the problem was that the strength gap between the two sides was too big. Rochdale's speed was not fast enough when attacking, and they were slow to move and could not receive the ball when making long passes. They were not strong enough when confronting, and they could not stick to the defense, and were always easily shaken off. This strength gap was visibly large, which could not be made up at the tactical level. In the 11th minute, Guran appeared on the right with the ball. Rochdale's defense line hurriedly followed Guran to the right. After Matthews lowered his shoulder, Guran easily tore through the defense line and sent a fatal cross into the penalty area. Forward Canali headed the ball, but it was slightly off target. Rochdale had a false alarm. In the 17th minute, Lambert broke through the right with the ball and passed it to the penalty area. Guran ran like a ghost and directly volleyed the flying football with a scissor kick. Rochdale's goalkeeper number 13, the 195cm tall Owen Williams, did not even react and watched the football burst into the goal. The score on the big screen was immediately changed to Southampton 2-0 Rochdale. Southampton fans cheered wildly, and St Mary's Stadium became Rochdale's Nightmare Stadium. And this nightmare continued. Southampton's possession rate has reached a terrifying 85%. Rochdale can hardly touch the ball. Even if Rochdale has the ball, Southampton will quickly press forward, either forcing Rochdale to lose the ball directly, or forcing Rochdale to lose the ball after passing the ball. Although Southampton only sent half of the main players to the field when coach Adkins placed Guran on the central axis, and Guran did not need to take on too many defensive responsibilities, the entire Southampton team seemed to have changed its style, with full offensive power and invincible pressure. Guran's performance in the defensive midfielder position was refreshing, and Guran himself played like a fish in water. In the 26th minute, Southampton won a corner kick on the left. Guran took a corner kick to the back post, and defender Martin headed the ball, but unfortunately it hit the post. Then in the 30th minute, Hammond's tight confrontation on the wing forced Rochdale's winger to make a mistake in their own backcourt, and the ball rolled out of bounds. Guran ran over to take the penalty kick. When Guran retreated to the billboard and raised the ball above his head, the Southampton fans at the scene all exploded with adrenaline, screaming wildly. They knew what was going to happen next. The Rochdale defensive players were still confused, and many of them were still standing there with their hands on their hips, dazed. Guran took a run up, stopped suddenly, straightened his waist and abdomen, and threw his upper limbs with force. The football flew straight for more than 40 meters like a strategic grenade, and fell into Rochdale's penalty area like a precise bombing. Martin, the young central defender who had just headed the ball, jumped again and headed it again. The football bounced off the ground and shot into the goal. The entire Rochdale team was dumbfounded. After scoring the goal, Martin excitedly took off his shirt, revealing his chest strap, and rushed towards Guran like crazy. 3-0. Half an hour later, 3-0. The entire St. Mary's Stadium was on fire. It was so cool. That's right, Guran would never let them down. Of course, because of the uncivilized behavior of stripping on the field, the referee showed Martin a yellow card. Martin happily accepted it. This was Martin's first goal in the English League One game, and it was worth commemorating it with a yellow card. Rochdale's nightmare continued. In the 34th minute, Guran rushed directly to the front court to force the ball. Rochdale immediately sent out 6 players to double team Guran at the same time, not giving Guran a chance to pass the ball. However, the encirclement was too late to wrap him up. Rochdale's defensive players couldn't stick to Guran at all. Guran's speed, impact, physical confrontation, footwork, and football awareness were like a monster breaking into the novice village. Durand Matthews lowered his shoulder to receive the fried meatball, then dribbled with his reverse foot, then strengthened his crotch pass, and in one wave he broke through the defense of 6 defensive players and passed the ball to Lambert, who was supporting him. There was an empty space around Lambert, and he took a few kicks into the penalty area, but no one came up to press him. Lambert was not polite, and he directly pushed the ball into the near corner. The ball went in again. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Southampton 4:0 Rochdale. Durand's power on the central axis was too explosive. It was simply a cake feeding machine. Southampton fans even believed that as long as Guran was willing, even the goalkeeper Captain Davis Guran could feed him a hot goose cake. There were still more than 10 minutes left in the first half, and Rochdale had already lost 4 goals. Rochdale's mentality collapsed. Guran shot 1 and passed 3, and his butcher knife continued. After all, the more you play against weaker teams, the harder it is to get SS scores, so you have to work hard. Moreover, he will most likely be replaced by Coach Adkins in the second half, so he must score more goals and assists in a limited time. The game was in the 41st minute. Rochdale finally got a corner kick through a long pass counter-attack. After the corner kick was taken, Davis punched him out of the penalty area. Guran immediately started violently and aesthetically, caught up with the football, and directly dribbled in. All the players of the Rochdale team desperately chased and intercepted Guran's running path. Guran 1v10. The scene was extremely exciting and spectacular. Although he was intercepted by 10 players, Guran did not feel any special pressure. Guran did not even use his passing skills. He just dribbled the ball all the way and ate it alive with speed. Those Rochdale players who chased him were just running with him, and they couldn't keep up. Guran, the son of the wind and the king of Highbury, was fully open, eating 10 people in a row, and in the blink of an eye, he inserted into the top of the arc of the Rochdale team's penalty area with a violent and aesthetic posture. Owen Williams, the goalkeeper of Rochdale, immediately left the goal and attacked. Owen wanted to intercept Guran in the penalty area and prevent Guran from shooting easily. As long as he could stop Guran for even a second, the large team behind him would be able to reinforce and return to defense. However, Guran used Matthews' shoulder to pass the ball. This was a Ronaldo-style pass. The Southampton fans at the scene went crazy instantly. Goalkeeper Owen Williams was passed. Guran alone ate up the entire Rochdale team. No one was left behind. After passing the goalkeeper, Guran easily pushed the ball into the empty goal, and the football went into the net amid the hoarse cheers of the Saints. 5:0! Exclamation point! Guran scored twice. This one stop eating made Guran feel great. It was so fucking exciting. I'm serious about bullying. Guran split the wind with one palm, domineeringly jumped onto the billboard, and waved his fist at the Saints who worshipped him. The voice of Chinese dad resounded throughout the St. Mary's Stadium. Every player of the Rochdale team was trembling. The first half of the nightmare of hell has not ended yet. There were 2 minutes of injury time in the first half. Lambert was tripped while dribbling the ball in the middle, and Southampton won a free kick about 35 meters away from the goal. Guran, the first penalty taker, naturally stood on the penalty spot. Goodbye boy, draw the bow. Guran shot with a crescent moon scimitar. The football was like a sharp razor, with a domineering and violent aesthetic arc force, and it spun and hit the upper left corner of the goal. Rochdale goalkeeper Owen Williams was stuck again. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as 6:0. In the short 45 minutes of the first half, Guran completed a double hat-trick of assists and shots. Guran also became the only player in Southampton's history to complete a double hat-trick in the first half. Guran's state today is too explosive. With the Saints fans singing the song "There is a young and handsome Oriental man named Guran," the Southampton players returned to the home team's locker room with great excitement. During the halftime break, Coach Adkins said to Guran with a helpless look on his face, "Gu, your state today is really hot. I'm very pleased. But can you play more restrained? After all, Rochdale is not our mortal enemy. If you continue to play like this, I'm afraid you will create a mortal enemy. Although we are not afraid of mortal enemies, if they kick you in a hurry and deliberately target you and hurt you, then we will lose a lot, right? Guran smiled. Okay coach, I will try to play more restrained in the second half. Coach Adkins patted Guran on the shoulder with relief. The halftime break is over. The players from both sides returned to the field and changed sides to fight again. Rochdale, who was already 6 goals behind, had already collapsed and was unable to organize an attack. Southampton restrained for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, Southampton launched an indiscriminate crazy attack under Guran's organization. I gave you a chance, but you are useless. Not to mention Chamberlain, let alone Canali. Even Southampton's midfielders and defenders rushed into the penalty area desperately, posing and waiting for Guran to feed them. The entire Southampton team had a possession rate of 90%, and the overall running distance was 3 times that of Rochdale. This was a pure crushing, a crushing that can be seen in the data. Guran listened to the request of Coach Adkins and did not go forward as soon as there was a chance. Guran just kicked a long diagonal pass in the midfield and backcourt, relying on Lambert and Chamberlain as the fulcrum. Unexpectedly, Rochdale could not defend it. Chamberlain was like a chicken blood, frantically dribbling the ball to the bottom, cutting inside, crossing, and shooting. In the 53rd minute of the game, thanks to Chamberlain's impact in the front court, Southampton forced a corner kick. Guran walked to the corner penalty spot, kicked the ball accurately to the middle of the penalty area with a big foot. To be honest, the ball was given very clearly, but it was such an obvious midpoint kick that Rochdale's defensive players couldn't defend it. Southampton's players were like a group of wolves that had been hungry for a long time. The desire to eat cakes was extremely strong. First central defender Martin grabbed the first point, but Martin was disturbed by Rochdale's defensive players, and the football didn't have enough power. But the opposing goalkeeper Rowan Williams had butter hands in an extremely nervous state of mind, and failed to catch the ball, so there was a second landing point. Then defender Font grabbed the second spot, but Font's position was not very good, but Font still forced a shot directly, and the ball hit the defender of Rochdale, and bounced out again. This time, Canali made a ghostly run, grabbed the third spot, and shot from close range with a half turn. Goalkeeper Owen Williams was helpless and the ball went in again and again. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Southampton 7:0 Rochdale. This score was already very exaggerated, and the second half had just begun. The players of Rochdale had completely collapsed, and more than half of the players were lying on the grass, refusing to get up and continue the game for a long time. Coach Adkins, who was sitting on the bench, also covered his face helplessly. It was uncomfortable to win too much. Guran spread his hands towards Adkins innocently. This time he really kicked it back. He didn't even have assists and shooting data for this ball, but he couldn't stand the other players of Southampton being driven crazy by him. Coach Adkins started to make substitutions. Coach Adkins wanted to replace all 11 players on the field at once, but unfortunately there were only 3 substitutions available. Chamberlain, who was performing actively, was replaced by young defender Tafazali. Tafazali had never played as a forward, but Coach Adkins didn't care at all. Chamberlain left the field with a look of annoyance on his face, thinking that he had a chance to achieve a hat-trick. Midfielder Lambert was also replaced, and Anthony Pulis, who used to love to dawdle, was replaced. Chamberlain and Lambert could easily form a tactical triangle with Guran. Coach Adkins replaced Chamberlain and Lambert, obviously to break up this midfield triangle and avoid the score being kicked into double digits. Coach Adkins originally wanted to replace Guran to rest to avoid malicious retaliation from the opposing players, but the fans at the scene shouted so loudly that Coach Adkins had to postpone it. The game continued. After the substitution, Southampton's offensive rhythm really slowed down. Guran's many wonderful long and short passes were wasted by non-main substitutes. Rochdale finally got a chance to catch their breath, but not much. In the 72nd minute of the game, Guran intercepted the ball near the center circle and then kicked it into the penalty area. Canali headed the ball back, and Hammond took the ball and shot directly from a distance. Southampton 8:0 Rochdale. In the 80th minute of the game, Hammond made a wonderful pass from the right, and after Guran got the ball in the penalty area, he was pulled to the ground by at least 5 Rochdale players who came up to retaliate. Amid the angry roars of the Saints fans, the referee immediately showed a straight red card to the Rochdale player. Southampton also immediately won a penalty. Guran climbed up from the grass, and the veteran striker Canali came forward to ask Guran if he wanted to take the penalty, but Guran immediately declined. Canali took the penalty and scored. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Southampton 9-0 Rochdale. After this goal, Coach Adkins said he would replace Guran no matter what. If they continued to play like this, it would only be a matter of time before the score broke double. The insulted Rochdale would definitely take revenge on the field. So, amid the applause and cheers of all Southampton fans, Guran raised his hands and applauded while leaving the field. The following game time completely became garbage time. At the end of the game, the final score was fixed at 9-0. Southampton fans were satisfied. This is also the biggest score record of Southampton's home win in recent seasons. Guran's performance in this game was extremely shocking, especially the scene where he 1v11 and ate the entire Rochdale team alive, which made all the fans excited and unforgettable. Among the 9 goals scored by Southampton, Guran made 4 passes and 3 shots, and scored a double hat-trick, and the remaining 2 goals were also created by Guran. This ability has no solution. After this game, Guran's 5 sub-attributes of speed, balance, short pass, stop the ball, and creativity also grew. The speed reached 79 points, the balance reached 76 points, the short pass reached 68 points, the stop ball reached 76 points, and the creativity reached 72 points. Because of the excellent performance of the double hat-trick and eating 11 people alive, Guran also received the SS level score of the system and can conduct hidden draws and reshuffle points. This time, Guran drew back pass and received the ball. The back pass and receive skill was immediately improved from +2 to +5. This time, Guran reorganized another important practical skill, high-speed sprint dribbling +5. High-speed sprint dribbling +5 was then promoted to enhanced sprint dribbling +1, and 5 general talent points were washed out at the same time. Guran then allocated 2 of the 5 talent points to physical fitness, raising physical fitness to 90 points, and the remaining 3 talent points were evenly distributed to the relatively weak balance, flexibility, and jumping, raising these 3 physical shortcomings to 77 points. In this way, Guran's strength has been further strengthened. After the 4th round of the English League One, Southampton rose to the 2nd place in the English League One standings. The top of the English League One standings is still Peterborough United, but this round Peterborough United was just tied by Brighton, who played away and only got 1 point. With a total score of 10 points, it is temporarily ranked first, while Southampton easily followed with a total score of 9 points. English League One scorer list updated. Guran leads again with 10 goals. So far, the English League One schedule for August has all ended. Southampton's Guran, Lallana, Lambert were selected into the English League One August Best Team. Guran won the English League One August Best Player. Guran scored 6 goals and won the English League One August Best Goal. After the tactical summary class that afternoon, Coach Adkins announced that the whole team would have a day off, and no one was allowed to go to the barter party in preparation for the first round of the English Championship 3 days later. Chapter 375, Superstar shines in first British Championship. Coach Adkins' substitutions have immediate effect. On the day off, Guran spent his training quietly in the Dune Villa. The transfer market outside had already turned upside down. The end of the summer transfer window was getting closer and closer, and the major clubs only had the last chance to make an offer. Whether or not to get this year's superstar depends on these few days. Newspapers from various media also focused on Guran's transfer news. Of course there are exceptions, such as The Sun is still serializing the story between Guran and Sistano and Linda, and the sales of The Sun have also increased compared to a month ago. In the transfer market, Manchester United first made an offer for the superstar Guran, which was also their first offer for Guran. £12 million, plus 30% of the profit from secondary sales. The previous ones were just smoke bombs and price increases. This time it was Manchester United's real offer. As for Manchester United, being able to make such an offer is already very sincere. Coach Ferguson also accepted an exclusive interview with The Times, expressing his love for Guran and praising the Red Devil spirit embodied in Guran. The second club to make the final offer in the summer window was Liverpool. Liverpool has actually invested a lot of transfer funds in the transfer of other star players. The transfer funds in hand are not much, not enough to make a high offer to Guran. However, the female boss Linda often called and sent messages to Guran privately. Through this communication, the smart Linda was very keenly aware that Guran had no intention of transferring away from Southampton in the past year. Guran would neither transfer to Liverpool nor to other clubs. Therefore, Linda boldly made an offer, even if Liverpool club could not actually come up with the money. Although this approach is a bit bluffing, it can at least keep Liverpool's enthusiasm for pursuing Guran. Liverpool's transfer offer to Guran is £16 million, plus additional performance in the game, and the total contract amount is up to £20 million. Such transfer conditions also seem to be full of sincerity. However, in comparison, Manchester City is much more direct. Manchester City offered £22 million in one breath, which is higher than Liverpool's bluffing offer. Arsenal also made their final offer to Guran, 0 down payment, £18 million, monthly installments, and 2 friendly matches can be arranged. The income from the friendly matches will belong entirely to the Southampton club. Arsenal's head coach Wenger also accepted an interview with The Guardian. In the interview, Wenger said that Arsenal was only a little bit away from signing the superstar Guran. Chelsea also changed its previous cautious offer and directly offered a high price of £20 million, striving to get Guran in the last few days. Faced with the offers from these giants, Southampton club rejected them all. Such news also made Southampton fans very happy. Over the years, Southampton club has been a black shop, selling stars in various ways. This year, facing such high interests, Southampton finally held back. This means that the championship is just around the corner. On Tuesday, August 31st, the first round of the knockout match of the South Division of the English Championship Pioneer Cup was held. Southampton challenged Swindon Town away. Although the English Championship is not well known in China, it is very valuable in the UK. The participating teams are 24 English League One teams plus 24 English League Two teams plus 16 invited Premier League youth teams, under U23. The total of 64 teams are divided into 2 divisions, North and South. Each division is divided into 8 groups, each with 4 teams. Each group has at least one English League One, English League Two and Premier League youth team, and a single round-robin group match is held. Southampton is the champion of the previous session, so it can directly enter the knockout stage. Unlike other cup competitions, if the knockout stage of the English Championship is tied, there is no need for overtime, but a penalty shootout. English League One and English League Two teams must have at least 5 first-team registered players starting in each game, and Premier League youth teams must have at least 6 U21 players starting. The total prize money is £1.95 million, with an average of £10,000 per game for winning, and the final champion wins £100,000. Many young players in the English Premier League regard the English Championship as a stepping stone for their own success, so they are very attentive to the games in the English Championship. Southampton's opponent in this round, Swindon City, is also a League One team. As a well-known team in southern football, Swindon City was also very strong in the early days and won the English League Cup in the 1968/69 season. Southampton has never won the English League Cup or the Top League Championship. It only won the FA Cup in 1975 and the English Championship in 2009. In comparison, Swindon City is currently ranked almost at the bottom of the League One, and its overall strength is obviously weaker than that of Southampton. Therefore, for Southampton, today's game is another game of strong against weak. In this game, Coach Adkins arranged a 442 formation to break through the wing. Lallana, Schneiderlin, Chamberlain, Gooley and other main players all started, while Guran, who was too brutal in the last game, was pressed on the bench by Coach Adkins to watch the game. Swindon City sent out their entire main lineup. After all, this is Swindon City's home court, and they must go all out. Before the game, William Hill also gave high handicaps of 4.02 for home win, 3.79 for draw, and 1.84 for loss. It can be seen that, although Guran did not start, the bookmaker is still optimistic that the more motivated Southampton team can win easily away from home. At the beginning of the game, after the two sides tested each other several times, Swindon City suddenly made a straight pass from the midfield area to Southampton's penalty area. Swindon City does not have many big-name players, but its basic skills are still very solid. Their tactics are to pass directly to the area behind the defenders, and rely on the forwards to accelerate and sprint diagonally, so as not to waste energy in the midfield with Southampton. It has to be said that this style of play is very simple, but it is very detrimental to Southampton. Southampton's defenders are old and young, and they are okay in close combat, but they are too slow to turn around and chase back when faced with a sudden direct pass. Once they are hit from behind, Southampton's defensive line is very easy to be torn apart. In order to play against weak teams, Southampton's two wings and midfielders are pressed closer, and the defensive line will be more dangerous when they are hit by a direct pass behind them. If Southampton drags the defensive line back, the backcourt and the front court will be easily disconnected, and a strong defensive midfielder will be needed to connect the backcourt and the front court. But the problem is that Hammond can't bear the heavy responsibility of the defensive midfielder. The defensive midfielder needs to run without the ball constantly, and Hammond either runs too slowly or runs wrong. Coach Adkins naturally saw this, but Coach Adkins still wanted to see where the depth of Southampton's lineup is, and see if Southampton's players can rely on their personal abilities to crush Swindon City. After all, direct passes are prone to errors, so theoretically, as long as there are more offsides and more pressure, it will be difficult for the weak team Swindon City to seize the opportunity. In the 7th minute of the game, Swindon City relied on direct passes. Their 18-year-old striker Danny Ward, who was loaned from Bolton, ran out of the empty space behind him to receive the ball, and then shot at the top of the arc. The ball hit the goal frame and bounced back. Martin, who made a timely substitution, kicked it out of the sideline, and Southampton escaped. Swindon City, having tasted the sweetness, began to pass directly frequently. Southampton's backcourt was exhausted, and the midfield and backcourt were obviously out of touch. The defenders did not dare to go up at all, and the empty area between the midfield and the defenders was quite large. Swindon City's two forwards stayed in this huge gap between the defenders and the midfield, cruising back and forth, waiting for opportunities. Lallana and other front court stars suffered from running around in the front court, but could not get the ball. The entire Southampton team was also a little confused because of Swindon City's seemingly simple direct pass tactics. Fortunately, Swindon City's overall strength is not high enough, and many straight passes were wasted by themselves as Coach Adkins expected. If it were a Premier League team, Southampton's defence would have been beaten into a sieve long ago. Southampton also had many opportunities to change the game. Chamberlain was very active on the left, but today Swindon City's goalkeeper played bravely and saved at least 3 goals that Southampton must score. Southampton's midfield and front court finishing ability is still a bit lacking. Playing against such a weak team, Southampton's midfield and front court almost pressed forward crazily, but after a long time of attacking, Southampton's mentality began to become impatient. Both sides made many mistakes and fouls, and it was difficult for Southampton to play a smooth offensive coordination. This was not a big problem for Swindon City, which played a simple, straightforward style. They still followed the tactic of passing the ball with a long pass whenever they had a chance, so basically as long as they got the ball, they could attack, although sometimes they would kick the ball out of the sideline with a long pass. The first half was rather dull, and the big score that everyone had expected did not appear. In terms of ball possession, Southampton naturally had a high rate, but Swindon's straight pass style did not require much ball possession, and several direct pass raids made Southampton very embarrassed. In the injury time of the first half, Swindon City's 24-year-old Irish youth international Alan Sheehan suddenly passed the ball near the midline. Danny Ward was in an offside position, but he still quickly flashed into the penalty area and headed the ball. The referee did not blow the whistle. Goalkeeper Davis made a hasty diving save. This wave of attack was too sudden. Davis barely blocked it and failed to catch the ball, and the ball bounced to Danny Ward's feet again. Danny Ward made a back-footed shot. Davis was helpless. The ball went in. The referee gestured to the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. Southampton's players immediately surrounded the referee to complain, but the referee ignored them and insisted on his decision. The score on the big screen at the Village Stadium was immediately changed to Swindon City 1:0 Southampton. Although the referee was blind, Southampton's offside tactics still got themselves into trouble. Coach Adkins' brows were twisted into a rope. After the halftime break, the two sides came on the field again and changed sides to fight again. Swindon City still maintained a simple and effective straight pass and diagonal insertion tactics. After 15 minutes of rest and adjustment, Southampton players obviously still couldn't find the feeling, and they still played in a mess and without forming a system. As time went on, if this continued, the defending champion would be ruthlessly eliminated in the first round. Coach Adkins sighed and started to make substitutions. Duran came on the field and replaced Ryan Dixon, the left back who performed poorly. Veteran vice-captain Walton came on the field and replaced central defender Martin. The situation was not favorable for offense, so Southampton replaced two defenders at once. Southampton's formation was also adjusted from the previous 442 formation to a 352 formation on the spot. 3 defenders, 2 wing-backs, 2 defensive midfielders, 1 attacking midfielder, and 2 forwards. Chamberlain and Schneiderlin moved back to serve as wing-backs on both wings. Lambert and Guran served as defensive midfielders. Lalana served as attacking midfielder, and Gully and Garrod served as forwards. The 3 defenders' positions were also consciously intended to tighten the tightness between the defensive lines. The 2 defensive midfielders were used to intercept the forwards of Swindon City. The 2 wing-backs were responsible for connecting the straight passes from the flanks, and Lalana was responsible for connecting the midfield and front court. This change of formation, coupled with Guran's appearance, had an immediate effect. In the 57th minute of the second half, Guran used a violent and aesthetic sprinting force to push away the forward of Swindon City in the backcourt, easily intercepted Swindon City's straight pass, and then drove straight into the middle axis with the ball. Swindon City's control over the midfield was almost zero. They did not entangle with Southampton in the midfield, but quickly returned to the penalty area to form an iron barrel defense. In the first half, Swindon City also used this defensive strategy, and their dense defense also caused a lot of headaches for Southampton's midfielders and front court players. Duran rushed to the front of Swindon's penalty area without any obstruction. Swindon naturally watched Guran's short video, so when Guran came to the front of the big metal, they immediately carried out targeted arc defense against Guran. Duran was not in a hurry to pass the ball, but calmly dribbled the ball along the edge of the penalty area and cut inward continuously. After a set of horizontal cuts, Swindon City's arc defense line was easily torn open by Guran. While Guran was engaging Swindon City, Southampton's front court players took the opportunity to penetrate the penalty area. Southampton's running position at this moment showed the level of the English Premier League, and it was obvious that Guran was the catalyst. Guran dribbled the ball from the middle to the left, saw the opportunity, and decisively passed the ball to the empty space in the penalty area. Gully, who had been ready to eat the cake, rushed to the front of the goal and pushed the ball. Swindon City's goalkeeper, 33-year-old veteran David Lucas, reacted half a beat slower. The ball went in. Guran completed the assist within 2 minutes of his appearance. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Swindon City 1:1 Southampton. Swindon City's players looked a little frustrated. Guran easily connected Southampton's originally loose midfield and front court, and this was just the beginning. 5 minutes later, Swindon City kicked a straight pass from the left side. Guran predicted in advance and used the impact of his body to hold off the Swindon City forward player who was receiving the ball, and then passed the ball to Chamberlain. Chamberlain immediately dribbled the ball along the sideline. Chamberlain was very fast, and Guran was even faster without the ball. In just a few seconds, Guran went straight to the middle and formed a support with Chamberlain. After Chamberlain dribbled the ball to the edge of the penalty area and attracted at least 3 defensive players, he made a beautiful fake breakthrough and passed the ball to Guran. After Guran got the ball, he once again pulled horizontally outside the penalty area. Lallana, Gully, and Gara desperately went to the penalty area to support and prepare to eat the cake. Swindon City's defenders were a little confused and didn't know who to focus on for a while. There were only 2 defensive players around Guran, but the strength of the defense was obviously not enough. Guran was not polite either. He directly made 2 consecutive Matthew shoulders at the top of the penalty area, shaking the 2 players defending him to the ground. Guran rushed in with the ball, and before other defensive players rushed up to press and intercept, Guran fired a powerful shot. The football went straight to the upper right corner of the goal like a cannonball. Swindon City's goalkeeper David Lucas had no time to react, and he just stood there. The ball went in. Southampton scored 2 goals in 5 minutes. This was also Guran's first goal in the British Championship. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Swindon City 1:2 Southampton, and Southampton completed the reversal. The faces of Swindon City's players were full of despair, and their iron bucket formation was completely unable to limit Guran's performance in the backcourt, midfield, and front court. In the 72nd minute, Guran advanced on the central axis again. After attracting at least 7 defensive players, Guran made a beautiful magic lamp to guide the way through Swindon City's unformed iron bucket defense line, and sent the ball to the feet of young forward Garrett. Garrett finished it in one fell swoop. The score on the big screen was changed to Swindon City 1:3 Southampton. Southampton let one come back to 3. Southampton may have had many problems in the first half, but after Guran was substituted, the only problem was how to make Guran play more cautiously. In the 88th minute, Swindon City, who had lost the will to win, played with fire in the backcourt. Guran rushed to the front midfielder position and saw the opportunity to rush up and completely steal the ball with his body, and then pass the ball to Chamberlain, who was actively on the left side. Chamberlain immediately dribbled the ball to the side of the penalty area and shot directly into the far corner. Swindon's goalkeeper had already abandoned the goal and was powerless to save the situation. The ball went in again. The score on the big screen was immediately changed to Swindon City 1:4 Southampton. Southampton let one come back to 4. After scoring the goal, Chamberlain slid to Guran's front on one knee, hugged Guran's thighs with both hands, and celebrated with beep, beep, beep. After 3 minutes of injury time, the referee blew the whistle to end the game. In the end, the defending champion of the British Championship eliminated Swindon Town, a rival of the same level, at the Village Stadium and successfully advanced to the second round of the Southern Division. Guran made 3 assists and 1 goal, dominated the game with a wonderful performance, and won the best player of the game with a score of 8.2. The main reason for the low score is that Guran only played for 40 minutes. At the press conference after the game, Swindon's head coach Danny Wilson praised Guran's performance. Danny Wilson was very envious of Coach Adkins for having a superstar player like Guran. Coach Adkins was also very satisfied with Southampton's performance after Guran was substituted in the second half. After this game, Guran's physique grew to 82 points, dribbling increased to 76 points, crossing increased to 68 points, and prediction increased to 68 points. This time, there are only 4 growth increases. Among them, the crossing attribute is displayed for the first time. This time, the system rating was only S level, so only hidden draws could be made, and point reshuffling and reorganization were not possible. After all, the opponent was too weak, and he did not play enough. However, having an S-level draw was better than having nothing. Besides, the density of the games was so high, and the strength of the opponents varied, so it was impossible to guarantee an SS level rating in every game. In this draw, Guran drew dribbling with the left foot. Although the growth reward was low, this draw was still very powerful, and the skill of dribbling with the left foot was quite practical. The reverse dribbling was then increased from +3 to +6. Before this game, Guran also automatically exchanged for 2 talent points, and Guran immediately allocated these 2 talent points to the balance attribute and flexibility attribute respectively, so that the balance attribute and flexibility attribute were increased to 78 points. So far, the entire August game is over. The next game will be the 5th round of the English League 1 at 3 PM on Saturday, September 4th, when Southampton will challenge Colchester United away. After the players took the bus back to the Staplewood training base, Coach Adkins held a brief summary meeting. Coach Adkins was very satisfied with the players' performance this month, so the team took 2 days off, and all players needed to return to the training ground on September 3rd to prepare for the 5th round of the English League 1. The Southampton players cheered happily. After the disbandment, Walton and other players immediately ran over to surround Guran. "Hey, Gu. I'm going to hold a birthday party tomorrow night. You promised me that you must come then." Guran smiled helplessly. "Deputy Captain, I really don't like parties." Walton said quickly, "Don't worry, Gu. There won't be many outsiders at the party tomorrow night. Almost all of them are our own people. Moreover, there will be mysterious star guests." Captain Davis also came over and said with a smile, "Come on, Gu. We have 2 days off. The competition density is so high that we finally have the opportunity to get together." "Okay then." Guran shrugged. "Since both captains said so, I will definitely go tomorrow night." "Yeah. Great. Let's party together tomorrow night. I'll go back to prepare the decoration tonight. Gu, go back and rest early. See you tomorrow." "Okay, see you tomorrow." While packing his personal belongings, Guran couldn't help but think, which star will be at tomorrow's birthday party? At this moment, a photo text message was received on his mobile phone. The supermodel Abby Clancy still persevered. Guran was almost moved by her persistence. Guran critically browsed Abby Clancy's photos, and then drove to Hayden Manor. "It's been a long time since I last rode a horse." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.